Good morning, wherever you are in the world. It's morning for us. Welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major European RMR. Today is Judgment Day. We're going to find out who's going to be going home and who's going to be going to the Major. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Joining me on the desk, as they have throughout the course of the tournament, we've got MOUZ Snake, we've got Dus Murray. How are you doing this fine morning, guys?
Another good morning. Ate 3-day-old chicken breast. I'm literally just searching for scraps here, and I'm making it work, Dus. I'm barely surviving. I'm hanging on by a thread.
What about you?
Just want to be clear that PGL does great for us. We get good food. Everything's fine.
I did this of my own volition, Dus. This was my own choice.
I really just wanted to clear that up. I thought that was very important.
I am a modern-day
MOUZ's
Sisyphus.
dietary choices do not reflect the group as a whole.
100%.
So,
yeah.
All right, well,
okay. What are you going to eat?
Who knows? Who knows? Coffee, mostly. All right, why don't we take a look at the standings? Because obviously we've had a lot of action over the course of the past few days. You can see we've already got the big names, the ones you would expect are through. The Vitalities and MOUZes of the world, they've gone 3-0. Na'Vi 3-1, and FaZe, we saw also 3-1. We saw those go through yesterday. And then, of course, we had this new aspect of the tournament where we had that fourth place decider, which was played between FaZe and Cloud9 at the end of the day. Cloud9 are through. FaZe are going to go straight to the elimination stage. Cloud9 aren't. And as you can see from the 2-2s, these are the ones that we've got coming at you today. We've got Sinners, Fnatic, BB Team, GamerLegion, Sort, and Eclot all battling away for their tournament lives a little bit later on. What really stood out for you yesterday, guys?
Well, I feel like on the Falcon side of things, it was disappointment. I feel like that's definitely what struck me, especially after I left the broadcast. I think in the games that we covered, things were fairly straightforward. I mean, we saw Na'Vi dispatch of Saw pretty easily. Cloud9 beating Sinners. Sure, Sinners got a map, but not really too many big surprises other than the lone Falcons one for me.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dust, it's been pretty by the numbers so far, right? Not a lot of upsets.
Yeah, of course, your top 4 teams are all the way through. And really after that, you were kind of wondering like what team was going to step up. Was a Cloud9 going to step up? Can Saw still get it done with their new roster? You know, can someone like Sangal, who had done incredible online leading up to this event, could they transfer that to a LAN presence? Unfortunately, that was not the case. They have been eliminated, but Cloud9 turning some heads, I think, at this point.
Yeah, I guess we can jump in and start talking about some of the games that we watched yesterday. Cloud9 are through. I don't know.
But you don't like them, Rich.
Yeah, no, it's not that I don't like them. You know, there's a lot of players
You
there.
don't believe in them.
No, I definitely do not. I almost feel they have had the benefit of some weaker opponents, even in flashes. You know, like against Sinners, for instance, I kind of saw like the downside to the team. When they get that death ball going, when their core is running at you, particularly on Mirage, it can be frightening. When everyone's firing on all cylinders, the Icy, Heavy God, Exile, you know, in triplicate, all hitting their shots. Great team, looks good. Tactically, not so much. I don't really see a lot there in terms of sophistication. And I think once they get to the Major for real, which indeed they are at, I think when they play better opposition, they will get found out.
Certainly possible. I mean, I agree with you. They do tend to play a more aggressive, scrappy play style that does rely on their playmakers making plays and, you know, having those follow-up protocols once you get out of like your base default or your more common executes. They're not quite as deep with the playbook, so their adjustment factor is maybe a little bit less than some of the top teams. But with that said, I could see them making a ruckus in the opening stage of this Major and getting a couple of wins, and, you know, they could make the elimination stage, in my opinion, for sure.
And then, meanwhile, their last opponent was FaZe. A lot of talk about what FaZe were going to do at this event. I think, you know, stories of their demise were greatly exaggerated. A lot of people were going, oh, if there's one tier 1 team you want to watch out for, maybe not making it, FaZe, all bets are off. In reality, other than the Vitality game, which was a bit of a one-sided stomp, but it is Vitality after all, FaZe looked pretty good.
I would say that the concerns about FaZe will arise come playoff time, come deep into the elimination stage. But for an RMR, FaZe has had a pretty spotless record. Sure, they sometimes go deep into those last chance moments of them, but in terms of actually qualifying for the major, there's rarely been a serious danger for them, in all honesty.
What I will say, Dust, is they seem to be struggling with their map pool right now. They don't really have that home map that you would, kind of associate with them.
Yeah, I mean, they're a really well-rounded team, though, and I feel like FaZe is one of those squads that could simultaneously make a deep run or simultaneously disappoint you at the exact same time. It's one of those things where if everything's clicking, Kerrigan's calling's on point, they're mid-rounding very effectively, they're getting good production out of players, like Rops and, Frozen in particular, who are kind of the stars of the team, or historically have been. They can get things done, and we saw that a lot earlier this year, kind of around the first major time period where they were winning tournaments and doing quite well. But this is the coolest thing that I wanted to point out, and that is that Rain is absolutely dominating right now. These are just some of his numbers as far as rating ADR. I really wanted to highlight this. His T-side opening attempt percentage is higher than almost any entry fragger I've seen in a while. Just to give you a comparison point, someone like Donk or Xantares is kind of more in that 30 to 32% range. So Rain is going above and beyond that as far as his willingness to go for opening picks, and he's been quite successful. I mean, he has been tearing it up. I think he's got like a plus 40 KD coming into this, and so if you've got Rain popping off like this, and if he can maintain this level throughout the rest of this major process, and he can support, the rest of the core of the team that can deliver, this FaZe can be dangerous.
Yeah, I think the good news, Maui, for FaZe is that, Rain has essentially dragged them through while Rops and Brokey haven't been at their best.
I really love in this tournament so far the way that Rain is just, the way he's defaulting out, it just feels a little bit more thorough. Sometimes when I see Rain's downfall in terms of just like these little stretches here and there, like a month where he's bad, 2 months where he's bad, where people are saying maybe he should be cut from the roster, I just feel like he's kind of going through the motions and not really taking care of his own life. But in this tournament thus far, in the RMR, I will just say that the way he's playing around utility, the way he's just looking for those opening duels, he's not just throwing himself completely at them. He's kind of maneuvering in positions where, yes, it's aggressively stance. They're in aggressive stances, but it's not like he's just wide swinging every single time. And every time I see Rain where he's got like a 0.9 rating for a stretch of time, it's usually just because he's strafing into bad fights consecutively.
Yeah, and look, there's a lot of talk about, could this be the last hurrah for Kerrigan, Rain? Obviously time makes fools of us all. I know that. So hopefully they're able to end on a high. Let's take a look at the schedule. This is what we got coming at you today. You'll see Team TBD down there. More on that in a moment. But Sinners GamerLegion, Fnatic versus Eclot, and starting us off, Saw versus BB Team. Each of those games are the 2-2s. The losers are out. The winners through to the major. But of course, obviously, Dust, we've got that 7th place decider. So just talk us through that.
Yeah, so essentially you've already had 5 teams advance through this RMR to the major, 4 of them directly to the elimination stage, and then we have 2 teams already on their way to, or 1 team, Cloud9 already on the way to the opening stage. We have 2 more spots to give with 6 teams left to play. And so how this will work is that these 3 matches will fire off, and the winners of the 3 winners, whoever has the highest Buchholz score, will automatically advance to the opening stage. The other 2 teams will have to play a 7th place decider at the end of the day to determine that 7th and final spot.
Perfect. So yes, time to get into the first match of the day. Obviously all best of 3s. Saw versus BB. We'll start by talking about Saw. Very up and down tournament for them. Seesaw, you might say.
You could in fact, but it definitely has not been a playground for Saw.
That was good.
Yeah,
excellent.
Caught that. Yeah,
chef's kiss.
I feel like with Saw right now, they know the way they want to play. I haven't really seen improvements in any direction for them. In fact, it has been more or less a regression. The players that really have to step up for them, Ujerk's story, they have done so. But Agile, in the stead of Eras Doce, if people have really not been following closely Saw's story, it's that he's slotting in for him practically roll for roll on every single map. In fact, I think it is every single spot on every map.
It is.
So when looking at Agile, sometimes the game just moves a little bit too quickly for him, and that cohesion that was so apparent at Cologne that allowed them to make a deep semifinals finish, it doesn't necessarily feel like it's always there for him. And it's most apparent on some of the maps that you consider a little bit more tactical. Maps like Nuke, it just feels a little harder for him to catch up to speed with everybody else who's already so seasoned on this roster.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, Agile at Katowice, his inaugural tournament with this team, when we had that shocking decision to make a roster move right before the major that many have questioned and critiqued, and I am one of them. I still don't know why they have made this decision. Either way, Agile played really well at Katowice, and that kind of gave me a little bit of hope, like, oh, okay, maybe it's not so bad. Maybe they'll still be fine. And throughout this RMR, it's been ups and downs, right? You know, and they lost an opening game to Sinners. He looked really poor. But then when we saw them win against Unity on D2 and Falcons on Anubis, he looked fantastic. Particularly that Anubis game against Falcons, he looked exactly like what you would want. Entry fragging hard at the A-bomb site, defending it very well. But then obviously their last game was against Navi, and it's Navi, so it's kind of hard for me to really, you know, look too much into that. But I do think this team will live and die by how Ultra performs going forward, because we know what we're going to get from E-Jerks and Story, and they are stable players for this team, but Agile has to be that X factor.
Yeah, and obviously at the other end, BB team, but they're just so confusing to me. They've been confusing pretty much since their inception. You look at Zorte and Siren, and it's just like, you know, you look at the roster, you see all this young talent, you know, but you think this team should be better than it is. They got a tenured IGL in Nafani, your friend.
Oh, yeah. Oh, totally. Yeah, of course. We've shared a lot of, I'd say, heated DMs with each other. Get your mind out of the gutter there for a second. So now the thing with BB team is that, you know, from the start of CS2, they had an impressive IEM Sydney to kick off the entire game. It actually felt like they were on the right track. That was when they were playing with the same lineup, but Danis in the stead of Magnagez. And since then, they failed to qualify for the following major in Copenhagen. And basically, it's just been up and down performances. They brought in Donk's best friend in Magnagez. Don't quote me on that one, but they do queue up a lot. Dinko was sure to bring that up on the cast yesterday. And he's been a great addition to this team. But overall, it feels like I watch every tournament for BB team, and it's kind of like a new problem arises. At ESL Challenger Atlanta, they had a terrible CT side. At this tournament, their CT side was actually quite strong in terms of round win percentage. And I just feel like they're playing a balancing act with the spinning plates, and every time they try to fix one issue they have on this team, I feel like a new one arises.
Yeah. Well, we got the veto coming in, Dust. Where do you think this is going to go?
Yeah, not surprised to see that from Sam. Curious what BB will ban, because they typically ban Inferno, but they banned Vertigo the last time they played against each other, and they do go with the Inferno ban, which is normal for them. I imagine we could see Nuke, Anubis, or Ancient as picks coming out. Oh, Vertigo, though, coming out from Saul. So that was BetBoom's ban against them at...
A punish pick.
Yeah, so not a bad idea. Ancient, yeah, that was kind of one of those maps I expected to see. Good ban there from Nuke. You don't want to be playing Saul and Nuke. They're very strong there. And let's finish things off on Dust too.
I feel like, Dust, that when they actually don't ban Vertigo, as you said they usually do, I still feel like Saw, you're so much more comfortable on Nuke that it almost kind of feels like that Spirit FaZe Copenhagen Major bait, where they like let through what is normally their ban, and then Saw just went for a pick on it when like, I think Saw's good at Vertigo, but their Nuke is actually probably the closest thing they have to a world-class map. So of course they didn't do well against Navi on that map yesterday, but all in all,
though.
They were on a 4-game win streak with this 5-man lineup leading up to that game versus Navi. Agile, yeah, he still has a way to go, but everybody else is super comfortable on it. They know how they want to play in the mid-round, and so for them to go to Vertigo, I feel like that's BB team actually getting a slight, not an edge, but just it's playing into their plan.
You agree with that?
It's tough to say, because when they've played Vertigo on LAN, they're 2-2, and all the games were super close. And their online record is trash, though. They're 1-12 coming in this tournament on Vertigo. That's why they had banned it last time they played against them, because they just knew it was a vulnerability. But yeah, just to kind of talk a little bit about it, when they played against each other at Challengers Atlanta, that was the old Saw lineup, and they still had Aerodose on the team. So going to be a different look here, but Saw was able to come up victorious in that series 2-1, and the way that they did it was by winning Anubis and Ancient. This time around, Nuke is going to be at their disposal, and as you said, Nuke is certainly one of the maps that Saw have historically been one of the best on.
All right, Dust. Well, you know what time it is. It's time for our pioneering 5-man desk segment that we've been doing here. There's Moses and Dinko. We got to do this fast. How do you see this one going, guys?
Take it away, Dinko. I think BB team should be just edging this one out very slightly. I'm looking forward to seeing how it's going to go down today.
Will it be BBW or BBL?
Yeah, BBS.
And really hitting the edge of Vertigo as we get to the high rise. Saw taking on BB team. I don't really know which way I'm leaning, Dinko. I don't really know this morning which way I'm feeling.
Well, you know, Jason, it's fine to swing both ways. Let's go. Saw versus BB Team to kick things off. The pistol round underway. And BB Team starting on the defense. We've been given an opportunity to see Vertigo as a punish pick. We'll see if that is the case today, as Udrix is just sprinting to the bomb side with the speed off the back of Udrix. He eventually goes down.
How did he get so much space?
Don't know.
No resistance provided. Oh, my lord, Mutiris. Oh, good shot from Zorte. Can only get the one. But, yeah, due to the fact that the defense is already on the back foot when contact is made, it's a nice pistol round, a nice looking pistol round so far for Saw.
Yeah, now Agil on the edge of the catwalk. Siren making a lot of steps, and that's going to allow Agil to just move in behind him. So Nafany left in a 1v2.
I'd like to see him have a good game today.
Nafany in particular. So you're trying to steal Maui's best friend, Jason?
No, not Nafany. I meant Agile.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't care about Nafany. He's had plenty of time. Agile, on the other hand, had to play like the best team in the world yesterday as a rookie, and I felt a little bit bad watching him get exposed and targeted, which was probably the smart thing to do for Na'Vi, able to kind of take advantage of his positions a couple of times. But yeah, the new player coming into this team, rookie kind of situation, coming into a really hard scenario where you got to fill the shoes of one of the strongest players on this lineup previously. I would just like to see him. This is one of those games where it feels like one of those opponents where it feels like you can have a good game. You can actually get some confidence beneath your belt.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have had very different runs at the RMR. I saw they picked up a few wins relatively early on. And
now we're cooking, baby.
Agil's getting a small win nice and early. He's been able to take Nafany out. Whereas the likes of BB Team, they lost their opening game. They won their opening game against Unity, lost their following two, and had to beat Nemiga yesterday in a survival game. Whereas Saw lost their opening game, won their following two best of ones, and then got absolutely destroyed by Na'Vi.
Smashed. Well, they did have that nuke, which was close, helped by the hot start from Ujurx yesterday, but obviously couldn't outlast them, and we just saw pretty much the class of Na'Vi, every single win condition coming to bear for them. So, yeah, a tough scenario, but we find ourselves here. Obviously, the winner of this game moves into the decider match. Dust explained it all.
Well, yes, once the difficulty score is calculated, adjusted.
After all is said and done,
they might have to play
all the other series today. They may or may not be in a match.
But all the, just have to do what they have to in front of Jason. Win this game. That's the objective.
Yeah, essentially that is the mindset of this is the one thing we can control. Whether we win or lose this game right here. Look at the space from Mutiris. I think.
Zorte, though.
Yeah,
He's
good
Out
awareness.
the back. Yeah, Mutiris getting taken down. Nafany's already down the bottom of the B stairs. How has he got away with two? Agile falls, and BB Team, as soon as the guns come out, it's dominant. It's Roman left to do a little bit of damage here, but not looking too likely for Roman.
It's kind of a cool idea. Very fast, very aggressive in a round where BB Team maybe not having all the utility they might want. Roman going to try and get a bomb play. Not going to happen. But you can see from where people were dying, they're trying to apply pressure at the B stairs, trying to apply pressure in middle, and they're trying to really make those defenders at the B bomb site make a decision of where they go and see if they can create some chaos where there's some miscommunication and get a couple easy fights. Unfortunately, Nafany wins his battle. Chiron and Zorte handle the mid push, so it all falls apart. It all comes crumbling down.
Yeah, hopefully like Vertigo someday. That would be great.
Vertigo haters, man.
I mean, it's been years, it's still in construction. BB Team.
It's just like Malta.
Yeah, well, that's never being fixed. Tech 9 for Mutiris. And 4 rifles, 3 rifles.
Make it 3.
Yeah, Agile. Unfortunately for him,
Nafany's got
the start of this round, and Nafany just loves walking down the B stairs.
He's got some attitude this morning, Nafany.
Yeah, he does.
That's back-to-back rounds. He's pushed to the bottom of the stairs, so Saw's got to be careful about that. And very quickly, you're on the back foot. And look at the aggression they're maintaining. They don't want to give them a single inch.
Ooh. Fire spreads the Story, but his teammate Udrix is taking Nafany out. Siren gets hard cleared by Story. So 3v3 off the back of those 2 essential kills, and Chiron has to move quite quickly on this rotation back over. So he'll deploy his utility, but there's a boost. Ooh, he spots out the head of Udrix. Grenade goes in. Yeah, it's going to be perfect. Udrix is low HP. Will cost him his life.
Yeah, but shout out to Saw bringing this back into a 2-on-2. Now they need to settle things down. You can see it's been so crazy these last couple of rounds. So aggressive and so fast-paced. Tapping away. Story's got another one. Patience with the boost, and Zorte all of a sudden is like, we were just in a 5-on-3. How have we gotten in this situation? Y'all have sold me down the river.
Well, Zorte has no utility, and he does not have a kit. So if Saw get this bomb down, And Zorte has to play the retake. It's going to be quite difficult for him to pull this one off. So Saw suddenly giving themselves quite a lengthy advantage. They make their way in towards the A-bomb site. Story to punch those digits in. And Zorte's still a long way off. He was banking on it being a B play. He's had a hot start here, 5-2. Needs to increase it to 7 here. Gets back into the elevator. Steps are going to be heard, and now they can just focus in that one position. So Story worried about him coming out of the connector, and Zorte's actually just going to walk in behind him, and Story executed from behind, but Zorte has to try and figure out where the other player is, and Roman's just hiding. And remember, no kit, no utility here for Zorte, so it's not like he can apply pressure to that bomb.
He's got plenty of money, though.
Yeah, he's no money. Sorry, there's no time for him to win the round, so he's just going to run away. He realizes he can't win this one, and Roman's just going to drop back and get into that safe spot.
Well, if you're BB team, you're feeling really bad. 5-on-3, and you choose to maintain aggression over on stairs in a very predictable position from Chiron up on the boards, and then just repeated boosts from Saw. So very fortunate, I think, to find themselves out of that sticky situation, but they have accomplished it.
Zorte can drop the weapon that he saved over. Chiron's going to get that AK. Nafany had less money than the rest of the squad, so he's going to pick up an MP9. And Zorte had enough money to buy an AWP, so not the worst buy here for BB Team. A great opportunity to bounce back.
A great opportunity to bounce back.
And if Nafany wants to play aggressive again, at least he's got an SMG.
Okay, off. Oh, that Molotov not going to force him off the angle.
In fact, he doesn't really even ruin his vision. He can see very clearly down to the bottom of the ramp.
I can see clearly now, the Molly's gone.
Well, I thought you were going to sing the real version, Jason, but...
we got to adapt it to Counter-Strike.
That's fair. That's a Harry music style, right?
It's 3 a.m. We're 4 days deep into the European RMR Group A, and we've all collectively lost our mind. Maui's hanging on a thread, I'm hanging on a thread, and Ujerk's going to lead the way up the A ramp. Defense is backing off for the moment. 3-1 scoreline for Saw.
And the util now landing towards the connectors. So smoke's going out. Oh, CT smoke comes in at the right time. And elsewhere, Nafany goes down first, this time without a kill. So Agile, good job done. Often the first player to go down, this time the player to grab the opener, and risk taken for Zorte to try and get that AWP involved to slow down this attack, but he ends up just getting blasted away. And so Saw have the sight. Ujerk follows up with another piece of impact, and he just doesn't stop when he gets going. Sirens on B with nothing to do with trying to save this M4, and once again, it's Ujerk's with impact.
It's interesting seeing the different styles coming out on the defensive side for both the A-bomb site and the B-bomb site. We've seen Nafany and Siren get aggressive, and Chiron get aggressive on B stairs and deny access to it at previous rounds. A-bomb site in the pistol round in this round playing very far back, giving up a lot of space, giving a lot of room for Saw to get comfortable, have a set piece, have an execute, organize. Might want to find some ways to be disruptive at that A-bomb site outside of just Zorte taking that early peek down scaffolding. And Saw's got a big lead. But, I mean, look, it goes back to what the desk mentioned and what's easily identifiable when you go to the HLTV match page is Vertigo for BetBoom is just not a map they play too often and too well. 4 maps in the last 3 months, 25% win rate. Maybe just a map they're not comfortable on. Maybe just a map they don't really enjoy. So a good punish pick for Saw.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Great taste. But full eco now, well... Say full eco. I guess there's a 5-7 Kevlar there for Chiron, so he'll use that. But everyone else in the USP at the moment. And for Saw, a great opportunity to continue to build what they have started here on the T side. Seems like they've kind of avoided the main threat the BB team were trying to set up, which is being disruptive, being aggressive, trying to ruin any ideas that they have early. And so far, Saw have adapted to that. BB team can't really continue the kind of heavy B aggression that we've seen from them. Gonna have to try and figure something else out as we go into the next gun round here for BB
team. All right,
your singing's too good, Jason. We're gonna get this channel D.
I know.
And what's it, DMCA or something?
I know.
Yeah. YMCA. Here we go. Ujerk's. It's another song for you.
Yeah, you nailed it. Good job with the lyrics. You remembered.
Yeah, that's a hard one to forget.
All right.
That and Tequila, that's my classics.
Saw's happy with the 5-on-4. Avi, this has been a great T-side so far. If it wasn't for dropping that fast-paced round early, this would be very, very clean. BB Team's going to have to snap back into shape in round 7 when the guns come back out. So Roman lurking in middle, spots one, easy kill with the AK-47. BB Team still far away from the bomb site. And now going to start streaming in. Attention taken towards middle, which is going to make it a very easy B bomb site take as the AK-47s get aggro in 5-1.
Plenty of money here for a BB Team. Now finally getting the buy back in. If Zorte wanted the AWP, well, unlucky. No one dropped it to him. No one could afford it. He can't afford it. So M4 out for everybody. Let's see if there's any adaptations coming up. They've called it a timeout for a BB Team.
They need it.
They definitely do.
They need it.
It's been a real slow start. We intrigued. You brought something up just 2 rounds ago about the fact that there is just a difference in how the B bomb side and the A bomb side is being played at the moment for BetBoom. I'm interested to see if they change up how they're approaching the ramp coming into this next gun round.
Yeah, I mean, the question will be, will they have the op out? Can Zorte grab that angle? But if he does grab that angle with an AWP, can you put up a waterfall smoke? Can you get some riflers behind it at least at the top ramp? Can you set up some kind of a trap? There is no AWP, so maybe that all changes. Can you throw someone at sandbags, maybe a bait and switch? You've got options. We just haven't seen BB Team kind of dive into the playbook on the defensive side at the A ramp. It'd be great if they could actually get B stairs control again like they were doing in the first 2 gun rounds and hopefully not give it away. That 3v5 that saw ones is turning out to have huge impacts in the early stages of this half. Otherwise, BB Team might actually be able to fight and keep this scoreline close. So B stairs control again. Agile's calling that out right now, but look at all the room to work with over at A ramp. Big Mags.
Gone.
That's a very ambitious slide through the smoke. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
Very ambitious.
Didn't work out for him.
And those are the kind of plays that, like, in my head when I see things like that in games, it's like we're already hitting desperation point in round 7.
Yes.
Which is not a good sign. Like, if that's your play, if that's like in your head, like that's the solution, like, okay, they're really wrecking us over here at the A ramp. Maybe they're going to forget this detail and I can just walk through this smoke and get a crazy flank. It's a little early for that.
It's a low percentage play, and it's over. The round is done. That was after a timeout as well.
But also, I don't know, it's almost like, I don't want to like try and make an excuse as if I think that's any kind of a good play and there's necessarily a great reason for it, but it's also like you're kind of, I guess, you're forced into making a mistake when you've given up so much control of A ramp, like without any real resistance in all these rounds. Because you're like, once again, like they're already pressuring the A bomb site. We have to do something to alleviate this pressure.
Oh no. Well, they tried to save. They're not allowed to save anything.
Throw in the towel.
Well, now they don't have any money, so you're going to get a half buy at best.
All right, what's map number 2? Ancient?
Yeah, Ancient, picked by BB Team.
Let's rock
Well,
and
this
roll.
punish is working out perfectly, isn't it?
Yeah.
We heard Dust talking about the previous matchup they had at ESL Challenger Atlanta, where the Vertigo got banned out by BetBoom, and
Hell yeah.
they banned Inferno, and it's not really worked out. And we all know that word. Or those words.
That sequence of words,
yes,
that string of words.
Anybody who's played Counter-Strike for any period of time has been treated to those words. Frustration for BB Team early and understandable. So actually, they go for the MP9 purchase with a little old Deeg in the hands of Zorte.
Hey, they put some pressure on A ramp this time. 4 players, nice little boost up. They wanted to be able to collapse if once again Saw was going to be aggressive in taking it, and a good call from U-Jerks and the Saw offense to slow things down and give them a different look. Say, you know, we can apply that pressure whenever we want, but we don't have to do it.
Here comes U-Jerks through that smoke. And they're all gone. So no targets. Here's the steps of the retreating CT players. But a boost being erected again, and here comes a play out from Chiron. That's short. Magnajez taking Udrix out from that boost. Roman now moves in the middle, hearing so many players towards A. He realizes there has to be space, there has to be gaps elsewhere. And Nafny put under pressure at the back of the B-bomb site. His teammates still fragging elsewhere. And now Roman has to worry about Siren, who's at construction, and the elevator swing with the picked up AK-47. So that's going to work out here for Chiron. And the AWP of Story now must clutch.
Dang, how has it gotten to this situation? Saw had all the information. They saw 4 players over at the A ramp. Oh, flick
great
up,
shot.
nails it. Story.
Oh my god, nearly pulls it off on his own with a deagle, but Siren, when he's on the MP9, just jumping, weaving his way through the bomb site, and the MP9 comes out on top.
Yeah, nice attempt. Good first flick from Story, though, identifying that jumping player and snapping up to it. And an unlikely second round win is going to boost the economy of BB Team. Free op over to Zorte, so he's got money in the bank moving into the future. Everyone else has got to buy down to the M4s. And maybe a little frustrating for Saw. So a timeout called, and I don't mind it at all. You haven't like lost control of the game or anything, but you are looking at that round and saying, boys, we probably should have had that one. We had 1 defender at the B bomb site. We had a solid mid lurk from Roman, and still couldn't handle the heat.
Great stuff from BB Team, though, because they saved a lot of money for this buy round coming up in the next. And the fact that they are able to win the round off of 4 MP9s and a deagle and to pick up some AKs, and that recovers the economy game quite nicely. So an opportunity to get back into this first half for BB Team. 4 rounds left to play. Best case scenario is a tied scoreline. Does seem a little bit unlikely, but starting to break down that Saw economy. Took a while. 1 round, but there we are. Story at least has a little bit of extra cash.
Yeah. Oh, I actually thought Zorte was just going to hop right off.
That would be amazing.
That made me very nervous.
That would have been so good.
It actually did.
Actually, you know what? I'm done.
They're opening, the last 2 rounds, they've opened 4 players at this A ramp. So they've obviously kind of, as we've talked about, are looking to find solutions towards this. And the 4 players gives them some confidence to be aggressive. Trying to set up a trap. Zorte's up over at Sandbags, one at Scaffolding. But the main thrust, or the initial thrust, coming towards middle.
They got to put Roman up on the boost. He's going to clear out construction, clear out the sandbag, and make sure middle is not occupied by anybody from BB Team. Here comes the swing at top ramp though. Nafny making it work with some damage done by Chiron. And Story, well, he's been the playmaker with the AWP, but how was that shot missed? His opponent just moved off the angle at the wrong second, and Story's getting plenty of chances, but not hitting anything.
Hell.
Oh, he is going to want to get that round back.
Everyone's going to want to get that round back. I don't know how that kill at A ramp wasn't traded. I don't know how Story missed that first shot over towards the B defender.
The 3 shots.
I don't know how he missed the follow-up shot towards elevator. I don't know how the player stepping up the stairs missed his kill in the B bomb site. That's a very weird round for Saw. Felt like they had all the opportunities in the world to get those frags, and a second timeout is burned, because now it is kind of like, all right, boys, we are giving away the massive advantage that we started with.
Yeah, and they're letting BetBoom, BB Team, really build up a lot of cash over there. So, Jose's at $6,000. You know, they're going to be able to buy right to the end now. And for Saw, they didn't get a bomb plan, so they aren't even at a situation where they can pick up the AKs and everybody. This is tough.
I wonder, though, I would imagine out of this pause, this is where some mind games come in. I would expect, because I think Saw's starting to piece it together with all the space they had in middle and the space they've had at B now, that BB Team is stacking A ramp early. I have a feeling that they're going to sense that with that kind of aggressive play that we just saw from BB Team. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some kind of a fast play towards the B bomb site, a fast split through middle as well. But equally for BB Team, you have to say, all right, well, this kind of 4-man A defense has worked twice in a row. Let's readjust it back to how we normally played.
Udrix at the front of the ramp attack. You know, earlier on in the half, we've definitely seen him find success with ease. He's going to go again in towards the A side. That Galil erupting into the bomb site. 2 players line up in the elevator, and that's such an important kill for Magnajez to get because it looked like Udrix was set up for 2, if not just the 1.
Ooh, Roman wants that molly back. He just chucked it right into his smoke. I like this boost, though. We've seen this have so much impact. Good spam.
Shot.
Can't get the kill, but he's done great damage, and that off-right clear line of sight, but hasn't been able to fire one off. Good job from Story. There we go. 3 on 2, and things settle down and slow down.
Agile places himself in the corner, allows Story to deal with the aggression of Magnajez, and Zorte is so low on health. This would take a lot of mistakes, a lot of peaks.
There's one.
And there's one of them.
And the bomb's going back to the B bomb site. Zorte not aware of it just yet. If Story had any piece of utility, it'd be lovely. He needs to make sure his presence is known, but this is 2 isolated 1v1 fights. If Zorte finds this kill, he can shift back to the B bomb site, but I imagine he's going to be making noise when he drops off this. So Story will have the information. Yeah.
Well, op scope, and it's worked out well for Story. So good recovery to the round here for Saw.
Good to see him hit those 3 shots after kind of missing the sitters in the previous round as well. So he's got it right back.
Is recalibrated. And BB Team, they will not be able to tie the scoreline. Best case scenario now, 7-5. They'll still have a bye, as mentioned. They'll build up a lot of money now on the CT side after a couple of those round wins. So I'll still have to deal with a bye round from the CTs. But it hasn't necessarily been a fantastic defense posted by BB Team. So Saw have a great chance to continue to build this T side as Agile searches for that opening pick on B, and he's found it on Nafany.
I think the bummer about it is BB Team have had their chances. You know, losing that round is painful, but also remember they had the 5-on-3 in like round 4 that they let slip away. And from there, it's just been like, it's just such a recovery mission to try and get back into the game and try and settle down this attack. If you actually convert the 5-on-3, which absolutely should be done, this is a much better half for you. You don't get reset early on. You don't let Saw get out to a big lead. You're not constantly scrambling to fight back into the half. And if you go on to lose this series, oh dear. We've seen that so much this event. I don't know if something's changed. I don't know.
That one was extra egregious. Like
that one was.
He just threw it into the box. There was no way it was going through there.
But we've seen nades thrown into walls.
Yeah. That one was pretty bad from Chiron.
Nervous.
Or Siren, rather.
Yeah, Chiron's like,
hey, bro,
don't tag me with that.
I don't have any nades. I don't throw nades. That's not my role. I just headshot.
All right, Molly towards quad. Mutiris wants the 1v1. Good decision. Smoked out, though. Udrix slides past it. Good timing on the peak and continuing to battle. And he's sharp. He's confident as he moves in. Look at all the space. Spam coming through, but Udrix has run a route. This is beautiful work. Up on top of the bomb boxes. Nobody can stop him. Nobody's even willing to try.
10 seconds. Bomb plant finally coming in. Magnajez makes one last leap out of the elevator. They know exactly where Siren is. He's landed a few shots, but now he's pinned at headshot. And there's no escaping when Story's up. Posts up on the angle. And there's a lot of other options to take him out as well. So 8-3. BB Team with a pretty weak defense here. And like you said, they did have their chances. They didn't take them. And so now they're looking at a punishing scoreline of 8-3. Pretty likely we see 9-3. The series, if BB Team are going to win it, will have to come down to a Dust 2 decider as things stand. Smoke up to the middle of the ramp. Look how fast Udrix is about this. Already at short. Magnajez to take Roman out early, so at least BB Team have an advantage to play with. And they've got that B stairs control that was so important for them in the first few rounds of the game.
Well, and also a cool idea as well to stack over towards middle. They're like, you know what, we've tried a couple things and we really can't consistently handle this A pressure, so let's actually just take out the extremities.
No, nice read of the boost there. Udrix doing damage to the metal as well. Story would have had a great opportunity for a kill into the bomb site, but the flash comes in at just the right time. But Mutiris, here he goes.
Oh, and this is cool. Mutiris is going to be calling out to his team. Everybody wait. Everybody freeze. Nobody do a damn thing. I've got us an opening kill. I've got us a kill that's going to cause this defense to panic.
Siren's coming back up the stairs to try and get it behind Mutiris.
Oh, maybe he is.
He's got to worry about destruction, and a second kill just before going down to Siren. But he's done his work. He's evened out the numbers here for his teammates. Saw have a chance to close on a 9-3 scoreline.
Yeah, he might have lost track of the fact that Siren is still alive as that B anchor. But does a wonderful job in middle exploiting things. Timing for Siren is horrible. It could not be worse.
From a 5 versus 3 to a 2v1 in favor of Saw now.
The second 5v3 that BB team is about to lose.
You can't allow that to happen, but a 9-3 scoreline, Saw with a dominant lead.
Shout out to Mutiris in that round. That's a god tier play.
It did look lost. It all looked lost. But Mutiris finds a way to get them back into it. And spirits are high, you know. Just looking at Roman. He's having a great time looking around, talking to his teammates. And now with the pistol win, they are one step away from taking victory here on Vertigo.
And even if not, it just feels like there's so much better drilled. Yeah. All right. Well, rough first map. Great plan, though, going into the veto process for Saw. You have to say that. The hardcore punish pick, very confident in their Vertigo, and it's showing.
Yeah, if you go back to that Challenger Atlanta tournament, they played Ancient as well, and it was a 13-11 win for Saw coming in there. So it's not like BetBoom have a great advantage in terms of coming back into the second map. But
I was wondering about that because, Saw's won the last 2 series they've played, or the only 2 series they've played this year, but not completely, but different lineup with Erisdos in the roster. So I was kind of wondering how that would impact things, and clearly not much.
No.
Clearly not too much of an impact at all.
Not right now. I think I've underestimated Saw the entire way through this tournament just because I thought it would be such a significant change, you know, losing Erisdos, losing Barry. They've really impressed with how they've been able to stay at a good level. I think their first event, I thought maybe that's just kind of a honeymoon period. Maybe they just took off, running off the high of their ulti. But they come into the RMRs, and sure, they've taken some losses, but I didn't really think they would be in this position where they could be getting through the qualification process.
Having a chance to qualify?
Yeah. Impressive from the Portuguese as they look for a pistol win here to put themselves up to 10.
Unfortunately, it is cool that they'll have a chance to qualify, and obviously, a good chance, especially, seeing depending on who they'll end up playing if they go on to win this series. Hold the phone, pistol round. B hit coming in, and Agile not able to get anything done. Dooley's not able to get anything done. BB team's going to have this T-side pistol. So yeah, it's going to depend if they win this series who their opponent is at the end of the day, but I think unfortunately, unlike the last major, unlike Copenhagen, where I felt like Saw could be competing for a playoff spot down the stretch with Erisdos in the lineup and how they were playing at the time.
Yeah,
this feels like you might be able to qualify for the major, but this does not feel like a team that's going to be able to make it out of the opening stage. Right? You already feel like you have a sense of where the ceiling is going to be in terms of the competition.
Yeah, for a team that took so long and fought so hard to get themselves into a position where they were capable of challenge against Tier 1 teams and making it to the playoffs of big events, it's pretty disappointing to have to be in a position where you have to rebuild again.
But also, you can also have realistic expectations if you're Saw too. Like, you come into this event with a brand new player who hasn't been in the lineup for very long. You've just replaced one of your strongest riflers. You replaced your coach, so you actually no longer have a coach standing behind you as well, because your new coach was not on the roster in time to beat the roster lock. So he's just kind of, Golden's just there kind of helping with prep and everything. So you have, this is kind of a team in a couple of big ways in transition and flux. So in one sense, making the major has got to be like in their head, it's just like, that is the one and only goal we have for this week of competition.
So actually going for the force bite after losing the pistol round. Not only did they lose the pistol, but they lost without getting a kill. So feeling like they've got the room to play with to go for a force bite in this kind of scenario with a 9-4 scoreline. And these MP9s, they can be deadly. They're not coming in towards the setup designed to deal with them towards A. BB team leaning a little bit more towards this B defense, and there is not much defense to talk about.
I'd like to just see him
here with a 5-7.
I'd like him to just fall back and just say, you know what, guys, it ain't worth. Everyone just run away.
Yeah.
Let's try again in the next round. There's no point in risking these weapons, and that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, exactly. So 5 rounds now for BB team. Clean starts to the second half in terms of the pistol, and now they don't have to lose a player either if they don't want to. If they don't send in the hunt out, they can just keep all the rifles in play. And the gap is now just 4-round wins. So those 4-round wins are going to be pretty difficult to get, though.
Yeah, they will. But you know, let's give them a fighting chance when we see that first gun round come in.
Yeah. I think yesterday in the map that you mentioned, Saul were competitive with Navion, which was nuke. I think the biggest part of that was the CT defense. It had Stories AWP firing quite a bit of impact. He took over a number of rounds. So if he gets that AWP out, it's going to change the game here.
Well, look at the other side of it too. Probably the primary reason why they lost that is against the low buys. They had in the first half JL getting that triple kill with the 5-7 on an upper hit to really stop cold the start from Saw and the hot start from Ujurk specifically. And then in the second half, when that defense and Story were having impact, it was a Tech 9 round where Bit was able to walk into ramp and get an entry kill, get a second kill in the lower bomb site, and Navi was able to win like 2 or 3 low buy rounds with just pistols. So I mean, you're just hoping right now at this point that we're not going to get a similar kind of collapse, and I don't think it'll come from the low buys, but certainly again, Saw's put themselves in a good position to have a great winning opportunity, but there's still potential that it drifts away from them.
Great starts to this round though for BB team. 2 openers going in their favor, and Ujurk's taking a lot of damage on board. Gets involved in a fight with Chiron, that he won't win.
Bang.
Yeah, nice and clean. BB team are building money on this T side, but it's just because they're not losing anybody.
Yeah.
Have they had a single death yet in the second half?
I don't believe so.
Pissed around.
Pissed around was all 5.
Follow up, yeah. It's so
Second
impressive.
round was all 5.
Yeah, great start here from BB team. Can't be bad to that.
Yeah.
Sorte.
They maintain it.
Bangs him out. So money finally here for Saw. We've been waiting for this. Their first buy of the second half.
Yeah, I guess it's like a good reminder because we didn't actually get a chance to see it in the first half with how dominant Saw was, but BB team does have some strong aimers. You know, they got some
you know,
Zorte, Chiron, Siren, these guys can shoot.
Pretty damn hard. Unfortunately, inconsistently. But when they're at their peak, man, they are real sharp aimers. Let's see what they're like today. It's not peak gamer hours. It's pretty early, even in China, Jason.
It's definitely early here in Bucharest. 4:32 a.m. local. I believe it's what? 10:30? 11:30 in Shanghai? I believe they're 6 or 7 hours ahead. Utility deployed towards scaffolding. Roaming over at Sandbags, taking the position of Erasdos to join up with Ujurks. And he spots the head around the edge, and Story Mutiris going to add a couple kills as well as a B step comes in. And BB team, the first gun round, we said, wait for it, let's see what it's got. It's fallen apart, but they're bringing it back.
Yeah, Siren and Zorte have drawn this into a 2v2, and they've got a minute left to work with on this T side. Roman's going to walk through short. Just below him is Zorte, and he's going to peek right in towards him, and that ends up being a great kill for Zorte to open things up. 55 seconds remaining. They've suddenly flipped this back in favor of BB team, and Mutiris has to be the hero, but he's smoked out, and BB team now collect the bomb, but they're separated in 1v1 fights, and the play through the smoke does not work out for Mutiris, as Zorte had an idea that that was a possibility.
Okay, well, both CT sides have given themselves huge advantages in rounds, and both CT sides have let those advantages slip away. I'm not entirely sure how Saw just kind of fell apart at a certain point. They stopped the B hit. It's what, a mid lurk, a little bit of an A lurk. And Saw's going to be punching themselves right now.
Yeah, taking their third and final timeout here of regulation, because they don't have enough money for a full buy. And Team BB are getting right back into this at the moment, Jason. So this is starting to look really good for the T side.
Yeah, it's interesting. With how sharp Saw was in the first half, that it's even at this position. And like the danger of no longer having timeouts as well. This is the last chance they get to find a solution, or at least have some time, unless BB team want to give them a reprieve. Saw's going to have to do everything on the fly moving forward.
Yeah, in the past, a few years ago, Nafny would be one of the best callers on this map of Vertigo, right? He was very comfortable with his old Gambit squad. You see a lot of gimmicky smokes, a lot of different ways to take the ramp. He had a lot of great options of quicker and faster plays. I think he actually defined a lot of the meta in CSGO on Vertigo on the T side. Well, maybe we'll come back to him here, Jason.
Maybe. There's a banana on that 5-7.
Yes, there is. That's why you're here. Great analysis, Jason.
That's why I get paid the big bucks,
what do you think of it?
One of these days, you'll get there.
Is it a large banana?
It's decent.
It's okay. But the 5-7, they can be powerful. And Roman goes for a little peek. Not able to make much happen with it. Not yet.
Early smoke deployed, not a whole lot of pressure applied, so BB Team's happy to see that one thrown out. Gonna start stepping up behind the MAC-10 of Magnayez. Big Mags, as he's known.
I was thinking mayonnaise when I see his name, to be honest. I don't really know.
Mayonnaise doesn't have a G in it.
No.
Or a J, for that matter.
Maybe in other languages it does.
That's fair.
Oh, Roman. Big swing. 5-7. Good for one. But as expected, BB Team taking a lot of advantages here, but they line up and Mutiris mutilates them. 2 kills quite quickly. 30 seconds left. He'll move into short and finally dealt with by Nafny, leaving Agile with a 1v2. It's difficult, but not impossible. He needed a kill immediately on Magnayez, and he won't pick it up. So money finally back for Saw.
Yeah, but that
BB Team about to tie the scoreline up.
That got creepy. Story's got the op out, so let's see what kind of an impact that could have. That can help shore up this defense because they got holes everywhere at the moment. Still not a single round in this second half. 9-3 scoreline coming into it, losing the pistol, and it's been all BB Team since then. Nafny starting to put together a very good T-side for his team. He's got 11K, Nafny.
He's got a bit of speed behind him. The wind in his sails as he heads towards the bottom of B. Magnayez being sent up through the ramp smoke. There's a little peek on the right side of it.
And backs off away from the waterfall smoke deployed. Follow-up utility for Saw to gain control and have information at ramp. Smoke is going to block everyone off, and BB Team's going to take the opportunity to slide back to the B bomb site with numbers. Nafny calling for an execute, a set piece. Maintaining position on stairs for everyone to join up with him. It's Agile and Mutiris on the defense.
Oh, tapping through the smoke. Magnayez, he's just opened up the B-bomb site with that shot on Agile. And now Mutiris trying to run over to plug the gap, and he just can't do it. So Saw, they lose Agile too quickly. Mutiris can't do much about it, and you're forced into a save call.
That's an experience as well. Just tapping into the smoke leisurely, not expecting that boost, not being prepared for it whatsoever. It was quiet on the rest of the map as well. You saw a little bit of utility thrown into the B-bomb site. And Agile just gets caught and beat.
On the shadow. It's going to give Udrix a lot of time to ready himself. And Roman alongside of him. Scoreline is all tied up from a 9-3 scoreline at the half in favor of Saw. It is now a 9-9 as BB Team have just been dominant on the T side so far.
It seems almost like inconceivable that this would be happening, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it felt like we were getting ready to go to Ancient.
It didn't look like BB Team was really all that comfortable on the map, but they are putting together a very nice T side. It's Saw who look a little awkward.
More than a little now. I think that be Agile over on Ancient. He was the problem as well, right? Like they were just focusing his bomb side. Na'Vi went towards Eclot.
He
pretty
does
similar right now.
He has they've given him the rookie hazing roles. You know, Ancient, he's going to anchor that A bomb site, which is pretty difficult, especially against Na'Vi yesterday. Vertigo, the B bomb site anchor, very difficult position to play. So, yeah, he's being thrust in some very, very difficult scenarios at a very big and high pressure event and scenario. U-Jerks fighting an elevator, but they're about to get wrapped upon from the bomb site as well. BB Team have taken over everything.
U-Jerks taking a step forward. Kyron, okay. Through the smoke, eventually lines up Story on the other side of his Zorte to take U-Jerks out, who was making what felt like the only play that was available for Saw, and it doesn't go his way, and so now it is Agile saving his AK-47. So 10-9 scoreline. BB Team have in some way, some miraculous way, come back all the way in this game and are now leading.
It's 7 in a row in the second half.
Yeah, they haven't lost a round. They have not lost a round on this T side yet.
And I think Saw's wishing they had one more timeout. They're really wishing they had some way to slow this down and have a conversation. I think everyone in Saw has been thrust into panic mode. Not seeing a whole lot of cohesion on the initial contact on defense. I mean, both defenses today on Vertigo have been not good.
Woeful. Absolutely woeful. In the first half, we were saying, well, Ancient seems like it's coming up soon, and that's BB Team's chance to get back into the series. Now we change this, and we say, all right, BB Team look like they're going to win this now, and Ancient suddenly becomes their opportunity to 2-0 this series. I do think it's going to be a competitive second map, though. I think they're pretty evenly matched in that department, but right now, BB Team, they don't agree. Look at this situation we saw. It's not pretty. Roaming to fall at the crane, and then this boost isn't working out just yet because BB Team haven't committed up A. So you're not going to get that trade back.
Not anytime soon, at least.
Yeah, exactly.
Towards middle we go, and it's a beautiful call. There's wide open space for Siren, Magnez, and Chiron to slide into. A lot of resources to that boost with two players, and one of those guys would be shifting back to just kind of jiggle peek middle. Both B defenders, their attention is taken towards stairs as Utility comes out showing a take, but the main thrust is coming behind him.
Utira's way to the generators, cleared out by Magnez. Chiron to follow up, and it is clean from BB Team. Story over construction, looking to build them back into the round, but this would be miraculous. Magnez caught sleeping. It's another kill for Story. With that grenade landing upon him, and the flash, it's just never going to happen for him. End of that chapter, 11-9 now. BB Team getting closer and closer to rounding this out. And Saw, this is the last legs they have to stand on. Their bye's coming up, but if they lose this, BB Team are almost guaranteed to take this map win.
Nafany leading the way both tactically and fragging-wise. Lovely little game from him.
Maui has the biggest smile on his face, I can already tell.
Yeah, his Nefraud watch is going really well. I don't even know if that worked.
No, it was. I think it was.
Didn't feel like it.
Nefony.
Nefony, that's right.
Yeah,
it was Nefony.
Yeah. Story waiting in the back lines. Magnez to crack open Mutiris and give a lot of space to BB Team in middle.
Bro, what's happening?
Yeah, Saw have collapsed.
What is happening in this game?
Saw did not want to play a game.
All right, there you go. There you go, young man. Settle down that B bomb site. Nafany trying to gain a lot of space. He's thinking maybe this defender has rotated away with the kills going elsewhere in middle and over towards a ramp. But nice little check to make sure that doesn't happen because BB Team has found those seams and those gaps in the defense to slide into throughout this half. But such a desperate scenario. If you're Saw, you kind of have to group up as we see Agile moving over to the A bomb site, but we equally see on the mini-map that BB Team is coming to the B bomb site that's been vacated. So here we go. Should be a 12th round for BB Team. Agile has got to come and provide some kind of resistance. They're going to give it a shot.
Siren's on the mid lurk, though. He's going to go aggressive on that front. Roman and Agile actually taking a couple of kills back here for Saw. Numbers even out. Bomb not planted, but in an instant, those final 2 kills come in.
They have all the answers, my man. This is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. 9 rounds in a row for BB Team. They have not dropped a round in the second half. Saw's defense is nowhere to be found.
Well, they'll throw everything they've got into this, so 2 M4s, FAMAS, 2 MP9s. BB Team looking to complete the flawless T side and a comeback from 9-3 down to take Vertigo away from their opponents. This is Saw's map pick. Good start here from Agile.
Yeah, here we go. Little bit of resistance.
Yeah, they've struggled to get a lot of opening kills, haven't they, for Saw? It's mainly been BB Team coming out on top of those, but a chance to convert a 4v5. Chiron, that is kind of ridiculous.
Well,
Roman's gone down to, rather, Nathani's gone down to Agile. Ujerk's going aggressive, and Chiron's just trading, trying to keep his team in this fight. It's within touching distance of the 2 versus 3.
Yeah, Agile's done good work with this double kill. But it still feels like BB Team's been able to find all the solutions, so why not again? Good shot from Siren as he slides into the fight through the Molotov. Awkward situation. Story's kind of pinned down into the corner. Mutiris up at the headshot angle against AK-47s. That's not a fun fight for the MP9.
Yeah, Chiron is just hitting hard. He's looking sharp right now. And they're going to walk through this smoke. Story's gone. Shirley's gone. He's holding for that second player, and he can't stop Siren. A flawless comeback from BB Team on the T side. From being 9-3 down, they pull it back all the way. And on this day of do or die, Saw have lost their map pick.
Yes, well, as Jason says to me in the green room, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And BB Team, they're looking pretty good there on the back 9 of Vertigo.
Hook, line, and sinker. Nafany floating Vertigo, their usual ban. Saw going into it instead of going with their tried and tested nuke pick, and it works out fantastically in BB's favor. A defense on the CT side from Saw where I honestly don't know if they traded deaths more than 3 times that entire half. That was honestly one of the most disjointed times I have ever watched Saw play in the last 6 months.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like a tale of 2 T-sides, right? I mean, let's be honest, neither team looked impressive defensively. Even BB, the ultimate winners of this game, defensively had a lot of rounds where they had advantages. It looked like they should be able to make the half closer. They failed on a lot of those attempts, and so they had to fight an uphill battle in the second half to try to keep it competitive, but they very quickly struck, right? They went pistol, and they didn't drop a single round the entire half, and it really is that some of their kind of young guns, their more aggressive riflers, particularly Magnajez, who we've been really kind of keeping an eye on as an up-and-comer, were delivering on entries on all fronts at any given point in time. It just seemed like they won every 50-50 aim duel they took, and we're always a step ahead of every round pretty much.
I mean, another thing to consider, Maui, looks like Nafany called a pretty good game.
Hey, I do want to say that even when he was playing with Cloud9, with Gambit, as they were coming up, Vertigo was actually always one of the maps that they were good at. It was a map where he felt a lot of comfort as an individual towards that A-ramp space, and along with Chiron, they were able to find quite a bit of footing on that T side, and the pressure was just too much for Saw. They crumbled under it, and, you know, another guy that we've kept our eye on didn't really look that bad on the end of game score sheet. Agile, though, towards B, he looked incredibly uncomfortable. Like, he was spamming smokes lackadaisically, wasn't ready for the pop kind of plays that would be sending themselves towards him at B. This was a moment for him where, unfortunately, the difference could easily be felt between him and Erasdos, who would probably have locked down that bomb site, finding multi-frags much more consistently.
Yeah, and on that note, Dust, I guess the narrative about the decision to bring Agile in ahead of the Major rather than play out the season with the original lineup, it's one of those takes where it looks a bit reactive, you know, when you're coming in, but here we are now, Major life on the line, and it's aging incredibly well unless they're able to turn this around.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of seen him on both ends of the spectrum You know, it's either he's having a hell of a game and he's helping carry his team to victory, or he's completely absent. There hasn't really been a middle ground, and I do think that part of it's probably just limited practice, maybe limited comfort on the maps that they're playing. You know, vertigo has never really been like a mainstay for them anyhow, so yeah, it's really tough. It's tough to read on that one.
Anything, Todd?
I mean, just on the vertigo point again, I just still feel like this is something we said in the veto, and it just reared its ugly head there. It's just like, I don't love the idea in games of this much importance for any team to go with what they think is a strong punish pick, but then moves away from your own initial game plan, because Saw probably started today thinking that they were going to be playing nuke against BB Team. So that's where I'm still kind of shocked that because I think Muterus is supposed to be a veteran presence. He probably has watched enough Counter-Strike and played enough in his time to know that you should just go with your comfort in these moments, not go with the opponent's weakness.
Yeah, I also understand you've got a round for us to take a look at. You observed something.
Oh yeah, we can jump into this one.
Yeah.
This was a round where it started very well for Saw. Look at this, it's a 4 versus 2, and this is what I mean by the lack of trading. Everybody's just standing one by one. Everybody's going for these wide swing peaks by themselves. Roman's then going for a little bit of info gathering on his lonesome, and this is kind of the story of Saw in that half. I mean, this was the disaster class round. Really epitomized with a 4v2 and then losing it one by one by one by one, but many such rounds were like this for Saw. Sad.
Very sad. We turn our attentions then to Ancient, as you can see behind us. Dust, is there a way that Saw can get back into this?
Absolutely. I mean, the thing is, when you look at Ancient for both these squads, neither team has really been that comfortable on LAN. It's been very hit or miss, but both teams very comfortable in the online environment, so they do have a lot of reps. And the last time these two teams met, Saul did win that game 13-11, and it was kind of like this game, where both teams really struggled defensively, but Saul was able to make a huge comeback with 9 rounds on the T side in the second half to win in regulation. So for Saul to be able to win this, they like to play a very aggressive playstyle in Ancient. They don't play default like many teams do. They like to just either gather mid or gather and hit. So guess what? Agiles has to step it up, right? Because he's usually going to be that trade fragger next to EU Jerks that is going to need to be able to perform in order to keep Saw in this series. Meanwhile, on the other hand, BB Team just has a nice, well-balanced playstyle in Ancient, you know, and they have great, strong role players in every slot, and they very well could 2-0 this series just based on the eye test.
But the one thing, Dust, if I'm not mistaken, the last time they played each other was when they probably had Arizdoce,
100%,
right?
yes.
So that's the thing.
Why I was saying, like, Agile is going to have to be able to fill the shoes of Arizdoce, because what made Saul successful was that 1-2 punch of him and EU Jerks being able to get entries with that aggressive playstyle. So Agile, it's now or never, man. Either you do step up, you fill those shoes, and you help trade frag, or you're going home.
Yeah, he's going to have to earn it if he's going to get stickers in this game.
All right, well, we will find out. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be into the action of Salt and BB Team on Ancient. Make sure you join us.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Thank you for being with us wherever you are in the world here for the Perfect World Shanghai Major EU RMR. It's the final day of Group A, and right now, they have disappeared. We're starting to see their faces on milk bottles, Jason. They've gone missing. Hopefully, we can find them on map 2.
Yeah, that got really dark, but yeah, they
in the jungle.
Yeah, I said at the start of this, I don't know what to expect. I certainly didn't expect that. I mean, a brilliant first half from Saw going up 9-3, and then just absent, just nothingness.
Yeah, literally nothingness. It was a 9-3 scoreline, beautiful start, just fell away. So you've got to mentally reset coming into the second map. But this is BB Team's map pick.
Yeah, of Ancient as well. So we'll be moving over there. And I think one thing that we kind of, I don't know, we sort of saw it on Vertigo a little bit, although to be fair to him, everyone kind of had success everywhere. But we saw Navi on Ancient yesterday really abusing the rookie player of Agile over anchoring that A bomb site on the Saw CT side. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that again at a BB Team, especially if they watched the VOD review from yesterday. Maybe if you watch that back and you're just like, let's just copy paste everything that Navi did.
Yeah, maybe. A little bit hard to replicate exactly what Navi did. I think every team in the world was doing that for a while this year.
They don't really have a bit, do they?
No.
On the BB Team side of
things. Or a JL, or a Lexi B, or a Blade. Or a coach in general, actually.
But yeah, I don't know. Like he got abused a little bit at the B-bomb site on Vertigo as well. He held his own a couple of times, but you could see he was targeted a little. So I think more than anything, it's just like, do you have the ability to mentally reset? Like we know Saw can do it if the game is close, but you just got wiped out in the second half. You had no fight on your own CT side, which is crazy to see. 9-3 first half. And then you lose 10 rounds in a row in the second half. It's absolutely mental how that all worked out. So BB Team's going to start on the T side.
And they're going fast up the B ramp.
B-rush.
Chiron at the front of the attack. He was really sharp at the end of the T side. Here goes Story into the swing. And nearly a triple with the Joel Berettas, but taken down by Chiron, who has got a second kill in this pistol round. 3v2 in the post plant for BB Team. Oh, a little bit of team damage in the mix of all this chaos, but Mutiris somehow got away with a headshot. And he's got a 1v2 ahead of him as he comes back in. All BB Team need to do is just drop back and be able to hold into this post plan and not give Mutiris a chance. He's low in HP. And Mutiris comes out from long, a little bit closer now to Chiron. But it's Siren inside of the caves. That's the insurance policy and not even required as Chiron hits 3.
And Story dropped out of the server. I believe he had the dualies inside the bomb site on that initial play. It took him actually a very long time to address the dualie situation at the bomb site. Mollied him out of position. Nobody was really watching, and he got a double kill. And I mean, he got a chance to empty the mag before anyone even really turned to him. But still a pistol round victory for BB Team. So they've now won 11 straight rounds. 11 straight rounds on the T side, going back to the first map. And a little tech delay.
Yeah, we can just look at the monitor down the far end of the room. See Counter-Strike opening up. Should be in the server in just a minute. A little game restart. It's nice getting this view of all of the monitors. We can see all of them, Jason.
Yeah, you see they're like 540 hertz monitors or something?
Is that what they are?
I think Dexter tweeted about that.
Damn. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. It was funny, though. I mean, he tweeted about it in almost like a negative manner, where he's like, you know, we've been using 360 hertz all year. Now we have 540.
Have you given us
why
hertz?
Why have you given us something better? In theory, better. But obviously, I mean, I'm mostly making a joke. I got nothing against Dexter, but obviously, he's just thinking about it from a consistency point of view as a pro player. So just drop those hertzes down. Those hertzes.
Yeah, Fallen had some takes on the whole thing as well.
I liked his takes on the monitor situation. I really appreciated that, actually. Truly.
The mindset of a businessman.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, couple of restarts going down there. Not working out, it would seem.
Hello.
Headsets off. Hello, I can't do this myself. Please come and help.
Hello.
Hustle harder.
That's a great shirt.
Yeah. He's on his winter arc.
What's that red thing in his hair?
Probably a headset or something.
Oh, yeah. Good point.
Yeah. I'd imagine that's what that is. You got any side hustles, Jason? Have you been grinding this season?
Yeah, I've got a podcast. That's my side hustle.
Yeah. Would you feel like the work that you do is equal to the rest of your two compatriots on the podcast?
I think we all bring value in our own ways, Dinko. You can't break us apart like that. You can't throw that grenade into the group. We all bring our own positives and negatives to the project.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Anyway, It's just
Nice try.
yeah.
I see you trying to get a position within the podcast.
You know, I'll start editing it with you, Jason, if you need. Rush keeps turning down the spot.
He does. We've offered him millions, and he keeps saying no. I don't know why.
Well, so USP's out on 4. And a nice little P2000. So not exactly anything to be excited about. BB Team should be taking a 2-0 lead here. They haven't lost a team round yet.
Farm. Ooh, timing. He's back. There's the first. He's got many more. Second. Ooh, that's all he can get. So MAC-10 going to attempt it to be recovered, but it will not be. Good kills, and we're still rolling really nicely for BB Team.
Yeah, they just don't lose T rounds.
12 in a row.
No matter what Maui says, Nafny hasn't lost a T round today.
I like that. Just keep taking shots at him throughout this half. He's listening in the green room, but he can't do anything about it. So yeah, all my homies hate Maui.
I'm sorry, Maui. You took the ultimate shot.
I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. I love you.
Well, this is quite a toxic relationship here, Jason.
I know.
Mixed signals.
I'm just very.
You're gonna confuse him.
I'm just very tired. Very, very tired. Smokes are coming out. Deep utility. Fast pace towards the B bomb site again. Extinguish the volley. No, not quite. But Roman going to be burned out into the open. He's blinded himself.
Oh!
He's blinded himself. Let's make it 13 in a row.
God, it's so disastrous result. I love that call though. I just love how much of a rush that was. They just ran through the molly. They didn't give.
Go on. Finish that sentence.
They didn't give a care in the world,
There
Jason.
we go. Yeah.
It's family show at this time of day. The only people that are awake are people with young children.
I think this is the time of the day where it doesn't have to be a family show. I don't think we've hit like prime broadcasting.
I don't really know what time it is, to be honest.
I don't even know what day it is.
Where are we?
Mutiris going to have to save this M4. I mean, you had to have expected something of this sort to come out if you're Saw's defense, knowing there were still Galils, knowing there were still MAC-10s in play. Like, you had to, in the back of your mind, say, this is one of those rounds that feels like it'd be perfect for a B hit. A very fast-paced one. And it was indeed.
I just love the speed behind it. Like, look at this. They blind themselves in the bomb site. Nafny gets the opening on the MAC-10. Siren gets the second. Job done. Lock it in.
Oh, that's a sad reaction.
Oh, back of the head. Illegal shot.
Oh, that's a face of a man who knows his team is not playing well.
I think that's a bit of an understatement. I'm actually just intrigued. How many rounds do we go before BB Team actually lose the T round? It's getting a little ridiculous now.
15.
All right, so it'll be 5-0.
So this is 14. They'll win the next gun round, and then Saw's going to win with like MP9s.
Okay. Nice little prediction you got there. Great start here for BB Team though. Siren again, straight through the smoke. They've got a 5v4. Dangerous game Story's playing.
Nice nade.
Get your bullets back in that. Magnajaz, yeah, fantastic grenade.
Good catch. Nice hands-on Story. Got to appreciate it.
Care to comment on the banana again, Jason?
No, I've covered the banana, I think, in detail.
Yeah. Probably for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I think we're all good on that front. Banana
it could be rather difficult here to clear out Roman, but Magnajaz is just going to just walk in, and he's the sacrifice that Nafny should have been able to capitalize on, but Roman's actually going to drop down, pick up a Galil, and really needed to win that if there was any hope at pulling the round back. But there's not. It's a 4-0 lead for BB Team. Fantastic start. And you said they're going to have a good chance of winning this gun round. Let's see how it goes down, because they finally got the AWP out for Story.
This is where Nafny's just like, screw it, let's hit A. Fast. Let's go. Bury him.
Yeah, it would be good to test Agile early on, right? This is something we did highlight before this game started, the fact that he was kind of abused by Na'Vi. That sounds pretty bad, but it was true.
All right, well, we don't get that fast play towards the A bomb site. 4 players headed towards B to take control of lane. It's going to be Chiron lurking in middle, Molotov to prevent the jump up. A little bit of utility chucked out to apply some pressure. Mutiris going to be aggressive. First kill is there. Trade is not for BB Team.
Oh, Ujark's let up the leash. Sent down to the bottom of the ramp, and here's Nafny. This is going to be an easy kill. As Nafny looked like he was reloading that M4 as he took a couple of steps back. They've lost the B lane here.
Nafny dropped his M4 and had to go back to pick it up, and still trades coming out. So 3-on-2, and Story inside the bomb site gets nothing done. Instantaneous. 1v2 for Chiron, but he was sharp on Vertigo.
With a chance for Saw to win their first CT round of the series. Right now, Chiron in a 1v2, and he's going to walk into the cave. And, oh my god, for a second there, he misses the shots from Roman. You think there's a chance of the spin back?
I feel like my prediction was on point. I want to blame that on Nafny.
Yeah.
For dropping his weapon.
Yeah, okay. Nafny getting blamed for everything these days. But a 4-1 lead. It finally saw win a CT round in the series, but it's still a lot of money here for BB Team.
Yeah.
So they're just going to buy AKs. Eventually, you'd imagine they're going to see some of this A play.
Yeah, I mean, on some level, I'm really surprised we didn't see it in that round. I mentioned I thought they would kind of head there early. They've conditioned this B bomb site really well in the first 4 rounds of the half.
Chiron, out through elbow.
I mean, it feels like that confidence that got built up on Vertigo is still there. Like, look at the way they're just challenging every smoke.
Miss shot from Story. Oh my god, how is he not taking that kill?
I don't know.
I think it was more difficult to not get the kill, to be honest.
He really had to work hard to miss all those shots.
Yeah, he did. He was 2 HP, he's gonna land 1 USB shot, buddy.
What an insane concept that is.
Yeah, he's just like doing a drawn-in outline. Oh, well, even by accident, he should have killed Magnajaz.
Oh man, this series feels over. And I hate saying that when we're only going into round number 7 of the second map, but I mean, BB Team's just running around deathmatching and fragging. I'm not even sure if Nafny's calling anything these days. It might just be like, all right, guys, spread out the default again, and then Chiron's like, you know, I want to step through the smoke. And Magnajaz is like, yeah, I'll come with you, man.
Nafny gets no props ever. T-side's dominant, never give the...
I gave him props.
He's not even calling.
I gave him props in the last one.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, I mean, look, he gets props, he's calling it, but obviously, like, I think when you have this level of confidence and this much victory and this much, like, this kind of a run on your T side, I think individually players are just making their own decision and making them really confidently at this point. Like, Nafny can't say, like, let's do a default and, hey, step through that smoke, Chiron. Magni is, like, you know, like, that's...
I love how they're just fighting the AWP. Like, they find where the AWP is and they just swing it. They want to fight it.
They did it twice now. Over this one at mid as the smoke faded, and previously at the B bomb site, they just deleted Story from the default plant spot. Crazy to watch how dominant BB Team has been on their T side so far. 15-1 on their offensive sides in this series, and they got plenty more to add on to that.
Great start for the side of Seoul, though. Roman with a great shot on Nafny. Magnajaz waiting for an Utrecht swing. But Utrecht is patient, disciplined, because he knows he has his teammate moving around the backside in Roman, who's starting to flank out the A side of the map. And actually, if he comes around the back of elbow, he might get the perfect timing to get into the donut. But it looks like BB Team have moved forward at just the right time, but they go into a double stack. Will be cleared for the second player. Agile, one and done.
Oh,
and here comes the flank around the back of the donut. Utrecht has moved into position. Roman's flank is there as well. Zorte able to stop Roman from getting anything done.
Yeah, surprise as well with the bomb, but obviously they didn't really want to progress forward into the bomb site. So Utrecht's going to be close up. Siren going to clear left towards the stairs, spots it out, pre-fires around the corner. And Story has a deagle. Siren is going to hear the footsteps. He'll be in position to cut him off. He can let him pass all the way and just backstab. Ooh, Story fakes it. It. Good kill. Great kill. But Zorte has a huge advantage.
He's going to commit to the plant, and Story making no secret about how close he is, and actually canceled the plant. Committed to it now. And down into this 1v1. Zorte with the AK-47, and there's that confidence. He actually managed to get across in towards the cave, and so Story is hunting him, tracking him, and Zorte gets back to the angle just in time and melts him with the AK-47.
Oh, this is getting out of control. This is getting way too much.
Yeah, and even if you call for a timeout, right, you don't have that coach to just have that conversation with, right? You can't call the timeouts on all of the 5 players just to figure this out, and right now, it is a mess. 13-9 looks kind of close. Then you realize it was a 9-3 scoreline favor of Saw and Vertigo, if you're just tuning in, so...
Yeah,
it's been dominant since the second half of Vertigo onwards.
Yeah, Saw's really only played 1 half of Counter-Strike so far.
Oh, look at this commitment. Finally, we're getting that A play.
Yep, it's coming in at the perfect moment. Nobody's even here. Agile getting back, but they're already out because BB Team doesn't care. Hey, look, this one's an apathy call. Credit to him. A-Rush. Nobody be afraid, and nobody is afraid.
Bomb plant going down. 7-1. Being teed up.
Well, look,
being teed up.
We see these retakes frequently come in. There's one flashbang. Utility's going to start being put out now. Plenty of smokes and a Molotov for Saw. So there's a chance in this retake.
1 for 1.
No kits, though. Oh, excuse me, there's 1 kit on Agile.
Well, he's stuck at CT for the time being, but here comes Saw back into the site. Really strong post plan set up here for BB Team. A couple of players on the boost and out main, but the kills are coming back in for Saw, and you're right, Jason, to give them a chance because they've got it down to a 1v1. Magnajez gets around the corner, though. He's buying time. Roman's going to get to the defuse. A last-ditch effort. Close on the time, and there's no time for it. So he sticks it all the way, and the kill come in right at the end as well. Magnajez got Roman off of it regardless, and a 7-1 scoreline rings out for BB Team as they continue to build what is a beautiful T-side showing.
We're just, it's like a rush simulator.
I really enjoy it. I think it's entertaining.
It is, yeah.
Not for Saw, though, of course.
No,
but,
not for Saw in any way. I don't even know what you say during this timeout. Like, this is... Even the most experienced IGL honestly, at this point is going to be like, I have nothing for this scenario.
I was just looking around every player. I didn't see a whole lot of lip movement. So maybe it's just a moment to breathe. They're like exhausted, just trying to hold on.
You might need more than breathing. You might need prayers at this point. I think I saw Roman speaking up a little bit, but I don't know. I don't know what you're supposed to say either. Now, because like now, not only are you getting beat in the fights, like in the fast B plays and the mid plays that BB Team was making, but also they've just rushed and tactically outplayed you at the A bomb site to such an incredible degree.
Yeah.
You're feeling like every facet of the game, BB Team is a step or two ahead.
Zorte walking around the corner. Story with a 5-7 blasts away Zorte's head. Now Agile is starting to move forward too. Looking to combine for what will be an aggressive A stance, but with Agile going down, Story has to fight on 2 fronts. I mean, he's done a pretty decent job of this, to be honest. Story's killing everybody. Way more than expected.
Yeah, that's actually really well done, but still a 2-on-2, and the whole map is wide open, and obviously you got the AK-47 on Chiron as well. Him and Magniez are going to have to join up. Low HP with that MAC-10 in middle. That is the best chance Saw's had.
But it still seems a long way off now that BB Team have managed to slip away.
Well, keep some spacing with Magniez and bait him, right? Because you don't realize at this point that both players, you can kind of, I imagine you'd assume that they're going to go try and recover those weapons in A main.
Mm-hmm. Which is exactly what they're doing. MP9 for Roman. Udrix is given an AK.
And with how long BB Team is taking to get into this B bomb site, there's a chance now for Saw to actually go for this retake, this 2-on-2. They have time for it. They're going to be over close enough even without kits. Udrix is going back just to respect that A bomb site, but look at how much time is being burned off the clock before this plant comes in. And now the flank from Roman.
Still a long way off for Udrix, but he's now arriving towards CT spawn. Roman's starting to make his move.
There's so many gaps in this, though. I mean, this smoke is being covered, right? But no one has eyes on ramp.
Also, BB Team Oh, never mind. Magnajez going down. Chiron's left alone inside of the cave. He's been real solid on the T side. 10 and 4. Tap on the defuse, but it's about the time. It's about the limited time. And Chiron keeps them pinned just long enough. So there's not enough time for the defuse for Saw. Lack of kit will cost them again. At least they'll try and get away with an AK-47 here. And it's an 8-1 scoreline that just looks so damn impossible to pull back if you're Saw. You felt like they needed to win a round like that. They needed a round where Story is the hero. They win on some weaker weapons and they bring some life to the CT side. But coming close isn't enough at this point of the game.
Story did everything he possibly could. Credit to him. This elimination for Saw is going to hurt more than if these maps were close, like grinded out affairs, right? You're just going to be so depressed, a complete capitulation on this second map.
And it's a team that you've beaten recently, right? And a team that you definitely feel was a beatable squad at this point in the tournament. But I give this kind of performance as your last effort at the RMR.
And you remember, you had some really big moments in this year as well if you're Saw. You qualified for your first major over at Copenhagen.
Playoffs at Cologne.
Playoffs at Cologne, the semifinals, you got deep. Everything was positive, everything was on the rise, and your end note, your capstone of the year is this.
Well, at least, you know, you will feel bad about it, but at least you understand the reasons why. Yeah, some of them were pretty unfortunate. With Aras leaving the roster, now having Barry here. This was always a risk when they made those decisions. Good shot from Story, goes out again. He's had great starts in back-to-back rounds and some life and so on this. They shouldn't let this one go.
Nailed that one, Dico.
Yeah, shouldn't let this one go. I'm just like getting comfortable, ruining my own expectations. It can't happen, Jason. They're not going to let this one.
Sure. Well, bomb's down in mid, so 35 seconds, even if you get some kills on the extremities. Money's also finally in a crap place for BB Team, so I think we're just going to see kind of a save.
Yeah, time's the issue as well. It's not like you can maneuver slowly around the map and try and recover that bomb back, so.
All right, Saw, get to 4, and then we can have a conversation. Because both teams' CT sides were atrocious on Vertigo. Saw's has continued being atrocious here on Ancient. Maybe BB Teams is going to be bad again as well.
Some logic there for sure. But yeah, got to get that 4th round win.
I wonder what Nafi decides to do here, though. Like, do you continue with this, like, kind of like more puggy style of like overconfidence, swing and take every fight, or do you drop down and do more tactical? That round felt like it was going to be more tactical, and you got beat. So do you switch back? Do you try again?
Well, we're about to find out.
What would you do, Dinko?
Go fast.
Yeah.
That's kind of my mantra.
Okay.
In and out, Jason. Materis climbs up on towards heaven. 1-for-1. And it's a brawl that Nafny gets involved in. Some speed thrown into this round, and Nafny taking matters into his own hands. A 2v2 on players, and Nafny is the man fragging right now for BB Team.
Yeah, both teams decided to just kind of rush into things. All right, a little bit of utility thrown towards the A bomb site. They want Story to hear that Molotov, so he feels like it's going to be an A hit. Look at this flank, though. U-Jerks can ruin everything because this slow-paced round. Zorte's looking for the push, but it's the wrong location. And he's got the bomb. Oh, just steps out of glimpse. But if U-Jerks, yeah, he's going to come towards middle. This should be over. This should be all Saw.
Oh, we went back. Oh, U-Jerks went back. And Story's looking the wrong way. They think they're an A already. Okay, this could get a little messy now as Zorte takes up the angle. The angle's still strong, though, from Story, especially if an AWP clears it first. But here comes the rifle. No! Okay, he's got the deagle out. He still can recover this. Unfortunately, Zorte did have the AWP. So Story, oh, he grabbed himself the double on the deag, but he nearly fluffed that one.
Oh, yeah, that would have been too much. That would have been way too much. If he just turned and got back.
So why has he missed that shot, dude? Oh.
Nothing's easy right now for Saw.
I think they just would have quit in the console after that.
Might have, yeah.
GG, go next.
So a timeout. First one for BB Team finally encountering some issues, finally running out of money. No cause for panic just yet with 8 rounds on your T side. I have to think this is going to go back to being fast. This might be another one of those rounds where you tell your anchors, be prepared. Might not want to start with Agile going middle to open up and rotating back to A on a timing. Might just want to send him to the A bomb site right out of the gate. 3 Tech 9s, a Galil and an AK-47, 3 smokes and 2 flashes. It has to be fast. You don't have the resources to be tactical. There's the red room smoke. Donut smoke out mid quick.
Yeah, real quick on this. Meteorus. He's gonna not be alone though. He's got Agile with him inside of the donut, so they chased after Meteorus thinking that it had an opportunity to open up.
And they're not being quiet in A main either. Meteorus, if his attention gets pulled, it will not. Chiron kind of had to wait for a kill to come out, but that's a good find. Agile reloading as Nathany slides into the bomb site. All things considered, Saw's handling this well. They've stabilized right at the end of the half, but it feels like it's too little too late. The last 3 rounds in their favor to get 4.
Although you did raise a great point. It's not like Team BB had a great CT hold, right? They didn't have a fantastic defense over on Vertigo. So we'll have to wait and see what they look like here on the CT side of Ancient, but 8 rounds, certainly giving themselves a lot of wiggle room. And even in those 4 rounds that Saul picked up, it didn't feel comfortable, you know? That previous Elvis story missing the AWP shots.
Yeah, it's clear they're not sharp on an individual level. Yeah. And while, you know, BB team spent most of the half just banging out headshots, they cooled off towards the end of things. But you have to feel like still supremely confident considering how the second half of Vertigo went, how the first half of Ancient has gone. Let's see what the CT side has in store. Hopefully they can recover. And look, even on Vertigo, their CT side was a lot better than it might seem. They lost 2 5-on-3s, which just can't happen.
BB team now switched to the defense. They've got Jewel Berettas on Siren and Chiron. And look at this heavy commitment for Saw out mid. Just charging all through red. Chiron's ready to go, and you would have expected at least one there from Chiron. Swordshead, the only player getting the job done here for BB team, and it's not going to work out for them at all. Saw with a sucker punch straight into us, the red room. They can go to B now. They've cleared everything out, and Magnajez is not going to be able to compete.
Nothing fancy about that. No one able to put a stop to it. Magnajez turning the corner. Everyone's waiting for him. Good shooting. All right, Saw.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, 4 in a row now for them. So getting into the swing of things, going to start closing the gap. BB team, you have to imagine, just full save. Go for the strong buy in the next round. You have this lead. Wait so you can get some weapons with utility, some stopping power.
Yeah, a couple of flashes picked up here. Well, just the one, actually, was sold back by Zorte. Magnajez picking up the flashbang. So just try and flash these USPs in, see how much damage you can get done with it. But we're expecting an 8-6 scoreline. BB team will still keep the lead, but Saw very much on their way back into this game. Quite a lot of players towards A main at the moment. For Saw, the main pack of the attack. USP
this could be really cool.
For BB team, you mean, yeah?
Yeah.
Like the USP stack?
But only if it's a commitment, and it doesn't look like Saw's convinced that they want to end here. Good opening kill. Flashbang has been used, so the potential for coolness is kind of slipped away.
At least one kill on the USP.
Yeah, but now you
see a lot of players there, so you don't want to commit into it.
Yeah, you spot numbers, and now you have Mutirus investigating in middle. You have Roman inside the B bomb site. Okay, and good job from Agile to close things out. 6-8, we're within 2.
M4's purchased for everyone on BB team. So here comes their buy. Lose this. You're down to around a $3,500 average. That Saw should be tying up the game if they win this round. Just by virtue of anticipating a weaker buy and then follow up. Chiron going aggressive down into mid. Meteorus started the elbow smoke, and look at this from Roman. He's not ready for this at all.
Damn.
A double dunk from Siren, but the kills have come back from Ujurks in the blink of an eye.
Yep, one player defending that B bomb site. It's Nafany still. He's got a smoke to delay things, but complete B lane control for Saw. They recover despite the good utility usage.
So much time here for Saw. They don't have to rush into anything. They can consider all of their options. They have a smoke, flash, HE grenade to close out this round.
I'm surprised that it was Chiron to rotate. I thought maybe he'd slide into Donut so he can watch mid and the A bomb site, while Zorte was the one who slid over to shore up the B defense. 46 seconds on the clock. And Zorte just keeping track of anyone descending.
Oh, Zorte's actually moved away, so he's not doing that any longer.
That smoke really intimidated them. Despite the fact that two players are here, he's bit on this fake really, really hard. There's no kits either, so if they don't realize what's happening, they've lost it. Saw, you've gotten yourself in a perfect position. Good calling, good mid-round rotation, good mobility across the map. It'll be 7-8, and Nafany, Zorte, and Chiron will save the M4s.
Yeah, they've got 2,900 loss bonus, right? So they can get a buy in the next round if they save these 3 weapons, but they gotta save the 3 weapons. That feels like the high percentage play. So.
Yeah, they will. Don't worry.
Yeah, all good.
I'm not sure why they're kind of shifting over. Maybe want to go for some exit kills, but at this point, the priority has got to be keeping the weapons in your hand, because you're exactly right. You lose one of these, that force up in the next round gets a lot weaker. BB team still have 2 timeouts to work with in this half. They used one in the first towards the end when they started losing control and letting it slip away after they changed the pace to a more slower tactical style. And still, we haven't seen them answer that question of what's your CT side going to look like?
Not yet.
Still looking like it could be rough. A good opening, but ripped right back out of their hands by Ujurks.
Great mental strength, really, from Saw to stay in this game after what looked like it was going to be just a very similar story to Vertigo, where they get banged out, their CT side's not going to be good enough. But they find some answers towards the end of the half. And a strong start on the T side has put them in a position where they should be tying this game up. And I'm intrigued to see what's happened here for BB team. They could have had a couple of drops, right? You could have got these 5.7s on better weapons, but they're deciding to keep just the 3 rifles. And it doesn't look great for their chances to win this round, because they stacked out the B bomb site and Saw going to the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, but it's not the worst thing in the world if Chiron doesn't have anything in him here to like get a kill or 2. Like you can just save this round as well. I don't mind BB team going a little bit more of a conservative approach. Maybe they send the 5.7s in, see if they can create like some kind of a staging ground, which kind of they do. But that might lure everyone forward. I think at this point, you've lost that ability. You don't have a kit either. And I don't mind this kind of a decision. You can get the AWP in the next round, buy up some nades. You're going to keep these weapons in your hands, so maximizing the number of rounds you have to play with full buys.
So a lot of work had to be done, but Saw have tied up the scoreline, and BB team taking a tactical timeout. BB team is coach Railway, having a conversation with them.
Both teams, I mean, I don't think necessarily doing anything like crazy wrong on their CT sides. I think it's just like some of the opening engagements, CT sides really struggling to win. And it's been like kind of pretty aggressive start on the T side for SAW with the big pack mentality. We obviously saw BB Team just running around the map headshotting. And the kills are just coming so fast, it's hard for CT sides to maneuver and rotate to close the gaps that are being created. Not a very tactical game so far.
Mutiris moves in the middle, smokes are up. He pushes up towards the red room. Already the T's into the B-bomb site though, overwhelming the defense. It's Nafany with the first kill of the round, but a lot of space given on over, but that bomb goes down, Siren swings into the open, and it could be a massacre here against SAW as they're committed into the site. They've lost their prized possession in the bomb, so this is the only play they have left. Mutiris coming through red.
It's kind of being watched. Chiron has it on a timing, but when the smoke clears, he's still watching it coming through the smoke. There it is. Good job from Chiron. No pressure at the B bomb site itself. He had all the freedom in the world to turn his gaze. And it should be a 9th round early in this half for BB Team. 4 players still up. The conservative economic decisions pan out for BB Team. Story and Agile have to save.
Just the amount of space they got to B and how convincingly it went in favor of BB Team is a little confusing, but...
Well, they got space, right? But Nafany was playing over in Cave.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's just like a tough off angle to deal with as you're clearing every corner moving in. And it was clear they wanted to try and take some attention away from middle to allow that Mutiris flank. But I think the fact that, you know, Nafany gets that first kill, the second kill comes out on the bomb planter, Agile's low on HP. They had no more utility. They didn't literally have anything to apply pressure late in that hit to activate Mutiris. You had nothing to take the gaze away from the defenders playing around Cube, just watching that smoke. Chiron just kind of read what the next play was going to be.
Well, somehow, if SAW pull off this ancient victory, we've got Dust 2 up as that 3rd and final map. All right, this looks like a big commitment towards B for SAW. No one going elsewhere. Util being set up. Again, they're running into the B-bomb site. This time it's Mutiris leading that charge. The Siren, oh, it's a rude awakening.
That Molotov on B-ramp went way, way too deep. They were already past it, and oh, slowed down, but still gets the kill. Magnayez, he's giving him an advantage. It's a 4-on-3, but U-Jerk's close up. Can't handle the fight. Meanwhile, Agile doing some work inside the bomb site. Bomb still not planted, and it looks like SAW might want to back away from the fight. Back away and readdress on the map, and this is a round they have to go for with a minute and 15 seconds remaining.
Well, obviously in the last round, they sent some weakness towards the B side. Somehow we got a lot of space in the bomb side, just couldn't work it in their favor. Again, in a similar scenario, they push up, they find that opening on the B site, but BB Team quick to plug the gap. And this is going to force SAW to think about a different option. And oh, I like that from Story. Sticks around while his teammate flees the scene, and he goes over towards the A side with a bomb in his back, and Story applies pressure. But he's got to realize that kill and how silent it's gone is going to separate this defense and make it weaker.
All right, Zorte, how long do you hold this angle? There it is. That's the bomb as well. Horrifying prospect for Story to try and win. Hoping to bait out the shot, doing everything he can. Zorte stands tall, not calling the bluff. And wrecking him at the end of the day, 10-8. Still money though for SAW on 2 players. It might be time for a timeout to talk this one over. If you fully invest here and lose, it's done. It's toast.
That's 2 rounds where they went heavy into the B bomb site, and 2 rounds where they don't get it down, right? They don't get the bomb planted. And that's a tough scenario to have to deal with. He's not getting that extra money on top, first and foremost, but you're not also in a position to ever compete for the round win, despite getting a lot of important space early into these rounds.
Final timeout for SAW, potentially of their entire run at the RMR.
Elimination on the line for SAW if they concede this map. And we're getting to the tail end of this series because BB Team They've won 2 of the most crucial rounds back-to-back here.
You know what kind of sucks is on some level I almost feel if you're Saw, you have to kind of save here. Like Agile and Story could drop some pistols over to teammates. They're gonna go for it. They're gonna buy up. All right, buckle in. This is essentially tournament life coming down to this round for Saw. And Zorte's AWP is positioned at the A site, peeking deep into A main, exactly where Saw is headed. You have Chiron here at Donut for support. You'll have Magnoyez on a fast rotate. It's all under this.
Zorte doesn't miss these, Jason.
It's this first shot and Molotov drop. Don't jinx him.
He doesn't miss these. Got enough confidence in him. Nope. Well, they baited the shot out of him. He's going to drop back into the donut, and he's looking for the follow-up. Zorte eventually will get his opportunity, but unable to take any of those small chances, and they move into the site. They got some space to play with. The Opera maintains his life, and Magnajez coming in. Zorte finally chimes in with that sniper, and it is starting to look rough now for Saw.
That's actually a sick kill from Zorte. He stepped into the Molotov to stop that plant as well. Delays things, kind of takes time. Good spam from Nafany. He got one through the boards over in Cave in the last round. It's all on Agile and Story to keep Saw in contention.
Story's watching the donut. 2 through donut, 2 through CT. Agile, though, off the back of the site, does everything he can, but it would have to be an unbelievable 1v4, and that just isn't allowed to happen. BB team go up to 11, Saw at least get the bomb plant, but it isn't going to allow them a strong buy here. So a decision to make. Do you want to play for overtime or a win in regulation?
I think you have to, yeah, okay. I was going to say, I think you have to play for overtime. Roman was thinking differently. He snap bought a Galil, but he's decided to sell it right back, and I think a half buy is the correct call. And you know what? You've had some space on these faster grouped up plays towards the B-bomb site we've seen a number of times that hasn't been super successful, but with Tech 9s, maybe you can get something crazy to happen. Timing to bust out mid. Oh, Magnoyez, you're going to have some fun.
Seen Story used this angle earlier with the AWP. Should be better here with the rifle for Magnajez. First player gets across towards CT. Magnajez actually takes a dink on board, so not as much fun as he was anticipating, but the rest of his teammates do want to clean up the mess.
Yeah, it's all good. Containment, even with him going down, should be an easy affair. Even if Roman gets this kill, which he should. Ooh. Awkward timing for Siren to slip around. There's the spot. Nafany's got him. 12-8. BB team have 4 chances to eliminate Saw and then see how the rest of the day pans out to see exactly what's in store for them in terms of qualification.
And Saw come to this fight. They've got a Galil in the hands of Agile. Everybody else on an AK-47 and a decent amount of utility, but Saw have to be perfect for the remainder of this T side just to get overtime.
Just to give you guys the details of it as well, the winner of this is going to have their Buchholz score, their difficulty score, kind of assessed. They could either qualify directly or might have to play in a placement match to see who the final team is going to be. All the teams that play today with the 3-2 Swiss score. It's going to get weird.
As it always does. But you just got to win the game that's in front of you, and BB team about to do that.
Well, that's not how you want this round to begin.
No, you do not. Meteor's down to 35 health, Roman down to 54.
You can see he's like, you want this AK? He's like, nah, bro, I'm wrecked too. It's fine. That's a gift through the smoke. Headshot angle. Nafany's going to have to slide back into the bomb site. Not a lot of utility, but a weak defense here.
Oh, great shot from Ujurgs. They know the second player's there due to the boost. And it looks like BB team will not close it now. So Saw up to 9 rounds. Still a lot of money left for BB team, so they'll continue to have a good buy into the next round. So it doesn't get any easier for Saw, but
I'm amazed that Zorte's even this close
Yeah, you want an op? Here, have an op.
Yeah, well, not just that, but like he's got 7K to drop weapons, so you lose the op, you have to rebuy it. That takes guns, that takes money away that you can drop to your teammates. But everyone's gone a different direction.
Yeah,
so.
it's the idea of just hiding behind enemy lines.
Yeah, I guess it is. Like I'm so close, they'll never expect me here. They probably think I'm over in A main. They'll never check the spot.
Yeah, it's not bad actually. Good work for Zorte. He'll hang on to the sniper, and as you said, he has 7K, and he will have over that as this round closes. So he can drop quite comfortably for his teammates. Magnajez needs a little financial support.
He needs a little love, doesn't he?
Yeah. But I think he'll get whatever he wants.
We all need a little love.
That's true. Some of us deserve it. Top to 9 scoreline. Could very easily be brought back for Saul. This could be that backs against the ropes mentality, Jason. Just when you think it's all over, the Portuguese surprised you one last time in 2024.
Problem is BB Team with all the money, depending on how they play some of these situations, if like a round is lost and they choose to save 2 or 3 weapons, they can in theory essentially buy for the rest of this half. Like every single round is going to be difficult for Saul. Unless they get like a clean sweep and force BB Team to save in a round, they've got to do this the hard way.
Good spam. Nafity losing a decent amount of his health. Red room smoked out.
Remember the gift that Ujerks got in the last round? Spam up B ramp to take off the headshot angle at those half stairs. Through smoke as well, just a blind shot. They won't be getting too many gifts like that. Flashes in towards Donut. The defense gets aggressive. That's a huge clear from Chiron because they needed the safety of A main. And I don't think both have been spotted. Oh, they heard the footsteps. Roman's aware of the possibility.
Shot from Magnajez chiming in. 3 kills away from knocking Saw out. A team that are used to celebrations in 2024, but today it looks like it'll be misery as BB Team keep their major dreams alive, and for Saw it is confirmed elimination.
Yes, it is Team BB saying bye-bye to Saw. Sad for the Portuguese lineup, I have to say, but as we'll probably get to when we write the obituary of their major campaign, probably the decision to make that roster move, to not be here with the coach, etc., it's all going to come back to look very bad in the cold light of day.
I mean, you pretty much set it up perfectly. We've been asking that question from the start. Why? Why would you choose not to bring one of your 2-star riflers and your head coach who has helped you get to this point and just dump them right before with such little time to be able to slot in someone like Agile, who, reminder, has not really had a lot of experience prior to this team. He played on a smaller Portuguese team named Rhino, and outside of that, I don't think he really had much, to really work off of. So you're really asking a lot of him to fill the shoes of a guy who, at Cologne and at some of their successful events, was like the number 2 guy right behind EU Jerks, like having impact, getting massive frags. He was such a big part of their game planning, I think, is the other big point to make. And so it was always going to be a tough ask for Agile with this much pressure on the line to be able to fill those shoes that quickly. And then, yeah, like Barry, was obviously influential as a coach. And yes, they did bring in Golden, but he was limited in what he can do, because of the major rules. So that is definitely one that I think just one bad decision in my opinion.
Yeah, while I was in the green room, I had a message from my good friend Nafani. He just wanted to say, ask Maui, what about today, dickhead?
He didn't qualify to the major, Rich. He's got another one to play. So regardless, what about today? I guess we'll be answering that question at the end of the day.
No, we'll see.
So, yeah, no, I looked at.
I think he called a great game. I gotta say it, brother. I think he made some great adjustments on Vertigo. I thought that T-side on Ancient was pretty good.
You don't believe in Cloud9, but you're somehow giving Nafany praise for this one?
We've all got our blind spots, haven't we, Maui?
We got our biases, I assume, Rich. Okay. Hey, I will say, there was a point in this series where actually BetBoom had won something like 17 of the previous 18 rounds. The streak that they held from Vertigo carried over in spades to too ancient and an indomitable T side for such a long stretch. Definitely had Saw reeling throughout this. I will say something about Saw today just looked completely off. There was a lack of chemistry, lack of trading. Didn't feel like they were the ones that were ever being proactive until it was too little too late in the rounds. They were losing opening picks. And for me, BB, they did what they were supposed to. I feel like the kill representation or the kill feed doesn't really necessarily speak to how the game played out. This felt quite dominant throughout. And yes, MagnaJez has quite a few deaths, but they were hunting Saw players. Like they were winning rounds so quickly that they were just trying to take every gun out of their hands. And of course, yeah, that's not always going to play out the best on the stat sheet, but in terms of pure impact, winning the game, MagnaJez did an excellent job on his space taking. Yeah. And I think Nafany, you know what? I don't know how much credit I'm going to give him this very second, Richard, but I will say that they prepped well for Saw. I had seen that. Like, I will say that on us, even on their CT side, switching over there, they knew what Dust had preempted us to look out for in Saw in the way that they played. They were playing a style that was like more like a 4-1. They were basically sending the majority of their bodies onto one side of the map. And in doing so, BB Team was actually kind of pushing out those other extremities anytime that was happening. And so most of those post plants or late round situations, they had flanks on flanks.
That's the blind side for Saw, is that they don't fake very often. Once they commit to something, they're committed. So you can pretty much tell that, okay, I can push this extremity as you were alluding to, and I can set up a flank and I'll be fine. I'm going to be safe doing so. And I think it's also the situation where Saw's just not as deep as BB was. I mean, you look at BB on their T side, they ran so many different openers. Like they ran so many different little mix and executes, and we're really talking about MagnaJez there. And I think what's so great about him is he's a guy who's willing to play anywhere on the map. You know, obviously he's more of a B heavy player on T side, but he will go mid. He will entry A. He will just be that guy, that number one that's going to go in there with confidence and create space. And you saw on that timeline, I mean, he had so many opening kills on the T side. I mean, that just makes your round so much easier when your entry is just giving you 5v4s, you know, rather quickly in almost every round. Credit where credit's due. Saul did have a little bit of a comeback effort in their own right on their own T side. But as soon as the adjustment came in with some of those rotations, you know, watching for the mid lurks, getting more rotations to back halls B quickly, they were able to take care of business.
Yeah, so back to the drawing board for Saw. Just final thoughts about BB. Obviously, we've got that 7th place decided coming up a little bit later today. I think out of all of the teams we've seen that we're going to watch today, I feel pretty good about Team BB, honestly, out of all the ones that are left.
I'd probably rate Fnatic higher.
See,
but
not me.
Barely though, but
Not
like
me.
barely. I think
Slight edge maybe. I'm pretty sure they have a win over Fnatic head to head. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think it's true. But yeah, I think Fnatic and BB are both looking pretty solid to go through.
I look at the other teams like Eclot, for example. I think they're kind of in a tier beneath that. Sinners kind of surprised us pleasantly at this tournament.
Sure.
But GamerLegion, I'd probably put them beneath as well. I'd say BB are probably in the running for one of the 2 best teams that are left. Yeah.
Okay.
That's my fair assessment.
All right, guys. Great talking to you. We're going to take an extended break. When we come back, we're going to see if the fallen giants of Fnatic are able to overcome Eclot. So make sure you join us.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Yeah, welcome back. We're about to get into the second best of 3 of the day. It's going to be Fnatic versus Eclot. And over to the desk. Maui, I'll start with you. I guess we're going to find out who turns up today. Will it be Dynamo Eclot or Buchholz?
That's a poignant question, Richard. And I think that Eclot are going to have to summon the powers of the Irie and Voodoo if they want to have a chance to take down Fnatic. I think that Fnatic are definitely the favorites, Dust, in this one.
I don't agree, but go on. Give me your thoughts, Dust.
Yeah, it's an interesting take. Really well thought out. I feel like you really put a lot of time behind that one.
Thank you.
I feel like there was...
I slave away at this stuff.
Yeah, the gears were certainly turning there. No, look, I mean, I certainly think you have to consider Fnatic the favorite coming into this series. But there have been a couple of players who haven't really quite hit their stride yet on this team. And there are a couple of players on Eclot who have actually had some pretty good performances, particularly that series against Sangal. So, yeah, I think this could be slightly interesting, but yeah, certainly Fnatic are the favorite.
Well, look, let's highlight Eclot because we've had this interesting storyline, a resurgence of Czech Counter-Strike coming back, Eclot being one of those teams. I have to say, I really like what they've been doing in terms of their lineup. There's had a couple of people that have like stood out to me. Obviously, we've got Kreeses in there as well, you know, making his contribution. And I just think, honestly, I kind of fancy them for it today.
I feel like the one weird thing that I've caught with Eclot at this tournament is that their normal heavy hitters in 4C and Blitz are actually more or less their lowest rated players. And it's actually Nubik, a guy that doesn't necessarily pop off for Eclot when they play online or check lands. He's the one that's actually been carrying the torch for them at this event. And I feel like that's a very awkward position to be in, that you've structured all of your game plans through online, all of the gauntlet that you're playing through over there, and then it just kind of goes topsy-turvy once you find yourselves in a LAN environment.
Yeah, it's interesting because you're right, Blitz does farm online for this team. He is their hard entry fragger, and when he is up against local Czech teams at the smaller LAN events, or when he's played some of these smaller online cups, he definitely has delivered in a big way. But as you noted, the counterpart to that, how'd you pronounce that? Nubik. I like that. He's also an aggressive rifler in his own right, so he has been able to help kind of deliver some of the entry powers where Blitz has failed. And I think another big thing that's helped them out is that Detour, kind of like their peripheral role player, has been able to do really well this event as well. Actually performing above expectations, in my opinion. Like, he's kind of one of the more quiet players whenever they play some of their local Czech events. And so to see him kind of, rise to the occasion at these RMRs, he's definitely been a guy who had a lot of impact in that Sangal victory and getting them this far to the RMR.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was going to say.
Just to add on to Detour, I mean, he kind of surprised me at this LAN too, and just seeing him play on Anubis, kind of towards that B site, the short E-box side in general, just like kind of a weak spot for Eclot, I'd say, in their online games, but against teams like Falcons, he actually really held his own, so props to him so far.
I think the issue is, it's like this LAN's not in Czech, right? I mean, that's where all their LANs have been coming into the RMR, so I feel like they came in kind of a weak state where they just don't have that much experience. I think the other issue is even online-wise, they play ESEA Advanced. Like, they're not out there playing the normal online cups, so it makes it very hard to read how good they actually are.
Look, over on the other side, Fnatic, the Fallen Giants, we've talked a lot about this. I don't think people realize just how far Fnatic have fallen. If you look at their recent match history, I mean, at the most recent Pro League season they competed in, I don't think they took a single map. I think they got blown up by everyone.
They beat Astralis.
Okay.
I just want to give you one.
My bad. I mean, you can understand why I might have deleted that from my brain. But, on top of that, losses to like Into the Breach. I think they dropped like a map against like Paravision and, orgs like this. It's really incredible to think this was one time, a premier name. And they've still got big names on the team. It's just something isn't clicking right now. Blame F, we've talked a lot about. We've got to talk about the veteran Crims in there. It's crazy to me that after all these years, he's still kind of one of the better pieces on the roster, Maui.
With the conversation of, I guess, Forrest retiring and Krim still holding on, he's really one of the last vestiges of Swedish royalty. And so for him to still be here carrying that torch, it's more of a supportive effort, though. It's not the Krims that you may have remembered from 2013, 2014 as a star player. He's definitely been taking more of a backseat for some of the players, kind of just filling in wherever he's needed. I noticed that one thing I love about Krims, just even though he's not probably going to be the star player today, is that in late round situations, the composure and just awareness that is built upon years and really actually over over a decade of game sense is something that many of his other teammates would probably want. But then, on the other hand, you have some young guns. You have some guys like BlameF. You have Natus, who are really the heavy hitters, the true heavy hitters. And for Fnatic right now, it does feel like it needs to be everybody, because you got to probably win 2 games today in total.
Yeah, I want to see more out of Knock. Like, if we're going to talk about Fnatic, I mean, this is a guy who was an incredible opera for Apex, particularly in 2023, and even at the Blast Paris Major when they got their top 4 finish, he was one of the star players that really helped drive them there. And kind of ever since then, you know, he's been in a couple of different places. Rest in peace, Nip, by the way. I mean, just everyone goes there to fail, then gets out and goes on.
The player's graveyard, yeah.
Yeah. Basically, like, Launders is right. Like, your Nip career doesn't count. You know, it's just everything you do after that's what we need to focus on. And but he hasn't really quite settled in this Fnatic team yet, I feel like. And
it does make me wonder, Dust, if you know, look, they're like kind of like, look, we're gonna go there, we're gonna see what happens. Another one of those lineups that might be participating in the post-major shakeup. You know, I don't really know, but as you can see on your screen as well, BlameF doing a lot of the heavy lifting. The argument is always impact. It always comes down to that.
Yeah, BlameF's a tough one because, first off, that rating's a little inflated because he did farm Rebels and had like a 2.44 rating in that game. So I feel like he's probably on average a little less than that. But he's still been playing really well. And I think for me, there's really 2 things. One, I know that there's the whole BlameF like bait thing, but I feel like he rides a fine line, but I think most of the time he still makes the right call. And I do think on certain maps he has a lot more impact. But we're going to get into the pick ban now. Obviously, Fnatic banning Mirage. Obviously, Eclot banning Vertigo. Going to be no shockers there. We'll be curious will be the picks. Yeah. I think Fnatic's punish pick could be Dust too. Yeah,
and Eclot, they always want to pick Mirage, so they have to go with a secondary option in Ancient here. So,
yes. Oh, they picked, it's
they pick Ancient, and we get the Inferno coming out from Fnatic on this one.
Not a bad call. I thought that was one of their options for sure going into this.
Decider, do you think it could be Nuke or?
Could be.
Yeah. Okay, there it
is. I mean, I will say this, in terms of map pool, you know, Fnatic do have a bigger map pool. They do play all the maps. It's just, I don't think they excel at any particular one.
That's fair. That's fair to say, yeah. I just feel like overall, this veto is quite fortunate for Fnatic. I mean, they aren't I wouldn't say they're the best Vertigo team ever. And so the fact that Eclot bans that from them, and the fact that Fnatic bans Eclot's best map in Mirage as their permaban, that's just going to give you an inherent edge in the veto regardless. So beyond the fact that the veto edge for me lies in Fnatic's favor, I'd also say that overall I do rate them slightly higher as a team.
Yeah, and if we're just looking at Ancient in particular, that being the first game coming up, I think this is really going to be a battle of the B side of the map. You know, Fnatic's a pretty well-balanced team that they're very good at default. They'll definitely vary up how they like to play, but when you've watched Eclot's Ancient games, they are a very B-heavy team. They like to just kind of load up Blitz and some of their other aggressive riflers, just try to hit that quite often. And so my key to watch is Natus. I would love to see Natus just really rise up because he has been the second star of this team next to BlameF. He's responsible for attacking B and defending B, and I think we're going to see a lot of action there throughout a lot of these early round situations.
Yeah, you feel good about it for Fnatic?
I do, because Skybox Edge showed that when you actually look at the gun round ADR for this team, Fnatic, in the past few months, that BlameF, despite the fact that he has a better rating, it's actually Natus who does more damage on gun rounds. So
it makes sense.
For them to want to run into him on those kinds of rounds, I think Natus is going to feast. I think he's going to do just fine. He's probably. Okay. I think there's even a chance that he does pull off the highest rating today in this kind of matchup.
We'll see. We'll see. We can bring in our commentators. Hello. I'm sorry. I'm getting a bit of scratchy noise in my ear, so apologies if I'm not I don't know if that's you or me.
I'm not sure. Yeah, there's a bit going on, Rich.
It's fine. We'll muddle through. Jackie and Vince. So what do you think of this one?
I think it's interesting, right? Obviously, Fnatic yesterday, I think Blair summed it up quite nicely. There was a lot of nonsensical plays where it feels like they could have pushed it a bit further, but awkward trades, right? They were taking some fights I felt a bit really uncomfortable with. Coming into this one, Rich, I think they should have a better stead of it. Favorites to win on paper, but Eclot, the Falcons win definitely could have been theirs. I still think they could push further in this one. I think they've had a rougher RMR than necessarily they could have.
All right, well, look, we're ready to get into the action, so I'm going to throw it over to you guys. Have a great cast.
Thanks, Rich. Right then, let's get into it, Vince. It should be a bit of a tasty one, mate.
It should be.
There you go.
Yeah.
Keeping you on your toes.
Just
You
about
never
to
know.
walk off
You never know. Yeah, he's getting into the game already. That's how keen he is for this one. Rightly so, mate. Rightly so. You know, this is a fun matchup for us, especially because obviously we've kind of been following the story of Eclot. We were there for game 1. We're there for the elimination matchup versus Sangal. Yeah. And I think that's a key result, Vince, because we saw Nubik come alive. He went from really struggling at the RMR to showing there is a ton of talent. He can lead by example. He can take space. And damn, is he good at wazdering on entry?
Oh, he was fantastic. Like, he was one of the key reasons why Sangal got beaten down, especially in that Mirage performance. And yeah, I mean, Sangal, let's be honest, they were a disappointment over the duration of the RMR. But you can only beat what's ahead of you, and Eclot did that in spades. So for me, you know, they were discussing about Fnatic in key parts of the puzzle that they need to see show up here and deliver. I'm going to be looking, actually not at Nubik, because I assume he's going to play well again. I'm looking at Kriaz.
Okay.
He was very good on Anubis in their first matchup. Tons of impact. If Kriaz and Nubik can both pop off, there is really a solid chance for Eclot to get the upset today.
Well, let's find out. We're getting into it. A matchup that's very important for both teams. Eclot, if they survive through this one, there's another game to go. Whereas with Fnatic, they're looking to get it over and done and guarantee themselves a spot towards the Shanghai Major. So a lot on the line. Opening round, CT pistol for Fnatic. Eclot on the T side, split push out towards the A bomb site. Natus, oh, we know he can be devilish on this map with a USB. Natus, you absolute madman. Okay, that's a hell of a pistol round.
Holy. Now FaZe has to try and somehow deal with 5. Blink and all of his teammates just go down by the wayside, and Natus with a 4th. Oh, God, they were discussing the importance of this player having some impact, and if that's a taste of things to come, this could be a short day for Fnatic.
Oh, dude. He's fun to watch. He's one of those players for Fnatic that I really do want to root for. I think individually there's a ton of explosive talent there, dude. And you can see it on this pistol. Fast flicks. He does this a lot as well, Vince. He's very proactive in how we've seen them play it. Fnatic have been changing up some of their setups in the CT side over the course of their tenure with this roster on this map. But he's always been a piece that you can rely on. Very aggressive when he feels like he has an advantage. Fights down lane, runs out mid, always looking to scrap.
Yeah, I feel like he's very much a confidence player as well, because we've seen both sides of the equation. We've actually casted a lot of Fnatic since BlameF joined. We went back to obviously like the Copenhagen qualifiers. We saw Natus really popping off and getting a lot of interest. And when he's feeling it, he really can just put a map to bed real quick. Everybody chipping in for this, but of course it is against the full-on eco round. No post-plant yields, no buy. So not too crazy or spectacular here, as Kriaz is going to try and just waste a little bit of time. Maybe try and draw out an extra smoke or HE, just a little bit of utility that needs to be reimbursed for the next. They're not even discussing things with each other, not even treating this like a mini tactical timeout. So it's delaying the inevitable. Fnatic will be 2-0 with no casualties more than likely. No reason for Natus on his 8 HP to be anywhere near the front lines. Just back it off and let time do the rest of the work for them.
Potentially a little bit more money to squeeze out of it for Body.
It's true.
But rather than that, mate, nothing really else left to cook on this round. You'd expect it to be a quick trade if they run on in. And Body's going to find that one onto FaZe. So Kriaz, last man to fall, and then, like you say, they'll be dialing themselves in a second round. So good start for Fnatic. I think in terms of some of the viewers at homes as well, if you're looking for head-to-head matchups, players to watch, BlameF Detour, that's a bit of a banger for me. I think there's a lot of talent there.
You just see Body giving the middle finger there to his monitor.
Did he actually?
Yeah, he did. He flipped him off. I think he's like, God damn you for wasting our time. Just push us like men.
Oh, mate. What a G. The body bag. Hitting it heavy early on. All right, maybe there's a bit more of that. We'll see. We'll see. Weaponry coming out for the T side of Eclot, though. They got some nades to play with as well. It's the early explosion of utility down onto lane. Make sure you can control the map, and they push with this as well. So deep ramp control already being squeezed out by Fnatic. You've got one lurk on Blitz. He fires off the warning shots, and he's trying to make them think he's here. Maybe there's more squad behind the smoke. In reality, they're bleeding out through mid, and Natus goes down. He loves these mid fights, but on this one, it's no opener for Fnatic.
No, it's Eclot that have dialed in first blood, and it is the key man Natus that pushed to the side for the time being. Interestingly, these teams have never played each other before. They have 0 matchups in their head-to-heads. Goes to show the different caliber of teams that they're both playing. Now, you assume that Fnatic have done their diligence and research as much as possible, but there may just not be that much intel out there. And Eclot, making the most of that player advantage, have now turned it into a 2-player. Make that 3, as Body is last man standing with his MP9. Now, they can supply another buy into their next, but probably want to hold on to the MP9. So, looking as though this will be a 2-1 lead to kick things off. Important for Eclot to get themselves involved in this map as fast as possible. And I think you also saw another component of what we were both really impressed with, because we've been fortunate enough to actually follow a lot of Eclot's journey. We've cast multiple times now. They are extremely good at avenge killing. They never seem to just lose a player on the side of the map and nothing else happens. They're always together in these buddy systems.
Yeah, the trades have been great. We were really impressed with it versus Sangal. It was a big result for them. Obviously, backs against the wall, right? A little bit scared. Are you going to be able to come back, stay alive? Especially like we were saying with that moment there and the talk back between the desk. You had a chance versus Falcons to close this instantly with a 1-0 start in the pool play here at the RMRs. But simple, 5 HP with an MP9, dives through the site, ties the game up 11-11. It all goes wrong in the OT. So it was a bit of a sour start for them, but they've never given up. And that is sort of the story of this team, Vince. It feels like they've always got firepower. They give as good as they get. Coming into this round, it's the classic again. Bit of a hit towards mid, but Blame F, nice damage, finds 3 frags and rips them a new one straight away.
Now he just body bags the entire team. And although Kriaz is giving him a lifeline, he's actually done better than that. He's got them straight back into this round. A 2-on-2, shutting down Nork in the back. And although there's 2 players next to each other for Fnatic on the B side of the map, mid control being forfeit, means that Eclot have the run of the roost here, and that playing behind that smoke, the CTs could be about to walk head to head. Oh, they have no idea. They bypassed it and pushed into cave. And the CTs, they want to have a look. Oh, he spots him in the back. Has a quick peek and nails both of them. The timing there looked as though Eclot were able to just walk their way onto B and get the post plant in.
I thought they got away with it.
Same.
Oh, mate, through the smoke, into cave. But no, Body. Just seeing a bit of the shoulder as the smoke fades. Just on the edge of his screen, catches that one. And there it is, that's the full commit. Just in case, he swings, checks it out, finds both of the kills on the re-peek. Oh, Blame F's giving it. Benjamin Bremer. The big man, the boulder. He'll run you down, Vince. Flatten you early if you give him a chance.
Well, he did in that last round, didn't he?
Yeah.
Like a scene out of Indiana Jones. There's no escaping him. Nork, though, with the first. And considering that the economy is really rough after that last 2v2 loss, this could push them into an eco. Already losing 2. Mattis aggressive up on the cap once again. He loves this position. And Krim slicing and dicing. But a team damage thrown in the mix as well. And so far, this has been pretty one-sided. Fnatic locking it down, looking like they'll lose no casualties. And FaZe and Detour, do they even want to get into this round? Saving both AKs may be more attractive as a proposition.
Yeah, I think so at this point. Obviously for Fnatic as well, with some of the lighter investment, these 2 SMGs, you can push out the extremities, and bleeding around the back here towards A main is going to be the perfect play. Detour's back's going to be turned. Ooh, no it isn't. Okay, so the AK at least finds the head back onto Nork. Grand scheme of things, it should still be the same outcome with another one being secured by the CTs, but don't give him a chance. There was just shy of 40 seconds on the clock. If you got the frag onto Blame F, potentially a pathway into the bomb site. They are losing a couple of these weapons, but they've still got the rifles in play. 25 seconds on the timer. FaZe, we've seen some great plays from him. It was all the AWP though on Anubis. He was having some show-stopping rounds. This one, uncomfortable, outnumbered. Falls down early, so Fnatic do answer back instantly there.
Yeah, I think that we've noticed with FaZe is he very much is going to make the most of opportunities when it comes to the AWP, but he's typically a lot more comfortable when it comes to static positioning on CT side, as opposed to being more aggressive on the T side. That's where you're looking at Nubeek in particular to be that run and gun, just gangster player, slapping people left and right round corners as we saw yesterday. That's where he really thrives. And so far he's been, I wouldn't say he's had a bad start, but he's just been silenced down just a tad because it's Fnatic that have been taking all the aggression. Down middle with that Blame F3K. Mattis on catwalk just basically shutting it down before it could even get started off. And this likely will be more of the same. Stacking up over onto A main side, there are 3 players in Donut for a fast rotation.
You had the 2 smokes to try and restrict the vision, but it really doesn't matter. Even blinds, they just find these with ease. Only 1 kill onto Nork, but no bomb plant, no chance in the round. So Eclot, you're hoping you run out off the back of the flashes, the smoke round towards CT and Temple, get onto the bomb site, try and secure a plant. Not here, though. So that one's dead and buried. Round 7 coming up. Battle of the AWPers for the first time as well. We'll get to see how FaZe's looking on his T side opener with a scope. Same can be said for Nork here as well.
See as well on the player cams, Blame F, hands in the air, screaming. Vibe check extremely good for Fnatic. Of course, if they win this, they would be through to the Major.
Oh, yeah.
No deciding matchups would be required. The same could not be said of Eclot. So understandable that they want to get this one done as fast as possible. Smokes down, a ton of them. 3 up close, making it very difficult to retain any kind of intel. And Mattis, once again, using that smoke as a bit of an opportunity. Speculative shots through, but nothing really connecting, so he backs away into cave.
Oh, he loves taking these fights.
Yeah.
It's his bread and butter. Kriaz at least replies back, but the damage is so much that Body knows he can spam in off the back of the comm. Splintered there through the wood. And that word kind of summarizes how you're going to be feeling here for Eclot. As they have been fragmented, Detour was able to slip up close towards ramp with a window of timing off the missed shot. But Body's good for a second in the round. There's only 2 players left. 47 seconds, the smoke out gives the game away. Crims is able to peek in through the red room, shut down Nubeek. And FaZe, as much as this is his first time with the AWP, I don't really know if we're going to see much from it. Close quarters engagement here as well. It's Crims on the other side of things. He's pre-scoped up. If you swing out, though, 2 angles of elevation, Body in the back line, one of them's going to get the kill.
I almost wonder if it would just be worth FaZe just holding onto an AK this entire half, as opposed to going for the AWP. Because what we know about Fnatic is they love to play very aggressive on the CT side. You saw it again in that last round. It must be so constrictive and claustrophobic, as speaking of which, FaZe, Blame F's going to go for the shank after time. Oh, he spins around. That saves him, at least, from being completely annihilated. It's still a 6-1 score. But we saw there, they took mid-control and they had it until like 30, 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
They had catwalk control with Mattis. Ramp was being pressured in as well. I'm not sure how many opportunities FaZe is realistically going to get with the AWP in this half.
No, it's fair enough. It does feel like kind of one of those games with how in your face we know the CS from Fnatic is, and their CT side of Ancient. You really would be better off in situations where you're wolf packing a little bit more, playing as sort of the 5 where they can just thrive on the rifles. We saw that looking good for them, and that goes back to one of your other talking points, which was it was the trades that were so beneficial for them. Very quick reactions, great comms whenever there's sort of carnage going on the site. I could see that. FaZe, for me, you know, he was the CT boon with the AWP. T-side, it just wasn't really the same level of impact. Coming into this one, it's been a bit of a slow start for them, right? 6 rounds already racked up on the CT side of Fnatic. Eclot, you haven't got that much funds left to work with, so they crack open the wallet, invest into some Tech 9s, little bit of utility here and there, use that to defend against the aggressive play on mid-side. So in case someone's running down with the MP9 looking to farm up the cash, getting an AK up close, the Mollies would deny that. They group back up, situate themselves outside of B. They got enough smokes as well. So you can play time on this one. Slow it down a little bit, bit of info towards mid-side, set up for the actual execute on towards the site, and then hope it works well with the pistols.
Lots of hopes and prayers right now, even just for a post-plant at this stage. And by the way, 0 post-plant so far on this half for Eclot. They've not been able to even get it down, let alone defend it, including the pistol round. That's how open and shut this half has been for the most part. Flashes up and over. The Tech 9's now going to try and close the gap, get in the face, but well-placed utility fends them off. There's still enough time to reposition and relocate if they wanted to go through mid. There's no one home actually for the CTs, but they're deciding to get into cave. This is where those Tech 9s can really rip and tear. Up close is where they're at their best. So Fnatic, although time and positioning is in their favor with the firepower, they still have threats to contend with.
They've cut noise long enough that CTs are second-guessing themselves a little bit. I think they were hoping Natus was going to swing out on lane so they could engage him with the stack and the 10-9s and look for that pick. Oh, Natus is here, though, back at the bomb site. 2 clean kills, 40 on the P250, a forward 1, which should give them the plant. But the CTs are right in your face instantly. Unless something wild happens from Kriaz, this should be a shut and closed case. And another round for Fnatic. You can always knock on wood to guarantee things go your way.
Knock on wood, nice.
There you go, mate.
Nice. 7-1. First post plant though, so you know, going in the right direction at Eclot. Tech 9s, force it, brute force onto the site, but yeah, there is a big gulf in the ability right now, it would appear. Eclot running out of ideas. This their choice of map as well. You know, we were looking at the top 5 players, and Blame F was in there, and Dust mentioned about how a lot of that was kind of stat padded. The fact he basically smurfed against Rebels, a 2.44 rating. He did drop off significantly against FaZe, but you know, Eclot, no disrespect, they're not at that level. They're not a tier 1, you know, top 10 team. Oh my god, these grenades, man. Down to 15 and 14 just off HEs. And Molotovs and flashes. Jeez. I mean, the round's basically already done.
Oh. Now it really is. Big body comes in, batters him. COD's on the menu on this one, mate. Ooh. Well, he doesn't spread enough. He's all right in the corner. So 2 players left alive off the back of it. And yeah, I mean, that just goes to show how impactful CT side Ancient can be with the nades. You go for a faster play, you're going to eat the shrapnel, be trapped in position from the Molotovs. They take the forward-thinking position as well, down ramp side. Even Nork, back inside of the donut, favors him so much. Nubik walks in, bullet straight to the chest. It's going to be another round. It's going to be an 8th on the board here early on for Fnatic. And it does kind of summarize what you were saying, right? Like, yeah, I mean, coming into this game, as much as if you average it out, I think it's close as like a 1.22 when you factor in the other sort of ratings we've seen from Blame F over the event, alongside factoring in the big performance versus Rebels. But he does play better against this caliber of opposition. This is where he wants to gatekeep a little bit more. You know, you're going to see him going in for those plays, looking to try and give himself a lot to work with. You factor in as well, if Body has a big game, that helps massively. Weirdly, it feels like any time they play Anubis, it's Body that's always able to show up and do so much for this side, but seeing him living it large here on Ancient bodes well.
Yeah, we've barely even mentioned Crims, the grizzled veteran that's been, was it 17 majors?
I think so. I
haven't needed to. He's down at 53 ADR, but not because he's playing bad. I mean, he's just been out of the action. On the side of the map, just big chilling.
16 majors, mate. He's looking for 17th. That's going to tie you up with Shocks and Zipniks.
Got you.
God. Tied for 5th place if he gets back to another one.
Insane. What I also love about that round, by the way, before it slips out of my mind, is that it's so cool that also Fnatic have conditioned Eclot with all of those aggressive catwalk peaks from Mattis, also pushing down ramp, that this round, it's like a teaser. Oh, we're going to get there. We're going to overwhelm you, outgun you, outposition you. And then it's like, cool, we'll just send 3 HEs over. See you later. It's over.
Like this.
Really, really nice. You can see Eclot made the little adjustment, and then Fnatic, we're a step ahead. Like, they read the script, they know what's coming up. And then Body just goes for a wide swing. I think he got a 3K out of it. He's up to 13 frags already. Just Eclot are getting dismantled.
Yeah. I think that's the benefit of Keita as well. You know, Jamie over his career, he's always been someone that loves studying the nades, loves studying the anti-strats. Like, he's always on top of it. Great understanding of what information you need to get out of demos, why it's beneficial. All in all, though, even just down to the bare-knuckle brawls when they're actually taking the engagements right now, it's just looking better for Fnatic. Like, Mattis was having his rounds. Body's been given so much stock for free. I mean, you're isolated again early. Ramp control going in their way. You got the assist from Mattis. Split on the grouping. Snork on the back of the bomb site. But they're playing pigeon for now, then, seeing if there is going to be any aggression from the CT side. Get an initiative off that and then build from it.
And this is the other side of that coin that we were just looking at before. Eclot didn't have great spawns, and they didn't want to force their way up onto Catwalk because they're scared of the HEs and the Molotovs now. And what does it allow Mattis to go through Catwalk? They've already choked away down to 50 seconds left, still have plenty of utility on 2 incendiaries, HEs. They've wasted so much time off the clock. The Eclot are kind of disjointed. 2 players over on B side, 3 on A, don't have mid control, no one's in A main. Like, this is going to come down to the wire. And it's all off the back of how Fnatic have been approaching the CT side so far.
Yeah, I mean, you're hoping, like, you've shown a bit of a hand here towards the B side, reel them out a little bit, and then wrap through mid side, assist the team on the walk up towards A. But time is the issue. That's the 6-man on the server for Fnatic. If they go barreling out towards the bomb site, you find a pick or two, suddenly it all goes wrong. Here we go. They make their move up towards Donut. Close engagement, Blitz with a fast trade, but Nork lurking around, strikes in, Blame F. Ooh, finds that one onto FaZe. Nork swings back out, huge manpower advantage, Detours down and out, and that's gone.
Yeah, because there was so little time on the clock, there's always going to be angles and positions that you are going to have to basically gamble and hope no one's in. They additionally didn't have any smokes or Molotovs or flashes to proceed the push. I think the only reason they actually closed the gap that much is Nork went for a rotation from his big box position over on Temple, and he went all the way around to CT side, so it actually allowed them to funnel in and barrage that little bit more. Had he have stayed in position, I'm not even sure they get a post plant out of that round. But they don't care. Max round loss bonus, a plant or not, doesn't really make a whole bit of difference. It's 9-1. No one in Eclot's over 4 frags. Nubeek's had none of that entry impact that we were looking for.
That definitely feels a lot quieter. Definitely feels a lot quieter. Obviously, you know, going into that Sangal matchup, their elimination game, who's the lowest rated player on the team, skyrockets towards the top off the back of the performance. Ooh, Nork. He misses that opener. That means Nubeek can activate in this round. Suddenly, this is vastly better than what we've seen before. Not only one opening pick, but you double it up for free, and there's no instantaneous trade back from the CT side of Fnatic, and you're keeping them guessing as well. They dash the smokes out towards Donut. Nubeek can walk in. Body with the timing, clearing around the back. He's not going to get the info he's looking for. That might reel him in a little bit as well. So 2 players still on the site. Body deep on ramp side. They're coming out onto the bomb site now, and they've got nades. He's going to be aware. Penny's going to drop. Turns his attention back towards the site. Faces him through the ramp, but beheaded. He's gone. And this should be a round they can hold on to here, Vince. Should.
Yeah, and realistically it will, because I think Fnatic will be saving. And it may be a bit of a head-scratcher considering they would be into the last round of the half. They have tons of cash. So I think Crims actually is going to make a little bit of a Hail Mary and see if he can get some kills down with him. Which would be worth it, right? Because you look at the economy of Eclot for the last round, it won't be great. If he can take another 2 weapons down or weaken them into a point where the bomb detonates and blasts away a couple players, then that actually can have reverberating effects into the next one. Maybe someone's down to a Galil or a Tech 9 rather than the AK. Nice effort from Crims. But still 3 players remain, and they should be good to get full AKs across the board as a result.
Yeah, that's why I was a bit confused. I thought they were actually going to go for it, because obviously it's far more damage to them than it is to you. You're absolutely minted, right? You've got a ton of money in the back pockets, mate. Some of that's just going to be left in the bank account. Can't hold on to it into the next life going into your T side. Here's what it is. We'll move on from that. I mean, Eclot, 2 rounds. It is a bit rough for them. Not really anywhere near enough of a buffer. Squeeze out one more, maybe a 9-3, a pistol. Then, yeah, we could start seeing if it's going to cook. Ooh, they are turning up the heat, though, right up through ramp. Molotov burning them, but 40 with the entry. Matt is good for 1 at least, but they're all over the bomb site. And Fnatic are fast on their feet. Lineup from Crims is good. Couldn't get the kill, though. Doesn't convert that one onto the bomb planter.
Yeah, it's unconfirmed as well, but obviously they're going to be going for this regardless. Last round of the half, they still have 2 smokes, a molly, and a couple of flashes. Also, every player has a kit. Already half of the timer, though, has depleted. Fnatic kept to arm's reach by these smokes. Want to try and clear out the double doors first on ramp. And now they can focus their attention to the site, but they've been stalled for so long. It would have to be clean kills instantaneously, and FaZe putting down the 1 frag is probably good enough for the 9-3 scoreline. Eclot will start and end the round in winning ways, but Fnatic with a commanding 9-3 lead come the second half.
You see it on the round timeline even, how uncomfortable it is as well, right? Win the pistol, take the following round, finally 1 on the board. You're thinking, oh, okay, nice start. They can get things going on their T side. We know their T side's always been good from what we've seen throughout the RMRs. That's where they're doing most of their business. And then it goes quiet all the way up until the tail end. 2 rounds. Thankfully, though, it was 2 rounds for them. So there is a little bit of life. Just got to grab on with both hands, Vince. You know, it kind of feels like the story of the RMR for them off the back of their opening loss against Falcons has been playing on the back foot. Always survival. And that's what's rough for them as well, because obviously no timeline where you beat Fnatic and you're through to the Shanghai Major. You know you've locked in that spot. You've got another game to go. There would always be that outcome. It's only Fnatic that can win this one raw and go straight through.
Oh, you're absolutely on the money. Like, they have constantly been trailing. Like, you look at Falcons, they were trailing for a lot, and they made this comeback. Unfortunately for them, Simple pulled off that crazy play. They go into OT. Against GamerLegion, they were really up against it and made this crazy comeback to win 13-11. They lost the Sinners, and then you look at Sangal, and that was pretty one-sided, but I think that's a Sangal that were kind of their own worst enemy in their own heads. They really showed up to the server. No. Yeah, they were really, really rough. So Eclot are no strangers to playing from vast leads behind and still getting it done. They all seem to have a very good vibe as well, a very kind of good energy. And I don't want to say it's a free hit because obviously there is tons of pressure. You still want to make the major. But they came into this tournament massive underdogs. And you saw in that last round, I hope that's a sort of declaration of their intentions. Just a straight up hit. We're not going to be scared. We're not going to be pushed back. Nuke in the meanwhile down to 5, but still manages to nail the shot, but that flashbang on point.
It's good from Body. Leading by example in a lot of these rounds. He was great on the CT side. 13 frags at the half, giving himself 1 more to his total tally here. And that affords them the bomb plant. They're grouping up. 3 players inside the temple swinging together for the read. Visual contact now at the Kriaz. They're going to go back in. No kit to play with. Time is of the essence, but you've got to bait out the face, and Fnatic are not falling for it. Just shoulder peeks, jiggle, make it uncomfortable. Stay tucked in for as long as possible. Body, he's down and out. Detour with 2. Nork in the back line, keeping him off it. They're trying to find a way to tap the bomb, but there's no real time left on the clock. Even if you find the kills, it's dead and buried. And Fnatic, second half pistol, locked in. Oh, look at BlameF. He's erupted. Oh, he's a Danish volcano, mate. He's gone off.
13 kills to BlameF, 14 for Body. Natus on around 12. Not having to carry all of the heavy lifting here is BlameF. He's got tons of supporting cast members, and you can't say the same for Eclot, really. I mean, I wouldn't even say there's one player right now that's doing any heavy lifting. Everyone's a little bit on the quiet side. And you've got Detour up at 9, but a lot of those have been in sort of like exit frag positions. Kriaz just hasn't really got off to a start yet. A player I was looking at, mentioned him in the pre-game segment. Rough around the edges, and considering that we're going to be headed to Inferno next, which is Fnatic's map, but they do have a 29% win rate on, by the way, so could be some potential weaknesses to exploit for Eclot.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird veto. It feels like it does favor Fnatic. Obviously, the bookend there being nuke at the end as well. It's a bit of a curveball because it's kind of like one of those where Fnatic make it look like, oh, call the ambulance, but not for me, because they want to play it. They just make it look like they don't really. They've had some losses on it. But they float it, man. It's not like they're uncomfortable going to the map. So if we get there, who really knows how this one's going to go down? At least into this round, though. It's Nubeek up top, looking to spray off with the SMG. It's good onto Nork, but T's all over the bomb site. They've taken the territory quickly. For FaZe and Kriaz, you're not really going to find much to activate with these weapons. You're just sort of posturing, playing close towards CT side, going to grab the other SMG there, back off with the MP9s, carry those into the next. And if your eyes dart up at that scoreline, that's where it just becomes so rough to play back from. They've come back from really bad scorelines over this RMR, so they're no strangers to keeping their heads in it. Just feels uncomfortable, though, where you're like, oh, Fnatic have so much of the real commodity, racking up the rounds. Feels like they're beating us in the duels. It's a shame. It's a shame for them, but Fnatic looking good at the minute.
Yeah, I would also, add to that point. I completely agree with you. I would argue, though, that they haven't really played against a team of Fnatic's caliber so far.
Yeah.
Like, you can maybe say that, like, Sinners are around the same ballpark. I think Fnatic are a better team, though. You could argue Falcons, but they went 1-3. Their firepower woes continue. They haven't played against Fnatic, and they certainly haven't played against a team of Fnatic where actually pretty much everyone is popping off and looking pretty much immortal at this stage. So that's my kind of concern. Plus, they're on the CT side and their economy is garbage. Like, having to come through here with 3 MP9 saves with a couple of upgraded pistols, you're eyeing up a 12-3 deficit. That is my kind of problem here with this. And it's because they were so slow to start on that T side. And they shot themselves in the foot. Maybe they can retrieve this round, though, with the aggression shown out from Kriaz, but an even trade back and forth should favor the Ts under normal circumstances, and certainly will when you consider the lack of firepower and grenades in the back pocket of Eclot. Still a lot of time as well to try and exploit this, and that is why Eclot are getting aggressive into A main to try and take the fight to the Ts and catch them in an awkward position.
Well, Dr. Blitz is in the building. Let's see how loud he can get with the SMG. Good onto the first. Swings back in, but Crims is able to trade, so it is a raw 3v3. That 5-7, if they kept on walking up close towards A main, from this angle, he could deal so much damage. You've seen the head, though. BlameF tucks into the corner to set up for the fadeaway nades, and gets the kill. So no chance for that 5-7 to get impact. And suddenly, round 15 again. Looking damn good for Fnatic. There is a dink on the peak. That's the deagle for Detour as well, so uncomfortable. He doesn't actually grab onto that one. Feeling like he could only see the head, but no death. Just a tag onto Crims. It's down to about 30 seconds on the clock. They're splitting up. Looking to see if they can get a play through the backline first. Decide which side to go to with body picking that one up. You feel pretty comfortable about going in through Donut together. Guarantee the round. And for FaZe, it's all but gone.
Yeah, I think he's probably eyeing up a, well, I was going to say eyeing up a potential save, looking to upgrade to a rifle on top of that one. And the saved MP9 could have been useful. I mean, Kriaz down at 4,500 can get his M4 back into play, but it's going to be at the loss of an incendiary or a HE. In fact, that's been tossed across from Blitz. So never mind. The one player is without that utility. That's nitpicking, though. Eclot do have a solid buy. The problem is the position they're currently in is immensely bleak. 12-3 behind on your choice of map.
Nice! I ain't seeing motherfucking ghost.
Okay, fair enough then. I've had some good comms this game, mate. Energy's been nice for them. Oh, right, well, all over the bomb site. You've got weapons, but will you even really get a chance to use them going into the 16th? You've conceded mass control, you're playing for the retake, they run in, oh, body! Blitz accidentally takes down Detour off the commotion, Nork with a headshot on Kriaz. The round is cratering. And they don't even hang around. They know everyone's wrapped in, so they get out. You've got the damage finch, you make out like bandits on the walkaway, they can wrap off, have all the time in the world to make round 16 where they close this first map. What on earth?
It's like they joined the party, they trashed the place, and they're like, right, peace.
Yeah.
We're out.
Were you invited to this wedding? Nah, but I'm going to drink here anyway.
Yeah, have all the wedding cake, leave nothing left. And now Fnatic, all 4 of them making moves. Now, to be fair to Eclot, they have reacted in a very positive way. They've got onto the extremities of the map, looking for intel, and this will allow them now to maneuver FaZe into position to try and thwart this B push. They also have a flanking contingent in the side. The ankle of Crims is blown off, but he's still able to stand and push close. They heard the tick of the Molotov, but FaZe is up close, trying to rain down death and damage, but instead, he on the receiving end of Natus's AK. And now Blitz, with the arduous task of trying to clutch this 1-on-2. He's got the first headshot for clean, but he doesn't know where Nork's position is. And he's just hiding in the cave. Oh, he just took a shot. He just gave his position away. He's going to stick on this site right now. But Blitz comes off. He's anticipating the push. Unbeknownst to him, if he just stuck on the site, he could have been okay. But it will be fine nonetheless. Eclot will get their 4th. That was a scary few seconds, though.
Oh, that is a sinking feeling in the stomach. The shot out through cave, he knows. It felt like he was going to stick it. Comes off with the intuition. It does work out in the end. Oh, I thought we'd gone a bit wrong with the timing as well when FaZe was pressured.
Yeah.
Especially with the kill actually being only the confirmation onto the low man, rather than it being like a raw high HP player, but Blitz. He wins that one out. Smart stuff as well for Fnatic, right? Even though it's such a dominant lead, you play it properly. Call in the timeout. Keita gets an opportunity to get involved. You're just looking to close it, really. You know, you've got such a large buffer as well, so you shouldn't really be sweating at this point.
I'm not going crazy, right? But Nork did take a shot for no reason in cave there. One AK shot.
Yeah, it felt like it was just one bullet, but I don't know what it was at. It seemed like it was just into the wall. Unless he was trying to bait him, but...
Possibly.
I'm not sure what that was, yeah.
Maybe felt as if, like, I've got the wall bang angle, I've got everything kind of going in my control, but, yeah, a bit of a strange one. Maybe just nerves. You know, maybe a bit of anxiety creeps in. Hard to know. I'm just happy it wasn't in my head, because I'm thinking, why would he take the shot there?
Oh, mate. Okay. Well, Nork was fighting the Hat Man in that round, but he's got past it. And Eclot, it might be night-night as BlameF's in the building. Here he comes. The Indiana Jones theme music playing out through middle. He's running you down and Detour up close. That was the head-to-head I was looking for in this game, but unfortunately for BlameF, his head's been taken clean off. Spam through the door. Detour can't find it. His body puts him in the bag. Kriaz on the off angle. Mattis with a flick on the Galil. Hello, Mattis. And potentially goodbye, Eclot. Only FaZe left, trapped inside of the donut. The missed shot, body will take it. Fnatic with the map in the bag, one away from making it to the Shanghai Major.
Well, if it isn't my terrible opinions. Yeah, Fnatic absolutely the superior team across the board on Eclot's map pick. And I don't know.
How does your Fnatic taste today, dickhead?
Yeah, pretty terrible actually. Sour,
sour and salty over there.
Yeah, I just hope that after that map, Eclot take a detour, a pit stop perhaps, and rethink things. That was abysmal. That was one of the most one-sided games we've seen in a high-pressure series, by the way. Yeah. Like usually we see teams playing to the level of each other, whether above themselves or beneath themselves, so that they get evenly matched in these 2-2 type games. And Eclot just were not here whatsoever.
No, it's kind of hard to sum it all up. I mean, nothing went right, and I gotta be honest. It's kind of like bewildering now to see why they thought this was the map they were going to beat tonight.
Yeah, that's a good point. The thing is with Eclot, I think their map pool is in kind of a weird spot because, like, yeah, they farm everyone that they play against in their local check lands that they play. They played like 5 local lands this year, and like they're just winning everything. So
let's call it what it is.
It's hard to know like what you can do actually against international teams.
Let's call it what it is. It's not a map pool. It's a map puddle. Okay, they're good at Mirage, and everything else is pretty much secondary.
That's fair enough. Yeah.
I feel like their Anubis is the only other map that I've seen any promise on at this event with how close they played Falcons, who by the way went 1-3 at this event, only beating Eclot. So I just don't think that Eclot, despite Richard's attempts to prop them up, I don't know where that idea was
manifesting.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, well, the subliminals that you were listening to clearly did not work.
Listen, Eclot will rise again. They're coming back in Inferno. I'm still
from
believe.
The ashes.
Yeah, I still
from the
believe,
ashes,
like
the
a
bomb
phoenix.
Clot.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, look, I mean, we'll just talk a little bit about individual performances. We'll throw some praise for Fnatic's way. Not always body that has like the standout, but he was pretty good.
He was telling me yes.
My body.
So yeah, I mean, look, obviously a player that's come in for a bit of criticism, more from the IGLing kind of world.
Hey, here's my thing about Body. People don't realize is like, yeah, he's not the biggest numbers producer typically, although he obviously was this game. But his actual entry like success percentage is pretty high for an IGL. Like, he's actually quite good at it at the level of competition that they play at. Obviously, he's not playing top 5 teams in the world on a regular basis. He's playing, you know, smaller events, things of that nature. But he's not too shabby.
I want to just highlight the kind of narrative behind Body 2 to in some ways be following in the footsteps of Apex, coming from the French scene, redefining himself as an individual to take up the IGL role, despite the fact, by the way, that BlameF was obviously an IGL himself before. He decides to hold on to that mantle and lead his team to this point where, I mean, if the seeding goes well for them, they're a map away from qualifying to the major at this point, which is a huge accomplishment for him. And so to see him in a motivated stance both strategically and on a mechanical level too. Very impressive stuff, because I feel like a lot of people wrote off this latter twilight portion of his career, and he probably hasn't gotten the plaudits that it hasn't really merited yet, but maybe eventually it'll deserve.
I mean, I'm not getting
ahead of myself too.
Yeah, I'm not going to go that far. I don't think he is a long-term IGLing solution, and I think he's one of those players who reinvented himself because it was that, or go to tier 2, tier 3, and maybe play further down.
So you think Fnatic's tier 1? You just said Fnatic's tier 1, I guess, huh?
I mean, I'm kind of implying it. But it is.
As an organization, you feel like you should be, right? I mean, reputation, history.
I'm just trying to read between the lines.
No,
create a little spice.
No, it's
create
fine.
a headline. In fact,
it's fine. Well, look, why don't we move on and talk about Inferno?
Sure.
Historically, it's a map that Fnatic have done well on with various iterations and various lineups. How's this lineup?
They're pretty solid. I mean, I think they actually technically have a losing record on land with their core 4, but a lot of their losses are incredibly close, and one of them was to just good teams on the map, and they've beaten some good teams. They beat Eternal Fire earlier this year on Inferno at land, so they definitely can do it. This is one of the maps where BlameF is forced to be more active because he's playing the banana position on T side, which you are just now going to have to take early entries. And the crazy thing is when BlameF does entry, his success rate is over 50%. Not many entries can claim that, and I think that's part of the frustration with BlameF, Richard, is that when he does go for it, he's really good at it.
I made this point before. It's why I always thought the BaitF narrative was kind of lazy, because when you looked at the statistics and you would see his opening attempts and entry level, it's something he can do.
But it's the contrast of opening attempts versus gun rounds versus ecos and things that they should.
Yeah, and the ecos, of course.
And then for the opposing side, look, if you want to survive in this tournament, it's time to shit or get off the pot, bro. You need Blitz to come alive. He has not done it yet this entire tournament, but he's also the main B player for this team on T side, and he also defends that site. He needs to be able to make something happen over there, otherwise they're going to get run over again.
And unfortunately for Blitz, this has not been his tournament at all. No. I feel like he's he probably wishes that he was in the studio with us in Romania as one of the last flag bearers in this region right now. But all in all, it just feels like he's out of his depth at this level, whereas in tier 2, when he's going for these entries, I wouldn't say he's like a clear cut above, but he's solid. He's a good entry at that level. Once he's playing just better opposition with better utility, I feel like he's getting flustered so easily by it.
Yeah, I mean, we can take a look actually just to augment the point. Yeah, it's,
That's going to be a yikes for me, dog.
Yeah.
Rounding up to 69 ADR, but that's about the only,
That's the only nice thing about the graphic. I mean, look, it's tough. Particularly when you're in one of those specialist positions and you have to then go up against, obviously clearly better, more tenured players that kind of know how to shut down the specialist positions, like entry fragging and things like that. It is hard, but this is where you learn, and so I'm hoping that whatever happens, Eclot can go away with their heads held high. They could have been in a better position. Let's not forget they took Falcons the distance, and they have shown people, this could be a team to watch out for if they do invariably lose.
Listen, we are raining on them quite a lot, but let's be honest, this is their first real land.
Exactly.
Every other land that they have played this year has only been against fellow Czech teams like Sinners, Unity, Stampede, teams like that, which they have regularly beaten, but they've never been tested at this level before. This is their first real look at that. And the grim reality is that, it's not always going to transfer over when you're playing against some of the better teams in the schedule.
Right. And Richard, you want Eclot to learn. By the end of this series, the only person I want to learn here is you. Yeah. And I want you to learn to respect Fnatic for what they are.
It's outrageous. Anything for engagement, Maui.
It's like once he got emboldened by the whole Cloud9 advancement, he's just not letting up now.
I know.
C9 win. C9 win. Come on.
It's insufferable. Anyway, there'll be more insufferability a little bit later on when we come back from the break. Of course, we will be going on to Inferno. Fnatic versus Eclot. If Fnatic win, they're in.
I think it's a chance. I think it's a strong chance.
I can't do math. I've just realized live on broadcast I can't do math. If Fnatic
Richard,
win,
that is the one rule that we have in live broadcasting is don't do math.
Yeah,
live.
I know. I'm sorry. You think I would know after 15 years, but okay. So if Fnatic win, maybe they're in. We'll see you after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Welcome back to the Perfect World European RMR. Hey, Jackie and Vince on the mic, and off the back of that one, Vince, we see Fnatic one map up, one map away from major qualification for Shanghai. Looking damn good on the opener there.
Oh, they looked incredible. On the other side, Eclot looked a little bit weakened, I think it's safe to say. I mean, look, we've come to expect quite a lot of these Czech players, which, if we're being completely honest, they're punching well above their weight to be in this kind of a stature in like an RMR. They're typically playing a lot of online Counter-Strike. Dust was talking about the fact they're in like ESEA Advanced, etc. So this is quite a significant step up. But unfortunately, it seems like they've met sort of like their ceiling for the time being, at least on Ancient. Now, was it nerves? Was it them getting in their own heads? Possibly. You know, they don't have the experience at this kind of level, and it definitely can affect players and it can affect teams. But the nature and how they were so disjointed on some of those pushes on the T side is a little bit concerning. The good news, though, is they start here on the CT side. So in terms of static play, FaZe potentially able to get that open play early on and do some damage. But I need to see more from Kriaz. I mentioned him as a player to watch out for. He had 3 kills on Ancient with like 30 ADR. Let's see if he can get it done.
Well, let's see. It's already into this one. Fnatic, they've got the right idea in mind. They've read the pistol round perfectly. Instant smoke up on the brackets. You get the split onto the bomb site. CT's caught completely unawares. FaZe with 1 health, able to at least get the fadeaway shot off on the Natus before he's put down in the dirt. But the bomb site, that's all Fnatic. Oh, you wanted Kriaz to come alive, Vince. And he's going to be able to give you something to root for with the Julies. All over the site, they can commit to the defuse, jump straight on that one. Nubik looking to finish it off, and Crims on the walk-up gets his head taken off. So for Eclot, at least the pistol, it's a great recovery. Look rough. Fnatic coming into that one, they've done their homework. Knew how to counter the opening pistol strategy instantly. Slip onto the site, but the retake's good. And that's something that it felt like it really is sort of the story of this series. Just seems like the Keita and the team there have done so much prep work coming into this one. The utility damage on the previous map, absolutely ridiculous, Vince. Between Body and Blame F, you had 623 utility damage. They were getting away with liberties, the nade stacks, the reads, the anti-strats. It was all there. Hell, even the way they kind of lured them into the pick, it felt like that was a bit of a smoke and mirrors game as well. Like, they've clearly done their research going into this game.
100%. I think it goes back to what we were kind of discussing there. I think we may have a bit of a tech issue here. Obviously, Blitz is at spawn and hasn't moved. I heard some typing as well, so hopefully that's going to get remedied shortly. But I think a lot of it was based off them basically being kind of mind game and conditioned into playing more passive and staying at range, because the rounds they tried to push in is where those HEs were flying in, where that crazy amounts of utility damage really came to its forefront. So it goes to show, like, a lot of the time in these kind of stomp matchups, we just look at a case of like one team is just so much superior in terms of their mechanical aim, in terms of their like crossfires and all these kinds of elements. But Fnatic were so far ahead tactically as well. Like, in almost every single facet of the game, they were head and shoulders above their opposition. And the reason I was speaking about Kriaz, by the way, is we've got a little bit of time here with the tech issue, is that on the first map against Sangal, they won it 13-10 on Anubis yesterday. Obviously, we got a chance to cast this game. It was Kriaz that was absolutely on fire. 103 ADR. He had himself 17 kills, but 12 assists. He was present in so many trades, so many kills when they were getting aggressive on the CT side, and that's what I expected to see from him on Ancient. So they're starting on the CT side now of Inferno. This is where I'd love to see Kriaz get more activated, because I think the spine of the team is really behind him and Nubik. If the two of them are doing well, typically Eclot are going to follow suit.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, there is another duo there as well that weirdly, statistically, we're expecting to do a bit better, that haven't been able to show up as much, like FaZe CT side Orb.
Yeah.
He gave us a lot to root for. not so much there. Just wasn't able to find it. Detour as well. As much as he hit a couple of nice shots, it wasn't that same sort of rifle powerhouse I was hoping for. I thought him versus Blame was going to be a really good head-to-head. We're going to see trades of blows there. Just wasn't really the case. So they do have the talent. It's just about bringing it out. I mean, in terms of this event, you think back to the GamerLegion matchup as well for them, right? That was an 11-4 score at one point in favor of the GamerLegion camp. Somehow, some way, Vince, they just didn't give it up, didn't go down. They ground out those rounds time and time again to go on to win that one. And that was a bit of a head scratcher for me. Like watching that game, I thought, okay, this is over. It's going to be a really bad start to the RMRs for Eclot. Seeing them bring that one back, it made you believe, like, yeah, this team actually does really root for themselves. Like, they've always had good energy. When we've cut to the player cams in the other matchups we've seen, it feels like they do hype each other up a bit. Like, it's never sort of like, oh, this has gone wrong. It's a bit more of like, shake it off. Let's get back in. So I think they have that potential, but again, like we say, you can see in this series, there's telltale signs of sort of the Hydra, you know, the big three heads that can do so much for Fnatic, sort of putting their noggins together, right? Blame F, Body, Keita. They've clearly looked over this team and know what they need to do to make it uncomfortable.
Yeah, you can see that they have done their homework and made sure that no stone was left unturned. And understandably so, man. Like, if they win this, they are through to the major. They don't have to play later on today. They don't have to worry about how the other matchups kind of play out. And if they fade away into obscurity, like, they are actually at the major. And they're going to have the ability to maybe be an upset team, maybe go through, like, the opening stage and be really in amongst all of it. So you have every reason to do as much homework and swatting as possible when it comes to this. My issue for Eclot, and this may sound a bit harsh, and I could be proven wrong, and I hope I am, you don't know if you'll ever get this opportunity again in your careers. As I said before, they have not been playing consistently at this level of Counter-Strike, any of these players, realistically. They may never get to another RMR. They may never get to a stage where they're playing this caliber of team. Like, you are on the brink of elimination. You are facing it down the barrel of a gun after an incredibly one-sided game. If you can't get up for this game, if you can't manage to find that next level or that spark, then are you human at that stage? I mean, obviously you can get overwhelmed with the situation at hand. You can kind of revert into your shell a little bit more and play a little bit more passive. But we saw that on Ancient, and you saw what the result was. That does not work against a team like Fnatic.
No, absolutely. And obviously, you know, it kind of furthers your point because it is a very different landscape going into next year with 2025, right? Like the RMRs are gone, so you're not going to have those open qualifiers, an opportunity to grind it out. And that's where they've kind of played some of their more historic CS, is it's always domestic games, online games. They play a ton of Counter-Strike. And, you know, we've seen that with the rise of the sort of tier 2 scene over the course of CS2, where physically you were just playing so many officials. When those qualifiers rolled around, they were able to steal away spots from teams that potentially aren't sort of facing that caliber of opposition. Catches you off guard a little bit. It presents opportunities for Cinderella stories like this. But I'm right there with you. You know, it'd be a hell of a way for them to sort of prove, like, yeah, look, we had a rough run. It wasn't easy. We didn't get easy games. The seeding obviously, you know, makes that a lot harder this time around. So you've got to try and beat whoever's in front of you. You start off really slow at the RMR. It would be a story where effectively they reverse sweep their way through, have to then go on to play BB, I think, off the back of this as well, if you win this one even versus Fnatic. So it's no instant major. And that's for all 5 of these players to have their debut, their moment in the sun, their stickers, their legacy. See, I get where you're coming from with that angle.
And I mean, when you consider that, you know, their players aren't super young either. Like, I'm looking at the ages now. Kriaz is 26. Nubik is 27. You have Detour that's 21, so a bit on the younger side. 23 as well for Forzy. So for some of these players, they have... This is the first time they've really peaked at this kind of level in their entire career, and they've probably played more already than they're going to play in the future, if that makes sense. They're past the halfway mark. So that's the importance of this game. Dreams could be made and shattered right here, right now. Eclot, though, have Detour's PC back underway. It was his PC that had the tech issues. Good to see. And we'll see if they can hold on to that 1-0, or if Fnatic in their full-on investment for Spy are going to bring them back down to their knees.
Well, it's back to brackets. Forzy gets the read, but falls off. He's looking to stay alive. Keep at arm's length, because those pistols can be lethal up close, but the one-for-one trades are painting an uncomfortable picture. But luckily enough, Nubik, down in the boiler, goes back onto Blame. Oh, Detour, you got to win that one. I mean, the bomb's down. And luckily enough, Blitz on the re-swing is able to finish it off. It looks a little bit scary, but they get it over the finish line. Tons of damage onto the CT side there, though.
Yeah, tons of damage, but I'm not sure that they'll pull the trigger and go back in again because of no post-plant. And so, although you've done damage, there's actually a very good chance for Eclot to build that economy back up again into this round. Assuming, of course, they don't take any casualties and FaZe can put that MP9 to use for his AWP fund. There are going to be plenty of deagles, effectively a deco coming in. The P250 also tossed in for body, so it affords him the smoke and the flashbang. But yeah, Eclot should be able to put this one to bed pretty convincingly and build back up that money. Getting super aggressive, though. FaZe straight down mid.
Oh, okay. Eco bash your way through this one. You've sniffed out the ecos. You run on in. And make it look good. Only the one casualty there on FaZe. So you're happy with that. He was able to get a bit of cash flow going as well. So the AWP can be brought straight back out going into the 4th round. And it's a vastly better start. But it's all about the longevity. And that is something, a word that really is going to be lingering over their heads, right? Because this is just the start of their day, Vince. You'd have to play all 3 maps here in this series, take down Fnatic twice, wait in the wings for your following game towards the end of the day. At no point does it feel like the job's done. You've got to fight to the bitter end of the European RMR. FaZe setting up, looking like he wanted to go for the totem pole peak, but doesn't fancy his chances on that one in the end. They posture off, and already with close control being taken up inside of the apartments, you need to back off on this. Kriaz through the smoke, replies onto Crims. 4 versus 4, he tucks back in.
I can see that threw them out of their rhythm as well. Like they wanted to go for that boost. They kind of stalled it a little bit. A lot of conversation. You can see from the perspective of FaZe. Almost looked at his teammate, and his teammate wasn't moving. They get caught in transition. Really scrappy from Eclot. Haven't been fully punished for it though, but Mattis is now making moves up on Arch. Taking 3 players and putting them over on the A site. This leaves Blitz by himself, and he only has a flashbang left. 50 seconds on the clock though, and FaZe with the AWP makes the most of it. Plucks out Mattis. Aggression from Kriaz. 2 players up close. Spray is good. Transfers across to the AK to replenish the magazine. And looking good for Eclot to dial in a 4th. Again, a lot of casualties. But a 4-0 lead is exactly what they were hoping for.
It looked really scary when you were looking at the nades as well, because I think, just detour on the back of the site, right? Just that one flashbang. They had a single smoke, but that was towards Arch. So no real utility. Potential there where you could have been able to get that one over the finish line, but equal trades. Heads up play from FaZe as well. Peeks in towards brackets, finds the man in the cubby. Jamie taking a close look at the monitors here as well. It's tactical timeout, body getting the comms across. So a different opener. Feels like a vastly different game as well, It was almost like Eclot couldn't buy a round on the previous matchup for love nor money. Here at least, showing signs of life. And again, this is their bread and butter, Vince. They play these sort of games. It feels like the whole RMR. It's been all the pressure on the world on your shoulders. They've been able to hold it up for quite some time. Will the knees finally give out? At least here in the 5th. Obviously, there isn't really much to work with. You've got the 1 AK in the hands of Blame. Utility to play off it, though. They do have nades. Oh! They might not need them. Blame F. The Skullcracker comes out.
It's a lovely shot. Decent damage. Oh, wants a detour as well. I was about to say that they've repelled this push with a HE, but Body and Blame both struggling. Blitz takes it back into an even keel. Picking up the AK as well in the meanwhile, but there's another HE. Tasted their own medicine to a certain degree after Eclot were being barraged off grenades on Ancient. I mean, you put into account as well that Fnatic have got a bit of a rough win percentage when it comes to Inferno, but they are playing against some of the best teams in the world. Their last loss was to Na'Vi. 13-9 earlier on in the RMR. As Mattis has put one more body to the deck. They have got an M4 on top of it right now. And Nubeek's going looking, hearing footsteps. He'll know they're about to come into his crosshair. The first frag is so labored, though, that he gets punished on the trade.
Oh, that is not the Nubeek we've been seeing over this event.
Not at all.
Mate, that felt so awkward. And you've given him space. I mean, they get on the bomb site because of it. That one slow play on the peek out could have been 2. Instead, now you're down to a 2v2 with the bomb site in the palm of the hands for Fnatic and Crims. He jumps up, spams a few warning shots in towards the smoke. Posturing out though, Detour on the run with 23 HP. Yeah, that's the round gone. They don't feel comfortable going for it.
Understandably so. You got 40 down at $750 before the end of this round, so supplies you with another buy into the next. But Fnatic, I mean, it could have gone the way of Eclot. Like you said, it's so against what we saw from Nubik yesterday that was not missing a single frag. The way he played yesterday, if you showed me that clip, I'd be like, oh, he kills everybody.
Yeah.
Like, everyone's just gone.
He had the read. He was ready for it, but, oh, I don't know. If that was a track and trace, mate, that parcel's gone. You're not getting that one back, Vince.
Well, I mean, the good news is it may be a bit of pill to swallow, but you still have a very solid lead and the opportunity to come back with another full rifle round. But when you consider how one-sided the opening trades were with the HEs and Banana Control going against them, as you can see here in the highlight reel, it is very surprising that Fnatic were able to bounce back and remedy the situation. The battle for Banana continues. That is a hefty grenade, though, down middle. Nork takes the brunt of it.
Oh, unless we forget as well, right? It was the 1 AK in the hands of Blame. That's all you had going into that. Like, super limited utility, basically pistols. And with a start, it felt like there was no right for it. But Fnatic, they got plot armor. Luckily enough, though, the protagonist for Eclot punishes down inside a Banana. And Nubik's able to get the walkout through the smoke on a Natus as well. You grab onto this one with both hands. Don't let this go down. 5 versus 3 advantage. Bomb on the back of body. He's lurking towards bottom mid still, seeing if they're going to initiate a flank. But it's just Fawzy with the AWP. He can post up. No nades for him, so it's bone dry on the bomb site. Could come back to haunt them. Still a lot of utility left. 2 smokes, Vince.
Yeah, 1 CT, 1 coffin, so you can go front of site if you want to try and lurk through there. But of course, we have the benefit of seeing this. When there's 5 players left, if you're Fnatic, you assume there's 2 on B. And now that will be the case. Blitz is coming in. He's on the Speedway side, just waiting. With the flash or smoke, and it's allowing Detour to push down middle. There was a small opportunity for the 2 Fnatic, but they were unaware and not able to exploit it. Crims, though, is keeping this round alive by the thinnest of margins, while Blitz tries to deny the bomb plant. Had the right idea through the smoke, but doesn't fully capitalize. And now it's all on Crims. First spray is on point, but an easy avenging kill will put Eclot into a comfortable 5-1 lead.
Delicious kills, though, from Crims. Really nice to see him hitting some tasty shots, mate. The Sweet Rice Peak. Pure Fuego with the connections. But 1 to 5. Another timeout going to be called in here. Second for Fnatic. I was thinking maybe there's a world as well where he does just continue. And they're running at him, you never know. Some of those old school Crims rounds, it would have been lovely to see. But for Eclot, it's the dream scenario. Seeing the hand motions there from Jamie. What's he cooking up? What have they got in store?
You always see flashes from Crims. Like we've casted this team a lot over the last couple of years, and he'll have a couple moments here and there where it's like you're back at 2014 again.
Yeah.
And King Crims is on the server, so you can never take anything for granted against him. I always have like a little bit of a heart palpitation watching him in clutches, because it's like it might happen. It might happen. It hasn't so far in this tournament. That's not to say it won't. Natus up at 4 frags as well in a pretty rough T start. Grenades have really been on point as well for Eclot, to be fair. There's another one tossed straight down at T steps, and it's another warhead going off. Body's down at 6.
Oh, that is sick. And it's funny, right? Like you literally said, they're giving them a taste of their own medicine. Yeah, like the nade setups we saw from Fnatic were fantastic on Ancient. Some of them literally innovative with the way that they were playing it. But here, you're getting hit by the HEs. Shrapnel for breakfast. And that is not a very healthy diet. Leaves them low. 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. You can set yourself up for the play still. They've still got utility to go for the run out, but the problem is those nades leave you so susceptible to a quick tap from the A1S. Requires far less ammunition, but the timing on it. He turns to give his teammate the flash. Blitz goes back in. Equal trades, but they're finding a little bit of space here and there.
They still managed to push onto the site, but there is a flank in play from Crims. 40 seconds as well, enough time for him to spring into action. He desperately needs his teammates to survive. He doesn't necessarily have to flank either, though. It goes two-pronged. On the one side, you can wrap around the CTs. On the other, find information and allow them safe passage back over onto A. And it's going to be the latter rather than the former. So he's now up close. You will not anticipate this position. They'll know that mid was left completely bereft for quite some time. I'm just amazed at this over-rotation from Eclot. Not even keeping one player on A in all of this time is going to allow the post-plant to come in. And although Crim's a little bit off on the spray, still nails the frag. Has gone down to the hands of Kriaz, though, and Eclot maintain the player advantage.
That's absolutely owned them. The flank has done so much. You can see the instant call. Like, he knew the site was clear. He got so much of a read from it. They wrap off. Eclot thinking, okay, where are they? They've gone, they've disappeared. Suddenly they're at the bomb site. Bomb's so far ticked as well. You've got kits, but only a single flashbang. That's in the hands of FaZe. It goes over the top. Not really going to give you much to work with, though, especially as Nork gets two. All right. Round's dead and buried. Blame with the last one. Mate, that's ridiculous. Crims with the info play gives them all the room in the world to rotate, and they take another round because of it. That's 2 rounds that it feels like Fnatic are basically getting, you know, with nothing, Vince.
It's a really good read from Fnatic there, honestly, like spot on. On the same side, though, Eclot, they had plenty of surplus players. Like, they can keep one player over at least around like Speedway or, you know, Library side just to be a bit of a forward safety net. A tripwire to go off. Reverberations are felt in this M4, and that's pretty much it with some 5.7s. So Fnatic may have had a slow and rough start. A bit turbulent, but they're looking for cleaner air now. Kriaz, though, puts that one rifle to use and allows them to upgrade to an AK. Maybe this round still has a sting in it yet for Fnatic.
Code Crims as he checks out with the first one onto Nemiga. And with really limited firepower to play with, Eclot, they're going to be antsy. They're going to be so uncomfortable. You wrap back over Kriaz. That's the rifle, the only one on the server for them. Wrapping over. Luckily enough, he's got his hands on the AK, but he doesn't put it to good use. They dive out 2 separate angles. All over the bomb site once again. At this point, just hold on to what you've got over at B. Give up the round. That's going to be a third for Fnatic. Obviously, going into it, it was just the A1S. That's basically all you were banking on. You're hoping you win your duels, start to get manpower advantage. Oh, but on the walkout, Blame F waiting at the bottom of Banana. Yeah, there's going to be some money, but it's nowhere near as good as it could have been.
Yeah, that's huge. A couple of frags at the end is massive. I think with the saved M4, they could have gone in for a buy. It wouldn't have been ideal. It would have been a difficult decision. I mean, you have a lead still, so you don't have to, you know, be desperate and snatch at an opportunity. But players around mid to high $3,000 means I saw a scout picked up an M4. And that's, for me, where Blame is honestly at his best, when he's making these sort of, like, late-round reads. He's got a very good mind for the game. Was a step ahead of the opposition, Natus. Immediate headshot to Nemiga, trying to get aggressive, just caught off guard. You can understand why Eclot have gone for the aggression there through middle. Trying to find any advantage they possibly can, especially when they have no utility realistically to play with. Detour with the pop flash into the smoke, but no one is home, and Fnatic just making a move onto the A site. Gonna be a 4th round.
Yeah, well, Matt is getting that kill on the backstab, and Crim's holding for the flank out. I feel pretty safe that everyone's rotated off, no one's there. The welcome mat's down, they're going to walk on in. Once again, another A-site plant for Fnatic, where they should be able to get this scoreline only 1 round away from equalizing here into the second. And man, that's Mattis. Obviously staying alive off the back of the initial tag on the swing out towards mid. Plays Possum inside of the underpass. Second kill's a good one, gives him so much of a read. Don't have to run the risk of running into the stack, especially with the flashbang that was thrown out on B. Detour, his P250s look crisp in some of the games we've been seeing. Only a single crisp on that one, not the full packet.
Yes, with 1 down to 12. is a goner. Crims nails him. And a lot of Eclot's success early on in this half was based off banana control, based off a lot of chip damage from grenades. Last couple rounds, they've been a little bit more tentative. Yes, their economy hasn't really supplied that, so be very curious to see what their approach is going to be here into this round, because they had such a fast lead, it slipped away. The momentum now, I think, is pretty much shifting in Fnatic's favor. Body sticking with a Mach 10, interestingly enough. Anticipating lack of head armors, there's 3 players in that field, Nuke, FaZe, and Detour. And this suggests we're going to have a hot and heavy round from Body at least. Going to try and get up close with a good grenade damage early on. But FaZe just walks through mid by himself. No flashes or lurk smoke. What is that?
He's trying to fight second mid, just gets beheaded from T-steps. Natus on the run out. I mean, Kriaz gets one back, sure. 4 versus 4 though, you're going to take this on the T side every day. You can still convert from this massively. And so much time as well. Both of these initial openers, mere seconds into the round. You had chip damage onto Kriaz. He's left on 45. Oh, Detour spams the smoke. Baits out the shots back from Body's back 10 over the top blitz. Oh, he's blind. Detour's only able to get one, but he switches to the sidearm. USP, good through the smoke. The carnage at the top of Banana, and it leaves us in this position. 2v2, smoke up. Kriaz quick on the rotate. And Nubik looking to link up with him, play together on this one. Blame F commits to the plant, punches in the digits, sets themselves up for the round. HE over the top, break the smoke. Deep on that one. He was hoping to get splash damage across towards pool side, but they just tuck in. One player in pool, Krim supporting close on the smoke, looking towards the run out. He should hit this shot as well, AK. He's going to be ready. Tapping out, commits to the spam. They're getting close on the side, but you've got to assist your teammate on this one. He's trying to reel them in. Crims is able to find it. So much time gone. And Kriaz dead and buried, courtesy of Crims.
9 kills to Crims, a 2K in the round as well. And Eclot down into an eco. It's so perplexing to me, though, that FaZe peak. It's like, typically, if you're going to try and take second mid, you throw a lurk smoke down, you have a second player that's going to be able to watch your back, so you can get that counteractive kill. Also, it felt like he was just completely off on the timing. Like, that has a window of opportunity that does close fast once you know the T-steps push is coming through. The freest of kills to Fnatic. And puts them into a really commanding position now. Considering how rough this game started out. Again, top of Banana is going to be pushed into. Detour taking so much damage. The trade back and forth. The Mach 10 spray is good as well. The thing is, for Eclot, they don't have much in terms of grenades, and they've just thrown the last HE out. And it's not going to capitalize onto Body, so it feels like they've made their play. They've had their power play. It's not quite worked as strongly as they were hoping for.
So it was a missed smoke on the opener. Lands up on top of the buildings. Nades go in, exchange of blows. Ooh, Kriaz. 5-7's good for the instant tap onto Body, but Nork, he finds the peek back onto Nubik. Natus and Co, a little bit paranoid about where he's gotten to. They know he was out on second mid, but he slivered his way out through the apps, walking up towards balcony. FaZe inside of the smoke, but Crims is in mini pit. He can just hold on this one. When the smoke fades, he's got to read, he's got the AK. FaZe, if he's unaware, he'll know now. Spam shots go out. He's got to get this off. He's just running through the smoke. He doesn't know where he is. It's all getting confusing. Kriaz has to do the footwork for him. And the other T's are still oncoming. Up through quad side, it's Natus walking in. Nork to support through the balcony peak.
He was so confused. He got dinked in the smoke, spinning around. They know that a player is on the site, but the Molotov is in the wrong position. And now Kriaz, oh, the 5-7 at that kind of range can seriously harm. Smoke out. Fading away the CTs, and the post plant comes in. Detour very low. Eclot into a position now where saving may not be good enough. May have to go for this one. FaZe trying to sneak his way through the smoke. And Nork is having none of it. With Detour's low HP, there's no way forward. He has to save. And Fnatic, they'll take the lead.
Oh man, some of these moments for Eclot. It feels so weird, so uncomfortable. Try as you might on that one. You make it look close, make it look like maybe there is a timeline, but it's the key word being there's only one player on the site. They'd already wrapped off, expecting a late flank back towards B. Rifle wasn't there, no room for the trade. Usually that's been the boon of Eclot, right? Like the trade game's always been sick. They set themselves up in these angles to play off one another. Instead, if that 5-7 doesn't find impact, which it didn't, Fnatic have all the time in the world to set up, close the round. And now you lead 6-5. They're in charge of the game.
Well, at least for Eclot, they have a full investment and they have an AK in the hands of Detour. He's had a pretty solid start. Kriaz, good to see him lighting up the scoreboard once again on 14. Good amounts of damage from both of them. High ADR. This time, the Fnatic are mixing it up. Way less involvement on Banana early on, holding on to the bulk of their grenades instead. A Detour down to 39. He's going to be struggling, have to play a way more passive angle for the CT push instead. That's going to put more pressure as well over on the B side. Eclot may have to retreat over a third player, and that's where Fnatic could find themselves a vulnerability to exploit.
They group back up late round. Free smokes, 2 flashbangs. Molotov supporting that. Blitz playing anti-flash on second oranges. Detour close, throws out the nade, tags him, slows him down somewhat. He's going to pop that one in the air, peek together. Blitz is good for the instant turn. 1-for-1 trades, body tries to deal damage. But he's taken out by Blitz. Blitz flashes himself back in, but they peek ahead of it. Blame F gets the better of him on the engagement. Bomb can be planted again. 2 versus 3 on the B-bomb site. Feels like we've seen this a couple of times now. Nubik tucks in. If Naught clears it, you might suspect no one's coming in. He'll wrap around, turn his attention back onto the site. Goes in for a second look, though. Oh, wins the duel against Nubik. Oh, mate. Every time it feels like they've got a bit of a chance, a window of opportunity. It's slammed down on him by Fnatic, and Blame F is licking his lips, waiting for the run-in, but Kriaz strikes against him. Problem is, though, you can spam through the smoke. You know where the lineup is. Bullets on target, tagging the back. Forzy's not coming off. He just sticks it.
He may have assumed he got the bomb planted there, the diffuser, I should say, but had to go back in for seconds and slightly off on the spray. Gives Eclot a 6th round and overall a dead even affair going into the second half. Eclot started razor sharp, 5-1 lead. Fnatic bounced back with a vengeance. But it has to be highlighted that the T side on Ancient for Eclot was shambolic. Different map, different ball game, sure, but they were being bullied and pushed around. We'll see if they've managed to find a way out of that confrontation. But when you consider like Banana Control is going to be a very hotly contested area, mid, second mid, we know the Fnatic likes pushing to apps in particular a lot of the time, try and wrap around. We see Crims do this a lot. Blame F is always involved. It's up to Eclot now to win us over and make us believers, because that Ancient performance definitely made a lot of people lose faith.
Yeah, I think so. It's scary as well, because this actually could have been an even better scoreline for him. Like 2 rounds throughout that initial half, right? Never should have lost. One of them's literally Blame F with an AK, everyone else with pistols. You somehow lose that with a Nubik run out towards mid-side. The Crims rotate as well. Like, baffling rounds at times. It's all even. It's tied up 6-6 going into the second half. Pistol. Feels like Fnatic have had their number on a lot of these rounds as well. Like, Natus has been looking crisp as always with the pistols. Tons of reliable pistol players for this team. They did lose the opening pistol on Inferno, but the anti-strat was good from them. Have they got a read in the T-side pistol? Matt is expecting the walk-up. That man always delivers with a silencer. Tap onto the head of Nubik. If they peek towards mid-side, it could be a 2-player swing. One of them should look for the trade. You still have the advantage. Detour's angle's known. Nork's looking for this. The rest of the Wolfpack, though, Vince, down towards bottom mid still, grouping up. Timing on it's going to be awkward.
Timing on this apps peak as well could work out so favorably for Fnatic. Detour, though, in the bedroom. He's waiting. Will be able to capitalize onto body. May not anticipate that Mattis is already pushed around the side. He spots him, but he doesn't want to give his position away. Because as long as Detour is in bedroom, there's a chance that they could rotate back around onto A, and that is where Mattis' position can be fully activated. So staying in as long as possible, he sees no more players pushing, and this allows them to keep 2 over on B, and now they're making a move across. They have no idea where Natus is. With 30 seconds left, and how good Natus is with the USP, he could shut this round down by himself.
Oh, Natus on the walk back in. He goes up, Detour hits it. He's gone down, Vince. Trying to build them away into this round, but they've got no bricks left. Nork in the back of the site. Can he still build a way in? Slapped upside the head, finished off by Detour. 10 seconds on the timer as they will get onto the site and get it down. A pistol round that had so many small contingencies that Fnatic should have been able to win this one. And now you're thrown into the retake, 4v2 with Eclot in good positions.
Oh, the timing on that for Natus, he's going to be so frustrated. And it's almost like Fnatic were banking their entire setup on Natus's spot there. The second he turns his back, they push mid, and he gets caught from the bedroom player. Looks like they're going to hold on to this Kevlar as well. No health lost on either Crims or BlameF, so a save coming through, and Eclot regain the lead one more time. That's a huge boon, a huge bonus towards their T-side endeavors and prospects too. It felt like a super important pistol round for Eclot. And Detour with 3 jumps up to 14 frags. They have the 2 top fraggers on the server, Kriaz with 15. And now a chance to cook a little bit more. But yeah, man, that timing on Natus turning to go back into apps, like, that is the thing of nightmares.
I know, dude. Like, obviously, that's the beauty of it, right? Like, we see it all. We're here with all the information in the world, but for him, the internal timing, he's held it for so long. He's like, okay, well, they haven't come back yet. Tries to reposition, looking for the pick onto the one player he did know the position of. Loses that duel. And then they just barrel out, take the bomb site because of it. Couple of Famuses in play. Both of them are top banana. 4-player stack on this. Only one man is Nork on the A site. Nades out first. Oof. Making it feel like it's only a single player here, just the usual duo. But BlameF, he's baited them in. They still haven't actually got the full regen as well. They don't know the severity of the situation at top banana, and they're going to feed them some more. The Lions are coming out for Fnatic, clawing them to pieces. Eclot, not like this. They walk into Banana Vince and they get battered.
Bloodied and bruised on Banana. And now Detour with the arduous task of trying to make something out of nothing. And to make matters worse for him, no control over the bomb. Oh, the instant headshot from Nork. Insult to injury, salt directly to the wounds. What a turnaround by Fnatic, though. You lose the pistol, you come into the second round with 5.7s, and now you have 4 assault rifles from Eclot delivered straight to your doorstep.
One-day delivery. Man, you just reel them in. Make it look like it's just the usual setup on Banana. They go up, BlameF's the only one that's seen. They keep fighting them. Torn to shreds. Broken, battered, economy, thrown in the bin as well. You take the pistol, but the instant reset always leaves such a horrid taste in the mouth, and they opt to go fast out through brackets. The Galil getting gory. As Nork slays his way through them. Pad the stats, close it down, don't let it get uncomfortable. Forz is the only one left, can't quite get his hands on the weapon. They know about him now.
Only 3 bullets left, though, in the magazine as well. There's 2 of them. Is able to replenish. He isn't punished in kind with his death, but I mean, similar situation to Detour. You are effectively just living on borrowed time. Your prospects for doing anything in this round are slim at best. Turns out to be none, and Fnatic, they take the lead at 8-7, forcing Eclot into a save. A chance to get a bit of daylight between the 2 teams. Again, we go back to that T-side on Ancient, and really the T-side on a lot of maps in the lead up to this point. They had a rough T-side on Ancient against Sinners as well earlier on. They lost 13-8. Has been their Achilles heel for the most part. Just 2 P250s and absolutely nothing else. No flashes to facilitate a pop flash into a peak. It looks like they're going to get all together in apps and try and overwhelm and swarm one player and see if they can make the most of it in the post plant. But Fnatic's positioning isn't really going to afford them this luxury unless maybe Natus goes into apps late, but with no smoke in middle, no reason for him to do that.
They're keeping his attention on mid side. Detour focused round on close quad. Smoke back up. Eclot. They're looking to be afforded an opener. Given a peek where they can get a tap off, then start to overwhelm. Just hoping to squeeze some money out of the 16th round. Fnatic, they want to take this one home, put themselves on 9, start to course correct instantly on the CT side, bloat the scoreline. And at every turn, there's some barricade, an incendiary, a player, something to make it rough for them. On the burst out, they've got to hope that they can draw the attention off. The Nork's got support of Mattis. The laboured spray doesn't matter. Kriaz with one onto Nork, but Crims is in the back waiting, and Mattis does all the damage at mid. They get through it with only one death onto Nork, and a 9th round hammered home.
As expected, Fnatic bypassed the eco round pretty comfortably in the end, and now Eclot, they'll have one Galil, pardon me, 4 AKs, no AWP though. But again, I go back to that point that we talked about on Ancient, where it's like FaZe, for me, doesn't have too much impact on the T side AWPing. You actually see ZywOo do this a lot as well on Inferno T side, just runs with the rifle, gives you a lot more capabilities, allows you to be more versatile and adaptive. It's also just a half, if we're being completely honest. It's tough to get impact on the T side of it. Inferno at the best at times. The way the map's laid out, the choke points and the smokes. So I'm not entirely against this as a prospect, and FaZe's had a rough start as well at 6 kills. Newbeak for me is probably the saddest point of this whole proposition. Is in both maps we've not really seen that same level that we witnessed yesterday against Sangal. It's been sorely missed. And now Nork in position with Crims to play the bait and switch. Nork can take the shot and fall back, but Crims maybe just needs no help. He's there to deliver himself. Both players pull the plug, try and get out of there and successfully do so.
They stay alive, they know their win condition. Crims with a schmovement, gets himself back towards the site. Ooh, run out for blitz. Beats the timing on the smoke. He's calling for everyone to wrap over. The cavalry has to get towards the B bomb site. Good call in from the Molotov as well. That'll deny Body from being able to make his adjustment round out through ruins. So it slows it down enough that they can get the bomb planted and set themselves up. But you can see Newbeak holding on the cross. Knew it was about to fade, so they call in for the resmoke towards CT. Now feels comfortable. They're going to get that bomb down. But Fnatic on the retake. Utility's there for them. You outnumber them as well. They're looking for a pick. They want to see if they could get a shot off through the smoke. That would have led them into going for this one. But instead, with how low they are, finding no impact through the smoke, they call it quits. They are able to give this one up. It's going to go 9-8. Eclot barely finding a way to make this round work.
Yeah, they've got tons of cash, as you can see across the board, but the fact that you have 2 AKs in play for the CTs, like, you don't want to throw these guns away. There's such a huge advantage in these early trades, especially with Fnatic play. When you get those peaks in, you see this from Mattis a lot of the time. Now looking for the exit frags. There's one, trying to bait them out into the open, let the bomb do most of the work. A very high radius on this map. And now Mattis goes in, anticipating that spot. Decent damage done. In all case there, Fnatic will be happy with that outcome. Sure, not the round loss, but the fact they're able to take 2 extra weapons away forces Eclot into a buy with a MAC-10, a Galil on 2 players. So not a bad effort at all. And now they're going to use their 3rd tactical timeout. They have the round lead. Momentum of this half is kind of in the tip of the balance, really, in terms of, yes, you probably favor Fnatic, but Eclot with this run and gun style, getting aggressive, are having success.
It's just the sheer amount of rounds as well, where it's felt like Eclot are in like the driving seat to take a nice round home, give themselves an even better scoreline, and something happens. Something Fnatic goes crazy, like Blame Air for top banana with the Famises. Previous rounds, right back in the first half, we're talking about Crims with the rotate. Shenanigans and moments that matter so much in a game that effectively decides if Fnatic will be able to take it in 2, go to the major for the organization, for some of these players. I mean, so damn much. Changes up some of the historic stats as well. We're back into the 18th here, though. Nork with the AWP. Oh, doesn't realize how close Newbeak's got. Walks the whole way up, over flick on the contact, Detour running on in, but Crims puts the foot down, and that's the bomb in the hands of Kriaz. Had to get the kill, finds it. You've got the rotate cordoned off as well, and they probably don't even want to look in on this one. Should be an Eclot 9-9.
Could be another save, honestly. Same situation as last round. 2 AKs. Don't want to throw them away. You're in a player disadvantage. And although the economy is still okay, it's not great. And Fnatic will be looking at the bigger picture. So a save comes through, and Eclot pick up a 9th round on this half, making a real go of this, man. Like, I didn't completely write them off on this T side, but I had a lot of concerns. Discussing this before, like losing a bit of faith in their T side prowess. But they're regaining that confidence, regaining that speed again. 2 rounds on the bounce. And Fnatic have no more timeouts left either. Importantly, they don't have a chance to push the reset button to get the coach involved. They've utilized all of those. So, Fnatic, what do you do with these consistent saves? 2 in a row. Can you put it to work? We've seen them get that early sort of aggression through from Crimson Apps, a point that I was raising before. We know he likes to play this spot often. He got a kill, but it just wasn't enough. Where do they go from here?
Eyes are honed in on FaZe as well. We've been talking about his trials and tribulations. T-side up on this one. Looks for the opening pick towards banana side. Blocked off Nork. Oh, he doesn't even see them. The scope delivers again. Blows Blitz completely apart. They're wrapping around the site, blocking off the angles for the retake, but Mattis, is he going to play with some shenanigans? Walks through, tries to turn, even wins the engagement. Nubeek! How does that one get by him? 3 versus 4.
This is a far cry from the Nubeek that we saw yesterday, man. Like, the drop-off is significant. That's 2 or 3 chances now he's had. Kriaz, in the meanwhile, from the side's going to strike, but Crim's there to deliver the fatal blow. A hell of a shot from FaZe. And Crims was lightning fast on his opening headshot. That's outrageous. But he's done the damage, and now FaZe decides to try and take the initiative and push through the smoke. Picks up the bomb, but body through the smoke nails him. And now Detour has to try and force that plant down. They're so accurate through the smoke, he gets peppered to 34. They would have heard the tags, and Detour has to back off. And this is playing into BlameF's position. He's going to have him dead to rights, and Fnatic take 10 first.
Mate, what a bizarre round again. Mattis walks in, tucks into the corner, both of them blind, wins the duel. FaZe forced to recover the bomb, goes up, grabs it, taps it, through the smoke, straight back, damage done. And Fnatic, although they've got none of their pauses left, no opportunity for Keita to get involved in regulation. This is the first pause we've seen from Eclot. You're on the back foot. 1 round down, 10-9. Scoreline dangerously close to Fnatic, getting towards that major qualification point. If there's something to be said for replay here, this is where he needs to chime in massively. What has he seen? What can they change?
Here's their first timeout too, so better late than never. They know the importance and the impact of this round. It could effectively be Fnatic with 1 foot in the major if they concede. Their economy rough. Their buy not fantastic, but good enough to do damage. I mean, realistically, that round ended up being scrappy. Unless FaZe gets that outrageous insta headshot onto Crims round the corner with the orb, it probably would have been a pretty straightforward round, all things considered. Good damage early on from the grenades, and Blitz takes one straight to the face. Down to 20. After the timeout's been called and you're lacking utility and firepower, this is as bad as it gets. And he backs away into the Molotov.
Oh, they knew what needed to be done. The tag onto him. Incendiary goes down. He's trying to bail out. So low on health that the ticks were enough to kill him. Had no opportunity to save himself on that one. So it's another first pick for Fnatic. And Nork, prime time angle for him to show us what he's made of again. It's been that duo of him and Mattis every time there's a push on brackets. They're racking up the body count, leaving everyone slayed out. They're going to go for it again. They've got the flash. That'll be important. Dash it over the top. Smoke in the back line. Oh, shoots between them both. He's nutmegged them. Kriaz. The AK strikes. Crim's burning alive. Waiting for the impact. Crosshair flicks off as he dives in. Natus with the backstab, good for one. It's another pressure cooker round, but FaZe with the AK. This is what we wanted to see. Some rifling. Strikes back. Bomb planted. Fnatic forced to save.
Forced to save and 10 to 10. Again, nothing between the two teams. After how devastating a start it was for Blitz, getting double naded, a Molotov down below his feet, barbecued on Banana. The fact that they were able to come out and take that round, but not to single out a player and throw all of this on his shoulders. Norks had a good game, a lot of ADR, a lot of kills. That miss between two players, not hitting either of them, not trading 1-for-1, left Crims in a world of hurt. Molotov into his position, has to jump out, killed from above. That one miss effectively lost the round. And those are the kind of positions and plays that you cannot afford to make that mistake again if you Nork. Their money also pretty dire. I mean, this is where I think they'd like to call a timeout, but they've used all three of them.
Bro, you talk about the money as well. FaZe there survives on 1 HP. They know their numbers of the bomb radius. Tucks in. 1 health to his name, so that's an extra AK you could pass back over. They get a hefty buy coming back into this one. It felt like scraps they were working with in the previous round. It's always scary though. I mean, FaZe, T-side AWP, like, look what you're going up against here at least, right? It's far weaker. There's the 2 rifles, everyone else is on the pistols. If they go for a swing, he should be ready to deliver, but they double up, play the numbers game inside of apps. Body. Good for the first, but Nubik will trade. But they don't know about Blame. No one knows about his angle.
The problem though for Fnatic is they don't know about Blame, but he is really realistically the only hope they have. Because USPs and a P250 alongside it is never going to be able to supply the Mountain himself. Gets caught in bedroom and nullified. That is the round going in favor of Eclot in the dying embers of this match. Eclot are on the brink of taking us to a third. And who would have ever thought that would be the case after they got straight up annihilated on Ancient? It was the most one-sided game maybe of the entire RMRs. And yet here they stand on the precipice of taking us to a third.
And in classic Eclot fashion over the course of this RMR as well, it's one of those where like you're replaying how many of the rounds were, you know, shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? Each and every time where it's like, oh, this could be even better. This could be your regulation win. This could be it dead and buried already. We saw it before. Opening matchup versus Falcons. 2 teams that haven't had it easy at this RMR. They both lost their opening game. It was Eclot against Falcons. It was Fnatic versus Na'Vi. Stark contrast between the 2 teams there. And back to leading. Benefit is, of course, all those weapons cold on the ground. You can walk back over. That's an AK-2 M4s, the kits, the smoke, all dragged into the next.
This would be a really nice outcome for Fnatic. I mean, they came into the round with really not that much. Coming out of it with 3 assault rifles, including an AK, is much better than they would have been anticipating. And ideally, Eclot would have liked to have thrown some of these weapons away, but there was so much chaos over on apps. They didn't want to be in this awkward spot where one player is juggling weapons, gets put down, and then suddenly you're in a 3-on-3. So making sure they have their priorities straight, and that's round win first and everything else second. Eclot, though, 2 rounds away, and Fnatic with the save guns are going to be able to come back into this one with a very powerful buy. Nork on the AWP again. We look back at that miss, it looks really bad, but he has had a good map overall. One of the players you look towards to be that third sort of component, the cog in the wheel behind Blame F and Natus, but actually Crims has had a great map too.
It's a good read at least. They're a bit more paranoid about the early opening nade set that's been thrown out towards B, but look at the stack you're working with. 3 players early, you throw the nades over, and then instantly posture 2 of the players off, with Body holding with the smoke in his hands for delay tactics. So A site is going to be stacked to the 9s. Everyone's here looking for the close encounter. Blame F tucks into the cubby. Smoke's getting ready to fade. He's got backup. Natus inside a boiler. Detour, he can read that. Comment across to Natus. He can take the peek back in. Should be a freebie for him. That's the first. Now they're second guessing themselves a little bit. Staggered But Nubik battles back, good with one. There's the peek from Natus down towards midside. It's not a kill, but look at the amount of damage.
Yeah, Krea's down to 8 HP, and he is the bomb carrier too, so he needs to be so careful. He's walking on thin ice. But he's decided he's going to take his skates over onto middle. Joining alongside Blitz. Nubik's up close as well. The timing will favor him against Natus, and that opens the door onto the A site. And Fnatic, they're in no position to stop this push. They're effectively going to have to concede 2 map points to save these weapons again. Not even fighting for this, and it's all well and good to keep these weapons in play, but eventually you've got to start using them.
They've got to play for the OT. That's what they're going for. You can weigh it up, figure it out, but look at the scoreline you're facing. They're going to grind this one straight back now. It would need to be 2 rounds on the spin for the CT side of Fnatic. If Eclot take this nuke, our bookend, our decider, the game that effectively could be Fnatic's tickets to the Major or Eclot's chance versus Team BB to complete their Cinderella story. All on the line. Match points secured, anything but clean on so many of these rounds though. It's always been scary. At the very least, with a weapon save, you can get a hefty buyback into this one. The Orb for Nork, everyone else with the M4s, tons of nades. Those kits, importantly as well, for the late rounds, because that's what we've been seeing. These late executes from Eclot. I thought it was gone. When Natus got the pickup inside of apartments, if Nubik doesn't go ballistic there... Oh, mate.
I think that's the most calm tilt I've ever seen. Yeah, whatever. I think it's because he died to the bomb, and obviously the round was already won, so it's a subdued bit of rage. Perhaps double nades down, though. Yielding the first frag and a good counteractive flashbang with an incendiary. It's going to make this too hot to handle. Eclot have to back away and cool themselves down. I am surprised at the lack of aggression from Crimson Apps. He typically loves to be up close and personal. Maybe a case of the hemorrhaging players across the map. He doesn't want to get himself caught off guard and put his team into a horrible spot. But for this time, they get the opening pick, they back off, and now all the pressure is swelling on Eclot. It's up to them to make something happen.
And for Eclot, converting games in overtime, it's not been going well for them at the RMR. Detour, he's afforded so much information. He's able to get into a really advanced position. The other players are lurking back towards B. Smoke goes up, pushes ahead of it, spams there. Krim stays alive with 19 HP. And 50 seconds on the timer. The A-site CT's not budging, not pushing down. So Nubik can't make a power play through midside on the lurk. They've got 2 smokes, sure, you can throw them back over. That's the first that goes out. But look at the setup. Body is in a position to assist with a backup of Blame. With only 30 seconds, they've got to go for it. Can't stall for too long on this one. Blitz looking for the peek, the head seen, Body takes the scalp. Time ticking away and the rotation's arriving. It's all blowing up in the face of Eclot. Nubik, he's got to get that entry. The Orc staggered, fights towards second oranges. 13 seconds on the clock, FaZe with 1, but it means nothing as Fnatic take 11.
One step closer to OT. I was very confused and perplexed by Detour's decision to wide swing balcony. Like, I understand he wanted to do it before the smoke plumed, but you got to assume it would be a 1-for-1 trade, and at that point, they were a player behind. So I was a bit baffled by that choice. Maybe trying to draw away rotations from the B site was the play. We have a P90. Don't think I've seen that so far in the RMRs. Krea's locking that one in. A whole new meaning to the term run and gun. 50 bullets in the magazine to try and spray through, and it's been put down instantly from Natus. A lot of damage onto Nubik and FaZe as well, and you can add Blitz to the mix, but he's been diced down into little bite-sized pieces. And the weakened play is now being finalized. Oh, the one tap from FaZe though, giving them a lifeline. And in actual fact, this could be the third map beckoning. Body in a 1-on-2 with 2 weakened players to contend with.
It looked like it was going so wrong, so quick. But for Eclot now, you're in the post-plant playing off one another. Crosshair focused on the smoke and the quad side run out its Body. Full nade set, A1S to work with, throws the smoke, sets up for the incendiary, flash over the top and go for the engagement. It's good, right on target. FaZe sent off to the Burns ward. Detour tucked into the corner. He's got to hit the shot. That's the only way he can win it. Swings out. 13 frowns his. Detour does it. And they will take us to the third map of Nuke.
Nice. Yeah, now do you see, guys? Do you see the Fnatic that I know? That's the Fnatic I know there.
I'm just hand in head. Fuck, God! I almost swore right there.
You did.
That's just an.
That's what Fnatic will do.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that. The repeated A hits from Eclot there. They knew that bomb site was ripe for the taking. The amount of missed shots, the amount of desynced moments and positions between the Fnatic players, the way that Eclot through just bursting through smokes, even at ill-advised times. They didn't even pull rotations half the time. They just went A over and over again, and Fnatic crumbled under the pressure.
If it's not broken, Maui, you don't fix it. An Eclot
They lost multiple times doing it. They just kept doing it.
Exactly. It's Eclot masterclass. That's what we've actually just witnessed here, Dust, I think.
Was it, though?
Yeah,
was it a masterclass?
So. I think so.
I think it's a little bit of a stretch.
I will also add as well, Agent Nork. He whiffed so many big shots.
There is a mole amongst the server at this point.
He had a great first half. He actually looked really strong on the rifles on their T side. Right. But switching to CT side, Knock in a few of these pivotal positions with, by the way, no utility disturbance, was somehow perturbed. Eternally perturbed.
Yeah, I mean, and look, honestly, I think Eclot, they had some good, bright individual moments, some good performances. That last round there, you saw,
Yeah, Kriaz's P90.
Yeah,
that really paid off for them in that kind of moment. No, I actually, for Detour,
Detour.
Detour was pretty solid in this one. I think he had Crim's number for a lot of this. Like the apps fight between Detour and Crims, I would love to see the head-to-head at the end of it to make sure, but it really did feel like he was taking that space comfortably and even getting frags at times doing it.
One might say Detour was the dead end for Fnatic in that one.
Lord help me.
Workshop that, I think. But anyway, it's good. Bring it all to the table. I mean, it's in lieu of good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it was not a through road. Actually, Crims was the through road.
Yeah. It looks a lot closer there. Blitz had another nightmare. I will say that he
is enjoying this tournament. Unfortunately, they're going to need him for map 3.
Yeah, well, certainly, but map 3 we are going to get, which is the important part. I'm just going to see here who was our MVP. I'm intrigued. Yeah, it is Detour. I thought so. I thought he was very impactful for Eclot. On a serious note.
Yeah, I mean, early on in the game, he was really good on the B defense, like kind of getting them a big lead. Fnatic eventually recovers and ties up the half 6-6, but then, we flip sides, and Detour did have a lot of impact coming out of apartments, creating openings at A, sometimes in disturbing ways, sometimes in clean ways. I mean, it wasn't the tidiest Counter-Strike, but it was enough to get the job done to get a third map.
Yeah. Anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, in general, I think Fnatic we're very slow to adjust in this one. They really felt like Eclot were going to hammer B over and over again. They started 3B, 4B even sometimes, and Eclot showed that they really had no intentions to go B whatsoever. And so
well, because we're workshopping things, Richard, I need to diversify my higher ability. So I'm going to take over some hosting roles at this point.
Oh, right.
And I think there was a round that you wanted to break down, if I'm not mistaken. So, Richard, why don't you share us your insights?
I never get a chance to break down a round. I'm going to break down a round that we're going to play for you at home. Possibly the worst round of Counter-Strike I've ever witnessed. So let's just go through it. We start with a blind kill. So you go, okay, this is going to be good. Then you have the smoke in the library here. And it's like, okay, not a problem. Oh, no, it's absolutely terrible. Nubic. Putting the noob in Nubic, but then you're like, okay, they're back into it. We got nades coming in. This is infuriating. You had the AWPer, who's low HP here. I'm low HP. I'll just creep into a smoke, which of course they're going to spam with a rifle. It's the worst position to be. He dies. Smoke redeployed. We have this aggressive push out of Hut and gets the kill in the guy in graveyard.
I think you have a future in analysis, man.
Yeah, I know.
We need to get you on the Weatherman.
Like I wanted to do it on the Weatherman, so I could just draw a circle around Nubic missing that shot and go, this is what we call terrible count. It was unbelievable.
I think you had a different word for it in the green room. But,
I did, yeah,
bomboclat. Yeah, that was. I mean, that moment sort of epitomized what was happening towards that A bomb site. It was just utter chaos.
Yeah, it was.
Just people popping through smokes, crossfires that weren't necessarily being held for each other, people letting up on angles when they know that their other site player needs that angle to be held more than anything. Like, the one thing Crims couldn't do is let Knock get shot from Moto for a guy creeping through the smoke, and he crouched and didn't look at the smoke that he needed to hold. Like, there were all these kinds of moments where it actually felt like, surprisingly, despite the tenure of a lot of the players on Fnatic, they crumbled in this kind of high pressure moment,
it was
which
a
is surprising.
13-11 game in the worst kind of way.
And that is exactly who Fnatic are these days. This is what you have to understand. It's like you don't follow these things. It's baffling. And now we go into the deciding map of Nuke, and I'm telling you, this is game on for Eclot as far as I'm concerned.
It's going to be an interesting one because Eclot has been pretty good on Nuke in the local LAN scene. Online, though, very hit or miss, but they play it a lot, so definitely have some comfortability and some reps. Meanwhile, this used to be Fnatic's permaban. They only just recently swapped it over to a different map, so they've only played in total, I think, like maybe three games.
I think it is three times.
Something insane like that. So who freaking knows what to expect from them in this game, honestly?
Well, one thing you can expect is that on their eco buys on T side, the way they beat BB Team earlier at this event was they basically won no gun rounds. They basically won.
And they just beat BB.
They barely beat them, and it was off of the back of just Tech 9 A rushes over. I think they won 3, unironically. I think they won 2 or 3, and it was just it was a point for BB Team where it was like, we're doing everything right on the gun rounds. We're only losing these A hits. And so for Fnatic, they just need to have better gun rounds. Like their players are not necessarily synergized. Like, Crims would sometimes creep down the vent. They couldn't really get to him or help him or anything like that. Like, they had nice ideas of what you need to do, but they couldn't just put all the pieces together. And
I mean, as disjointed as they looked in that Inferno match, I am scared on how they're going to coordinate on a map like Nuke,
I'm actually worried.
You need a lot of coordination on your timings, on when you're swinging things, when you're holding, when you're falling back. Like, they look so crumbled in that one. I'm actually quite concerned for them. Because here's the thing. They're the team with the highest Buchholz score. So if they win this game, they're through the major. If you lose, you're obviously out. So the ultimate high could be there, but the low is about to be real low.
Stifling, suffocating pressure.
It is?
Yeah. Look, Maui's feeling
Don't put pressure on them. Do not put Knock in a situation, okay?
All right.
Not.
Well, listen, as always, gentlemen, thanks for suffering through that map with me. We're going to take a break. When we come back, it's going to be the decider on Nuke. Will Fnatic falter? Will Eclot ascend? We'll find out after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Right then, here we are, third and final map between Eclot and Fnatic. For Fnatic, it's a pathway to the Shanghai Major. Close this one down, 2-1, you get your tickets. Whereas for Eclot, it's a fight for survival. Their day is only just beginning, Vince. There would still be the decider matchup with Team BB later on today.
Oh yes, nuke, all-important deciding matchup. Inferno sure was a map that happened, and we'll be hoping this is a little bit more clinical. And BlameF is doing just that. Pierce is in for the first kill. Post-plant, though, has already come to fruition, so Eclot able to back away with 2 players in lobby. Maybe anticipating a push through on the ramp side. Not going to be forthcoming just yet. 2 players up in heaven. They actually don't have a kit between the 5 players either. That could be a problem, especially as the timer was already pretty low. And they're looking to boost up. Detour nails the first headshot and the second on top of it. And that is a huge passage of play in favor of the T's now. And although BlameF is cleaning up left and right, the lack of the kit is a problem. And as long as he gets the kill, this round will follow. Doesn't matter if Blame nails his 3rd kill or not. Eclot take first blood.
Beautiful pistol, 2 big pieces of that one as well, right? The boost up, back towards the vent. You love to see that from Detour. He's been really crisp in a few of the pistol rounds we've seen throughout the event. Again here, delivering with 2 impact frags. And the backstab, that's the most important piece, right? Gets up through heaven side, peeks out, gets him off the bomb. Like you touched on there, no time, no kit, and it's gone. But that was lovely. Great work with the Glock, gets both of those kills, kept him guessing, even with BlameF, try as he might to defend them. You get the last one, but it doesn't matter.
I can't fault his aim, it was crisp. That last shot, especially the fadeaway headshot, was beautiful. So much time already taken off the clock by the time he's able to get into that spot. And they're anticipating a hefty buy here. Look at this, no MAC-10s in play for Eclot, full assault rifles. Hard investment into Galils with 4 of them. This is bypassing just a little bit of utility. Nothing for Newbeak left. And Body had a chance, but misses out on the shot. BlameF will punish, though. As they back away down in secret. 2 players were up close and personal, but now BlameF, who's gone untouched, still 100% HP, is able to sit in an off angle outside and watch for the garage push.
And it's a weird deciding map as well, with Nuke being the bookend of this series. Fnatic, you tend to ban it as their first ban 80% of the time over the course of the last 3 months. But they've been playing it 3 times in the last 3 months too. And they even had a win over BetBoom at this very event, 13-11. And for Eclot, negative win rate on the map feels like a bit of a bait to kind of lure them in here, and it is our first final decider. And already this one's looking a bit more sheepish, isn't it? I mean, you felt like coming into this, you should have a big edge. We've seen this happen before, where Eclot take the pistol, Fnatic instantly reset. Oh, it feels like I'm in deja vu territory. Natus is low, 12 HP, looking for the headshot on the vent. Dive out. Kriaz hits him with a die hard. Now he knows what TV dinner feels like, but can they still feast on the round? Nork with the scout. Scoped in, it's gone, Vince. I mean, 7 seconds on the clock. Forzy's going to get nothing from it. Could potentially even die after time, but Nork, Grims rather, won't do that to him. But they will take the reset, 1-1 instantly.
Yeah, Blame may have had a bit of an off map over on Inferno, but he is starting lightning fast here on the 5-0 lead in terms of his kills to death. Big entry as well outside onto the crossing players from Red. Alleviated the pressure on the 2 secret players, allowed them to back off and reposition onto the B site and wait and react. But yeah, I mean, you're spot on. Eclot have fell into this trap so many times of winning the pistol and then immediately being broken. And you just can't afford that. On the T side of Nuke, especially against a team like Fnatic, you have to make the most of everything. It's just miss smoke as well on top of the vents. If they're trying to fake for a rotation through outside, they're not buying it right now, Fnatic. They know exactly what's coming up, and they're going to be able to devour the oncoming Ts. 3 players in quick succession go down. There is a bit of a resurgence, though, with the Tech 9s, but it's too little too late. Fnatic dialing a 2-1 lead.
And there's been a lot of misutility over the course of the RMRs for Eclot as well. It's come back to haunt them a couple of times. Oh, mate. It's so rough. Whenever you start to think like, oh yeah, hang on, here we go. They've started the bonfire. They're getting their energy going, Vince. They're living it large. It always goes wrong. It always instantly just gets collapsed on by Fnatic. It's been such a bizarre matchup over the course of the previous 2 maps. Coming out early. Nade damage good again on target. Utility damage has been through the roof for Fnatic. They're keeping that trend going. Soften them up. Of course, you really don't have any firepower here. It is just the Glock, so you're hoping for a best-case scenario. Plant for FaZe. Squirrel away some cash into the next. Maybe take a weapon as well. I mean, Blame F. 6-0 off the starting block over the course of 3 rounds. Low on health instantly, but his teammates can clean up for him. That one's dead and buried.
Yeah, anticipate it to be pretty straightforward. Full-on eco affords them now the AK buy. I want to see how they're going to contend with Blame playing outside the way he is right now. Have a lot of impact with the M4 in the opening 4 rounds. How are Eclot going to be able to withstand that? I mean, getting a wall of smokes down is all well and good, but the Blame is playing. They're going to have protocols with Body blowing open the smoke wall with a HG, allowing Blame to really thrive. We also know he likes to play aggressive outside behind the red container. They flashed in, and that's exactly what he's doing right now, but he's going to find pretty much no one here. It's all about ramp. They're keeping Kriaz outside, but the bulk of the T's right now are pushing down onto ramp side. And Nork, passing with flying colors on the first shot, doesn't need to nail the second, just needs to stay alive. This is allowing Blame to clear out the angles, but they've actually passed by one another. Kriaz has snuck his way into secret round red container, but he has no idea as to Blame's current position.
Oh, it goes both ways, doesn't it? He wants to set himself up for a big backstab, but that's what Blame is being given for absolutely free. So as much as the space outside is gone, you're not going to instigate the push, being a little bit more skeptical about what angle Blame is in. Whereas he slowly starts to skulk his way around. He does slow down though, and this has given him a window of opportunity down the ramp. It's Body that's posted up in control room. Break the glass in case of emergency. Nade in over the top with the smoke blocking off his vision. Oh, instant dink. He's left low on 11. And FaZe has been able to get the connection off onto Natus as well. Quick rotate through the vents. This is Kriaz's big play. It's what he was biding his time for. You get the backstab off. Focus on Crims now. Can the A4 sing? No. On the peek out, Blitz delivers.
Save for Fnatic. Up in the hands of Nork as he backs off to the site, and Blame remains the immortal for the time being, even though they have lost the 2 rounds thus far. It did feel like Blame had the advantage in terms of, you know, in that whole debacle outside. Oh, hold on a second. I'm saying like he's going to survive this. I think the immortal is about to be put to the sword. I think Kriaz saw the barrel of the gun, and Blame F will go down. No saved M4 alongside the AWP. But yeah, when he was going outside, he had more intel because Nork had already killed 1 player. He'd already given up ramp control, so Blame had a better read of the situation. Was maybe a little bit too slow on the approach, though. Additionally, the player that was in control room missed out on that opening spray, got dinked and forced him to fall back. And that opened up so much avenue of success for Eclot that they exploited. So give them credit. I mean, Fnatic, they're struggling still. I don't think we're seeing them play even close to their A game. But Eclot are making the most of the opportunities that they've been afforded so far.
Three to 2. Weapons are there for either side. Full arsenal to play with. Only nades cast out. Getting close round towards trophy room. Smoke's there, but Blitz looking to line it up. Underhand throw, break the smoke, look for the run on out. Nemiga does get 1. That's a trade back onto Crims, who's been able to slay through the smoke onto Blitz. Nork isn't here, supporting outside, so no one else to put down the hammer on the ramp control, apart from Body, who gets a read. A little bit of info there on the jiggle, doesn't need to overcommit.
Exactly. He's got a bit of info. He knows that B site's going to be pushed into. Now, he may not know how many players are down here, but he's going to find out firsthand as Newbeak yet to get off the mark until this round has now picked up 2. And with Body's life being deemed forfeit, this site is all Eclots all day. They're going to just make sure they don't get peeked from all of these little cheeky angles and don't get embarrassed in this round. And with 50 seconds left, more than enough time to now get that bomb planted down. Faking out for the decon potential push, but Fnatic are already off to a save. I'm getting deja vu from Inferno, Jackie. You know, that's the saves that Fnatic were going for, just completely outpositioned time after time. They'll be hoping it doesn't go the same way.
That'd be your run over. No shot at the Major. And for Eclot, man, it's that same story. Like, it feels like every time you're like, oh yeah, it's not going to happen here. They're not going to be able to do it again. Somehow they do just live on borrowed time, fight through. It's by no means the prettiest Counter-Strike for either one of these two teams. You've got to beat whoever's in front of you. 4 rifles going to be brought into the next. They get just far enough away. Able to clutch onto those. 3 weapons though for Fnatic. AWP still in play for Nuke. Both of the A1Ss surrounding that. And rightly so. Losing the rounds they have. You call in the timeout. Give Jamie his opportunity now to speak to the troops. Looking a lot more commanding this time around.
Understandable, man. Lost a map that you probably should have won fairly straightforward and convincingly. And, like, honestly, as rough as the CS has been at times in this best of 3, you can forgive the players. There's so much on the line here. Like, the pressure is vast. Sure, for Eclot, they know they'll have to play another game, but it keeps them going forward. Fnatic know they're through to the Major. This will put Crim's actually the most capped Major player of all time if he can get it done. I think he's drawing with Olof right now. This would put him in the lead in terms of the Swedes. Yeah. Most capped Swedish player, I should say, to be very clear.
No, exactly. 16, tied 7th. That's Olof and Device that are alongside him. If he makes it up to 17th, he's going to be in the same pedigree as Shox and Zipnix, tied for 5th place. All right, well, here comes the run-out body with the spam down. Blind. Damage initially done. Chips his way through 2. FaZe replies back onto 1. But look how low they all are. Staggered into the round. They're on the ropes.
FaZe on 17, I mean, already kind of just forced back. Just been slapped. Wanted to get aggressive. I mean, he still lays forward, especially as Mattis tries to leap up on top of Hut, gets caught in transition. And instead of trying to sit around on A, they decide to vent dive. Get downstairs. They're leaving one player up there as a bit of a flanking contingent. A bit of a lurker in the shadows, which will be Kriaz. Going for that full plant now. And again, Fnatic have the advantage, and they let it slip through their fingers. They can't surely be playing for another save. I mean, they're not even sure which site this is planted on just yet. I think they've just realized it's the B site. They're going to save again. Oh my goodness, Fnatic. They're having a nightmare CT site.
Felt like you'd own them. You come out swinging. Big picks on body, 2 frags, all the damage as well, and still somehow Eclot find themselves around from it. Playing peppering onto Kriaz. Man's going to be a bit lower here with the bomb blast going off. Has to push up a little bit. Unfortunately for him, he can't do that. It's death either way. So not afforded that AK, but look at the cash flow.
Yeah. FaZe 10k, Detort 8.2k. Like, they're fine with that trade. They'll take that happily. Second tactical timeout already called.
It feels like that happened on Inferno as well, right? Like, we were out of tactical timeouts so quickly, and then come the tail end of it, obviously no opportunity for Keita to instill his knowledge, see what he's spotting from a bird's eye perspective.
I think it was like the 17th round, and they'd used all 3.
Yeah.
And they really could have used one towards the end. I mean, I understand why they're so quick to use them, and obviously Keita needs to instill a couple of ideas within the troops, because constant saves, constantly being outmaneuvered and outpositioned. And, like, if we're being honest, that was a 4v3 with a very low FaZe. They had no right to even get close to back into that round. They catch Mattis as he tries to jump on top of the hut, and then vent dive. It was that simple, that straightforward for them to get success. So completely understandable that Keita's like, guys, come on now. Like, we got to get this sorted. Otherwise, this CT side could get out of control. Their economy's on the the tightrope constantly because of these losses consistently.
Yeah, you're walking a very fine line already. And Kriaz, he's walking outside. Getting a bit of vitamin D out in the sunlight and then looking to punish on the walk up. And somehow he gets through the smoke with Blaine tucked into the corner. Barrel in the back of the head. Oh, now it's all about the A play, but Blame F, he's able to still find frags. 3 kills to his name in this round. Everyone that's died for Eclot goes down to the hands of Blame. Nade up, body waiting in the vent for the opportunity to strike, coiled like a viper, just waiting for the go pistol to be sounded. CT side vent set up at the back. FaZe and Detour, good frags. Nork, combat orb style CS now. Only one onto the scalper, FaZe, but Detour trades it, and Eclot barely limping through the round. But it's far better for them, Vince. It does the damage to Fnatic CT side economy. It gives you a way straight back into leading this game with a bit more of a buffer, and you're happy to reinvest into it. This was the opener, though. Blame F, all 3 of the kills from his hands towards main.
Another advantage as well to Fnatic. It was a 3v2. They're not playing off each other. You see Blaine F in main. He gets 2 kills from main. Crims is still up in heaven. Player lost on the site, no counteractive kills. Where's the avenging frags? Where's the teamwork? Where's the cohesion right now? What? Beautiful stuff from Natus, but it's a moment in amongst the smog of CT losses and the economy in the bin one more time, pushing him into an MP9 and FaZe watching for the flank out to the open comes Nork, Molotov underneath his feet. Heaven turns to hell, and Eclot turned to a 6th round. The amount of advantages and chances that Fnatic have had it on the CT side is kind of crazy considering the scoreline. You've had 2 tactical timeouts already, and it's not changed anything.
Again, like, as much as it was us kind of saying, oh, this is bizarre, there's like 4 rounds, Fnatic won an Inferno, they never should have won, that was like awkward timings, 5 versus 3s, 5 versus 2s. Here, you're kind of having that effect done to you, right? Like, Blame F inside of main, finds a load of impact. Coming into this one, you really need to get yourself a win. They've got the money, reinvested into it. Nork back towards ramp. He's been switching it up a little bit, playing with support outside as well. Kriaz, he had a great game on Inferno individually. Can he find space to make a play here? Last time he was shot in the back of the head by Blame F. He's suspicious about main because of it. No early contact though, no one dropping yet. If he extends round far past Garage, that's going to be Blame F in position to get the kill onto him. FaZe wins out in the battle of the scopes towards ramp. Nork does not deliver on that one. It forces the CTs to get more proactive. Natus has to begin the backstab, and Blame bides his time for this kill onto Kriaz, but look at the disparity. A 4 versus 3, minute on the clock, tons of map control for Eclot.
And this forces Fnatic into a bit of proactivity. Like, they realize they've got to try and get a stranglehold over this CT side again, and they're moving out, probably not anticipating that Detour's up close to it. They may check it, but Blame's lost his head, and Crims is going to go the same way. Detour pulling up the roadblock to any success for Fnatic. And Body, the brains behind the operation, has been unable to find the winning formula. Time after time, Eclot are multiple steps ahead, and this will be a 7-3. And considering it was a full-on investment once again for Fnatic, their money is going to be terrible into the next one, and Eclot are off to a phenomenal T side. A deciding matchup, elimination on the line for Fnatic. The smiles and elation from the ancient performance have quickly turned into a grimace.
Yeah, any of that energy they had, like you remember Blame F going absolutely ballistic, right? Like screaming, knowing how close they were each and every round. You're farming, you had the anti-strat, it was all working well. Oh, it was a rough game on Inferno. Eclot barely got it over the finish line with some crazy miraculous rounds. But here, very different state of affairs. You're running away with it. Your T side, it's just living you. So many rounds, I mean 7 on the board already. And like you said, this is Fnatic with 1 timeout in the back pocket. Again, the cash in a bit of a bad spot. Body's the only one that clutches onto the A1S and all the nades, so they've got to try and reinvest some of the money around it. You can't buy too low. Player's already beneath 2K as well. Oh, dude, Eclot. If they come alive at just the right time here, they'd still have another best of 3 ahead of them to make it to the major, but they would be one step closer for Fnatic. It would be gone. It'd be dead and buried. No more chances. Body strikes first. The hero rifle's good for the opener. BlameF breaks open the smoke. They're running on out. Nemiga. He's becoming alive more and more. We're seeing some classic plays here, but it all falls to pieces. As Crims with a 5-7 elevated angle catches the AWPer off guard. They grab the AK and the AWP, and a 4th round.
Man, Blame comes under so much unfair scrutiny for the whole like meme of bait F and all this kind of stuff. But in this game, he is actually being the most proactive player, often just nailing 2 or 3 by himself and off angles, playing solo, with very little in terms of supporting players. And that round, we actually saw a bit more teamwork. Finally, Fnatic showing some signs of life, but you're at the tail end of your half. 11 kills to BlameF, over 100 ADR. The only person outperforming him is FaZe in that regard. And still his team are being straight up destroyed. Speaking of which, beautiful headshot onto Blitz, and Body follows up.
Natus is so proactive. He wanted to go for these main pushes a couple of times, out through Hart, wrap around the back, and this time it's working well for him. He should be able to complete this backstab. He's seen one. He's paranoid about T-Roof. Bides his time before he strikes. He's coming across. Slow it down. Wait for me to make the play. They get one pick, but he's lining them up. Up close. The AWP's overwhelmed. Detour. Snapshot. Switches out. Grabs the AK with a full clip. Looks to try and slay. But BlameF has got your number. He opened it up with a hurty-verty flicking up towards Silo, and he won't need to deal more damage on this one. 7-5. It closes a whole lot better than it looked like it was going to go. Energy back there as well. Keita very excited off the back of that one.
What concerns me though, Jackie, is to play devil's advocate. So the last couple of rounds where, again, Blame has really popped off. It's one thing to be proactive and find timings, especially outside through smokes and these kinds of things on the CT side. Can he get it done on the T side though? Because if Blame has a bit of a stagnant T half, Nork's not really been delivering. We've seen him get actually straight up wrecked by FaZe multiple times.
Oh, yeah.
There are concerns. You have Body, who is the 2nd top fragger, the 2nd top performer on Nuke. He was the standout player on Ancient. Need to see more from Natus. But at least they've got themselves within 2. It could have been so much worse. That could have easily been like a 9-3 half in favor of the T's, in favor of Eclot.
Round 13, 7-5, second half pistol. Trading blows over the course of this series in the pistol rounds. We've seen anti-strats from Fnatic. We've seen crazy rounds from Natus. Nemiga hitting some good shots. They love themselves a set of Julies, and there's going to be 2 in play here for the CT side of Eclot. Early shots out, break the glass on the skylights. Grouping up outside as well. Kriaz. If he's tested, will he be able to find these? Doesn't know about the timing on BlameF. Already passed round towards red. Doesn't see the shadow. Has no idea. Shot in the back of the head by the P250, so the range comes into play. And already a man down here into the 13th.
Both Julie still intact, however, and moving together as a firing squad through on ramp. But they've already given up so much of the map. Like Heaven's under control. Players now moving through into main side. They're going to be sweeping in from 2 separate angles. And although Detour is currently safe in Hut, his teammates falling around him puts a lot more pressure on his shoulders. And he's missed out on the immediate flick. It's unfair to expect that much from him, but they're in such an awkward spot right now. They need someone to go heroic mode. And it may be Blitz for the man, for the job, as he comes in with 2. And now the T's are clumped together in an awkward spot on Squeaky. They've had to bypass playing off the site. It's not planted for them either. And Detour's going for the full defuse. They're going to have to close the gap. And they do just that in time. Crims with 2 and manages to seal the deal with a 3rd. And Fnatic get the 2nd pistol.
Had to commit to the full 10-second defuse. And Crims coming alive when that is MOUZ. Look at those. Oh, beautiful from his perspective. Oh, you can see how antsy it is as well in these round reactions. Keita every time, like off the back of the previous round going into the pistol, he's staring up at the sky looking like, what on earth is going on? Where are we right now? on that one, clutching his hands. That's your third timeout as well. They take the round. It's an important one to pick up. He just wants to think about closing this game, Vids, giving them that spot at the major.
Oh, we've been here before. This is even quicker, sooner than they displaced all 3 timeouts on Inferno. And they could have desperately done with an extra one towards the end. I completely understand and agree with your point. Like, you've got to make sure you make the most of taking the pistol and convert it into a vast lead. But if things go pear-shaped, if they start to slip away, that's where Keto will not have the ability to chime in any longer. Now, Eclot have fully given this one up. P250s, and that's it. Fnatic with a Mach 10 for Blame F can get really aggressive, but deciding that they're going to actually sit back and try and absorb all the pressure that comes in. And so far, so good, but Blitz actually with the P250 is going to lay down one at least. Doesn't look like they can capitalize on this one, and it's just the Mach 10, so the expendable weapon anyway. But maybe Detour can get a second. Not quite. Nook there to deliver.
On the mirror's edge, trying to go for the parkour play, but he's punished. A Nemiga, a dink, but nothing more. And Fnatic finds success. It was a lobby crunch, hoping to catch him off guard. We'd seen some great things from those P250s before for Eclot, but of course this one, too much of a tall order. But this is the round they were biding their time for, the reinvestment here. Coming out swinging round 15, all tied up, 7-7. Third and final map. What have they got for us? Utility to play with as well. They've got the smokes, default mollies, block off a fast play from Fnatic in case they try and hit you. Nice and quick on this one. They want to burst out through hut. Go straight in through the smoke. Detour's ready with the MP9. Oh, they're getting mullered. Trapped inside a hut. He switches out to the AK, playing a bit of gun game. But those 2 picks are huge.
Stop the push, then it tracks. Now, the only good news for Fnatic is the SMGs. They still maintain 3 rifles in play. And all 3 players pretty healthy additionally. So with Kriaz and Blitz feeling the effects of the opening engagements, Fnatic may not be dead and buried just yet, but make no mistake, they are in a massive ditch. Have to try and find a way out. And they've elected outside maybe the task at hand. Smoke down into main. And a flash into the garage as well may allow them to bypass Nubik's positioning right now. Oh, he catches the side of Crims's head, who had no idea, and Nubik doing significant damage to Nork. Plus getting the intel of both T's being outside allows Eclot to reposition accordingly. It feels like Fnatic have missed their chance.
Only Nork and Blame F. FaZe, he's waiting for the walkout. Blame F with a quick trade, grabs himself the AK. But look at the time. 25 seconds, barreling down towards the bomb site. Kriaz, he's going to have his ears perking up on this one. Gets the audio contact, knows he's on the rafters, comms it across. You want to tap the bomb, see if he can bait them in. Time's ticking away. Ooh, Blame F! Good for the fast flick. Any more Blame F? Runs through the doors, but Blitz, he'll deny it. Looked a little bit scary, but with no real time on the round, all they had to do was tuck in. And Eclot, they do survive the test.
And although it's a lot of casualties, 2 AKs saved, they can easily drop across the Nubik as well. So Eclot back in pole position. Fnatic can come straight back with AKs, but their finances looking pretty grim. Mattis on a P250. I mean, surely you'd want Crim's body or Nork to drop Mattis your AK rather than have him on a P250 here. He is a big part of the puzzle on the T sides. See if it ends up costing them or not. Eclot in the meanwhile, tons of utility early on, expecting an 8 push, not forthcoming. Fnatic slow it down and look like they have their eyes on ramp. That's where the bomb is currently transitioning through. They have to deal with Nubik though, and Blitz is pretty close by additionally. Stuck behind the smoke, but that's going to start to dwindle away. And now Fnatic, they're looking to try and get the entries in play, and Blame F removes the head of Nubik and opens up the door down to B.
No holes barred from Benjamin as he breaks down the first, but FaZe, a furious flick back with a scope. FaZe, you absolute lunatic! Tagged up inside of the vent, 24 HP to his name, dials it right back. Just under a minute on the clock, and Nork with a late luck. Up on top site, might reel them into thinking that they're going to double back on this one. They'll call it quits, go up ramp, hit towards A. And Detour's paranoid about this. Meanwhile, Nork, he's just focusing on linking up with the rest of the squad. You've still got 40 seconds. 2 flashbangs in the pockets. And FaZe's heroics, that incredible flick, it could be a moot point if they can't convert in the late round.
It's bought them a bit of time and a bit of space, but they still find themselves a player behind. And FaZe on low HP. Additionally, no kits and only a flashbang alongside it will make this so difficult to retake. And FaZe daren't go for the peak. He knows how fragile and brittle he is right now. Detour, though, dividing with the flashbang into the peak, gets one. But importantly, Nork stands his ground. A special sadness descends upon FaZe, knowing he just landed a double of dreams, but still it wasn't enough to get Eclot the round. He has to save.
And he's got to get a move on. Bomb Blast will kill him, 24 HP. He knows he's got to get far away from this one.
Oh, FaZe, you'll die there. Bro. Like, everyone can see that from a mile off.
Yeah, dude, radius is like 650 on nuke, bomb damage is like 1750. You've got to go back all the way through outside, close towards CT spawn, 24 health. He's not going to survive it. I think he was hoping maybe they push him, but bro, I don't know. Saving the AWP there would have been worth far more.
Oof. 2 sick shots. But the last portion of that round is one to forget if you are Eclot. Coming back in with a Deagle 5-7. It's not been very clean Counter-Strike on Fnatic, but they now have, by far and away, the better spot here. Third map coming towards its conclusion. The last third on the horizon. We could very well go the distance. The thing is, though, with these pistols, we've seen many a time for Eclot. I'm going back to that game against Falcons. They got a ton of success with very little.
Yeah.
So don't take your eyes off this round. If you're Fnatic, you'll get punished real quick. And there was a lot of players downstairs, 2 of them together. Good Molotov. Very good Molotov. Natus would have heard the sound cues of 2 players getting burned as they're forced back to the site.
Nemiga, he gets the read. His teammate punished because of it. Deagle dealing damage. Oh, Nemiga. 3 clean kills. Fnatic falling to pieces on the rush towards ramp. You said be careful of these pistols, Vince. They did not heed your warning. And now it's down to the 2v3. They don't have firepower. They don't have a kit. 35 seconds on the clock. Crims will get the bomb down. Eclot, can you somehow pull this one over the finish line? They can rearm themselves. Weapons on the ground towards ramp for the rotate. Body and Crims with it to lose.
Pushing down, they know they've got to close the gap quickly. Lack of kit will always force them into an awkward spot. Come the late round here. Good spray from Crims. The experienced hands guiding them calmly to success. Just what they needed. Nemiga with a beautiful triple, but I mean, if you're Fnatic, single peeking 1 by 1 with no flashbang, typically you'd want to jump the first play to try and draw out fire if you know there's a possibility. Yeah, bait it out. You can't kill all 3 if you're going up and down.
Oh, mate. Bizarre. Having a look back here 2 rounds ago, this was FaZe, of course. The miraculous flick that it was. The problem with that one, of course, like we're saying it in the moment, right? Like, yeah, you've made the play. That is the play. But he just had no chance in the round. He's trapped in decon. He couldn't get an angle for anything there. Oh, even in this one, Vince, like they're hitting their shots. They're making it look like, yeah, actually, maybe there is a chance. Nemiga, no noob, all peak on that one, like hitting some tasty shots with the deke.
Yeah, 3K. I mean, the sad part is, though, Jackie, is if I'm thinking about the duration of this best of 3, that's his only highlight play of this series.
Kind of is, yeah.
He was the guy that you looked at in the game against Sangal as like the final boss, the beast, the guy peeking around corners, ripping heads off left, right, and center like it was nothing. That's the first time in this series we've seen Nemiga think, oh, there he is. There's the guy that we know. That is a ridiculous flick.
So wild that you lose that round. Oh, strap in. 9-8. The game is afoot with weapons to work with once again for the CT side. Limited utility on quite a few players though. And only the one kit for a late round retake for Detour. And so many of these have felt like they've been post plants for Fnatic.
Let's in the smoke. They get cleared once it fades. But Crims comes out second best. And Blitz didn't take that much damage either, so he can now reposition. He can't get his hands on the AK, but he's going to try and supply a little bit more in terms of proactivity on this peak. But BlameF punishes. M4 dropped down, traded up from Detour's MP9. A HE is a parting gift, but not much on the retreat. Blame still fine at 57, and this is all a ruse. It's all misdirection, smoke and mirrors, as the rest of Fnatic are pushing downstairs and getting so much forward positioning as a result.
Bomb's got to cross though outside if they're going to go for this. Either that or you've got to try and go headstrong in through upper. FaZe would have it covered. This is the attention draw. If they can cause the other rotate, get a pick, then yeah, you've got a far better chance of actually being able to slip down on there. And Nork still just biding his time on upper. BlameF doesn't know just yet. They can go round towards ramp, but look at Nubik. He was set up so early into the round. Sees the shadow, fires out the warning shots. His teammate blocked off by the Molotov. Body bag plays. And Natus assisting. Detour with the backstab. Time's tight. Just under 20 seconds on the clock. He's running them right down. They try and turn it. Smoke off, play inside of it. Body. He knows what's up. Grabs that one. As Fnatic climb to 10 on the third map.
Such a huge kill as well, man. A 1v2 of like 15 seconds if Body goes down. I thought for a second that smoke may actually help Detour out.
Yeah.
Rather than hamstring him. But Body on point. Consistently good throughout this series. Eclots. They're in real trouble now. Depleting their economy. Down to 3 MP9s. Eyeing up a potential 11-8 deficit. They've nearly got it done with the Eagles and 5-7s. The MP9's still going to be an issue to deal with. You have to bypass on the incursion here on Fnatic. They're trying to null some of this ramp control early on. Good grenade alongside the Molotov. Kriaz spots nothing as he's put into his grave, and a triple stack good enough to send Nubik packing for this round.
FaZe with the 5-7. Dink onto the first, but no room to convert off the back of the tag. And this is the grim reality of the 19th round. You're left with 2 players with MP9s in their hands, doubling up. And they're not coming your way no more. Don't run the risk of running in through ramp side. They know they can cut noise on this one, slow it right down, wrap back towards A. Nork can get that bomb planted, drops it down to his teammate in Natus, so he stays on the high ground.
Bomb has been planted.
Blitz looking for the walk up onto Crims. A small drop in an ocean of a round here. Again, potentially just hold on to the AK. So low on health though, drops it back to his teammate. Looking to recover something else. Another one around the corner there towards trophy side. So both weapons armed, time so far gone. They've got to slip out, sprint back all the way towards CT spawn here. They'll be able to survive it now. They've been given the timing, so 2 weapons are carried over, but Fnatic getting dangerously close to winning this one. And with how tight it's been, the scoreline doesn't even feel like it gives you the true tale of the game. This has been Eclot fighting so hard on the CT side, dominating early on, coming into it as well. What a change. You know, first map blown out of the water. 13-4 felt like it was over in minutes. Scrappiest CS we've ever seen on Inferno. Here on Nuke, it's all about the heroes. It's BlameF early. And Eclot losing their grip.
Yeah, it's been that kind of game, Nubik. Understandable. Here we go, Eclot. Probably their last chance to save their own fortunes. Their endeavors for the major hang by a thread. And Kriaz already taken down just a little bit. Fnatic haven't had outside control too many times, to be fair. It's mainly been ramp and A pushes. And going back for ramp once more, clearly they've noticed a chink in the armor they want to try and exploit. A Nubik who's normally got Kevlar, impenetrable with his rifle, has looked a little bit shaky in this game. FaZe with the molly and smoke to the cross, but no one is home. Fnatic now pondering just outside of ramp, ready to start to push forward once that smoke clears. They do also have Nork outside on red container. One of the first times that we've seen a double secret push on Eclot, looking for a bit of information, and they're about to find it, but not the way they were hoping for. Body getting one, forcing Blitz away back onto the B site.
This is the real play, though. The ramp run out. Nubik. Oh, he's keeping him guessing with his angles. Last time it was the Deagle. This time it's the A1S tucked into the cubby. But Nork walks into the clothesline of Detour. Whenever you think it's over, Eclot show they still have more to give. And Blame F is the only man left here into the 20th. 20 seconds on the clock. Bailout on it. Up towards T-Roof looking for the save. A 9th round. Another lifeline. Means that FaZe will have that AWP. You'll have both of these AKs in play as well. And hell, honestly, like Detour and Blitz, two players I don't think you want having AKs in a game like this. They've been the ones hitting some right snappers over the course of the game.
That's very true, but we're starting to see Nubik awaken from his slumber as well. They may have poked the bear one too many times. And now they have to deal with the consequences. I said it was maybe a chink in the armor, a bit of a weakness to exploit. Well, I think Nubik's given them pause for thought on that one now. Yeah. As you said, he's mixing his angles up. He doesn't want to be predictable. That's the last thing you want to be as a ramp player. And even sometimes when he's had a second player there, they've still just bulldozed straight through. So it's understandable why Fnatic have gone back to that play time and time again. This is maybe where they start to adapt a little bit and switch it up. Outside seems to be the place that they want to push into, but Kriaz hiding in amongst the smokes. Listening for footsteps, would have called that one player's already dropped down onto the B side of Secret. He's gone unchecked so far, but once those smokes clear, he could be in trouble. They haven't all pushed down just yet. They still have some straggling T's outside.
Oh, they're watching it. Mattis is ready. A sneaking suspicion about it. Yep. Mattis with the AK prime shot, Vince. That's huge. Timing on it, though. Walk out through hard. Crims, unchecked, delivers again. The Swede showing up. And FaZe, he's shown us some monstrous moves on the B site. But this time it's one shot and a fadeaway. They're back up towards the A site. Jump on the ladder. Instantly make the rotation. You know where the CTs are now. Nubik was switched onto this. He's starting to make his move. Tucked in, still down. How should the rotate was from FaZe back up towards the ramp side. I mean, reality is like 2 versus 4. You're going to have no real money working into the next. That's going to be match point, series point, Fnatic. The Major looked like it was slipping out of reach. Now it seems like it's all but there.
That really seemed to me to be Kriaz lacking confidence. Like, if you look at that positioning that he was sat in the entire time, he played aggressively and then reverted to being incredibly reactive in a situation, in a position where the T's are going to expect that. There was 2 smokes down. Pushing on the red con blue position, it's not audacious. It's not a crazy play. It's a pretty common one. If you look at how Blame F was playing that very same role, when they were on the CT side, he pushed all the way around the back of lobby. He was keeping his angles covered. He was going for the wide sweep around the periphery of the smoke and trying to neutralize that from being pushed. Kraz was way too passive. And we said at the time, once those smokes clear, you're in trouble. There's still players outside and you don't know where they are. You've given up your position at that stage.
We saw the knock-on effect. I mean, Mattis as well. Like, it's those sort of situations where he is incredibly reliable.
Yeah.
You need him to hit a disgusting shot. Yeah, he'll do it. Oh. Blessing afforded here for Fnatic as well. Obviously, with a timeout for Eclot. Keita's not been able to chime in for so damn long. We were worried maybe that is going to be a bit of a problem for them, but timeout. Have a bit of a chat, see what they can do. Is there any room for a comeback? Remember, have this in your mind. An 8-7 scoreline, a round that could have been theirs. FaZe, a disgusting 2-piece to put them in the advantage with a flick. An unbelievable shot. A round that was lost. The following one was Nubik with the 3K on the Deagle as well. They still couldn't get it over the mark. And now Fnatic, large and in charge, looking for one round to go to the Shanghai Major.
Blowing up in the smoke, but not quite fully clearing it away. FaZe can't stick around for too long. And there is an asterisks that you can put to that play on Kriaz. It's fine to sit in there if you have a player on main or secret that's watching for you. So you have a crossfire. You have each other's back, but they just wasn't. And Anubique, oh, he gets the dink. But the AK prevailing in firepower as per usual. Good spray, lots of damage being cleaned up by Blitz. Oh. But there's Body with another one. It's 2-on-2, but Fnatic's health bars so close to 0. Eclot have the advantage, but they're being forced away from mollies. And Fnatic looking to brute force their way for a post plant on B.
Proactive utility. It's really good to buy time. FaZe, we just saw the shot on the replay. Can he do it again here, living in the moment, close towards ramp? Doesn't know about Body. 37 HP, but you're walking right on by. The angle's not really going to work for you either, so he's not getting a read on where he is. He's got to go so far back, lines up the shot, and BlameF locked into the 1v1. You could finish it here, but BlameF looking to fight for survival. He wants to take Fnatic to the Major and see if they can lock it down. He jumped right on the bomb, spam into the smoke. He sticks it, gets it over the finish line. 2 rounds away from taking us into an overtime. BlameF in the 1v1 could not find it.
Well played, FaZe, very well played. Smoke, and he picked up a kit on the site as well and just stuck it, knowing that Blame was slightly out of position. It would have to be an insta headshot round the corner through the smoke to deny that defuse. We've seen a couple times them come off these defuses a little bit prematurely.
Yeah.
But FaZe is in his comfort zone right now. The standout player on Eclot keeps them in with a fight. The economy is low. If they win this round, Fnatic will be in trouble. But the early trades going in favor of Eclot. A 2-for-1 as they find themselves. Mattis jumping down and Kriaz punishes. Stabs him straight in the back. And Fnatic have Body and Nok to try and play with now. Damage inflicted to Kriaz. But Eclot just have to sit in position now. Soak up the damage. You've got the advantage. And surely Body can't clutch a 1v4. First kill goes in his favor. Had the right read of a potential peek from Secret. But he has no control over the bomb. And there's no reason for Eclot to sweat this one out just yet. If he wastes enough time, they may start to worry about him being up in heaven. But they're holding positions.
Penny drops, you get the read. Shot's over, you can just tuck in now. Don't give him the 1-for-1s. And instead, the molly trying to make it uncomfortable for Nubig, but he'll swing on out. They close it again. And Vince, the knock-on effect is this. They went for a heads-up call, looking for the rush out onto the A site, where BlameF wanted to go huge. You wanted to close it then and there. Instead, damage done to the economy. It's going to be a really scrappy round with the weaponry. Eclot, this is the best chance you've had to equalize the game. Take us into an overtime. Their run at the RMRs could still go on. They could still have a chance to make it to the decider matchup. You've got to close them down here and then think about the future. For Fnatic, what do they go for? Have one of these fast plays, splitting up early. Outside control's been working for them. I know they've been able to get a lot of space there, and Crim's playing on the close angle in case they come running in. We've seen Eclot debating these lobby crunches time and time again. Crims was able to catch him sleeping once. Smoke up outside, looking for the crossover. It baits out the nade. The orb's ready for it. FaZe's been delivering.
He most certainly has, but they have the kind of firepower here, the weaponry with the Tech 9s and this pick and mix buy, that if they can close the gap onto FaZe, it'd be in a world of pain, a world of hurt. He's positioned very well though on the CT side, constantly backing away and taking up different angles, keeping himself difficult to contend with and contain. Crims on 3. Barely seeing a player in the process. Maybe the sacrificial lamb out onto ramp to draw away fire, but they've already moved downstairs. No one from Eclot down here with the wall of smokes being put into play. They'll have a good read of this being a possibility, but on the rotation down on vents, they'll be struggling. Blitz is going to be head-to-head in that trade, but he comes out with the advantage. And Eclot now with a real possibility of taking us to overtime, but they will have to contend with another post plant.
It was all about the retake. That's what they were setting up for. They've been so proactive inside a secret, round in, round out. They slowed it down, but Fnatic got exactly what they wanted out of it. No one was here to defend. And now the shoe's on the other foot. It's BlameF with the dink onto the teammate. They're so weak. He could finish them with a Galil spam. Run by. Detour on the drive-by, connects it. Body up close. Tech 9. He's made some plays from this angle before. It's a labored tap with the tech. They survive it. They're able to mount the retake, get themselves 12. They take us to an overtime. For Fnatic, winning this game means that they make it to the Shanghai Perfect World Major. For Eclot, it's another stepping stone, another chance at the RMRs. And now you've got to do it in the OT.
But they battled back so bravely. It was 11-8 at one point. Looked like Fnatic had found a bit of form to take them into the major. Sealing it up here into OT. Momentum shifting. Pressure firmly on Fnatic.
Let's go, guys.
Let's go fucking.
Yeah, they're fired up. Oh, obviously for Keita as well, it's a bit of a lifeline, right? Like you would have wanted the game closed in regulation, Vince, but at least you get a chance to talk to the team now. And mate, this is just what we need to see from them. This energy, them playing with such confidence, like Nubeek coming alive at just the right time. We were constantly harping on him, saying like, where has he been compared to what we had seen with our own eyes previously versus Sangal, the series where he went from being bottom of the board for Eclot to top in the charts. Him alongside FaZe that's hitting great shots with the AWP, and it's CT side where he does his best work, Vince. This is always where he thrives.
The thing is though, for both teams, their CT sides were kind of bad. 10 out of the rounds went the way of CT. 14 on the T side. Fnatic was shambolic on their CT half for most of it. So it'll be interesting to see how this one shapes up, but Natus is the first man on the scoreboard in overtime. Kriaz's woes continue. 10 kills, 45 ADR. Not the impact that we saw over on Inferno. Although FaZe is trained outside with his crosshair, the smoke is affording them the luxury of pushing down into secret. Will be Body that's taking the spear. Looking to drive it in the side of Eclot once more. Quite passive on this outside defense as well. Like, 2 players out here, but Blue and now Main. This is such an aggressive push from Nubeek, but it's like late aggression. It's a strange one, but the timing could work out in his favor. Passes by Natus. Neither has any idea as to the other's position, and this is going to allow Nubeek now to get round the back of them. If they stay in lobby, he could be in for a hatful of frags. This could be the deciding match and moment of this round. There's the first. Going to try and line up a second alongside it. First and second frags come in, and the bomb's been put down. Blitz now swipes in from Hut. And the Noose Titans. Lovely play from Nubeek. Completely punishing Fnatic.
That is a brilliant round. Plays off the timing. Natus thought he had it covered. You get right under his nose, but the trigger discipline, it's so beautiful to watch, right? Nose, it's the AWP, pre-scoped in. I'm just going to play on the edge of it. Finds another pick, instant flick to him. It's going to be so hard to try and react from that. And you're probably having a bit of a head scratcher thinking, okay, how did he get outside on that one? I thought you had it covered. Has it gone like this? We were so ready for the burst towards A site. You told us it was fine. No one's there. Haven't seen the info outside. Or is there smirking? Like everyone's smiling at this point. And this was Natus who got the first pick as well. Crazy play from Nubeek. He had assist for Blitz as well, so it's 2 prongs. You're able to swing out around the back, and Body on the ladder. Inaccuracy plagues him. 13-12, Eclot. It's a big CT round to get, Vince. Gets them off in good form.
It's great comms as well, because obviously Nubeek, the entire time he's rotating around the back, he's like, I'm flanking, I'm flanking, I'm flanking. And Blitz is already in a forward position in Hut, so the second that first bullet hits ahead, he's wide swinging as well. They managed to get the crunch. Sandwich onto the lobby players. Eclot in the meanwhile now have the advantage, but for how long? Fnatic looking to try and bounce back as fast as possible. They haven't hit Fast A too many times in regulation, and Kriaz this time getting the upper hand. Detour puts it into a 3-on-5, and Crimps may shut down Blitz from the back. There's 3 more players where that came from, one of which is Kriaz now showing his hand in main and alleviating some of the pressure for FaZe, who straight away knocks Crims off his perch. And Eclot have the 2-round advantage now, Jackie, typically playing from behind for the bulk of this map. They started slow at a 5-1 deficit. Since that point, they've always been in this kind of weird position of ups and downs. But a 2-round lead at this stage is so huge. And Nock doesn't even have a primary weapon. He's down to a Tech 9.
Mate, this is rough. Cash has run dry, nothing to work with. AK surrounding him, nades are there, sure. But for Eclot, we saw how many near misses, near CT rounds they had where Fnatic were pulling off just shenanigans. Instead now, like, if you can actually get through this with all 3 of the CT rounds going into their T-half, which they look good on. As a timeline, they actually closed this one, but look at Crims. Oh, the power play. How's he got himself here? Gone down the vent, tucks into positions, giving all the information to his teammates. Doesn't make the reaction till it's just the right time. Tap in the back of the head onto FaZe, gives him a jump scare. The blitz, firing back. Actually gets 2 from that with the assist, the detour. Quick trades, it's Crims coming alive at key points, assisting BlameF down to a 2v2, minute on the mark.
That's a ridiculous hold by Blitz. And the bomb's also out in the open. Now, there is a smoke down there, but BlameF's not sure as to where these CTs are. He's anticipating a peek, and it comes in, but Blitz gets the upper hand. A low BlameF is finalized. As the bulk of the T's have been eviscerated in this round, and when you think of Crims, he was waiting that entire time to pull the trigger once the execute came in. He was waiting for the smokes to be tossed for the wall so they could explode out with flashbangs and just have this chaos. But it turns out that Blitz thrives when bullets are flying. And now Crims for 25 seconds not just has to try and deal with these 2 positions, one of which he doesn't know, but pick up the bomb and try and run straight to the B site. They'll have a good read of this now, Eclot. You'd fancy pushing down on the ramp. It's Blitz. And Crims is making so much noise. He is a dead man. And Eclot get a clean sweep on their CT side. And again, I repeat, in regulation, it was CT rounds that Fnatic was so desperately trying to get any of.
A clean sheet. A series that looks so rough for them. Now in a position to close it, set themselves up for that decider matchup, still have a chance to make the major, the dream, for all 5 of these players. Whereas for Fnatic, we're talking about the fact Crims, who would be his 17th major, tied 5th with Sharks and Zipniks. You factor in as well, Vince, like this would be Fnatic as an organization being able to pull ahead, tied with NIP at the minute, both with 16 major appearances.
Oh no. I didn't even see that the first time, Jackie. They pushed before the smoke even plumed. That's how Blitz got his 2 kills. I was thinking, how's he pulled that one off from heaven? They pushed without the smoke fully pluming. What are you doing? There was a flashbang, but that's not going to be good enough.
Oh dear. You can see the writing on the walls. That clock, you've come this far, just close it. Second half going live. Cash flow to work with, Nork on the AWP. It's BlameF with 25 kills to his name. He was the man that was making moves towards main with the flanks round the back, finding free Ks, multi-kills, being able to keep him in it. Keep Eclot on the ropes time and time again. They don't need to force the issue on this one. You can play a slow round out of it. Nork boost on the box. Looking for the face if they peek together. Try and get a quick trade on it. I got the flashbang. Dive over. Baits out the crosshair. He tucks back in. So they get information about where the AWPer is and can just zone him out. Smoke up. Meanwhile, Kriaz taking space outside. And FaZe. Oh, he might have read this one just right. It's BlameF back towards the box, all the way towards spawn. There's the bullet, but no tag. His teammate swings. And this is what we were saying, Vince. They're so good at the trades. They play off each other so well.
Yeah, exactly. You see it in full transition there again. And Blitz has been pulled off by Nork there. Plucked out in his positioning, but Eclot still have ways forward. They force BlameF all the way back to the forklift. Dropping down. Fnatic, a team synonymous with Counter-Strike over the years, have always been up there. Had a dry, barren spell. As of late, this was a golden opportunity for them to get to another major. And it could still be doable, but they've lost Natus. And then BQ, New Beak himself, goes in on a weakened BlameF with 23 seconds left. Eclot now are on the precipice of maybe pulling off a huge upset, but Nork says no. AWP trains in laser beams, and with 12 seconds, they've got to just push onto the site. There's no more room for error. Flick this time misses. Crim stands his ground and delivers, but Detour in position to strike. Post blank comes in, and it's all down to Kriaz, and Nork saves the day. A huge 3K in the round from the Swede. And Fnatic need to save 2 more times.
I'm getting flashbacks of Inferno. The misses from Nork, the amount of rounds where he wasn't able to hit the target with the AWP. It was his rifle that he was performing with. Late into that game, it just kept going skew F for him time and time again on this one. Massive impact. It looked like it still could have gone so wrong, though.
Last side. Side.
Nice!
Oh my.
Oh, yeah, you hear that on the fadeaway. Oh my God, they're barely lingering on these rounds, Vince. It feels like so many times it should be over. Eclot, they afford themselves the luxury of the buffer, though, winning cleanly on their CT side. For Fnatic, you've got to force a double OT. That's all you're looking to contend with here.
Nuke putting in a real shift here on Nuke. 7 multi-kill rounds. By the way, here is a crazy stat. One you won't hear very often at all. Opening duels, BlameF is 10-0.
I can believe it, mate. I believe it from his CT side, right? Like, he was the one taking all the initiative. He was setting them up time and time again. No bait, all flame. He's just lighting them up whenever he gets the opportunity. Whether they baited into a full sense of security that they can still bring this game back. Will it be Eclot? Check it out. With a 16-13 win, if they can still find a way to close this one. Nork back towards ramp. We saw some highlights before. You've got to deliver this time. If they come running on in, he needs to be ready.
Well, that flash is pretty meek. And the second one's not going to be any better. They have at least, though, with the sacrifice of Nubeek, forced away Nork. As they look to try and reaggress. And we discussed how their overtime stats aren't great. They lost at this mark against Falcons, even though they had multiple chances. Will they run out of steam? Will history repeat itself? Body and Blame certainly hope so as they lay down the bodies on the deck. And it's another toothless T round on the side of Eclot. And their buy to this one, not great either. FaZe and Nubeek are going to be struggling to get a solid purchase in.
And that was the scary thing, right? That's literally what we were saying before. We've seen them struggle in the OTs. Even this time, you think, surely it's enough. Like, you get all the CT rounds on the board.
Yeah.
I thought that was a guarantee, basically, you'd be able to find this one. They use their one timeout they've got available to them in the overtime here, so replay can chime in again. Oh, Vince. Fnatic, living on borrowed time. It's all about the double OT for them. That's the only way they can still be able to pick this one up, close it down, and make the major.
Now, to put that 10-0 into perspective, by the way, for opening duels for BlameF, the entirety of Eclot over the last 28, 29 rounds, they have 6 opening duels across the entire team. That is how dominant BlameF has been in this game with 25 kills and 100 ADR. 26 kills now and 27 added in the last round, of course. Without him, this game would be over.
You mentioned his name. He might very well make plays to get us excited once again. He's been making moves inside of main. He was very aggressive early on, regulation CT side. He was pulling off flanks. This time he knows his limit. They're out, in through secret with a smoke. So he tucks back down, doubles up with Body. Body can take the brunt of the contact. If he finds one, then BlameF can swing in. They shouldn't expect the second man. They even pre-fire around the corner looking for the peek out. Body. He's had some great shots. He's antsy on this one, though. There's a nade to clear it. Again, it's all smokes and mirrors. You're leading them into just fight Body while BlameF begins to activate. 2 kills there. Fragments the push. They bleed back around towards Decon.
Well, there's the brains and the brawn in tandem to deliver. Blitz already up close, though, on main side, and Mattis not sure. He's trying to watch multiple angles at once. Basically, Squeaky, main, and Hut simultaneously. That's why he looks so paranoid about the peak coming out. He doesn't want to get wide swung in from the site. Detour's anticipating a rotation down into the vents. And Nork comes up, made so much noise in the process. Blitz going to try and make most of this one, but Nork no-scopes his head clean off. And that kill is everything for this round. If it went the way of Eclot, they could have executed off the back of that. Instead, though, they're in trouble. 14 seconds left now. And FaZe may have got one. but he's on 1 HP and gets finished off. It looks like we're heading to a second OT as Detour comes off the plant and Crims lays him down.
They won all 3 of their CT rounds in overtime cleanly. But it happens right back to them. They needed 1 round. Afforded themselves some absolute luxuries there. Looked so damn good going into it. The dream for Eclot, though, is it starting to fade away. Fnatic, can their 17th major appearance as an organization still be achieved? Can they be back to it? Keita getting involved again instantly.
And you feel like this is where experience and that veterancy really is going to come into a different level. Eclot have not been in this position before. None of the 5 players have been here. Crims has, in particular, multiple times. Blame F has been here. Body has been here. He's been around forever too. It would be hard to blame Eclot if they push the self-destruct button now, knowing they had 3 chances on the T side to seal the deal. They've got to somehow just shake it off, detox from that disappointment. They've done it before, they can do it again. Everyone is pulling their weight. Kriaz may be a little bit behind the rest of the pack, but he's had some impact here and there. Detour's really stepped up out the shadows though in this overtime. But Blame continues to be a menace.
Just 1 shy of dropping the 30 bomb. So many rounds where he really has been the linchpin. Although Natus is trailing, it's the impact of the frags he's been finding, and Nork. A few times it's looked slow. It's looked like he hasn't really been able to live up to what we would expect from him. But some key shots, big moments, causing reverberations in the game. Natus with the timing, able to get the push out round through Hut. He keeps going for these. Detour found the readjustment, but look at the damage. The battle of attrition, not good for Eclot here.
It really surprises me as well, Jackie, that we continue to see them testing Nork in these dry peaks, like these wide swings. He's nailed so many of these shots in this angle. He's clearly very comfortable in it. Can only assume that they anticipated that he'd be outside or elsewhere on the map. But Nubeek effectively just gift wraps himself and gives the kill for free across. 30 seconds. Good positions by Fnatic, although Blitz is up close on elbow. His 2 teammates are way out in no man's land outside. They do have a smoke for the cross, but that would give away their positioning. 20 seconds. You've got to make a move now, guys. Damage done to Detour. Kriaz is on the blue side, but they're waiting for Blitz to spring into action. And although he's got 1, that's not going to be good enough. And as Nork on the vents delivers 1 more time, and Fnatic take the lead.
The CT streak continues. A game that's been consistently back and forth. A slobber knocker of a series leading us to the 3rd map. And into the double OT, it's Fnatic leading with 1 under the belt. FaZe Zorp going a bit quiet as well, whereas Norks has just been singing more and more. Early utility cast out, set the bomb site ablaze over the top. Delay the outside hit. Blame F, make it uncomfortable with the smoke as well. Play behind that. He's been getting away with murder on some of these rounds. It's the different angles he's been switching up as well. Limited times we've seen him inside a garage, but he found impact previously. Nade's good for a bit more chip onto the Eclot players.
That's always the luxury of having a player like Blame that is such a smart individual that he can kind of make his own calls on when he should push and when he should back off. You don't have to micromanage him anywhere near as much. Right now in the garage, haven't really seen him play this spot too often. He's always going to be a threat outside though. And he has Crims as well to try and deliver a bit of crossfire. He's in a little bit of a different angle though, so for the time being, Blame is by himself. Another smoke put down into Squeaky. They're doing a really good job of choking out as much time off the clock as possible. And having a look across to the sands of time, Eclot have decided maybe outside isn't the play. They're going to start to congregate over on A, but these two positions right now, Mattis and Body, are so terrifying. They need some Molotovs down preceding this peak. Otherwise, it could be curtains. And Body's waiting. He knows the push is imminent, but still comes out second best. Nuke takes him out, and now Mattis gets caught in 2 angles. Down he goes. Eclot with a clean take on A.
That's massive. You saw FaZe going back towards T-Roof with a Molotov. I thought he was setting himself up to set top hut ablaze, like you were saying. It's been in place so many times for them, and Mattis usually has been farming from there. This time, obviously, it's Body that's on the angle, and Mattis further up, around towards Mustang, and somehow just gets nothing. They're able to get out, make it look clean. And I was worried again it was going to be a similar sort of outcome to what we've seen from this T side, where it feels like it's real slow, sort of paralysis by analysis, right? Like they're overthinking some of the rounds. It feels like what was winning them rounds, which was faster tempo plays, where they're just being able to hit their shots, was starting to cool off massively. More worried about the equilibrium of the firepower now being way closer together. But mate, I mean, they tie it up. They get themselves a T round the first time, what feels like forever.
Yeah. I mean, it was 7 unanswered CT rounds, right? 2 clean sweeps. And the first one of this, which completely goes against the overall, how the pendulum was looking in regulation, where it was mainly T-side rounds, but a lot of that was based off economy and constant force buys and these super nitty-gritty 2v2, 3v3 clutches. So now the economy isn't really as much of a factor. You're seeing they start to swing more in that favor. Really good take though, man. Like, I think Body's going to be bitterly disappointed at himself not at least getting 1 kill on the approach, because he had all the information he could have asked for. He knew players were in squeaky for a long time.
What's the call this time from Eclot? Nades in the hands. Skylight set up for Detour, a bit paranoid in case Blame F goes for the flank. Obviously he's conditioned them to think about that due to the amount he's been pulling out. Little moves towards outside. Little glimpses, look-ins for either team. No one wants to budge just yet though. Detour's so paranoid about the flank. Blame's just tucked himself into the off angle. FaZe comes back to link up with him. Set up for the utility through the roof. Set the bomb site ablaze, go for the run on out. That one's going to miss though. Molly doesn't land down. Max on the back of the bomb site, got assist from Body. First good, Nuke doesn't expect a second. Body with 1. Crim's up top from the top rope, able to elbow drop in. Shut down Detour. Dive straight back. Nork goes up but eats the nade.
Oh, nade also tossed in. That was going to soften up Kriaz and Blitz and may force them off the bomb. No, they stick it. Full confidence in the utility, tossed out a good flash as well, stalls and stymies the peek in, but Blame F forever in the shadows, forever the boogeyman in this best of 3 is about to devour, is about to pop off one more time, or perhaps not. Kriaz puts the guillotine down and deals with their nemesis. As now Crim's looking to try and evacuate onto the A site. 1 kill goes in, but 10 HP can't even drop down comfortably. Otherwise, gravity will seal this round up. Smoke in for the full-on defuse. Comes off it, though. Baits FaZe, who runs out of the ammunition, but shanks him where he stands. And Eclot will have the advantage come that second half.
Hands in the air for FaZe with a celebration. An important round. 2 on the T side. Oh, Crims as well, bro. Thinking he had a good fighting chance in that situation with the kills that he was being able to pick up. Thought he was still on the bomb site, dancing around the back of the silo. Oh. Scrappy CS again, always down to the wire. It's never clean, it's never how you think it's going to go. The 2-player setup at the back of the site. Yeah, honestly, with Nuke running around the corner, I thought this was going to be lights out. You're just going to be able to get the uppercut off, dude.
100%. It's even like a 3-player stack, right? Because they had 2 players back of site and Crims on heaven.
Yeah.
So when you have that kind of a stack, you're thinking, right, they're going to lock this one down, but it seemed disjointed. One of the players peeked left side by himself without the second player showing, and I think they were trying to bait in for the idea of, oh, right, you've dealt with our lone site player, well done, guys, and then the snake in the grass shows itself. Without Crims fully popping off from heaven, it just left the entire setup like null and void, really. And they had to play alone. So 17-16, Eclot. So much credit, so much respect. The fact that they let 3 rounds, 3 match points slip by, but are still in. They didn't lose their heads. They're still fighting. They're still scrapping this one out.
It's been the story of the RMR for them. Always on the back foot, always forced to try and recover games, always looking for a way back in. The comeback kings. Can they still give themselves a chance to make it to the decider matchup? Can Eclot surprise us all? Slow around here. Fnatic, you know, their T side, a lot of it was outside takes down through Secret. They were finding tons of success towards B. Crims was getting so many lucky timings as well with the backstabs through Vent.
Thing as well, when you consider how this game started, I imagine there's a lot of people just joining the stream now, waking up early in the morning thinking, how's Fnatic doing? Oh, wait, third map OT? What the hell? They won 13-4 on the first map. Who would have possibly anticipated it going down onto nuke and then being this close? And yet here we are. That is our current predicament. 40 seconds, they have ramp control. But what can they do with it? Kriaz spotted ahead for just a moment. A pixel protruded over the box. It was Natus. But he goes unchecked and is still able to sit outside and wait.
And waiting's what they're doing, biding their time for the execute on this one. Blame F. Despicable shot round the corner and Blitz is overwhelmed. One by one, they find the kills. Forzy's on the ladder. One shot onto body. But Blame F with a rapid trade and the round goes down the pan. So close on time. So tight to it being Fnatic letting this one slip through the fingertips. And Nubik, he was a star player on ramp, but if no one challenges him, if no one gives him an opportunity, he's going to find no impact. Exactly. Finished off there, man.
Exactly, 100%. They've done such a good job of avoiding him. He's just not, I don't think he's playing bad. I think he's just slowed down because he's not seen that much impact. You can see there, this is in overtime, of course. In regulation, he was popping off, not so much here in OT, and that kind of just, if anything, it just builds into your case that you're kind of putting forward. He's been avoided, he's basically been neutralized in this OT period, but he has the secondary AWP here. We have not seen a double up setup in any CT side, but Eclot are pulling it out right now.
This is a massive change for them. Investing a ton into it as well. You want to get yourself the 18th, set yourself up for the victory. Could leave them in a really rough spot. Blitz, he's had so many opportunities to really show us what he's made of, but again, they able to make it a bit uncomfortable on the start. Forzy grouped up. Meanwhile, Big dives down. He tucks back in. He's able to get out. Okay, so he hasn't gone down. He's able to at least back off and stay alive. But it's the other AWP of Forzy that's been so successful. Body being fed the frags. They're giving him the 1v1s. The swing back out towards the door. No one can trade it. Meanwhile, the upper site's about to get overwhelmed. Blitz, he spams back through. Body finally goes down. But they've got what they wanted from this, Vince. The A site is theirs.
Yeah, and Detour's so low, they've only got 1 HG between the 3 of them. And considering they went for a double AWP setup, they are going to have such bad money in the next round if they lose. The pressure is fever pitch levels right now for Eclot, and they know it. Already half of that time is gone. I think they'll have to save. How brutal is that as an outcome in OT? Playing in a potential elimination point, that because you went for 2 AWPs that had pretty much negligible impact, you have to save in this round and play for your tournament life in the next one.
Terrorists win.
Absolutely savage. The double AWP setup gets nothing. Nubik, he's been delivering with the pistols, with the rifles. See him on the scope there for the first time, and it's not pretty. And just like that, forced into the save. Fnatic's T-side take the lead. Eclot, it's back to basics. They've got to do it all over again. It has to be a third overtime. For Fnatic, the Major's right on the cards once again.
Doesn't matter how you get to the Major. Just get that W if you're Fnatic. Oh, there's another smoke that's missed out, I think. It landed on top of main. Oh, it has actually fully plumed, so it's okay. And they've got a second one alongside it for the outside play. Additionally, that smoke inside of Squeaky is keeping Crims and Mattis at bay. So Fnatic can't make the most of this anyway. Are they really going to peek in this? Are they really going to push with so much on the line? The courage it takes. And And it's backfired. Oh, it's backfired spectacularly. That could be the play that seals it up.
Crims cuts him in half. A Nubik on the run out can do nothing. Crims. A monstrous round from him. Kriaz detected in the vent, and it's Crims that's got his eyes honed on him. Flash up. But this one's all going wrong. Fnatic, you just got to post up, get it over the finish line, take the 19th here, make it to the Shanghai Major, finish off Eclot. You've got him on the edge. It's only one man remaining. Kriaz running out towards main. He's got the molly. He can burn on the Crims. He's down and out, but look how little time he has. He's got to go, and Nork is watching it. It takes 2 overtimes, but Fnatic finally finish it. They go back to the major. The organization, again, with another attendance, now tied with MOUZ.
Yeah, a moral victory for Eclot, I want to say. I mean, obviously high emotions from Fail Fnatic, but...
what?
Yeah, you heard.
Hey.
You heard.
Hey, Rich, feed the beast. Feed Crims. 17th major for Crims. 17th for Fnatic.
Happy for that. I mean, Crims, you know, like you say, he obviously activated, you know, dug into that well of experience that he had and did play a very instrumental part. I'll say as well, probably one of the better series I've seen Body have in a while, you know, across the 3 maps. But honestly, I mean, you know, you can see the scenes here. It's, guys, I'm going to say the same thing I say every time I see these celebrations. You beat Eclot, just.
Yes, and they should have. No fairy tale ending for Eclot. This ain't your storybook. This ain't a happy ending for them. I'm sorry. The better team won. The favorites won. When push came to shove, the favorites held on to their experience, and Eclot crumbled. They ripped apart at the seams. They couldn't handle the pressure, which is Fnatic. The foreboding father figures of Counter-Strike. Crims once again etching his name into history. And on the sad end here, Eclot, they played a match that many of us were not expecting. Yes, they were close, but unfortunately, close is not enough to get stickers in the game, something Crims knows an awful lot about.
Dust, anything to add?
I mean, that was just the most beautiful, impassioned speech I've ever seen for an international team from an American, like, in my life, actually.
We know everything about international.
This is his, like, Coach Carter moment right here. It's like,
I mean, here's the thing. Like, obviously, congrats to Fnatic for making the major.
Sure.
You know, sure, got to do that. On the surface, the resume will look fine because they're like, oh, you only lost to FaZe and Navi and you beat all the teams you were supposed to beat. But when you dig into the deeper details and you start thinking about what is Fnatic's future in the opening stage once they start playing there, there's a lot of question marks. There's a lot of question marks.
We'll answer those questions when we get there, Dust. Let's celebrate the moment for a second.
For this match, I will say, Fnatic, after having what was kind of just a terrible CT side, if we're honest, the fact they were able to recover on their own T side, played some good CS, but you got good moments from different players at different times. Like Natus had a couple of entries, BlameF had a couple of entries, Crims had a couple of big rounds. Naut actually turned up in AWP this game and had an incredible CT side in the overtimes. So they did do what they needed to do to ultimately drag this across the finish line. Wasn't the best CS, it wasn't always the most tidy. At times he looked a little bit lost, but when the pressure was on in the overtimes, Fnatic were the more experienced and polished.
I would go so far as to say it. I mean, the difference really was the T sides. I mean, you know, you kind of saw a microcosm of that in the overtime. That when Eclot, you know, they got that 3-0 on CT, and then they looked scared. They didn't look confident in their execution.
It's like they would go for the right utility to get certain pieces of map control, but when it actually came to push and shove to get like where they really needed to be, they would be kind of this wide swing one by one. They were feeding Nox off all the time at ramp room. They weren't really able to
ramp room.
You know what he said? Noctua. Noctua on that thing, Dust.
I'm glad you finally got there.
Got it out. Got it out.
Yeah, man.
No, I think
been holding on to that one the whole event.
I honestly think the conditioning from Body was really strong. The outside smokes led to a variety of different plays that helped them down lower. They sent different amounts of people down lower, whereas Eclot, a lot of their attack was so focused towards that A bomb site. And I will say this, Mattis had a hard time holding his own on that bomb site, but some of the other pieces were able to stand up or at least find opening picks so that when the final hit actually happened towards that bomb site, Eclot were already worse for wear.
All right, well, we got to go over to Dr. Banks for a winner's interview.
And through to the major. And for you, Body, 2019 Katowice, 5 years ago was the last time you did it. And last time around, when it came to Copenhagen, you tried to go through the last chance qualifier. It was rough, but you've rebuilt the team around you and Crims. You've come back looking stronger. But just tell me, what are your thoughts on this one and finally being able to do it again?
It's been a long road of chokes all over the place until now. This close, this close, but I'm so happy to be here and have the teammates that we have, and like we missed, and I missed previously in my other teams, like this experience when it matters the most. And I think this comeback from overtime was, I'm gonna have some dreams and nightmares about it, man. I don't have words, I'm just under shock right now, and it feels so good to be back.
Can you talk me through this comeback though on nuke? Because this was one that it looked like it was slipping away from you guys. It looked like it could have been down and out, but you kept fighting. What were the calls like? What was the communication like for you guys?
We have been having a rough time to find ourselves in some of these games. Like, we know we can be so good, we have really good individuals, and sometimes it's been hard for us to move in the right direction together and like less focus on individuals. So I would say that throughout the fucking overtime, sorry for this word, it just came out like this. It's been like up and downs. We were like really stiff on what we were doing. We were getting shakier and shakier over the rounds, and I think at some point we're like, that's it. Like, there's no coming back from this. This is 3 match points for them. We just need those. Yeah, it was a long way back. It was a long way back. I don't really know, like.
It's interesting to me when you say like you're worried about not coming back from that. Who is it that's continuing to motivate you guys and say we can do it? Who's the voice in the team at that point?
I think everyone. Honestly, like what's good, I think we realized about this tournament and having the players that we have now. Everyone like really knows what it takes to qualify to a major and what it takes to not crumble under pressure at this RMR. We were so close, but I think this little 5% from everyone helped the whole team to step up and not crumble under pressure. Like 3 match points down. I think we come a long way now.
In terms of coming a long way though, did it feel when you got into nuke that you maybe were still a bit disappointed from what happened on Inferno, not being able to take that? Because you dominate them in the opening map, right? And we look like, okay, Fnatic's just going to be on cruise control. And you certainly had a chance to take Inferno at the same time.
Yeah, Ancient was feeling really good. Ancient was a pretty good like road to holidays. Like we were happy about this one, but when it came to Inferno, pistol not going our way, then we like just played. We tried to play our game. We came back from this game as well, but I don't know. We just missed that spark when it mattered, and like people trying to hold into their bomb site and not trying to link the whole map together, and it was getting harder and harder. So I think we could have, as you said, taken this Inferno home, and it would have been less of a good feeling, I would say, right now.
Okay. You can say that now, yeah.
Right now I can say that, but yeah, honestly, they were really good opponents. I think they like gave a really good fight, and props to them, honestly. They deserve to qualify, and we had to take this one. I'm sorry, we had to take this one.
Rightly so, right? And you fought for it. I want to just touch on how you feel you guys came to this RMR, your overall results, right? We saw you struggle against Na'Vi and FaZe, maybe win the games you should have. This one obviously very tough as well. Where does this put you at going into the major?
I don't think about this right now. I just think about this RMR. We take step by step. The RMR was our main goal for the past month, and we've been putting all our focus in it. Right now, major, it's been 5 years, as you said, I didn't play one, so step by step, I think this is all, like, it come the same preparation that we did to this tournament. Like, we're gonna be here for another 10 days and get ready to practice against a lot of good teams here that qualified already, and we just take step by step. Like, we qualified to the RMR, now the major is coming up. Let's fucking go.
I like that. Let's go. Anything you want to say to the fans, lastly?
Merci d'avoir cru en moi jusqu'au bout, enfin. Ah, ça fait plaisir. Je suis trop content. Merci d'avoir cru en moi jusqu'au bout. Thanks everyone at Fnatic for supporting us. All the fans, everyone, like, we're gonna make you proud at this major, and I'm really happy to be back.
Really happy to be back. Look at the smile on his face. Look at what it means to him. This is the beauty of the RMRs going into the major. Fnatic have done it.
Yeah, Fnatic have done it. Some thoughts about that interview there with James. I mean, look, you can see that's a relief. That is a very relieved player right there.
My favorite line was, "I'll be having dreams and nightmares."
Yeah,
and I think that's a fair way to sum up what was going on throughout that series. Like, it was a dream on Ancient. They steamrolled through that. Nightmares on Inferno, and then Nuke was a bit of both, right? But ultimately, they did their job. They made it to the major. Now it's time to clean things up and try to get prepared for the opening stage.
I think bigger picture, just kind of looking at the teams that have qualified right now, if you actually woke someone up from a coma in 2019 and say, hey, look it's Vitality, Cloud9, FaZe, MOUZ, Fnatic, they'd say that's just normal. But for us, for whatever reason, we've seen the last couple, I'd say last year for Fnatic, last year for Cloud9, and some of these teams and how they've really just kind of stumbled in these positions or just really had a hard time catching up to speed. But I think there's actually something to be said about having a big organization behind you and the support structures that are there as well. Just, I mean, Kita's been a coach for a very long time. I feel like the veteran presence is something that is consistently underrated by the community in general, because you would probably look at a couple of these players that are at this RMR and say, okay, they got a lot of great pieces, but are they actually now qualifying for the major in these super high pressure moments? I feel like a lot of them fell off, even though they might have arguably had more firepower.
Yeah, and final thoughts just about Dynamo Eclot. I mean, my heart goes out to them. They really did show a level of CS I don't think anyone was expecting. Pushed Falcons all the way in an overtime. Overtimes against Fnatic here. Obviously made it to the last day of this part of the RMR. Lots of positives, even though they're not going to be feeling that way.
I mean, you're
tonight.
talking about an ESEA advanced level team. Who only have played local Czech lands, who then come to the RMR and very nearly made their first major. Beat Sangal, a team that had been, very strong in that same environment that they were playing in and playing in higher level tournaments than they were actually. And really brought it to Fnatic and nearly toppled them over to have a chance against BB later on to make the major. So yeah, they were quite close, and I do tip my hat to their players, particularly a guy like Detour, one of the younger riflers on the squad looked great. Nubik looked great. I mean, they definitely pushed it. I mean, I am proud of what they were able to do. It's just, it stinks that they weren't able to cross the finish line. I feel like they had it there for a moment there in the second half.
Yeah, it was. Look, just before we do go to the break, we know what teams we're going to get and everything else. So let's take a look and see how you've done. Remember the Magnificent Seven on day one, your picks?
Yeah.
You can see there Maui's blind dedication, his worthless, blind, inconsiderate dedication to Cloud9.
Should have just actually put Fnatic in for Falcons, of course. I'm just going for the legacy orgs in this case, but come on. Compared to the teams that were here, you're looking at Cloud9, you're looking at those individuals, and Dust is going to look me in the face and say, Nemiga?
Listen, Nemiga was a Hail Mary. I will admit it to the full extent. I thought Sangal had a legit chance. I thought Sangal had a legit chance. I really did based on how they were looking online, and the fact that they had some good young players. But yeah, didn't get it done. Saw we both got messed up on that one, unfortunately. Hoping that they could still maintain form despite a huge roster change, but that was not to be the case. But yeah, that's how it rolls.
All right, guys, great talking to you. I guess you're away now, so thanks for your stellar contribution.
We're free.
You're free. Stellar contribution to CS broadcasting history. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have more action, so make sure you join us.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Yes, we're going to have a super accelerated segment here. It's going to be the fastest desk in esports history. Blair, Yanko are here. Look, new people, you see them? Okay, right, good. We've got Sinners, we've got GamerLegion. They're going to play each other in a best of 3. We're going to do a map veto.
That's a quick one. Yeah, all right, map veto. All right, I think this is one of the more interesting vetoes, I guess. Both the two teams kind of flexing a 7-map pool, despite Yanko's lack of enthusiasm.
Just Sinners.
I won't lie. I really wouldn't know which way this one might go veto-wise.
This is very much a coin toss series as well.
Pretty much.
No dust, right?
Should be a ban for GamerLegion.
Probably nuke pick for Sinners, vertigo for GamerLegion.
What do you think Sinners going to ban first?
I have no idea.
Well, there you go. Nuke banned out.
Like, yeah.
So dust 2 pick coming in from Sinners, perhaps.
Well, this is a good one for GamerLegion, in a sense of that. I don't think they didn't play Dust 2, but that's not a great map for Sinners. So they're just gambling. Okay, if we let it through, they're not going to pick it, and they call their bluff. So that's an interesting one right there. Sinners showing some cojones from the get-go.
Are they going to shake hands on Vertigo? I guess they might.
No, they banned at Sinners. Oh, Sinners didn't ban it?
Exactly. Okay, GamerLegion banned it?
Well, that's
a veto right there, Rich.
I guess they did a fast segment as well.
Every time it was available, Richard, GamerLegion picked it, and they've won both times on Vertigo they played so far in this tournament. So that's a surprising one. Perhaps they didn't like something they saw while they were preparing for the game.
I mean, I would say as well, you know, we've seen Sinners play that, and I think Sinners have done quite well on it.
They did beat Cloud9 pretty convincingly as well.
So
they beat Saw as well.
Probably they think, you know...
Yeah, but it's their least played map. Like, you know, sure, they've had success on it lately, but you're thinking if they haven't played it all that much and they played over, you know,
it's probably a combination of the fact you've seen them beat Cloud9 on it, and they've got demos of us playing it and time to prep, so overnight. So maybe, I don't know, but certainly it is an interesting veto. Definitely not what we expected.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, I think it could have gone multiple ways, you know, depending on which PAL universe you look at. I think the map pool kind of is that way. But talking about the teams overall, though, I think it's an interesting matchup because for GamerLegion, they looked out and just done and out right after the first 2 matchups, losing to Eclot. The Vitality loss, that's fine, but they're able to bring this one back. But for me, I think Sinners just have shown better CS overall. You know, I'm not talking about just Oscar popping off. He necessarily hasn't had the best tournament here at the RMR, despite the imperious form he found himself in the online stage. But just the way they're playing CS overall, I feel like Sinners should still have the edge over here.
Final thoughts, Shanko?
Yeah, Shock's their best player actually so far in this tournament, and I don't know. It's just the whole situation with the veto for GamerLegion, like going out of their comfort zone. So I'm putting more faith in Sinners.
Good. Turns out it wasn't final thoughts at all. We literally just, as we said, right, we're going into game and delay. So we've got 5 minutes.
All right.
Amazing.
So it's no longer going to be the fastest segment. So let's pick up on the point that Blair was talking about there. Obviously, I think Shock has kind of emerged, you know, at this tournament, shown that there's a little bit more to his game than maybe people anticipate.
I think Shock's a player, you know, we all he was a little quiet to start things off with, but he has really come into his own. And one thing I like, you know, if you're just looking at the numbers as well, you know, they played Saw, they played Na'Vi, which was a loss for Sinners, and then beat Eclot convincingly, and then we had a C9 game there, right? It has been some reasonably decent opposition, like Cloud9 comes to mind, and when you go up against Eclot, it's been very convincing for them. But I haven't seen anyone just go above and beyond, right? It's been, it has been, you know, your Shock. He's been even beasted against their IGL, who's been putting in the numbers as well.
That's true.
Kind of even Stevens throughout. And for me, I feel that's a good thing. You know, that's a good sign for the team. You're not relying on Oscar getting a 1.35 rating to get them to the stage.
Yeah, they had to have multi-dimensions. That's what it takes to get to a major. But yeah, I kind of like Sinners here, I think. I know GamerLegion obviously had a very good day yesterday. But anyway, there it is. The delay is fixed. So we can go into the game.
Stop talk.
And stop talk, less yapping, more shooting, and that means it's time for Sponge and Machine.
Analysts, stop talk, start game. And we have actually started the game. Yes, I'm looking forward to this one. Of course, you lose this one and your major hopes and dreams are shattered. And I'm joined by Chatty B to witness that for one of these teams.
And winner, and you get the privilege to take on Team BB for that final slot. So Best of threes won't be done. GamerLegion looking for the reverse sweep. Lost their opening BO1s, and there's a crispy one from Shock.
Yeah, Richard's talking about the impact we've seen from Shock, and he starts off as he means to go on. I would like to highlight Flamus, who's actually managed to make a round out of this by finding some control of the jungle position. A scavenged P2K is the weapon of choice for the close.
Smoking a kit for the defuse, so this is going to be tough to hold on to for GamerLegion.
Should be interesting. Torsen as well going to be one to watch in this. Slen's P250 will equalize straight into a 3v3. Smooth moves out for Con, but Bomb now under threat, under scrutiny. Beastic does have the kit, and oh, he had the kit past tense thanks to the shot from Flamus. Makes that P2K sing. Shock, 5 bullets, 2 targets, can't track. It's Slend with a third, and with their powers combined, I mean, these really are 2 names we should be saying an awful lot if GamerLegion want to have a comfortable day in the office.
Yeah, well, if people missed it, GamerLegion knocked out Falcons. That's simple on return. On this very map, Flamus, you mentioned him having a big showing in Slent. There is definitely some hype around him. Now, this is nervous times for the players of GamerLegion. Volt is the only one who has ever attended a major before, and with the consideration that they have to play another best of 3 against Team BB after this, if they do pick up the win against Sinners, they need to make sure that, hey, they bring their level of intensity needed to win this matchup, but conserve enough energy to go through the paces once more. It's going to be a tough day at the office if you want that final spot for Group A here at the European RMR. Group B starting tomorrow with some of the big names like G2, Spirit, Eternal Fire, Virtus Pro, Heroic. They'll be vying for 7 more spots. Now we can see Sinners have a scout in the hands of Oscar. If he can find a couple of tags, these USPs can convert those kills. So let's see if this is a recipe for success. Heading into the stack.
Yeah, so all plays Molotov, though, kind of nullifies some of those angles for Mikey, but still good for it onto Slend. That's unfortunate.
Oh.
Now, Oscar and Marisco, with their powers combined, have made this a very competitive defense. Oscar hitting no scopes, but still demanded to clutch. It's Flamus that's clawing his way back in, and Mirage is where he does some of his best work. At least it was in that head-to-head with Falcons. He was finding gaps, he was finding a lot of space, and he has what I would argue is confidence, one of the more necessary ingredients in Counter-Strike. Flamus has got oodles of it. We'll see if he can maintain that, but yeah, he saves them in combination with his teammates to weather the storm of the Oscar scout.
Yeah, I thought we might see back-to-back scouts from Oscar, but no, he's going to hedge him with the Flamus for round number 3, so the rifles are out for Sinners. It's the map choice of GamerLegion. Desk was saying the video could go anywhere, both these teams. Enjoy flirting with a little bit of everything.
They start 3B into a B rush. I mean, this could very well be a very quick call.
It just depends on how good the execute is. Beastic might just get overrun.
Ooh, Beastic, your M4 put to work and double kill Oscar the third. Volt, get tumble, drops off and damage done. Round 1 now, Marisco confirms it. Catches ZTR in his advance. Bombs now spotted, rotations come through, and Oscar's FAMAS. Can he find the upgrade in time as well? That would be lovely.
Yeah, he's got extra time, right? Should be able to
I always forget. Yeah, extra time.
I think it's 5. Well, look, this is the thing. I have to check. I have to get one of the admins on the phone, but I'm pretty sure it made just like 7 seconds, and with our other configs it was 5, but that could have changed, right? Like, again, that's a back in my day type thing, and that's ancient history at this point. But GamerLegion taking all that damage in round number 2. Their force buy into round number 4 is pretty damn miserable. Tech9s, Mac 10s, and well, from B to A.
I wonder whether that's a trend or a read from Sinners, the fact they started 3B onto that first gun round. It's GamerLegion charging straight into the read. And now A pop, Utah will land. Shock, vision obscured. Marisco makes his way over. Oscar as well, throws some bullets through the smokes. Break of one of them. Nothing found, and bomb now planted. ZTR gets it done, and they still have 2 smokes and a molly.
Yeah, that's the second layering that's available. This is key for GamerLegion. If they were out of util, they could have been in a whole lot of trouble. The fact that they can deploy a little bit more.
Is that a deep CT smoke they've thrown? Yeah, Torsen's going to play around that. That's awkward for the CTs.
Can replenish. ZTR is another one.
They will. And now Torsen likely overlooked. Starts to spam the barrel. Poked out of the smoke, and Torsen pulls the trigger. Oscar at least finds one that may lull them into going for this still. Look at the time. There's no time for this. The smokes have won them the round. Now the Tech9's farm-up frags, getting some weapons, and now just Beastic with an MP9. Putting away for his life. He goes down as well. And GamerLegion, a bit of a cheeky one into the A side.
Yeah, that's huge, right? You highlighted the extra util, and it's key. Because, look, if the defense was in the site, and GamerLegion, they get stalled out coming out of Palace and Ramp. Okay, round done. But the fact that they're given the space and then they have the extra utility, sometimes you see teams, they'll drop a smoke towards connector after the up-down and then fight towards jungle. This time isolating towards CT spawn, bottlenecking that position on the retake and stealing one away from Sinners. And that one's going to feel damn good.
Fantastic.
I think something to note with these two teams is they have faced an awful lot in the realms of online, but not since Torsen's been in the roster. So that was Andu.
This is so direct.
I like it. I love it.
Yeah, it's very much got its own unique GamerLegion marinade. Now, they haven't gotten across the sight lines of Oscar. Flashes would have to... Oh, just turned off. Now Mikey, woo, and Marisco. Lovely repel of the invaders. Flammers paid a heavy price for his trade onto Mikey, but... Oh, a second is asking too much, I thought. Still manages to find Marisco despite the low HP. Flammers! He is at home here on Mirage. Pulls GamerLegion into round 5.
Bomb's going to be hard to get.
Another? Oh, that's a crazy chance. He actually gets him down to half HP. Didn't find the head. And so Volt tasked with an attainable 1v2.
But the bomb, the fact that he has to jump up Van, this is difficult. Do you want to take the fight? You've got to get past window and door. You don't know if they've leaked in towards the site.
Is that a smoke grenade I see? That would be really useful if he could scavenge one away.
Oh, they've given him the room. Look at this, the reroute from Sinners. Both of them backing off from market, heading over towards window. So Volt doesn't realize how much space he truly has.
Oh, yeah, and it's going to take him a long time to get himself situated on that bomb and planting, but they've given him so much room.
Yeah, and B-Stick with the underpass push might be there in time. So, yeah, you can see Volt. This seems fishy. Can't quite work out why nobody's hanging around. And by the time he jumps up, the clock is going to be at about 15 seconds.
Good understanding that with this amount of time passing, with this lack of resistance, he can anticipate... Oh, no, he's planted for him. B-Stick should be able to run him down. Sweet. B-Stick. And a second round for Sinners. Despite Flammers with a real valiant attempt to get themselves clawed back into that B site.
It does look like Sinners are pretty comfortable with the direct approach. I know that they lost to the Tech Knives towards A, but again, they're more than ready to stand and bang over towards B. They had the number advantage. It was Flammers the only reason for excitement. So the bomb going down, there is going to be enough for a couple of AKs. Torsen can grab one, Flammers the same, and we will see GamerLegion start to buy in behind that. Does Ash feel the need for a tactical timeout to discuss what the pursuit is going to be, or does he allow the Swedes, ETR, to call them forward? Now, on either side of the server, Oscar, he's been in a couple of majors before. Volt, the few as well, but in more recent history than that of Oscar. Last time he was at a major was with Hellraisers.
Oh, I was wondering if it was really Hellraisers. It's a long time ago. What was that, like Dead Fox and that lot?
Yeah, I might have to check the... Well, actually, I don't know. I'll be honest.
I don't know. No, I genuinely don't. Volt running in for a quick find. Takes down Shock. Oscar now playing retake, tucks into Con. Oh no, it falls apart on A again. We're seeing a bit of a recurring theme here. Groundhog Day on Mirage, run down by Volt. Does get traded. Mikey, MP9, but ZTR good for a headshot. That is just a selfless in-game leader as well. Dropping a rifle, going no Kev Tech 9, and he still finds a contribution. And if I was on that roster, I can't help but be saying to my A anchors, like, boys, we're going to have to do better than that. That's twice now.
Yeah, B's been a great defense, whereas A's been a bit of a problem. But I wonder, do they just continue to call in this fashion?
Well,
they're not defaulting, not playing through middle. It's just, all right, let's just pop into the site, let's duel out, and, well, let's rip this away. Because the timing, for Flammers, looked like he had him dead to rights. B-Stick will get to course correct and just wants to hold on to this A4. And I've checked the roster for you, Alex. It was Issa, Lau, Angel, and Nuki.
Ooh, okay.
So a couple of Valorant players in the end there.
Yeah, okay. One of Valo's most prominent leaders, Angel, these days. I think. I have no idea.
So, yeah, well.
He's over there at least.
Yeah, he's on talent.
But yeah, can we just agree that we're going to call this type of calling when you go A, B, the Konami calling?
The what?
Like the Konami code?
I don't know what.
A, B, up, down.
Oh, you've already over my head.
Yeah. I mean, it's fighting games, so I don't know if that's me.
Sorry,
it's not really,
no.
It's not me either.
I want to be in kurva.
Kurva. Or not, obviously. That's a rude word. It's just fun to say.
Imitation.
Yeah, it's fun to say.
Well, Sinners are the ones who are going to hit the tactical timeout. Ash, you can see there in the back of the room, gets to converse with his boys.
What is the Konami code? Konami code. It was a cheat code, was it? The Contra code, 30 lives code, a cheat code in many Konami titles. It was up, down, left, right, B, A. You see, B, A. So they go B, then they go A. Konami calling.
Well, let's see if they go back to B. To be or not to be?
That is the question, Virtual. And no, it's actually starting to look a little bit like they're disrupting the expectation. They hang on, 3 starting over here. So Marisco and Oscar, they've had enough. They know Shock needs some help. Oh, Slend, that's an abysmal shot. He's missed it. Results in a comfortable 3-1 trade out on A. Sinners have control. Flammer's piecing out. ZTR, the only one that can get active and try and tip the scales back in their favor.
This is just very in your face. It's not even explosive, right? It's just, all right, Jules done, and round seems relatively over, but Flammer's still alive. ZTR with this space, as you've highlighted.
Flammus has gotten there quick, so that's nice. He'll be able to boost him up. Who's holding this? Mikey just leaves. So that's a gap that I'm sure they'll be acknowledging. Making sure they don't make no noise, and yeah, Mikey just gets there in time. Nice. Oh, doesn't get the full headshot, so bit of damage onto Flammus, but this 2v4 now becomes 3.
Well, you know where both players were.
They did take that ramp fight early. B-Stick is... Ooh, good angle for this. Don't know if he spotted Flammus, but this is a fight that favors B-Stick in that off angle. Is Flammus really good enough for that one? No, not prepared. ZTR betraying. Can he hit it? Nice work from B-Stick. 7 kills, but those 2 securing a round that could have gone awry.
Well, definitely going to see another investment from GamerLegion. 3 players are in Galil territory. Slend and Torsen. Well, it's going to be quite a tough time for theirs. Well, Flammus has gone in with the AK. So that's just going to be with Kevlar. No head armor. Fortunately for them, there's a few AK-47s on the other side of the server. We'll see if that plays into this next round. So neither team being able to get control. We've had the last 5 rounds of play back and forth. No consecutive rounds since the pistol and the conversion. Oscar might have to give this up if it's a well-layered execute. Oh, he just gets... Flammus just dry-pinged a ramp into an AWP.
Yeah, and he lives to tell the tale. Oscar's going to be punching air right now. Flammus. I mean, it must just be such a frustrating...
Look at the radar. There's nobody else who can even address this. They've just rotated through CT, but GamerLegion are deep. Bomb's going down. Slend to plant that.
I'm just intrigued that ZTR and B-Stick might have a fight on B with the bomb down on A. ZTR shows presence, now piecing out. Mikey's going to be making a beeline for the A site. Oh, and actually, Flammus. He's an absolute demon on this map. He was raised on these streets, Chad. You can just tell that he is forged in the fires of Mirage solo queue.
It just is crazy how easy it was for GamerLegion to get into the site. That single kill, and there was no response from Sinners, no utility lobbed in to try and slow them down, no breaks to the smoke as they scale in. It felt like Sinners were destined to save after Oscar was dropped. So they do save 3. What a crazy game of Counter-Strike this has been early. Drops are available. Marisco can hook up Mikey. Oscar can drop an M4 to Shock and get his AWP back, so it will be a full buy. But the scoreline 5-3 in favor of GamerLegion, just a 2-round difference. As Ash has taken this one, so even from the position of winning, he wants to take the 30 seconds, and maybe, just maybe, it's to get those consecutives on the board. The round timeline looks crazy.
Oh, it does. GamerLegion with the first 2. And then you just traded blows ever since, all the way to this 5-3. Over halfway in this CT half for the boys.
And that's the key part, is because of the way the rounds have flowed, neither team has built up a loss bonus. So if you're Ash, you want your team to win this round so bad because the floodgate's completely open. And then at that point, when you're in the hole as Sinners, do you just consider crazy force spies to try and contend back? Because next round, only 1,900 is a loss for them. So if they lose the site directly again, which has been the theme of this half so far, they might have to just save. Otherwise, they'll have nothing to work with. And that's when hunting for GamerLegion becomes priority number 1.
CTR across to tap. Flammus walking in for an early question of short. No one holding. B-Stick is going to be set up with Mikey. Bench. pushed apartments with the SMG, has B-Stick. This is going to be a quick flash onto that bench position to get them out now. It's up to Mikey, swinging in. He hasn't found the headshots. B-Stick to be overlooked here, but he is going to be cleared out by Torsten. Mikey a double kill. Molly forces him to very low HP and into the fight. Not cleared. They weren't ready for him. Torsten overlooks the position. Mikey's done a huge amount of work. I mean, he doubles his kills, but in the absence of B-Stick, it had to be him. It had to be Mikey. Flashed off of the line. Molly's thrown at his feet. Still gets away with the multi-kill.
This only has to continue for 3 more rounds, and then we've had the back and forth nature all the way to the halftime break. And if that's the case, it means that GamerLegion could walk away with 7. Surely this is the chance for Sinners to break that streak.
I mean, look at what they're working with. They've won rounds with less, Chad.
That's true.
Marisco tries his hand at a little bit of aggression, thinks twice about it as he dips into the connector. Torsten shows presence early apps. Flammers considering a late arrival through underpass.
Someone give the guy an AK.
Yeah, for real.
The way some of the aim looked, trying to get towards that B site just then from a few of the GamerLegion players, then yeah, definitely get it in its hands. He's got the Tech 9, as it is going to be mid-control for GamerLegion. Very light on util, just a smoke and a flash, so I'm not sure how they're meant to make this one work. A window boost to clear things out. Torsten gets the elevated position thanks to Flammus. Doesn't see anybody home, and the rotation back in as they... Oh, we're just trying to edge in to boost him up silently, but with the sound cue, that's great information for Sinners to work with.
Yeah, it was a really nice idea. Just fumbled on the final hurdle.
They're coming through this.
Marisco. At least he doesn't have his nades in his hands as he actually dips into the smoke. Oh, he's right there in front of them. Oh, and loads his mag. Just the one. Oscar picks away at ZTR. Torsten needs to pair up another. Shock now noted on the balcony. Revolt holding him. Combines with Slen to claw away back in 2v4 though, and now time against them as well. Bullets start to connect through the boards. Or missed chance. Oscar puts Slend on notice. Volt needs this frag. Now pressure from short. He controls the spray. But with 20 seconds. And Mikey not ready, not expecting Slend to still be holding jungle. 15 seconds. And Oscar knows the bomb. He's giving him the smoke. Oscar trying to play a cheeky game here. Does he no-scope into the smoke? Or has he given him a chance? He does get away. Oh, Oscar's regretting that smoke now. A Slend with just, what, 8 bullets, 6 HP. Looking to come up, clutch the 2v4. Oscar's got 1 bullet in the AWP as well. Has to hit this next shot, otherwise Slen's going to take it. Otherwise he swaps to the P2K. Oscar going for a sit. He's sitting it. This is so brave. This is so brave. Oscar calls Slen's bluff. Steals away the 5th. A valiant attempt from Slend. Oscar, we thought he would have maybe overplayed it with that smoke, but still gets away with the round.
Damn, okay. Well, finally consecutive rounds for Sinners. And this is wild. Marisco comes through. Oscar grabs what could have been his double. The trading's there. That was a 2v3 situation that almost falls apart. This one here, Volt at range, controlling the spam onto B-Stick makes it possible.
Oh, you know Mikey was biting through his fingernails after his death there on jungle. And now he started off with a banger. Ooh, and a second in combination with Marisco. Well, especially if you put yourselves in the shoes of Ash, coach of GamerLegion, he called that timeout to avoid the end like this.
Yeah, so now it's poor GamerLegion who are really suffering the financial woes. 2,400 going into what will be the final round of play, so it'll just be like every other round that they've had, a little bit lacking. As Volt, Flammus, and ZTR combine in this 3v5 disadvantage.
You'd love a flashbang. Mikey doesn't even need one, just swings on out.
There's one.
Catches ZTR. And Mikey. Oh, can he leave with all of them? Marisco puts the final frag. 5 alive as they scavenge away what little they can find.
Was that the cleanest round of the game so far?
It is, and it happens to be the penultimate of this defensive half for Sinners. GamerLegion's map pick, and they're looking to pick themselves up a 7-5 defensive scoreline.
This might actually be like the first round all GamerLegion players have had an AK as well.
That's bleak.
Yeah, don't quote me on it, but it definitely feels like it's been tough.
Yeah, it seems like there's been one omission at the very least.
Okay, well, 2 out of 3 tactical timeouts in the first half. Ash wants to make sure they're all tied up going into that minute worth of a break. Dust 2 coming up next. And if you are just joining us, the context of this match, whoever does walk away victorious will not immediately secure themselves a spot in the Perfect World Shanghai Major. They will need to take on Team BB. It's Nafany's anime squad. Siren, Magnajez, Zorti, and Chiron eagerly awaiting. They took down Saw to start the day. We just had Fnatic eke out the match against Eclot. And now another Czech representative steps into the ring.
Dawson's found a little bit of a safe haven between the sets of lethal util.
CCR's taking a lot of damage to their top middle. This is a default round from GamerLegion. Got their extremity players, Torsen, that you highlighted in Vault. He's over towards Palace. Well, the other three are meant to be working on mid control. Going through the paces of the protocols are Sinners, using their defensive utility. Really just Oscar left with an incendiary and a smoke. Mikey with one of those as well, but all in all, there's still over a minute left on the clock. Although Util will have been reported to ZTR to go for the finishing call. And with the bomb in B apartments, it does feel like a B split.
Ooh, yeah, if Morisco does play behind that smoke and B-Stick's not getting info mid, they will be late to their arrival. Okay, they've got the answers.
But B's completely open during all of this. It's from Cat. B-Stick has to fight.
Mux is way back in now. They've taken their time. They haven't broken through just yet. This is the fight though. Torsen, will he be able to clear him out? The trade does so. ZTR calling from the grave now. Flammers to plant. And no one's looking. No one's looking. Mikey just pushes out. Nearly denies Flammers as well. Onto the USP. Stands. Plays for the reload in the open. Flammers now needs to find shots, but he's not ready for Mikey. Yes, he is. Gets another. Slend makes it a 2v1, and Morisco so late to the party. They went ahead of the play. He couldn't provide any early support. Now info. Oh dear, he's been spotted. So Slend relays the information. Flammers has his cross, and Flammers and Slend combine. They'll make it 6-6. Double kills from those two to keep the scoreline dead even at the half.
Yeah, crazy half for Counter-Strike. Back and forth, neither team really being able to put themselves in a dominant position. We'll see if GamerLegion can grab both pistols within their map choices. They do flick over towards the defense now. But yeah, this is a tough one to call. GamerLegion, the fact that they lost their two opening best of ones, they've had to crawl their way back. And it's been a tough road. It hasn't necessarily been the most convincing road either. We covered off the Unity game, where it was Anubis, Vertigo, and Ancient, and that was a labored affair for sure. And then against Falcons yesterday, going the distance, that would have been one of the most highly watched matches, with the Falcons being eliminated by GamerLegion. But was that all they're good for, or are they able to push the issue and give themselves a real opportunity?
Got to give your flowers to Mikey in that half as well. 4 opening duels. He's proactive when he needs to be. That's the round when he held on bench as well. He kept Sinners competitive when it felt like the GamerLegion boys were starting to catch a little bit of momentum, a little bit of wind in their sails. And so, yeah, let's keep an eye on this pistol, see if they can get another. Double smoke for the T side, so some serious intent.
Yeah, a kit, a smoke for ZTR, but no kit, so if they are playing retake A, might have a bit of trouble coming their way. He has the flash at the ready for the A execute to set Vault up, and well, here they come.
Okay, Vault. Here's the steps, and there's the flash that does deny his early engagement. Good flash. 5 were blind, but now goes down. B-Stick finds him. Torsen and Flammer spamming away. Oh, and ZTR the drive-by just clotheslines Mikey.
Denies the plant.
Oscar picks up the bomb at least. Smokes are still up for a moment. Fading now. Flammers will have sightline to bench, but Oscar gets the kill. 7 bullets on the Glock as he looks to try and find Torsen. Does he clear him? Oh, a real chance now. Real chance. Awkward for Torsen. This 2v4 is falling apart. Slend observes that they couldn't pivot B, and they will. Dropping, strafing, both going short. Nice movement demonstrated here by Sinners, and it's leading to a round. 2v4 round turned on its head unless ZTR can find 2 more. And Oscar, oh, he's already ahead of the play. He knows what's up, but still manages to isolate the duels. ETR pushing through, doesn't have the bullets. Large bullet in the USP. He comes up clutch. GamerLegion saved by their leader.
Poor wide-eyed right there was ETR coming off the plant, taking the fight, trying to get it done for Sinners, but it won't be the case. That's both pistols for GamerLegion, and that one, it looked like they were in full control. But I love the pivot from Sinners. We can't finish A, let's take the fight. A couple of nice kills towards Connector and Jungle. Torsa just pinned in the corner, goes down, and yeah, you bang on under the pressure, making the jump. Yeah, pedestrian for most, but in this situation, one of them makes the flub. You question how it could have looked.
I mean, for ZTR as well, one of the reasons he's so wide-eyed is that's all body shots, you know? He's in that 1v2.
It's not crispy, it's not clean.
It's not crispy, but it works.
Volt about to be pressured, the AK to be dropped. Marisco with the opener. Now the A site under pressure. A second for Marisco.
Yeah, that's how you use a hero AK.
Whoa!
Look at the damage. And now just to finish off the job is Torsten's FAMAS, Marisco. He's opened him up. Ooh, and he catches the nade. No longer able to equip the AK. All that hard work opening up the site.
48 HP between the two of them. This one's a freebie.
They don't stand a chance. All right, Mikey. Torsten down. Now, ooh, nearly hits the burst onto ZTR in the adjustment. Mikey, though, 9 HP. ZTR hard-pressed to lose this one. So we've got back-to-back rounds with an opening death for Volt. Back-to-back rounds with a 1v2 for ZTR. Or at least a clutch, excuse me. This time, just in the 1v1.
Oh, good value from that dropped AK. You take down so many bodies. And you get the bomb down as well. So it will be the investment for Sinners now. They can ruin the finances of GamerLegion. And that's what this entire map feels like, a conversation about who can take financial control. And in the first half, the conversation was essentially nobody. By the time that Sinners strung consecutive rounds together, it was very late in the piece. It was already a decent haul for GamerLegion, and we tied things up at the half. Nobody over towards A out the gate. Sinners. 4 bodies top mid to Biff and Brawl. Marisco ahead and just looking for space. Immediately pushes out towards Delpan.
Ooh, that's a good find from Flamus, and he goes to force the issue. Shock will punish, but there's Torsten. Gets 2. He gets out. What a quick round to already boil down to this.
We've said that a few times within this map, haven't we?
It's just like a head-on collision.
Yeah, different flavor of Counter-Strike that we're being met with today. And so much on the line. You would have wished you had more time to work with Oscar's AWP.
True.
The fact that that's your approach, you don't give the AWP a chance to work into the round. But Slend, he's got the... Slend had the right idea. Thank God for Volt.
I mean, that's a gap Volt very quickly tended to.
Oscar has so much time as well. You don't really want to go for the save, right? So he is going to head over to A to give it a look.
These are the kind of crazy rounds Oscar was known to turn around. Just that one-man army.
I think the thing is he's not already in the thick of it, which means he needs to be worried about absolutely everything. The info that 2 players were towards CT helps the decision to be informed that likely the retake. But that's going to change very quickly. ZTR is looking for space towards B apartments. Torsten's starting to investigate Catwalk. Does he just drop the smoke and go for the plant? That looks like the best idea.
Okay, good idea as to a third. Torsten spamming away. Now a sound cue's given as the smoke sets him up for a bit more of information. Now Torsten under the scope and a hard shot to hit. Oscar unable to adjust. A narrow miss. Options now fading away for him, and Volt runs him down. Bomb plant, sure, but not even a kill. And such a hectic start. They just kind of collide in middle. You can see Torsten dapping up his boy. Getting the energy high here on GamerLegion's map pick.
2 AKs available if Sinners are looking to full shove, or will it just be the partial investment? Let's find out. It's 3.5 for Marisco, B-Stick, and Mikey. Shock and Oscar had a little bit more, but this is where they need to be able to pull out a pocket strat, just like we had seen from GamerLegion in the first half. A couple of nice executes to help them keep in the back and forth brawl. Full-on Tech 9s, and while everybody's posture over towards A. Mid-smokes just to keep the attention, right? And the best case scenario when you're doing this is the mid-smokes are investigated as they just were, right? Players coming out of Cat and Connector, a lot of util being thrown through window flashes from A, but they are ready for this. The fact that 2 players this deep in the A site, GamerLegion should be able to hold on.
Ooh, that's a crazy kill from B-Stick. Fumbles! Torsten empty-handed as well. The twists and turns continue, folks. Slen forced away. Tech9's taking space. Morisco just jumps into CT to take space. ZTR to punish. The flashes continue, but ZTR gets it. Gets away.
They don't have the second layer. Remember how we highlighted GamerLegion's extra smokes and molly? There's nothing for Sinners. They have to get it done with the bullets.
Flamus spots that Oscar's trying to take jungle control. ZTR into shock. Can they really do it without the utility? Mikey's exposed. Turns around. Can't hit the head. Slen comes up clutch.
Another 1v1.
Again, that's got to be the third of this half. We've played 4 rounds, Chad. 3 of them coming down to a 1v1.
What happened to Volt there? Did he not have head armor?
Either that or it was a crazy double.
Because goose through the wall, it looked like, or at least it sounded like.
It sounded squishy.
And that could have really cost them. I'm saying how good this is. They got players ahead of the execute. They're in the side. They're not playing retake.
And I was admiring because Volt's POV, he saw like 3 nades flying over. He didn't like play anti. He just committed to the spray and still couldn't convert. Probably because he got aim punched. I mean, yeah, it was a bizarre turn of events. Hasn't gone well for Sinners.
Well, that's twice we could say good value for money for Sinners, but you need to make a buy.
Yeah, well, this one, familiar. Back to middle with your guns. Just hopefully give Oscar a bit more time to work his magic.
Yeah, thank God it's not all in. Ooh, look at this. Flamus, aggressive, of course. Might knock this tower down.
Okay, supported by Slend. Angle held. Good awareness from Morisco. Now the next shot is a hard one. Just on that tight gap. Oh, Slend, you brave soldier. Drops down, strafes out in the open. And continues his sweep of middle and will confirm that no one's home.
I do like the confidence. Makes this round a whole lot more informed for GamerLegion. Over towards B is just ZTR as Slend has the support. And, well, the fact that top mid's called clear, ZTR seen nothing on the B spot and his smoke as well. They can start repositioning over towards A. Mikey can't waltz through that. We'll have to respect it. And Slend set up.
Oh, between the wickets. He fires a shot right between.
The Torsen flank.
Yeah, it's quick from Torsen. If they could delay these guys in any way towards the ramp side, Torsen is hot in their heels. 35 seconds, so they will have to make haste into the site. Mikey coming in from con side. This could be a free frag onto Volt, but there's the flank. Torsen reveals himself. Oscar has to focus on too many objectives.
Full blind, doesn't know he's there.
Torsen cautious, 25 seconds. The bomb is on Oscar's back. Kept busy. Here's the reload, gives him some liberties to push.
Where does he plant?
Plant's open to ramp. ZTR trying to provide the covering fire. A nice one tap out of shot. Torsen now noted. The flashes, the nades, everything expended towards his position, and Torsen just resigns himself to the save.
Whoa. I understand why he goes for the kill immediately in that situation, because it can cause so much chaos that the rest of his teammates can start to contribute from elsewhere. And I was asking, you know, that you look at the plant, because it had to be essentially open. ZTR, he jumps up on that box. Maybe he gets that kill. Shox doesn't lay him on his ass before he is able to swing, and then it just could become anybody's. But this one's stolen back by Sinners. Torsen loses everything. Great shot from Mikey, continuing to find some impact.
Yeah, those are rough rounds that for GamerLegion, when you feel like you had the info, you were kind of ahead of the play, you had a flank and everything. It's, I suppose, for Slend especially, he's going to say, my B. He knows he hits that one 70% of the time. This shot here. And that's the flank, as you said, immediate engagement. Shock, that's the tap, takes CTR. So burst to the head. 3-round game, gap closes. And likely to just be 2. Nothing more than a Desert Eagle for Slend. Ooh, does he have any info? Body shot to convert ZTR's USP dink. Band of smoke takes its place. No vision this time, but does imply B is under a lot of what?
Okay.
He hits it, just spamming smoke. If he hits another, yeah, Oscar returns fire.
They're very quick through B apartments. Very, very quick.
Yeah, but what, with 3 USPs and a flash, gonna be hard pressed to do too much. Unless Torsen can maybe catch the element of surprise.
Seem aware now, don't they?
Very aware.
Oh, just try and look for a little bit more damage. Torsen's been able to pick up one of those AKs. There should be another one available over towards Catwalk if they wanted to go and try and investigate that. And it does feel important to do so, because into the next round, it's only the 1900 loss. Even though GamerLegion took this eco, Not everybody was completely down in the dumps. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen, Slender's going to have more than enough cash for the AWP. But some housekeeping as Sinners
might blow his way.
Yeah, well, Flamus fully backs off. And just one AK retained. So 2-round difference will be the GamerLegion buy.
It's actually GamerLegion pause.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's their final tactical pause. Coach Ash a chance to get his troops situated for the conversion of their map pick. Sinners making a strong case that this one could go the distance. 2 consecutive rounds now from them, and now clashing with the guns once more.
So what's the expectation from GamerLegion? Looks like Shock's lining up the Insta window. Morisco, Beestick, and Mikey all looking to be going to the B or middle side of the map. So maybe it'll just be a default start again. Set Oscar up with the AWP, see if they find that aggression. They went 1 for 1 last time round and then were still able to convert the round when GamerLegion had all the info. One kit in play for Flamus. Keep that in mind if we find ourselves in a post-plant situation.
Director start for Sinners, completely vacating it.
Oh, it's a great call too. If they do just commit, it's only ZTR on the B bomb side to defend.
Safe from the incendiary. ZTR looking for answers, and actually is that just going to be a deep HE if he times it right. Spots out Marisco. Oh, a second one's brave. Yeah, realizes he needs to get out of there. Dumps his util to delay. Play around this smoke. Chooses to actually reaggress. This is interesting. It's threatening. Oh! It's a lovely double. Gets down 2. Oscar gone, but still Marisco breaks in. Slend will catch him, pushing a little farther than perhaps he needed to. Mikey, very low from ZTR's damage as well. Hiding out on the back of this van as Beestick is completely disconnected. Torsen didn't spot anything. Likely going to clear him, but if Mikey's crosshair placement is true. Did he see him? No. Now he has, takes off the head. And Beestick, 45 seconds with the bomb under enemy control. Picks himself up with the Molotov off of Oscar's corpse. Got a full util set, but it doesn't matter if Slen's holding the line. Nails it from short side, and it will be GamerLegion's 11th and converting off of their 3rd tactical timeout.
Oof, that's a big deal. And they were so ready for that maneuver from Beestick. I'm not sure if they caught a sound cue or they just know his tendencies there. He got that kill over towards Connector while the B execute came in. So both Torsen and Slend were only worried about B apartments. I'm not sure what the tell was, but they weren't worried about Cat, and they definitely weren't worried about Market. Just laser focused. Still ropey in the buy, Torsen. And ZTR with just MP9s this time round. It's the same setup, or essentially, right? They're hedging towards A. They've allowed ZTR to lock down B. They think, hey, boys, I just absolutely destroyed them. They're not going to try that again. Let's batten down their hatches on the other side of the map. Flamus tucked in towards Sandwich. Criminally under check position. Bomb still down in T spawn. Once Mikey gets control of under window, is Beestick the man to pivot back and pick that up? It's actually Oscar who's been tasked. Volt and Flamus have just pushed into this ramp smoke. Wow.
I mean, this is what Morisco's anticipating. Fading. Volt. Very nice. Immediate adjustment. Finds the head of Morisco. Slenzorp as well catches that connector advance. Volt's having a round here. Double kill. Quiet so far from Volt, but this is a huge round to be converting off the back of Volt's steady shooting, sharp shooting with that AK-47. You've got the bomb, you've got the round. Beestick hearing these steps and realizing that pulling the trigger without the kill would be the end of the round. Instead, bides his time and does convert. Brings down Torsen. ZTR, the B player, has advanced, and it looks like Shock is going to have a go at this. Ooh. Loses his AK as well. ZTR contributes.
Okay, well, just Beestick to hold on to this AK. 2,900 is the loss bonus for what could be the final round for Sinners. Shock will have enough to buy it. Mikey the same. Basic will get no loss bonus, so gets to pick 2 flashes, a molly, maybe a smoke. We'll have to see. But it could be much worse for Sinners in the buy department. GamerLegion have taken control in this second half.
Great shooting from Volt. Could see he was pre-aiming something else, but his immediate reaction and the adjustment is perfect. Does an under or over flick. Gets that insta headshot, and the rest is converted comfortably. 12-8, 4 consecutive demanded of Sinners.
Gone so light on U2. They've gone for firepower.
Yeah, it's a weird setup. The B anchor starts ladder. Slen goes short, and Torsen's going to be playing the B apartments. So a bit of a mix-up look at Flamus as well. They are not shy to take this info early. There's always something from the CT side to educate themselves as to the Sinners opening, and well, now with all that util landing in middle, they've got a pretty damn good idea. Slend commits to this angle. Yeah, this is full committed. If he gets wide swung, but he doesn't, and he gets away as well. Nightmare, nightmare. Oh, it gets worse. Shock sent to spawn. Wouldn't even get a chance. This is the foot of map and dink, but no cigar. Oscar could not find the trade. ZTR, big double. And Slend ready for Mikey. This has fallen into place for GamerLegion quite comfortably in these last couple.
Yeah, I've seen Beastie get space round after round, but it's all for naught when your team goes down for the trouble. 1v5 situation, 47 seconds on the clock. GamerLegion 1 kill away from first map up in their 3rd best of 3, and normally that'd be enough, but not for today. GamerLegion pick up map number 1. Dust 2 coming up next. Sinners, can you turn your fate around?
They're going to have to turn it around if they want to have any chance to go to the major. GamerLegion looking very good on Mirage. I said this game was a coin toss. I didn't really know what to expect. I might have given a slight edge to Sinners, but GamerLegion have kind of grown, you know, over the course of this RMR. They, you know, they've been right up against it, but they do seem to be getting progressively better with every match that they have, Yanko.
Yeah, everyone is mentioning, you know, their Paris run, where they also started 0-2, managed to go 3-2 and make it all the way to the grand final. So yeah, some resilience. You know, Ash was a part of that team, so I think you're talking about a coin flip. I think some of these rounds were a coin flip at the beginning. Like just the pace from GamerLegion. I mean, on the T side, the game plan was clear. Just keep hitting them early with the set executes, right? And a couple of fakes to try to sort of throw some misdirection their way. And yeah, we're able to find some success in doing that.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could see, you know, a couple of clutches going back and forth over there as well. But even though GamerLegion were, I guess, a bit fortunate to win, I think, 2 or 3 clutches in that game, they were in full control. As Yango pointed out, the first half, fast-paced Counter-Strike, and then even in the second half, when they switched over to the CT side, they were just constantly pushing, constantly poking and prodding, and just making Sinners feel uncomfortable. There's one round where it's basically a full eco for GamerLegion. They didn't just, you know, go for an A stack. They pushed A, they pushed ramp, right? And even though, yes, Sinners, they made the right call, they headed towards a B bomb site, they won the round. You could clearly see how GamerLegion was always just waiting, nipping at their heels, waiting for one tiny slip up to just pounce and close it out. And I have to give, once again, credit to Flamus, right? He's been their highest rated player at the event thus far. I think it was a 1.2 rated coming into this particular matchup. And once again, just in your face, high octane gaming Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and obviously for Sinners, weren't able to kind of fight fire with fire to the same degree. The concern we've had has been firepower, I guess, overall over at Sinners, that they just haven't really been able to take the fight to some of these other teams that they've played here.
I think also a common misconception when we talk about firepower for a team is that people just think about aim and mechanics. Like, that's not all that firepower. Firepower is basically the skill of the players, right? And that also includes, you know, your game sense, your decision making, communication, all of that stuff. And definitely the firepower wasn't there when it came to all those clutches. I mean, definitely a lot of opportunities for Sinners on their T side, where, you know, if their players could just step up a little bit, play a little bit more together, they could get something done. But yeah, this was just
the pace of the GamerLegion side. Just focus on the time in the top and look how quickly these rounds are over or how quickly they're already in the bomb site.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, just like a minute and 40 seconds on the clock, you can see utility just raining on in. And probably if you're Sinners, you don't want to react instantly as well. You're thinking maybe it could be a fake, maybe it could be an early ruse coming in, right? But they were playing behind that, and GamerLegion were able to wrest a lot of these rounds away.
It's just relentless, and the game plan is like the teams, when you do this, it's mostly like to change the pace or hit the good timing for it, then you get stopped. You know, that's when you're gonna, okay, it didn't work, let's go back to default. But that's where GamerLegion had you. It's like, no matter what happens, we're gonna keep playing this way, right? And for Sinners, they're like, are these guys gonna slow down ever? Like, what is this? What are we playing here? You know, and probably caught them a little bit.
I mean, you can just see literally it's like the 4th round in a row or something, and CD's in the middle of the bomb site and just getting mowed down before he has a chance to even take out his utility. And that's what I like from GamerLegion, was also the fact that on the CT side, they were playing on the sides. They weren't necessarily playing for retakes. They're just being so much in your face.
I mean, these are rounds 3, 4, 5, 6, and I just stopped there. I mean, in round 7 and 8, you would have a similar thing. It's just, this is enough to make the point.
Yeah.
Because I was like, is this just going to be every round of the half at some point? And came out with blistering pace. I think it's important. You know, it also shows the confidence of the players in the in-game leader, coach, the game plan, the calls, right? Like, it can feel maybe a little bit silly when you're doing it to that extent, but everyone's on board, right? And they were able to net 6 rounds on that East.
I think you can also circle back a little bit on that firepower aspect as well, right? So many times when these hectic fights, so to speak, you can see them, they're doing the right thing, and then that slight overextension from a couple of players like Mikey, like Mariska from the side of the Sinners. They were getting punished. The pistol round comes to mind. It was a 2 versus 4. They did the right play, worked together, isolated the CTs, get all the kills. The bomb is getting planted, and then suddenly you give that in that 2v1 scenario. You give two separate 1v1s right there. And these, I don't know, maybe that might be the panic, maybe getting a little over eager. Small little mistakes where they got punished heavily by GamerLegion.
That was Oscar, their most experienced player. I mean, he's just looking for that fight in market instead of sort of just playing towards electric, kind of waiting for the CT to make his move. He cannot, you know, deny the bomb plant, and bomb plants obviously also super important in this. And there's a couple of rounds where that happened.
Yeah, well, you picked out round 19.
Oh, we had time to get it. That's great.
Yeah.
Because this is just mind-boggling, right? Like, some of these things, it's like the players, I guess it's the chaos and everything that happens, right? It's going to be a B execute from the side of Sinners coming in. ZTR there, jump spotting. He's going to throw some great counter util, really find 2 kills, but the trades are going to come in. Beastic is going to find 1 kill on the lurk as this is happening too, right? You can see it now. One more. 3v2. Why is Marisko, like, we don't see him? He is pushing the kitchen door. Is like, why are you pushing that in a 3v2? He had a smoke as well. Just chill. You killed everyone. Like, just throw the smoke, wait for Beastic to activate also on the lurk. You have a 3v2. Like, this is a really basic mistake that you're making at a time where there were a lot of close rounds. You win 1 round, they're out of money, right? Like, and that was the problem for Sinners. Like, that's the opportunity that you need to seize and sort of put the pressure, apply the pressure on game.
And that is the most egregious example of what I was also alluding to, right? Just the fact that individuals are overextending. The pistol round again comes to mind as well. And again, these are not, you know, these are unforced errors kind of in a way, right? It's an individual mistake. It's not about comps. It's you've got them at advantage. You're in market. You're not going to come in. They will be coming in from market. Just take a breath. Take a second to decide what you're going to do here. You have to smoke it off. Or even if you don't have a utility, just play the man advantage. Instead, you die. You gift yourself a free frag to the CTs. Your teammate on a bomb site is low in health, stuck behind Van. Round's pretty much done right there. So these individual mistakes, I feel it has to be, you know, it's a pressure mounting, and sometimes you crack. A couple of players from Sinners, they crack there.
And
well, sorry.
No, I was just going to say they have to figure it out going into Dust, because Dust is a punish pick, right? Like, it was a little bluff from GamerLegion. Sinners were not going to let you get away with it. And maps are never won off of freeze time calls, and it comes down to a couple of clutch rounds, couple of reset rounds, right? And that's where Sinners were really abysmal on the first map. So you need to sort of find a way to fix that coming into the second map, because it doesn't matter that you have the advantage on it in terms of the pick ban. Like, you're not going to be able to win if you don't tighten that up.
Yeah, all right. Well, guys, great talking to you as always. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will get into the action on Dust 2. Make sure you stick around.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Last day of play on RMR Europe A. We are here to see if GamerLegion can finish this in 2 or if Sinners can fight for survival and just the right to survive. Of course, another best of 3 required for the winner of this one. Elimination for the loser. As we get ourselves started with a headshot straight out of the gates. Mikey comes charging in and demands long control.
Oh, the only defender dead for now. Upper tunnel's presence going to be necessary as ZTR confirms long is theirs. The block smoke, too late, she cried as she waved her wooden leg.
Oh goodness, that is a flash and a swing. He still gets another.
How?
Don't know how ZTR's pulled that off. Hard shot for Flamus to hit, and now gooshed.
Okay, 3v3. Flamus might have to be the sacrificial lamb as a part of this. So he's going to head in through CT spawn as Slend and Volt in combination out Cat.
This is going to be an interesting exchange. Presume Shock goes first. Oh, and so do they. Slam pre-aim. Good work with the dual Berettas. B-Stick needs 2. Volt puts him down. Now Mikey, is it planted for you? Oh! Quad kill. Massive to get Sinners started on the right foot.
Crispy round from him, the opener and the closer. That's exactly what you're looking for if you're Sinners on your map choice.
Oh, that's going to G up the Sinners camp a lot.
Well, he stopped immediately after that kill. You know he's celebrating with the team after that one. Got dicey.
That's a great shot in. You know, Slam did his best. This is a shot, though. Pop.
Bang, the P250. Yeah, there it is. Loves the way that one feels as will be the eco for GamerLegion to stack towards long as the Sinners train heads into upper tunnels swiftly. All right, well, Mursko lobbing. Oh, that is Mikey. The cam fooled me. My sincerest of apologies. They're hot on his trail. There'll be comms now talking about this B execute. There's a kill here available. At least one. At least one.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Turn around, boys. 2 USP frags. With a nice and pacey long push. Now the bomb needs to be retrieved. They'll do so in the smoke. Some spam not connecting. ZTR going to be cleared out. Good work from Oscar. Slend, however, maybe can catch Oscar. Are they going to be anticipating his presence? Oscar is. Good read of the situation. Slend makes his way in. Spotted now, and Oscar some burst to the head is all he needs. Just whittling away at Oscar's health pool. B-Stick, Hunter Torsen.
Could you imagine? The firing squad just pivoting and just going, okay, we see 3. Imagine if they got all 3.
Yeah, dude. I mean, damn. Yeah, the fact that they kind of composed themselves as well. They didn't immediately rush it. Said, boys, ready? 3, 2, go. Start shooting. Gets themselves 2 kills on a full USP eco. You'll take it. Could have been more.
Yeah, definitely, but still something to work with. And I just want to let history do some talking at the moment. For GamerLegion, they need to snap a 3-series losing streak against Sinners. Played a bit. Now, that's when Andu was in the roster. Torsten has only been there for about, I don't know, under 30 maps or so worth for GamerLegion.
Coming into your fight for survival for the major hopes and dreams, and it's up against a team you've lost 3 consecutive series against.
And both teams with 4 members on either side who have never played at a major before either. So let's see if the nerves start to show as we find ourselves down the stretch. That definitely happened in the Eclot versus Fnatic series. That one got real tight on nuke.
I wonder if we'll need Ancient.
Well, this one will be a great indicator because we had such back and forth nature on Mirage. Let's see if Sinners want to keep this one relatively clean and concise. Long will be blocked. The CTs did miss their molly, but no harm, no foul. 2 players on the B defenses. We're on board with Shock right now, taking lower tunnels control. 3 of his teammates will fan out catwalk and sprint their way up. So early space to work with for Sinners. They're able to apply a lot of pressure now towards this A defense. Flamus, rotating piece of this A defense. Slend up on car with the AWP in hand. And anchoring long will be Torsen. So 3 players who can definitely find some decent output for this roster. Mid to B smoke stresses the comms.
There's a lot of pressure on your long player coming his way. Torsen with a lot to do and likely going to be flashed here by Oscar.
Oh, it's over, not through.
It actually means Torsen may have a good bit of vision here. He has it. And double kill. Torsen delivers. He might even repeat for a 3rd. Oscar fumbles. GamerLegion That's a very convincing start to their CT campaign. Get the guns out. And it's crazy that that round is determined by where Oscar chose to flash. I mean, of course, we don't know what could have happened after that frag, but still.
Yeah, that right there says they're expecting the player to essentially be open in pit or on the corner. And, well, the fact that they're returning to long that late, no damage done for Shock. First round for GamerLegion. There's always the risk that the player's so close doors, and Torsten does a great job anchoring that down. So first test passed for the defense.
Oh, you know what's pretty cool about that as well is that you do now get not only a free AWP, but you're just going to be able to pass that over to your B anchor, and he'll have a lot more conviction. Solo holding that site, give you some liberties elsewhere. Oscar going down third as well. Torsten played that very well.
I know we get it from Torsten's perspective again, but I'd love to see it from the enemies because they kind of check on the way through, but they completely overlook Deagle, Tech-9s and 2 AKs for round number 4. Still plenty to work with for Sinners. Might have to be direct, just like we discussed on Mirage. I think they're going to go straight into a mid to B.
Yeah, just showing face on short. Flamus actually just playing on those new boxes. New box. That's actually a solid call out for that. Might have to write that one down.
Okay, yeah. Jot that one in your notebook.
Yeah. Don't think anyone's ever called a position new box before.
Nah. Breaking new ground in commentary. 2024.
It's a box and it's new. So there's the mid to B smoke you were anticipating, and it's actually B-Stick first man out.
Lurk smoke dropped on B. Pressure now applied. ZTR gooses through the doors for the double.
Rings their bell, Mikey. Worse for wear. There's the Volt AWP. Has a nice angle to work with over the top of that window smoke, but now he's in so much trouble. He is in so much trouble, getting baited in, getting pushed on in. Oh, USP headshot! Mikey couldn't finish off his meal. They were so low. Still B-Stick making a good case for this as their round falling apart. GamerLegion need this to the Avi and even give it a look in. That's a great find from Slen. Forces B-Stick into the crosshairs. Morisco playing window. Oscar at the back of the plat. Just a Tech-9 for him. Swings on out. Good shots. Morisco now has the advantage. Torsten has a 2 versus 1. No time for this. Morisco just teasing him. Swings on out and converts. That's bleak for GamerLegion. Felt like that could have gone and probably should have gone a little better for the boys on site.
That's not the first time we've seen a round with a player total backplat go out of control throughout the RMRs. I don't remember the team, but I know that it happened during the Americas. There was a player tucked in and the execution came through. He was still alive and all of his teammates started running in through window just into the meat grinder. So a setup feels strong until the lurk smoke gets dropped on B. And once that goes down, the AWP now has to worry about 2 points. Mid to B pressure's there and Slend even gets tagged. Going into this round, so Sinner's grabbing control back. And in a big way, GamerLegion looking very brittle right now on their CT side.
Well, Flamus has taken some serious liberties.
Essentially split the map in 2. They're setting up for a B execute. Volt's going to have to slow this one right down. The rotation point, he has multiple members just outside to assist.
Here they come. Oh, Volt's blind. Still does a lot of damage. Softens him up. There's the double. ZTR converts. A third is massive. And now a tag. The scout connects. ZTR considering his options. Another scout bullet in. It's all good in the hood. GamerLegion defend the B site with just a couple of SMGs.
Looks like we're returning to regular scheduled programming from Mirage. The back and forth nature of the first half of play.
Slen got tagged at the start as well. Still finds a way to contribute heavily with his scout.
But think about that, right? They have a player through mid doors. They flash to clear lower. Nobody there. Flamus is already in T-spawn. The map just becomes tiny for Sinners, and they don't even know it.
They're definitely not shy, GamerLegion, in terms of like punishing teams that don't play default. If you want to be calling like this, we will take some risks and we will get info.
Now, this has to be a consecutive round, Alex. This has to be.
Yeah, 100%.
100%.
Thank you. Slen confirms our suspicions as Oscar goes down. Flamus drops off new box. And covered again. Slen's repositioning good and a clean conversion. Flamus farming himself up a couple of stat padders.
That's a very nice round to keep everybody alive. We'll be afforded follow-up buys in case of the worst-case scenario, and we've tied things up. Oscar back into his AWP. Now, Sinners have been relatively direct with a few of these approaches. Heavy tunnels, lots of bodies down mid. And you bang on, it's not standard default procedures. Khalil's making up for the lack of AKs on B-Stick and Mikey. And a warning shot from Oscar. 3 players threw up a dark. Mikey palm tree and Oscar ready for any cat aggressions. We can see that GamerLegion started 4A. So that really speaks to the fact they were expecting a potential long maneuver. Make sure that is completely under lock and key.
Still, I mean, when you take a glance 10 to 15 seconds later, you would never have known. They started 4A.
And they're ready for mid to B, which was a problem before.
Flash. Oh, ZTR so blind and doesn't quite find their head. Morisco brought to 50. Slend still playing this car position. It's going to fall to Volt and Flamus if the mid to B is set in motion.
Well, Flamus is that loose piece. So if it is, yeah, as you mentioned, a bit of a B finish, they might go overlooked if Volt goes down first. However, Sinners, they have other thoughts. This long fight on the fade. Torsen can't get the better of Mikey. Now Slend, he is on an absolute island of that nade. Oh,
just gets out. Slend now in the meantime is getting pushed from either direction. Brave on the AWP line. Posts up, catches B-Stick. Flamus burrows into that smoke. And pushes past. Oscar has that hold. Hits it on the quick scope. 2v4. Volt and Slend thinking twice about this one. Not really easy for Slend to get out of there. And so fighting through. The side shot, good angle. You can see how much uncertainty there was. Finally, Mikey falls after Torsen getting very close upon the fade of that long smoke. Along doors to be specific, but regardless, Volt's going to just try and maintain the AK-47.
Yeah, a bit cheeky by Torsen, but I can understand because if he gets out of the fade and sees nobody in bedroom, it means that they can turn their attention towards mid or short with great conviction. So back and forth again. 4-3, Sinners edge into the lead, but there is enough money for the buy. Slend's AWP, he can invest for himself. Volt is able to drop across to ZTR and everybody can have a rifle for the next round of play. GamerLegion still in a very good position to contest on this CT half of their opponent's map pick. Now, knowing that you have to play another series and you are GamerLegion, if you get this done in 2 maps, you don't have to expend all of that energy, that stress. As they will take a tactical timeout. Taking a look at the spawns right now. B-Stick does have a good log spawn, but it's just him, so I don't think we'll see the all-in. Might just be another 3 through upper tunnels type of default. 1 back cat, Orpa taking the line. Slend has a very good spawn for long, so if he goes and peeks that, he's not going to find anything. Or do they want to try and be more disruptive to the default? If they want to do that, a cat player, a cat boost, a cat aggress from the AWP, that could be a nice little recipe for success.
Oh, the timing on that fallback from Slend is integral. Just as Oscar was coming to clear it, just as that Xbox jump up was coming. Fighting for doors. Slend posts up. Flamus more active on short than he has been previously, so this is a brave position to play. Especially knowing they're already in. Yeah, Morisco will punish.
That's a crazy peek, isn't it? You're hoping you're catching it with nades in their hands. They were ready for that. And again, they've split GamerLegion right down the middle. Oh, Shock heard this.
Yeah, that's a free frag. ZTR's not ready. He was. Just quickly adjust. Can't finish off the damage, and ZTR eventually falls. Volt unable to provide the support his teammate was begging for. Now Torsen around the edge of the smoke. B-Stick spots him.
Oh! That second one, excuse me?
That looked robotic.
Snapped onto the head. Well,
That's one of the more convincing rounds we've seen out of Sinners. We'll see, I mean, obviously, as you're saying, for Flamus, that's a Hail Mary. You're hoping that one, I think he heard two. Here's the second shot from...
Okay. So Slen probably scoped in towards mid. Well, they take everything away. And that's the other side of Flamus.
Slap and fist. Nice diverse portfolio of rage.
Okay, Ash is actually taking time to talk directly to him. I suppose, hey, look, if we lose Cat, it's okay. You don't have to fight that. We don't need that space. It's all right if they have it. We know how to respond off the back of it. Because at certain points, especially if you are a player who has good aim, right, that firepower we talk about, you start taking these fights that are no longer 50-50. They're 70-30 in your opponent's favor.
And you're hoping that the aim is going to give you an edge on that, but...
And in the 50-50, we couldn't stop talking about Flamus coming out on top of those duels. Just make sure you give yourself an equal chance. So GamerLegion just back down to the starter pistols. The only problem here, Alex, and it could be a big one, is that the bomb is on Oscar.
Yeah, which they are going to start to maneuver over after Shock and Beastick are saying it's a bit suspiciously quiet over here. And Morisco holding the lower push for his AWP.
That's one of the features of this map that's obviously changed a little bit since the changes. So the no longer ability to take the fight straight down the guts, right? The fact you have to drop in and you need the boost to make sure that you get all of the information. So the fear factor of potential lower dark. And then the boost up Cat available for the CT, so they can lock down long and short in simultaneous while applying pressure without all numbers necessary. But if you did drop the HE or the smoke once upon a time when you were crossing, the AWP on the T side would just have all the info. And you'd go, okay, just one, right? Just one. Oh, they're late. And just the call back in the day of they're late meant you could apply so much more pressure, especially when the doors were the other way around. Because you had to get into the doors or window before you were throwing much utility in towards the upper tunnels. Now it makes things a whole lot more functional. But you think about it, those are the three little tweaks on this map. The doors getting flipped around the other way.
Yeah.
The drop down being forced for the T's to take the fight, and now the new box to jump up short.
And there is something quite, beautiful about how much that changes the game. Like in, some other games, you'll have like pages upon pages of patch notes monthly, and then Counter-Strike's like, we have changed the direction of the doors, and then everyone's like, this is too much, guys. Whoa! You've changed the whole bomb site. You've ruined it.
Yeah, some games adding regeneration shields.
Yes, yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
10 seconds, cool, man.
Yeah, no, keep up those decisions.
Fine.
Keep them up.
Bomb left outside of B, so there's an intention behind Shock and Beastick's occupation of the upper.
Yeah, it looked like a change of the default, but Morisco's on his way back. He didn't start in tunnels with him, but will jot on over. Or boosted Cat. This should be good. There's a flash.
Fair play. Good awareness there, Beastick. Pays 20 points of health for the passage.
Crisscross smoke.
No CT smoke.
No, and if you want to deal with the rotating rifler, it's a good way to apply pressure to him. He doesn't feel like he can hold that angle because the T's won't have to worry about the B hill side of things. But speaking of B, that's where Sinners want to hit.
Yeah, and it's pulled both B players out of the B site.
It's just because they have so little information.
That smoke's really got him scared. Now the CT smoke lands, keeps their attention, and Oscar's posted for anyone that dares cross. So I like this. I like the intention here. Now that molly implies Volt and ZTR might need to get back into B. Yeah. Oh, just in time.
But they're already in.
Just in time. Gets one, gets two. Huge from Volt. Now up to ZTR, and maybe an overcommitment there as Mikey and Morisco make their way through.
Still don't favor your chances in a 3v3 bomb site retake. This is going to be tough, GamerLegion. You lose everything.
This is a hard round to commit to, but already with 6 in the bank for Sinners, you do feel like this is an opportunity that you will at least investigate. Oscar set for success and misses his shot. Flamus playing with fire.
Well, Slen's backing off towards A, so that's all you need to know. 7-3. Sinners looking comfortable. It is fitting for this to go down to the wire, right? These are names that coming into this event, you wonder how far they can push the issue, and they will have a hard game coming up against Team BB. Some more, I don't necessarily want to say household names, but familiar names within that roster. Everybody knows Nafany from his time with Gambit. You've got Chiron, infamously with Virtus Pro. benched mid RMR. Never seen anything quite like it. Yeah, Siren, I think he's a very handy anchor. You've got Zorti, who I don't know if he's ever really reached his full potential. And then a new kid on the block, on the come-up, Magnajez, or Donk's friend.
Donk's friend.
Donk's friend, we call him.
I think he'd prefer Magnajez, not Mango Jez.
Mango!
Okay. Good job of getting them out of the system now.
Well, it's Harry and Hugo up next.
I keep thinking we're casting that one.
No.
Yeah, Harry and Hugh's going to be taking you through that one. They've left the bomb in spawn. Does that imply that this is going to be kind of a similar start? Yeah, look at that early B pressure. ZTR nervous. Volt lines up the clear.
It is an art, isn't it? To get it done perfectly every single time, especially on the fly like that. Oscar riding his steed, picks up the bomb. Full mid control on the T side of the doors for Sinners. Smoke it off, and that'll help them get more bodies. Up Cat. Now, Flamus is tucked in Goose. There is a set Molotov that you can throw if they did want to do a full A execute. B6's going to throw out another piece of utility to keep the mid players busy. That's not going to leave them with any smokes to execute. They just have to run out.
And run out they shall. Flamus with that flashback will throw it out upon Slen's contact. Slen does too. Gets away with murder there. Oscar, however, does adjust. Catches Flamus and overcommitment. Didn't find a clean kill. Now Slen falls. Oh, GamerLegion. Again with these opening kills, these opportunities, and then Sinners, they claw their way back into a bomb plant. CTR. Wraps in. Oscar, quick scope.
Beautiful.
Lovely shot. Torsen keeps us interested.
Oh!
He hears them both, or at least aware of Mikey. Now confirms the location of Shock on Gandalf. Needs to live. Folks playing a dangerous game, trying to buy time. Torsen trying to get on that bomb for cheeky. Very cheeky. Shock forced to run in. Comes back from there. Trade is there, but Mikey secures the 8th for Sinners. 13 points of health. He gets there in time.
The audacious nature of that from Torsen. Trying to defuse right under their nose.
You want to talk about audacious? Volt, just the uncrouched pre-fires? I thought that was ballsy. He doesn't connect. Gets away with his life for a moment, tries to scarper over. His teammates communicating, I'm going for something cheeky here. You can see the panic in Shock's movements as well, just charging to try and disrupt that defuse. But yeah, this is one hell of a half for Sinners, making a strong case for map 3. Can they leave with 9? They're pressuring Torsen. Won't have that same comfort on long this time. Instead, it's taken away from him off of the rip. Now, will it be that Na'Vi-style round, a slow, methodical finish in long? Or do you park the AWPer and depart?
Well, if they do just do the long maneuver like you're saying, that seems to be the better of the two scenarios right now. They can't be too aware as the GamerLegion have sprawled across the map, but that's a traditional reaction. So they have all of upper tunnels. They're now clearing middle. Torsen just doing his best to block, and then it's going to come about when does the onslaught for Sinners find the finish.
So what's the typical go? You do let your AWPer work for a bit, right? You kind of give Oscar a bit of time to see if any info jiggles get punished.
Depends on how many smokes you have, because you can keep layering them to bait out CT utility.
Right, that makes sense. Because it's the main disruptor of this is a well-timed flash push.
Oh, he's blocked the smoke.
One, but a gap. Shock, not anticipating that. Seems to have identified the flaw in their smoke. And a second to replace and fulfill that
molly.
Gap. Incendiary flashes, Shock forced wide. The MP9 gets nothing done. Flam is having a tough half. Now the shot hits. Slen continues to rack him up. Seems to be doing a good shift. Ooh. Torsen, a real chance now. Oh, Torsen mantles up. Catches Oscar on the car. It's up to B-Stick and Mikey to make the 9th a reality. Torsen, last seen towards CT, starts to edge into the angle. Flash swing, nice from Torsen. High impact game, but Mikey, he's been a bit of a closer here for Sinners. Can he do it again? He can! Mikey, with 4 points of health to spare, punishing Torsen, plucks him from the air. And Sinners, the energy is absolutely contagious. You can see how much this does too means, and a 9-round haul is going to mean as they look to survive here in the RMR.
Yeah, you're bang on about Mikey, right? The pistol round, he had that P250, closed it down, and this one at the tail end of the half doing it yet again. So really good work from him. Did have some great contributions. But this one has definitely gotten away from GamerLegion. And Flamus, someone who was a bit of a highlight in previous series. His inexperience showing in a couple of these moments. Kills that you feel he should have been getting. His frustration starting to show, and you wonder how much that's going to spread to the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, this is the mental game. Counter-Strike is absolutely about keeping a cool head on your shoulders, being able to not get flustered. But when there is the additional pressure, when there is so much at stake, and when you consider yourself a vital component in that, when you don't feel like you're matching the output of the expectation, it can get into your head. You can see Flamus kind of almost looking uncomfortable in his chair. He's adjusting it, trying to find that comfort once more. Well, a pistol win would be one hell of a way to start.
And the other thing is you're struggling with it now, right? You've already been in this position twice before. This is the third time that you could have been eliminated. It had to be a reverse sweep for GamerLegion in the best of threes after going down 0-2 in the best of ones.
And it's against a team you haven't beaten in the last 3 series you faced them.
Yeah, so...
Flash? Oh, Flamus is the one to eat it. Somehow not dead. Somehow not dead. Mikey makes a meal of it. Flamus gets away with one. I was about to say that's going to make things worse if you just get insta-flashed and deleted, but 12 bullets to the USP, can't track him, wiggling around. That's a clean one. B-Stick's definitely sharpened up.
Oh, they're boxed in. Oscar's behind them.
Oh, punishes Slender, dips out, knows he's done the damage.
Well, I think for GamerLegion, if this does continue in this fashion, we can say at least it's quick.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. Ah. That's an alternative style of commentary I'm working on.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, non-verbal.
Try work some barks in, maybe?
Wait, non-verbal. I'm making sounds. That's verbal, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I guess not in the English language?
Yes. Yeah. It's more like artsy. Art house commentary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, I know it seems crazy to say, oh yeah, at least it's quick. I think the positive for Sinners is they get to run with a bit of momentum into map number 3. But if you expend a lot of energy as GamerLegion trying to get back into this game and you end up losing 13-9 and you had some close rounds and clutches and more compounding that stress.
Yeah, I see you.
Could work against them.
Oh, this is going wrong. Flamus, yeah. Gray screen.
None of the flashes got Mikey at all.
Oh. At least it's quick. At least it is quick. Oh my goodness. He is abusing them on that long door side. So the flashes didn't quite work. The strafe failed as well. You ended up kind of with 0 velocity poking your nose out of a smoke. So really suboptimal.
All right. Well, it's tough, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's just going to simmer out.
I just Googled the opposite of ideal. I was looking for like cool words. Number 1 is bad. Yeah, so it's bad. It is bad right now for GamerLegion, but
we could understate it. We could say this has not gone well.
You could, yeah.
Still true.
Still true. In fact, the British part of me most definitely appreciates that. Let's dance around the subject. Let's not actually say directly.
Would you like a cup of tea?
Yeah, it'll be all right. All right.
Well, Torsten, you've had a couple of moments. I doubt this is another one of those. First Tech9 kill landed. The second, not to be the same. Beastie will remove him. 11-3. That was a force buy. Likely just has to be that again and again for GamerLegion. Your choice is take the save. You give them 12, and then you have to go 9 rounds consecutive if you want to just go to overtime. Well, Asher's going to give it everything it's worth. So final tactical timeout. Expended, making sure he goes through all of them. I respect it at least, right? You're trying to hold on to the steering wheel at this moment. Ancient between the two of them. Just taking a look at when that's popped up. Back on the 26th of August. It was Sinners 13-0ing them.
Wow, it is interesting that they haven't played much Dust 2 in those aforementioned 3 series. Way back that they played it. And GamerLegion actually won Dust 2.
I think that coincides with the deaths. They were quite surprised. I think Vertigo was mentioned that maybe it would pop up there somewhere, but not to be the case. And yeah, look, isn't it? It's damning to lose map 13-0. It's scary that that's the final map of the series. If you are a GamerLegion fan. So they forced again, understandably so. Both options suck.
Ooh. Mikey under scrutiny. Very quick set of util to try and run up long, trying to punish, but Mikey's going to throw out a smoke to try and isolate and spam away. He manages to finish off Flam's B-stick as well from Goose contributing. Long range onto Slend, gets the low. Speed running this second half for Sinners. You can see the whole intent of that round. It was just kind of catch that long player off guard. Would have loved the kill. Instead, Mikey goes one and done.
You reckon Slen's got one in him?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, show us then.
Just the one.
Just one?
Yeah.
One's better than none. Beastic walking on eggshells, 7 points of health. Shock also, 48, half HP, so it's tough to see it going wrong.
Does the Deagle pen that box?
Great question.
Yeah, I don't know. The AWP does.
Okay, well, where's the one from Slend? Now everybody's low.
Box headshot. No idea if it's possible, but box headshot. Not fun. Not fun for Slend. And not fun for GamerLegion. Most definitely a good time for the Sinners as they're getting this one done as efficiently as possible.
This did seem like it could have been a close game. We started tied up 3-3. Pissed around conversion in favor of Sinners. GamerLegion get on the board. We bounce back and forth. But one-way traffic since then. We are looking at 9 consecutive rounds at the moment. About to... wait, is it 9 consecutive? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 9 consecutive. I can count. Never doubt yourself, guys, even when you're wrong. Oh, look at this. Mikey, this time he's not long. Still finds the opening incision. Pushing straight over the guts of middle. They'll chase him, and they'll get their man.
I feel like Mikey's... like, the way in which he's found some of these kills is like he always finds the most tilting way to kill the enemy. Previously, of course, we saw him holding down long with some of his handiwork. This time he's found a lovely gap, shooting Slend as he's lining up util. It's a frustrating way to die for Slend, and a nice trade back. An important one, running him down, punishing that aggression. Torsen keeps us level. Shock playing this close angle with an SMG. Nice shot from Flamus. Cautious of the angles, does deliver.
All right, will they be extending play? Beastic on site, Marisco and Oscar starting to rotate over. The cross has been forfeited, so they should be able to just waltz on in and get that bomb down. Number advantage, and maybe Sinners, if they don't find anything, will just save. There's no need for them to give away all this, especially the AWP from Oscar.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering they're rocking Galils and UMPs.
Well, they thought about it. They're like, do we send Marisco through? Do we let him have a look? Nah. All right, we'll back off. Marisco is going to hang around and see if he can find something as an upgrade on the exit. But there you go. GamerLegion will get their 4th. This is feeling like they're just extending play. Oh, there's a gun. Look at that. J-Raz highlighting Marisco's potential weapon that he has gone overlooked. Exiting towards long, Marisco activating, noted with the shots, and ZTR on the UMP will deal with him. All right, that one confirmed as we had thought. Well, do that a bunch more times, and then maybe the conversation about the comeback can begin. But this is very tough for GamerLegion.
One round at a time.
That's what you want to tell yourself. Sometimes it does feel insurmountable, however. ZTR and Flamus have very good long spawns. Let's see if they want to take it. See if Mikey can find himself in another opening exchange. Oscar to pick the long corner. Mikey to throw out incendiary.
Oh, lovely. Mikey catches Flamus.
Had his number, hasn't he?
He has. I'm sure the head-to-head is alarming for Flamus fans.
Yeah, he's 8-1 in openings.
It felt that way.
It did. Like, he was always in.
He's just.
He was never late.
He does. He looks as comfortable on Dust 2 as Flamus did on Mirage. It's one of those. Just seems like he's got everything in his playbook has worked when he's first thrown it in.
What do we call this? This is a peter out, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is a classic peter out. Don't know where Paul is, but maybe picking peppers.
Oi, Mikey. Gets away. If he gets another one, I can't. Oh, the flash was perfect. Torsten still catches him, though, with a white screen. So that's one back. And B-Stick, little burst, finding the headshot onto Volt. Deadly with that A4. Sends one back. Can't quite nail the tap. Still falls away for the reload. Let's go spotted out, and Shock has locked the door behind them. They're keeping him busy.
He's giving it a go. 25 seconds. Slen, the last man standing, hits a big one onto Marisco. There's one car. Shock's here. Shock should just finish him right here, right now. He will do it. 13-4. Sinners bounce back from the map 1 loss, and we're going to Ancient.
Yeah, that's what you do in a series when your back's against the wall. Sinners, they took that punish pick, called the bluff, and it worked for them. A very well-executed veto, followed by a very well-executed round of dust too.
Yeah, ballsy, but paid off, right?
Absolutely.
And takes everyone on the team to be on board, to be aware, right? And to still believe in the win after map 1 not going your way. And we could see that they were a lot more comfortable than GamerLegion on Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, looking at T-side from Sinners, just like so well thought out, very well constructed. For me, I think for GamerLegion, they played a little too static, very default 3-2 setup for my personal liking. And you could see over on the B bomb side, Volt and ZTR, they were just struggling. I'm not a fan of this round, right? You're just playing on the back of the bomb side. You have no backup nearby, no control towards mid, no control towards upper tunnels. And for the side of Sinner, just running in with the pistols, you get swarmed, you get abused. And time again, you can see Sinners like this B bomb side, they're not playing proactive. And when they started playing a little proactive, like pushing towards tunnels or towards mid, Sinners like just a defaulting was so good. They were punishing them time and time again. So yeah, very well constructed T side coming out from the Sinners. And I love to see that, even though they lost Mirage in that convincing fashion, the players, the individuals, where we said when the pressure is on, it looked like some of these players were cracking. They didn't crack here. Mikey, he was just unstoppable.
Yeah, and very good to see him kind of get, a game under his belt where it was like, yeah, he was very much a thorn in the side of his opponents. But even when they switched over onto the CT side, you could see how comfortable it was. I mean, they locked down long, which if you do that, you've got a good chance of winning, Dust 2 and then beyond. They just seem to be a lot more crisp and have better ideas and conceptualizations about the fundamentals of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in some of those rounds, I think we caught a little bit a glimpse of one with Slant with the AWP towards A, gets a couple of entries, but then still holding like a bit of a more aggressive angle. When they have the man advantage, his player had long locked, so he didn't have to worry about a flank. So just a little bit more patience in that situation, waiting for your teammates from B to group up to be able to execute a coordinated retake, right, is a staple of any good Dust 2 team. So that feeling of having to do a little bit too much at times really backfired for GamerLegion.
I think that was the common malaise, I guess, for all the players there for GamerLegion. Once it looked like Sinners were running away with this map, you saw Flamus, for example, towards Cat, where he has no flash support, he's got no teammates nearby, just going for a dry peak, hoping to get lucky. That's not the GamerLegion we saw on Mirage, right, where they had the right protocol, they knew what they wanted to do together. Here, they floated Dust 2, they expected maybe Dust to be picked in, and yet I didn't see anything. I saw maybe 2 or 3 rounds where they're trying to be aggressive towards mid as a reaction to Sinners, but apart from that, and once they get success there, they just go back to the default, they just go back to the 3-2 setup, and again, individuals trying to do a little too much. So yeah, a bit surprised they even allowed this map through.
I think Richard also talked about the first map, in the clutches, really struggling a little bit, Sinners, firepower issue, where Mikey definitely stepped up on this map, and you saw, opening kills and all of that. But I feel like also in the first half, he had a couple of rounds on the A bomb side that were post plants where he was left in the clutch, where he hit a couple of, really nice shots to close those rounds out, which is something that Sinners were very much missing. He was actually had a couple of those on Mirage where he was in a 1v1 or a 1vx, but they were very disadvantageous ones, right? Where he was like low HP, they knew where he was, so wasn't really in a position to win those. But here he was able to make up for it and was a big factor of Sinners being able to take this into a third map.
Yeah, so we can set up the third map, I guess. Not really a lot to analyze in terms of GamerLegion on Dust 2, but we're going to have Ancient as a decider, and this is, you know, probably a coin toss.
First of all, the big thing is that we are on Ancient and not Vertigo, where GamerLegion had the opportunity to play Vertigo, which they've won 2 times already in this tournament, one of their most played maps. So yeah, that's an interesting decision, and you know, making it, you better back it up on the server.
Yeah, I mean, because obviously it's like I said, what I theorized, Blair, was that they must have seen something in the Sinners' victory over Cloud9 maybe, and they thought, yeah, we don't fancy that at all. Actually,
I still feel like even if you saw something on the victories, considering the amount of reps you have on this map, right, you should be feeling comfortable going into this one. I feel like if they'd allow Vertigo through 100%, I would be pinning GamerLegion as a favorite here, despite what transpired on Dust 2. But heading to Ancient, I agree with Yanko, it's full circle. It's going to be 100% a coin toss. I think we saw some really good, the best of Sinners, so to speak, on this Dust 2, and likewise you saw some of the best from GamerLegion and Mirage. Heading into Ancient, it's like, you know, who's going to be better? Is Mikey going to step up again? Is Oscar, who's been kind of quiet so far, is he going to be the impact player? It's wide open. It's really hard to call this.
Yeah. Anything to add finally?
No, I'm just excited to see who comes out on top, right? Hopefully a good game. Whether, you know, we were talking about Oscar and Shock. Haven't really showed up this series
not at all.
whatsoever. So is that going to happen for a third map in a row? Seems unlikely.
All right, well, we're about to find out. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll go straight into the action. It's the decider on Ancient. Who will emerge victorious? Will it be Sinners? Will it be GamerLegion? We're going to find out.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
You saw it on the blimp, the perfect world Shanghai Major, and the dreams of attending it will be completely dashed, their season ending after this best of 3 for one of these two teams. And these two teams are titans of Tier 2. However, swimming with the Sharks and their last chance saloon, third map of this series. Chad, is there a front runner coming into this one?
I think if you just use history, right, you'd have to go with Sinners. A 13-0 victory last time round. That is a pretty damning scoreline, but there's a reason that GamerLegion let this one through. We caught them in Unity, third map earlier on in the tournament, do or die, and it was a 13-11 across the line for GamerLegion. We discussed the positions that they play on the CT and the T sides, how they were going to lock horns in their head-to-head, and they just came out on top. Well, right now, Sinners running with the momentum, and as you've mentioned, the season coming to the close, one of these teams won't even have the opportunity to meet BB Team in the next round of play. They'll be on the flight home watching the major with the rest of us from the comfort of the couch.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be kind of that bittersweet moment. You get home, they go, oh, you're with us for a whole month. How lovely. But you know where you'd rather have been for 2 more weeks. You know what was available and so attainable. You know, you're this close. You are this close. You are winning this map on Ancient and another best of 3 against BB Team away. It is a long road, actually. Now I've said it, it is a long old road. You can get through this, Chad. You can get through all of this, and then Nafany and his boys can still break your hearts.
I'm sure there's some throwaway line from a Goggins or, hard work. But that's what it all comes down to right here, right now. Bums are in the seats. Players getting ready to let this one get underway. We are just missing a member from GamerLegion currently. Taking a little look. Who is it? I think it's Slend yet to join the server down the very end there.
Ash, he's had his team talk. You get, what, about 10 minutes between maps where your coach does have the full liberties to speak to his troops. I imagine it's not really reflecting upon that second map. Dust 2 did not go GamerLegion's way. You saw a lot of discomfort and a lot of the opposite for the Sinners. And now they clash on Ancient to battle for survival.
Look, and Flamus was an individual that we highlighted on this map because of the way that he plays middle on the CT and the T sides. So he on the T side is going to have a tougher task to get things going out the gates. And he really did have a rough map on Dust 2. Didn't look anywhere near as comfortable. Had some mistakes, I'd say, in terms of how he was forcing fights. And that could be the inexperience. But there's something else that we've highlighted for both of these teams. Oscar for Sinners, he's played at Majors before. Volt on the other side in more recent history with Into the Breach and GamerLegion. But GamerLegion that doesn't look anything like this one. He's one of the last remnants of a roster that was.
Yeah, Sinners as well. I mean, they've definitely they've got some pedigree as far as getting here is concerned. They couldn't have done it more efficiently if they tried a 3-0 in the qualification, closed qualifier for the EU RMR. Now they find themselves here, a battered, bloody, couple of slip-ups.
The Cloud9 game was close.
How close? I mean, it was a three-mapper.
Third map, I think it was 13-11
even
to Cloud9.
13-11.
Yeah, so
okay.
They were definitely pushing the issue.
But now they found themselves here up against the GamerLegion that, well, they certainly looked very good. Map 1, that Sinners only managing to muster a meager 8 to GamerLegion's Mirage. Sinners' shortcomings on their T side in that second half, and, well, shortcomings all around for GamerLegion on Dust 2. So coming into our third, players to watch. I can't imagine a world where GamerLegion convert this without Flamus back to Mirage form. It was a notable absence.
I'm curious with AWPs on Ancient. Obviously, there's positions that you can play. Like you get left over towards A on the CT side, right, to hold that down while your riflers scale forward for lane and mid control. You tend to be setting up players more, right? You're throwing instas, you're throwing the elbow smoke on the CT side, flashes to assist. But we have Slend in the server. We are about to get this one underway. This is the conclusion of Group A today. We have one more match after this, and that's why we're hanging around. This result matters a whole lot. Tomorrow, Group B starts. G2, Spirit, Eternal Fire, Virtus Pro, Heroic, Astralis, 3D Max, NIP, Aurora, TSM, Paravision, Bait, Passions UA, 9 Pandas, Big, and Sashi all have their turn to try and secure their spot in the major. The RMRs, they've blown by Asia into Americas, into Europe, and then, what, a 4 or 5 day break, and then the major gets off underway. Here we are, setting our sights, freeze time, Sinners on the defense, GamerLegion on the attack, the util.
That's sweet. The admin said, have fun, guys.
Yeah, he's a nice admin.
Yeah, making sure they have fun when you battle for major life.
Didn't say good luck to anybody, though, did he?
No, we all know HF is the only thing you type against your opponents, especially with so much at stake. So let's get into it. GamerLegion's T side, and it's Torsen with a quick donut smoke. Is it going to be a full A commit? Looks like it. No one's going to hear that, so Shock might tend to this as the util lands. CT, Donut, Plume, Shock. Won't be able to disrupt, starting to play the retake, and it's in smoke and kit for B-Stick. They are well equipped to take this site back. 5 versus 5, here we go. Feels hard to break through Temple, but Oscar's tasked with doing so. Really, really unfavorable fights rounding this corner. 2 of them here. Volt, oh, they're pushing the issue. And that's what Oscar was waiting for. Still hard to track. Can't nail the shots. And Slend extends their advantage. Double kill.
He's
Diffusing goes down. Torsen manages to catch him, pulls out the knife to secure GamerLegion's round. Fair play. The whole plan there, cause chaos, distract, and get that defuse right under their noses. But good awareness from Torsen. He only gets 1 kill, but it's with a knife to secure the round. Beastic probably maybe 1.5 seconds away from stealing that one.
Yeah, it got crazy, didn't it? And look, Jesus, just straight in there, Torsen.
You can really mess that up as well.
He ain't messing about at all. All right, they've found that energy necessary for map number 3. Conversion should be all theirs. It is just going to be this all-in A main push for Sinners. Awfully quiet across the rest of the map. They've already been able to find themselves entrenched in middle. That's Flamus with the MAC-10 up towards red. The smoke will be fading shortly, and GamerLegion, while we are on board with Sinners, taking full control. Well, highlighted here, you can see Cave, B ramp. Now they're going to use, oh well, it's a miss, Molly. I don't think it'll cost them too much. As Sinners staying awfully quiet through the water. How many can they get? That is the question.
Oh, that feels good. CTR just holds down mouse 1, track 3, and a clean one.
That's a spray and pray moment right there.
100%, but you know it feels good.
Please don't kill me, please don't kill me, please don't kill me.
And you realize, I have just committed to a crouch spray. I have committed to a crouch spray against USPs. This better be good.
Well, not a single casualty, and actually a change of weapons. Flamus gets given the AK. ZTR will take the MAC-10. And Sinners into their rifles of choice. It's too early for the Oscar AWP, especially when you only have 1 kill so far.
Those MAC-10s are both moving. I see ZTR heading up lane. Slend towards middle. Oscar, this is an aggressive start. Shock and Oscar going to try and take some early A main space. Whether or not there's a timing to their push as well. Flamus poking his nose out mid. Slend with him. With the red smoke up, they can take some liberties and Donut the next port of call. A flash from Flamus. Oh, there's the test. Volt spots out Oscar. Shock has departed, so Oscar's not got too much conviction in this head-to-head. A good flash and forces him away.
Okay, so he's not going to hold on to the territory. What type of impact will that have? Well, it's forced Shock to take a more passive line, and Flamus has got all this space.
That's a nice headshot. Second is asking too much. Oscar gets it.
Well, main smoked. Oscar, maybe feeling pressure was about to leer through, drops a defensive flash. He's still on his own. As the smoke's starting to fade, he's behind the big box.
Spotted now. Oscar. Oh, he can't even finish off the low HP. Torsen somehow miraculously still alive, and ZTR now has that rotation locked down. Very close to finding Slend on the spam there. Morisco and B-Stick heading Temple. Mikey going to have a hard time getting through red uncontested. ZTR burrows deep. Slend even leaving through A main to try and join the party. Volt's going to be the first target. And he actually spots a little leg there on B-Stick. Flash first. Now swings through. Spots out 2 of the 3. Oh, commits to it and just about finds the head onto Mikey. Hard for this to go wrong now for GamerLegion. B-Stick just doesn't have the time. Never mind the teammates. And ZTR's MAC-10 finds another. ZTR's had a strong start here. Leaves as well with a nice upgrade. You can see the energy looking good for the GamerLegion camp. This already feels a whole lot better. In fact, in the next round, they could very well find themselves posting the same amount of round total as Dust 2.
Yeah, well, Sinners coming into this with all the momentum, you would have said, but GamerLegion snatching that away in the early stages, and Sinners are on the back foot in a big way. Loss bonus on their side, sure, so you will see partial investment. Gone pistol heavy, an MP9 for Mikey. Plenty of block utility as far as smokes and mollies are concerned, and they have actually missed their red smoke on the T side.
Oh, it was a potential for a timing if Mariska was braving that smoke. Shock now hearing some steps and making no secret of their advance. Ahead of the donut smoke, yeah, Mariska not shy. Oh, Shock takes down his teammate, but in the process, through the head of Mariska, he finds Volt. Mikey, oh, good idea. Good idea from Mikey. Tries to knock ZTR off, spamming the smoke onto the corner. Nade looks good. One. One. Well, well, well. V-Stick, good work, 5-7.
Can get out with the AK. Oh, no, he wants to fight.
And Mikey, that 1 HP MP9, not going to get far. Wow, this is going absolutely swimmingly for GamerLegion just right out of the gates. I mean, don't forget how quickly things can go south. It was losing around like that. That obviously would have been a disaster. But now up against the guns and up against that Oscar AWP. I'm going to keep my eyes on that and see how he's going to find a way to make an impact for the Sinners.
Well, as mentioned, right, the AWP on this map, it tends to throw out that elbow smoke on the CT side, and then will he be positioned A? Is he going to find himself in donut? Could also try and scope up and defend that B ramp if they want to start 3 heavy. We'll be starting in donut, so has to worry about heaven early, and then the timer will slip on down, and close will be the next fight. There you go.
Just as he pulls away, Torsen had a look.
As soon as that mid pressure comes in, there's too many angles open for him to have to worry about. Third man being called over towards the B defense.
I'm always intrigued when you see someone's like Volt's position, where it's evident that that's not going to be the finish, but you're still committed. What's his objective in this situation?
So if a skirmish goes down on the map and there's a whole lot of information given, hey, 2 players at donut, it's unlikely that there's going to be anybody on A, and then he gets to lurk out, right? Or over towards B, they, you know, oh, the AWP's here, but there's also a player K. He could take a bit of a risk and keep the options open.
You can always pivot through mid-late.
So he's a contingency plan.
Right.
With the bomb outside B doors, 45 seconds on the clock. Volt's in a whole lot of nothing. Full utility. Does he look to apply any pressure at all?
Glamour should be dead.
How's he gotten away with that?
I don't know. And now Shock's going to be his next victim here. Yeah, perfect. Now A is open. And that pivot through mid-late, as we discussed. Marisco, a chance here, a real opportunity. Gets one, Slend next victim, 1 bullet shy.
Still
and that would have been the bomb. That would have been the round. Very awkward otherwise. But B-Stick not ready for this late heaven player. ZTR sweeps him under the rug. That was a chance. I'd like to see that from Oscar's POV. I don't know or understand whether he even pulled the trigger.
Yeah, that happened so quickly, didn't it? Flamus, fortunate to be alive, it feels, but an impactful kill. Door open for Volt and a tactical timeout now for Sinners because they're 5 in the hole.
I don't know. I felt like Slend should have gone down as a second there for Marisco.
Yeah, he was sketchy on the aim, but I still thought it was going to be quite dicey because if the 2 players who were left over just went over towards A for the fight, those duels would have been somewhat favorable, and the time was an issue. It's not like Slend could have not planted. He had to beeline it in there.
Yeah, suddenly it's ZTR knife out coming heaven just to try and pick up the bomb. Gets awkward fast. So yeah, a little bit of luck, a little bit of a unforced error. Yeah, I don't know. Oscar just didn't nail his shot. He was responsible for that for the entirety of the half. It came so late.
Maybe just asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, one of those where you've been holding something for 50 seconds, you get a little lazy. You can see a little smile of pride there from Ash, seeing his boys succeeding after a stern talking to, one would assume.
Well, technical timeout call. We've lost a player from the server.
Gosh, it's brutal out here. What's your stance on the peaceful pipes?
I love them.
Me too.
Yeah, it really puts me in that Zen mode.
I always feel like my calls on Ancient are a little better because of the pipes. I kind of go, all right, guys, so, you know, let's smoke cave, smoke red, let's take some early control.
I can see you in front of a green screen on Ancient in spawn.
Yeah.
With the peace pipe in hand.
I'm in. Sign me up.
He's back. Let's make sure all the bugs are out of the system.
I want to start a poll to make the train car music louder, because I can only hear it if you get the closest to the car spawn. But there's a nice beat in CT spawning of train.
Starting a petition.
Yeah,
they normally go well.
Yeah, I heard that's really well received. Just a little louder, so we can all hear it and dance to it. Gonna get a restore just to make sure that finances are all aligned.
Well, we could see what type of purchases were being considered for Sinners in what will just be another partial investment. So there is a scout, a few pistols of choice. There's a 5.7 Deagle, MP9, and we'll make it double in the 5.7 category as Shock invests as the final piece of the puzzle.
It's always bleak, isn't it, when you haven't been able to do it with full buy. You're now forced to try and pull it together with limited util and weaponry. Let's see if they can kind of buck the trend. It does have to be a little different stance. You can see 3 starting donut this time. Mid has been a real comfort zone for them. Flamus has had no issues making his way out there on his own discretion. Torsen typically the signal. Marks his way out of this cave smoke. Held by Oscar's scout.
Okay, no damage done. Tech has been called, so this is where things get a little bit awkward, but just having the discussion, not live. We will get this one restarted, don't you worry about that. So we thought we had the bugs out of the system, but apparently not. Slend saying team speak. So all good. We've had a few false starts.
This is also where I would, obviously I have really weak mental, but I would find this taking my momentum away if I was 5-0 up.
Okay.
This like faffing around, false starting, fiddling with TeamSpeak, having to tab out of my game. Like obviously I'm not a professional Counter-Strike
Your
player.
focus definitely drifts a bit because now the concern is what's wrong with old mate? Can I fix it?
Yeah.
Right. The thing is, well, ideally you would just, and also it happens a lot with leaders within teams, you know, because you're immediately like, okay, well, how can I help you? Right. Because that tends to be your responsibility a lot. And the coach obviously has to take some of those responsibilities too. But with young individuals, this GamerLegion team, the average age is 20 point something, right? The point is negligible. Sinners' average age is 26. Oscar doing his best to pull that one up as far as he can. As, 20.8. So almost 21. Legal in America. GamerLegion will be very soon. But Torsen's all of 19. You've got Volt, who, you know, we said he's played at 2 majors. He's only 23 years young. 21 for ZTR. Slend, 20. And Flamus, 20 as well. So a bunch of young bucks on the GamerLegion side of the server.
And it does look like we're going to have another go at getting round 6 underway after a restore. One more time.
Okay, good now, says ZTR. Do we trust him?
I do.
Okay. Well, the admin says go.
And go we shall.
I think the petition should be to make sure we get a few more.
A couple more pixels in
Just
the
a
flame.
couple.
That's all we ask.
What are we, Minecraft?
It does look like the wick is made in Minecraft.
Well, they're going to do the same opener 3 starting in Donut for Sinners. But GamerLegion are doing something completely different.
Completely different.
Well, you can't make them go into the same opener.
Hello, B-Stick. Oh, getting tested. Torsen, massive. Overlooking Mikey, Messi, and down after 1. Torsen, a high-impact double, has opened up the B site and already set the Sinners up for an impossible retake. You got no kit. You're down a man. Exits?
I suppose, right? This is the thing. The loss bonus maxed out going into the next round, so they will all be able to buy, do a little bit of damage, right? A couple of kills, so then the GamerLegion players have to reinvest.
Because they've already got a pretty comfortable cache of cash.
Indeed. One spelled C-A-C-H-E.
Cache of cash. How about that?
There you go. Now you're getting it.
I'm getting it.
Though back off, the armor can be somewhat valuable.
Cache.
Oscar's scout will land on the Torsen, but Slender Volt won't have any issues removing Morisco and Oscar from the server. Just Shock.
Terrorists win.
6-0 starts, so he's left the bloody server again. Who is it this time?
Flamus. Not deliberate departure. I think that was, you know, the game.
Boys, what's going on?
I'm not sure.
I want to give you the benefit of the doubt, but come on now. Sort out your doohickeys.
And there I was suggesting it might affect you. Oh, now we lost Slend.
He's unable to establish a connection with the game server.
Yeah, both of them. Nightmare fuel. I mean, this is also. I mean, I can't decide whether this would be more distracting for the momentum of GamerLegion. Clearly, it wasn't in that one. Of 6-0 still.
Well, think about it on the other side.
That's exactly where I'm going.
Your sin is you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, if anything, I'm getting more and more frustrated.
And I like a little thing that would be in my mind is last round you opened right with the 3 donut 2B, then you did the same opening again, and they did something completely different.
Yeah, well, you think you're more gentlemanly?
Well, no, I don't say they had to do the same thing, not at all. But you know, it'd just tick me off a little bit.
Yeah, I understand that. I can understand that. And ZTR threw exactly the same util, except he had 4 people behind him this time on lane. All right.
So now he's on the intercoms. He's talking to the man in the sky.
Imagine that. Have a little button you could press just to check in.
Keep your headphones on, mate. Good job, admin. I appreciate that.
Yeah, stop that, young men. As we just discussed. Most of them have only just stopped being teenagers and now looking to compete with the big boys. Now we've lost Fault. Okay, it's absolutely falling apart at the seams here, fellas.
Well. There we go. They have the example to show. Come on, boys. Just take a deep breath. It's all good. Things aren't on fire.
While we're in this break, Chad, do you have any retro Counter-Strike frag movies to recommend to newer viewers who didn't live through the early days of Counter-Strike when frag movies were at their peak, when we could just go to use any track at any point without any problems?
Eolithic is one of my favorites.
Oh, you're going to have to spell that one. Eolithic?
E-O-L-T-H-I-C. They're a Norwegian team.
Okay. Good movie?
Yeah, great one. Love the soundtrack, but like huge names in there, like Executor, Knoxville, Naked Element. You might know Element. Yeah. They were fun. I really like watching that one. I think it's got 1.5 footage in there as well. Ruination.
Oh yeah, I mean I know you've put that one on when we've been hanging out after Pro League.
Let me see if I can grab a couple more. Oh, Clutch 2.
Clutch 2.
Clutch 2.
Okay, is that that's an important one?
Clutch 2 is bloody great. I can't get enough of Clutch 2.
I hope you guys are writing this down. You can go pop this on your second screen.
MOUZ Sports, Ready, Willing, and Able is a masterpiece.
Is that number 1? If we were tier listing the 4 you've just mentioned.
For me, Clutch 2.
Okay.
Because it's all clutches.
Okay, well that already sounds good. I bet you get different soundtrack for a Clutch frag movie as well.
Yeah, it's still in the same vein of metal.
But it's not like the screaming quick edits.
No, Source they really took it to a different level.
Oh, they did.
They geeked out a bit more on the edit itself, whereas 1.6 it was always making sure that you could see and enjoy the frags.
As I actually have a guilty obsession with the Source over edits.
I bet you do.
The ones where you actually can't really tell what's happening.
I hate those.
I know you do, and I understand why you would, because you want to see the Counter-Strike. But there is just something, I guess, especially because someone like I did, was pursuing video editing.
Sure, so you enjoyed that element of it.
Just the sync, the velocity. It was velocity in Vegas. They would do that really well. Very good.
Annihilation had a good one.
Annihilation. Oh, what about Pubmasters? I enjoyed that.
Oh, yeah, Pubmasters is a good bit of fun. What else did we have there? Oh, you could go watch the complexity ones. They had what were they? Redemption, complexity, Armageddon was another one. They had good storytelling to them, cool. and retro footage. You can see a young Jason Lake.
Was he ever young?
What, you think he's been this age forever?
Yeah. In my mind, he's just always looked like that.
Well, you can see a younger Jason.
Younger. Okay.
There you go.
Okay,
how's that one sound?
That was Jason. Just shout in case someone's just sent this to you in Slack saying, "Look, they're bad mouthing you." I'm not saying you look old. I'm just saying you've always looked that way, but you haven't aged. You're kind of
timeless.
Timeless. Yeah.
Timeless. Well, that's a compliment.
Yeah.
You got there in the end. Yeah. Whew. Okay. Yeah.
Here, take this spade away from me.
I'm putting Clutch 2 on the telly right now.
Yeah, let's do it.
I thoroughly enjoy it.
Okay.
What else? There was the Underground. I thought the Underground 2, that really had a good soundtrack to it. I think it was made by the same group that made the Complexity ones, maybe. But that was more There's a few of them that are just more randoms and it's more puggy as opposed to just professionals.
Oh, okay. This is going to be an impossible question.
Mm-hmm.
There was a frag movie that you showed me, and it was this clip on train. I think Jason was talking about it, and it's this guy hits this crazy wall bang, backtracks through the wall like it doesn't.
Oh, that was standard stuff, mate.
Yeah, okay, that's true. Yeah, the paper thin walls.
Yeah,
it just looked ridiculous. You don't see that kind of thing these days.
There was a Wally movie, Tiffany Twisted. It is just frags from Wally, but the soundtrack in that, if they haven't like removed it because it's on YouTube, that's great. And he has some crazy frags in that. He also has, when Tosspot was casting, there's a round, he's holding brown walls with the AWP, and they're all just like running through smokes, and he has this wicked ace. So
shout out to Tosspot one time. Just an update, by the way, guys. We are, as you can see, still trying to get all 5 players back in the server. We've had the first extended technical pause, at least when myself and Chad have been here in the studio. So we are just regaling you with some frag movie options. Go check them out if you are looking for some entertainment. A bit of a roll back of the years.
Use the hashtag Shanghai Major 2024 if you want to get involved in the social media, and we'll have a little check and see if you guys are sending anything our way. But yeah, you've got me all excited now.
Yeah. And if anyone wants to check out some amazing editing, not Counter-Strike, but Pro Mod, you could check out Suspension of Disbelief by Katha, one of my personal favorites. That was one of my big inspirations.
Okay. All right. What do we got? There was one. Obviously, this one holds a special place in my heart because it's about the qualification for the major back when it was like me, JKS, Havoc, Top Gun, and Azza.
The boys.
It was Road to Katowice. It was actually edited by Maku. Now, Maku is the photographer over at HLTV. He used to be a movie maker.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I remember that story well. That was one of the first events I got to attend.
Should we go watch these videos?
Why don't we?
Yeah, okay. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back when these technical doohickeys have been sorted out and get Ancient third and deciding map of this series underway.
would you believe it? Ladies and gentlemen, we return. It's been a long technical issue, and we appreciate your patience during this one. A complex networking fandangle.
Yeah. Hold your horses, Alex.
I'm holding them,
Hold your
Chad.
horses.
I just wanted to get everyone up to speed. This was, a bit more of a complex issue than we initially understood. Looks like it has been as close to resolved. I'm not going to say the magic words.
We did teleport Yanko out there to fix the issue.
Yes.
So unfortunately, he won't be on the broadcast for the end of the day. But the problems are solved. Right now, it's just a TeamSpeak issue.
Which I would like to think is actually significant in this.
Well, not as bad as a networking issue.
No, those are the tough ones. Yeah. Those are the scary ones.
When they get bugs in the system.
But you know what? There's probably a few of you that didn't catch it. So the third map between these two teams, you've got Sinners on one side of the server and GamerLegion. And, after Sinners having a very comfortable second map on Dust 2, they found themselves on Ancient, which started swimmingly for the boys of GamerLegion, as it seems that from tech to tack, Sinners take an extra 30 seconds to get themselves ready.
And understandably so, because in this time, talking about anything game-related is a big no-no. So for the players, extremely inexperienced on both sides of the server, hopefully they've been able to keep their focus. Map number 3 has been going fantastically for GamerLegion up until this point. We just finished what was a partial investment from the side of Sinners, and now they will get an opportunity into the the full buy once more. I needed that tactical timeout as well. But here we go. The moment you've all been waiting for, and Team BB as well, I'm sure.
I am not saying a thing until I see the leave spawn.
And they're off.
Round 7, let's get into it. We are off to the races. Slen still yet to die with his 8 frag total. Got himself a T-side up.
This is B-Pop.
Yeah, Torsen, just before we took that break, got a lovely double entry into this bomb site. B-Stick now tasked with defending it. Doesn't have help with Mikey, so it's just... Oh, no. He's so blind. Reveals his position. Spamming with a white screen. Now Flamus opting for Cave. Oscar already down to 1 HP, running away to save. This is horrible. Horrible. It gets worse. Shot goes down to Slend. GamerLegion, a pacey Poppy B straight out of what was an extended pause.
Yeah, so not allowing Sinners to play into the round, right? You're cold. You get into the play, the B bomb site's overrun, the flashes were great.
It's tough, isn't it, when you're in that, when you are like B-Stick's role, the long side player, the balance you have to strike between getting information, but also not blowing your smoke immediately, because chances are you throw your smoke ramp and then it's still 60 seconds in the round to get finished on B. So you kind of in this box where you kind of want to play it safe. You don't want to give away a pick to a boosted AWP, but you simultaneously do want to maintain some degree of early info and control.
Yeah, it was a great call from GamerLegion.
Well, Mikey was cave, completely disconnected from him. No, like, third man over there. It's perfect.
Yeah, that's bit of a drama, really. A Slend, he still hasn't gone down, Alex. You highlighted that coming out of the long break. Now he's 9-0. We'll see how long the Immortal. But fantastic work from Torsen in some of these rounds. Was this in the break, or was this just now? In the break, bottle flipping.
Marisco's a character.
Okay, saved a couple of guns, and they're going to buy again because at this point, hit the big red button. Hit it hard, hit it many a time. It's an emergency, Sinners.
Don't
you need some
talking
rounds.
About hitting buttons and emergencies, Chad. We can't be having any more of those. As Flamus tries to get out mid, and Marisco does nail him. Torsen, ooh, down after 1. Good work from Shock. Maintains mid control for the CTs, which has formerly been quite comfortable for GamerLegion. ZTR, whoa, 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 just charges in. B-Stick plays at the back. Now Cave smoked, and ZTR got a good idea as to where they are positioned. Mikey might go for a spam here to ZTR's position, excuse me.
Yeah, looking to try and dissuade the plan. Volt has to get that bomb down. He's going to be planning default side, and Pepper's away, but extremely light damage. There's a kit for this retake, a chance. Oscar, can he help the team break back in with the AWP in hand? Holding on to short for now. ZTR on the fade.
Nice shot. Volt combines. Now they have that on control, and that's a valuable asset with the bomb now planted and ticking. Mikey down. Shock finds 2, and Oscar puts Slen down in the dirt for the first time this map. It was really very fine margins they worked with there. Shock some impact over both of these rounds, but in particular here, gets that mid kill and manages to deliver on the retake.
Yeah, it's really difficult to remember exactly one down within the first 6 rounds of play, but the way this one started, definitely the best for Sinners so far. Trades in their favor. They still give up the site, but are able to piece the retake. Great round from Shock. You need more of that.
Yeah, getting the double kill cave when you've just lost long, that's a miracle. Perhaps a bit of an overstep from GamerLegion, I suppose. When you are 7-0 up, you start feeling pretty immortal.
A few more buys available for GamerLegion. Back out mid, Flamus this time into the hands of Morisco.
Not blind at all.
You tend to need the right side mid flash to deal with the donut player, but speaking of flashy, this could be nice for Beestick. He's pushed all the way down. That smoke, miserably placed.
It's actually really useless.
I guess the biggest positive is the fact there's nobody outside B doors, and there's Shock again in the kill feed, taking down Volt, trying to leer out A main. So Sinners coming out of the break, they lose the first, but it should be 2 rounds back to back.
Yeah, recurring theme in these last 2 has been Sinners been able to maintain that mid control.
Cheeky from Z. Oh, okay. That one came quick, didn't it? Well, they know ZTR's position. It's just Slend they have to worry about. He has the bomb over towards Elbow. There's 50 seconds on the clock. They should be aware of this ZTR possibility, but that sandwiched them towards Donut, and, well, that's tasty for Slend. Shock down. Morisco tucked in. Bomb to go through red with this much time left. ZTR has to win this fight and has done.
Wait, Oscar. Loud. Unprepared. Slend gets it and now can get away. You've got the bomb. 25 seconds. He's aware that Beestick likely is rotating from the same position, but has to prioritize getting that bomb down. ZTR's gone around the world. Mikey's going to assume he's Donut. Oh, this is a very ballsy move from ZTR. Slend has to stay alive a little moment longer. Mikey could catch his back turned here if he's not careful. Loud about this. And a FAMAS puts him low. ZTR now knows of Mikey's position, can come in for that flank. Huge round from ZTR and Slend. Can they put the cherry on top? It's only Beestick. Molly limits some of his options. Slend's just holding the line, misses his shot, now up to ZTR. It's not planted for him, but the nade puts him on 50, gets him off. The bomb picks up the round. Some hard work, hard graft, but can't finish it off. Yeah, Beestick clutches up.
The plant just made that entire round awkward, and you can understand why Slend does it, because he has no support when punching in the digits. So thinks, well, I know CT's clear because I just came from there. ZTR, I thought he had done enough to alleviate the pressure with that donut kill, but Slend knows that he can't actually tuck in with the in-game leader. He has to stand more forward. Misses the shot. Essentially round over at that point. Beestick could have sit it. But what was that, a 2v5?
Yeah, they gave it a good go.
And you heard in the comms there, they don't have any money, as it is going to be a tactical timeout from GamerLegion. They do have an Oscar AWP and 3 M4s around it, so more money than I think maybe GamerLegion are expecting. Maybe Ash heard that, thought, hey, let's take the timeout just to make sure that they know this buy is still something to be worried about. Can see the residual cash after the investments coming through for GamerLegion. There's still another buy available, so you wonder, with the loss bonus building, if Sinners are going to be able to break them before we make it to the half-time.
Well, that's 2 out of 2 rounds, as we've come back through, that Sinners have managed to withhold and withstand the early mid pressure. I wonder if with Slend's mid spawn, he does try and just post up. Likely an elbow smoke that makes it redundant, but mid does seem to be a real determining factor in some of these openings.
Could work. They're going double mollies.
Oh, no. It's not going to look good for an opening there. Flamus still braves the incendiary, takes a boatload of damage. And it's Beestick in combination with Morisco's tags. Oh, not expecting ZTR. That was very aggressive from Beestick. Misinformation, perhaps.
Well, that's the ledge player, Torsen dead, so I wasn't expecting ZTR to also be through the smoke, and nor was Mikey. Big one from ZTR.
Yeah, 2 high-impact rounds, although, of course, that clutch not converted. Now he's managed to find a way to not only equalize the odds, but turn them into GamerLegion's favor. Shock tending to ZTR on lane. ZTR, that smoke's not going to give him cover for much longer. Dips up the ramp.
Oscar's tucked in towards Donut towards A, and that's where the bomb is looking to finish. 3 players grouped up for GamerLegion. Oscar, this is your time in the sun. ZTR sees it super clear. Does he continue to scale and look for a fight to try and draw a rotation? Because at this moment you're thinking, maybe they've gamble stacked A.
Might hear Morisco soon if he stays being loud like this. Oh, there's info. ZTR spotted.
I don't think he saw him.
Oscar prepares himself now. 35, advancing into this AWP's position. Flamus. Ooh, missed shot from Oscar. Doesn't hit the second either. Flamus with the low HP makes the AWP work. And now ZTR wraps around to catch Shock's rotation in. This is awkward. So uncomfortable in the 2v4. Shock should be a dead man. ZTR makes it so. An 8th for GamerLegion's T side in this fight for survival. Back-to-back best of 3s for the winner of this one. Backing away. Nothing here from Marisco.
Well, now they do have no money, don't they? ZTR, the fact that he's been able to find 3 kills in this round, the first 2, miraculous stuff. B-stick through the smoke, that one's found. The Mikey one was a bit more of a coin toss. He crept down with that MP9, walked to his demise. And then ZTR just getting to play over towards the B site with all the freedom in the world. 8 rounds, T-Hall, GamerLegion. Running away with things.
Probably not a thumbs up from Oscar, even if it looks like it. Feels like he could have, and maybe should have, hit that shot into Flamus on the first time.
Well, he had enough money to invest into the AWP again. So with a saved M4, an all back out, it's money for B-Stick as well. You may as well just buy for these next 2 rounds if you're Sinners. In a very miserable position. Not doing B door smoke, just elbow. So exchanging red for elbow and cave in play for GamerLegion as far as the openings are concerned. 3 starting B this time round. Marisco behind the red smoke, and close up A main will be Shocked just on the jiggle with the incendiary. They know there's 2 players because they heard someone running into Donut.
Yeah, and they're still going to have a look. Smoked off now, that's surely cancelling your plans.
There's time to reset, but the util not. They dropped the donut and a CT smoke. There was meant to be conviction behind that. So Sinners have done a great job of blocking this for now. Reposition for Shock, getting boosted up in tree. The 5-7 would be a great weapon if Vault does continue out A main, but they are rerouting.
This is a luxury now for Oscar. No smoke red room. Late arrivals mid. If he gets that info, I suspect he will. Phantom chances!
Oh dear.
Slend will catch him. Trying to jump for info, gets more than he bargained for. Rival Orpa puts him down, sits him on his arse. Marisco, solid hold. Double kill. Flamus arrives from Donut. Now they know Shock is in main. 3 versus 3. Slend holding that Donut advance from Mikey. Here's him coming. And does find the forerun. Just enough to convert the frag, and the round falls into place. Shock. Last seen main. Last seen main, ZTR. He was, yeah. Oh, there we go.
How did they lose track of him?
How quick do they think he is? He's got the jetpack.
He's the Flash.
You might have the jetpack perk. You don't know. You just don't know. But yeah, that's an interesting one. But I have to be in awe that GamerLegion have managed to kind of keep their form coming into this one. For Sinners, not able to kind of wrestle back for control despite coming in with their first and second in consecutive fashion on the retakes.
Oh,
and they keep abusing A.
Yeah, this is just the uppercut. They're going to put Sinners on their back with this one.
Shock and Marisco realize it's happening. They hear this. Smoke landing CT.
More like Shock and awe.
Yeah, from GamerLegion at least. Clear it, swing it. Flamus catches Marisco.
Look at that, replenish donut, replenish CT. There's another 20 seconds. Come on in, boys.
You have to push through. B-stick, oh dear, shooting teammates. This is too comfortable, too easy. And it is the uppercut. Knockout blow, 10-2 scoreline. Oh, they've got to be feeling good, dapping each other up as they've got their 60 seconds to compose themselves coming into the swap of sides. But yeah, this is looking bleak for Sinners. How do you keep a cool head on your shoulders now?
Tough for Mikey. After, what, 8-1 opening duels on Dust 2, always in the action, taking so many initial exchanges all across the map, and just 1 kill for him. Look, the break didn't help, but they were already 6-0 in the hole.
Yeah.
Right? Obviously, the tech issues, which did affect both teams, it was getting dropped from the server time and time again, unable to establish that game connection necessary for us to be able to play a game of CS. But just the pistol round now, and you have to walk this one home, GamerLegion. Set yourself up for the match against BB Team. Nafany and the boys waiting in the wings. I'm sure they're getting a bit fatigued now as well. They opened up the day against Saw. Sent them packing. Fnatic just got across the line against Eclot. They secured their spot at the Major, and GamerLegion, they want to do the same.
Yeah, 3 rounds, and then another best of 3. See if they can find them efficiently here.
5 sets of Kev.
Running it into Donut, running it into the Jewel Berettas. Flammer's equipped for it. Shot gets the mid-air, nice find, and into the A site they've glide. Confirmation to CT. And aggressive is Torsen.
Nice nade.
Wow, that's a lot of damage onto Morisco still. Yet to be spotted out. ZTR hits a good headshot. Shock, however, continues, and it looks like it's all onto Beastic and ZTR in a 1v1 clash. Finds himself some Jewel Berettas. It's not going to be comfortable here for ZTR. 10-second defuse just has to run him down. Beastic's going to be able to dance around this box here. Yeah, it's not looking comfortable. Beastic's playing it passive. Oh, it's a Benny Hill theme tune. Yakety sucks for ZTR.
17-3 though. That's not the round. They do wipe the board. Save a pair of Jewel Berettas. He didn't have any Kevlar because I think he dropped the Julies in the first place. So
at least he got to bring something through.
Yeah, something better than nothing, I suppose. Well, Sinners, their investments. What's Oscar going to go for? Are they going to expect the GamerLegion full eco? He's gone into a Galil. So this is Sinner's chance to start working back into this. Hope dies last. Oh, missed red smoke.
Yeah, see who dies first. Stacking mid. I like this. You send your Mac 10s as a little duo just to take some scary fights into cave up against what could be, you know, PT50s, Jewel Berettas. And Morisco takes down ZTR for his 4th death. Round 14.
Well, that nade could have just done it. Volt gets to survive, 2 HP. Bomb now ushered in towards the B bomb site. Will get punched in a moment's time, but who gets to farm up these frags? Send Mikey in.
Yeah. Such a not bad shout. Getting a couple more on the board.
Okay, GamerLegion will be buying into the next round of play. Sure, damage would be great, but feels absolutely impossible at this stage. Torsen would need to get that first bullet as B-Stick. We'll remove him. Now it's Mikey's turn. Give him some more.
Get him, Mike.
There we go. The eco bash. And that's going to be great for the confidence. See if he can run with that into the second half of play. Slend can go glass cannon. But opts for the A1S instead. The util a little bit more important to try and get this map control early. GamerLegion, well, I can already tell you. Oh, don't know what number it is. Let me have a look. Number 2. Volt lining up B doors smoke. So they're going to potentially go for this full press, which when we were talking during the Unity game the other day, they would do it on a bit of a second tempo.
10.
2B, 1 mid, and 2 over towards A early. ZTR might just push up and get an awful lot of information. It means that this B defense is a little bit more brittle, and B-Stick's going to just head on in.
Yeah, ZTR at least gets there in time. Nice flash. Sets up his teammate. Needed that one. ZTR gets it. Volt finds Morisco elsewhere. Now it's just these two on the site. Oscar and Shock. Ooh, that flash saves their life. Only for a moment. Flammer still wins out onto Shock. Oscar trades, but oh, even catching damage through the boards. Bomb plant. 1v2 is an awful lot to ask. Oh, but an instant headshot. Makes it a whole lot more realistic. Oscar, such low HP, tries to dip away. It's the nade. Volt with a topspin Pokeball right to the pocket of Oscar.
Damn, that would have been a 1v3 for Oscar. The first is part of the trade. The second was beautiful, and the third necessary. But GamerLegion will get their 11th round.
You know, like everything he did there was setting himself up to be in the best position to win that on that low HP. A second earlier on that peak, Volt's got a HE in his hands. A chance for Oscar, but wow. Just slips by the wayside. We'll see this entry pathing. This is the flash that we were discussing. It didn't do too much as they were clearing out his teammate, but ZTR getting his one.
Yeah, I think it's still a decent response coming out of cover and being able to swing. So ZTR is doing an awful lot. Having a great map of Counter-Strike, and yeah, damn. Well, the buy's a bit busted for GamerLegion with just one man staying alive. MP9's going to be invested for Flamus and ZTR. Sinners have everything they would desire, even that Oscar AWP. But it's just difficult on Ancient to set him up for a lot of fights, especially early. You need to wait for this protocol utility to subside.
What do you make of this little kind of bait setup? Slend is like fully just waiting for Torsen to die and then accounting being overlooked.
Yeah, that tells me they're expecting something B-related.
Yeah, sure.
But at the moment, Sinners are just working on their basic map control. Molly to scale into cave. ZTR hearing this, he can call Torsen across. The boost up on the box, the up-down setup. Just under a minute remaining now. Now Oscar's AWP comes into play.
Smoked off on Donut with 45. That's uncomfortable.
AWP in red's not terrible, but they've kind of forced your hand, so that means that GamerLegion might know exactly what's coming. Do they pivot back to B? Time just sinking off that clock.
And Smoke ZTR's just staring at it, not hearing anything. Flamus leaps over the spam. Beautiful find onto Morisco. And he might have another. Tucks away. Tucks Mikey in. Oh, and the damage onto Shock as well. He's put in a good shift in this round. Now up to Volt to finish the job, and finish it he will. B-stick down to Slend. 12 for GamerLegion. Sinners' major hopes hanging in the balance of the next round of play.
Yeah, you got to think that's it. Lost bonus just not there for Sinners. It's so early on within the second half. They didn't give themselves a buffer of rounds to work with on their defense, and GamerLegion. Tough job. 0-2 in the best of ones. 3 consecutive best of threes, and that's just for the right to play against Team BB for the final spot in the major for the European RMR Group A. And this is also snapping a 3-series loss streak to the Sinners.
Chose a fantastic time to turn their favor around. And for Sinners, their season ending prematurely. Unable to quite make it to the perfect world Shanghai Major.
Ready for this. 3 players towards B.
He's not shy, but actually a bit of a messy spray. Doesn't connect a single bullet with the AK. Falls into enemy hands. Torsen's down as well.
Yeah.
Sinners do not surrender. Do not go quietly. Slend forced into an uncomfortable position. The flash force is in the way. Dips back into short. Looking for some combat AWPing as he gets tagged up to half HP. And they're getting out of there. That's an educated decision. Don't want to be giving them all those goodies for free.
Wow, okay, the save. It looked like they had the bodies in the right place, GamerLegion, but ZTR, after what has been an amazing map of Counter-Strike, cannot connect the dots on the moving Tech-9s. The first domino to fall for Sinners' 5th.
Yeah, you can tell that that's just not how ZTR's head cannon was going. He had a different visualization of what was behind that smoke, so getting caught off after he put a couple of bullets into it. Suddenly there's 3 bodies on you, different staggered positions, and committing to the spam, obviously, with that jump scare.
Well, Sinners get to live for a moment longer.
Gosh, I mean, yeah. This is going to require 2 things. Not only Sinners to be incredibly tenacious and playing this round by round, but also GamerLegion would need to capitulate. They would need to really, just get into their own heads and start making a lot of unforced errors, because at some point, that opening kill, that 50-50 duel's going to go their way.
I think that's a good point, and the save there is to the contrary of that, right? The fact that they didn't just give that a go, knowing how difficult it was going to be. They've held on to the goodies. Pace out mid, clear of the smoke, and Flamus with the opener.
Just like that, Flamus opens up the account. 4 frags away from surviving versus Sinners. And from knocking out a team that started strong. Qualified in first position for the RMR.
Well, this is tough for Flamus. Does he go overlooked?
Oscar's got him pre-aimed. They clears it. Nice work from Oscar. Makes it a 4v4. Flammers down. Belated trade from Oscar. Mikey lingers in mid. Oscar has the bomb red. Next to Torsen, who's walking in. Oscar's holding him. You can see this hesitance from Torsen, so maybe restraint wise, given the circumstances. A site now lost. You can see this nice patience from Sinners. Missed shot from the AWPer as well. Slen's going to go down to Mikey. The Flames bring down the AWP, and what are they supposed to do here? Torsen and ZTR, lesser weaponry as well.
Yeah, saving again. All right, well, those cracks, see if they do start to show. That timing was perfect from Shock, because B-Stick was caught with utility in his hand. He could have easily fallen. Thank God he was saved in that moment. Sinners make it just a 6-round game, and that's for overtime. It is very likely. I think you've pointed out something key. These are very inexperienced players on the GamerLegion side of the server. He almost gave an AK away. CTR. Oh, he won't make the same mistake. Should be able to save that. So something to work with.
I mean, yeah, you talk about inexperience. You've already highlighted the average age of this roster. And it's just a matter of kind of avoiding that let's just get it done mindset. Like, come on, boys, let's just get it done now. You've already visualized it. You know, that Flammers opening, they're already thinking, okay, nice, we're 4 kills away. This is it.
That position that he opted for after the fact, I think that's such a terrible spot, unless you have a player baiting for you, and then you might go overlooked. But if you're hard committed there, you can see just how easy that fight is for Oscar in comparison to Flammers. Now, ZTR, can he be the hero? His ancient, his story. Well, he's taking it as the point man. So as he leers out a donut, if he rounds the corner too deep, Oscar's AWP won't miss. Well, they snatched the AK back quite quickly. So pass the parcel.
Full focus in pursuit of the flow state. Sinners are not going to be rushing things, not going to be flustered. Obviously, time eventually becomes a factor, but it looks like they've already started to regroup with plenty and ample time to find a restrained and conservative finish.
I just wanted to build on your point, right, about, you know, the let's just get it done. And if we think about some of the desperate signs, especially from Flammers on Dust 2, right, you could tell he wasn't as comfortable and he was forcing some fights. If that starts to creep in, and just wanted to make sure that didn't get too out of control. If that starts to creep in and players do overstep the mark, and, you know, one round it's Flammers, but then the next round it's Slen going for a re-peek issue, and the next round Volt's a bit too aggressive, right? They will all add up very quickly. 12-7.
It's also, yeah, it's a question. It's like an exercise in mental fortitude where you don't allow these couple of rounds. How many's it been right now? So this
3 in a row.
Third, yeah, 3 in a row. You don't allow the intrusive thought,
what if?
What if?
And this is
you
where
don't entertain it, you know.
But this is where Ash gets to come into play. I would be expecting a tactical timeout.
And I'm sorry, normally we're quite good at keeping track. I can't remember.
Well, look, I think they've only used 1.
Okay. Yes.
I think they have 2 remaining.
It's unlikely they used many in a 6-0 start.
Right?
Yeah, fair.
And not only a 6-0 start, a 10-2 first half.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, fair play. There's definitely going to be options for Ash to hit that timeout button.
Well, hasn't been called yet. 10 seconds of freeze time remaining. He's saving it for a rainier day than this one.
3 consecutive on the ropes. Sinners' major hopes. And they are fighting tooth and nail to maintain the potential. Flash, good. Flammers blind. Marisco should have him. Does so. Opens it up. Volt 1 back.
He's open. And this is what we're talking about. Another round. Volt and Slen, you don't really have options. You need to be saving immediately.
Yeah, but you've got this much time now where you're not going for the round, and that's when those thoughts we just discussed they've got plenty of time to be entertained. I don't know. I'd just be singing some Baby Shark or something, trying to keep it away.
See that flash as he comes through middle. Flammers completely blind. Sure, Volt gets the trade. That's all they get. Shock. looking to steal everything away. Volt to defend the orb and the honor for GamerLegion's next round. Converts it. Lost bonus, 2,900 into the next. The two of these guys stay alive. They can both drop M4s, and Flamus can afford one of his own. So it's integral that Volt and Slend do not go down, and Sinners will oblige.
I imagine it's so integral that Volt's not even going to try and get that AK. They are just going to hold. It's so important that they bring these rifles through. It doesn't matter about the one-shot headshot potential at this point.
Terrorists win.
Sinners making it look a whole lot more competitive at 8-12 scoreline. It was a 10-2 half, I'll remind you. So looking to match that output are Sinners.
Are they going to take this timeout? Maybe we're wrong. Maybe somehow Ash has expended them. And the investments... Okay, so...
Still buying.
They haven't all in. They've hedged here. So next round they get the max loss. So they've invested slightly behind the saves, but know that they can buy next round anyway.
Nice movement here. Bolt tries to turn up the pace a little bit. Gets Morisco low, but hang on. Slender's caught B-Stick. That's a deviation from the norm. Orpa catches B-Stick searching ramp. Morisco already low. Sinners now in a real uncomfortable position. Can they bail themselves out with some individual brilliance? Mikey, a quiet start on Ancient, but starting to get the frags. Could be his moment in the spotlight.
Oh. Flamus, you can just tell he's having to call himself off. He wants to push that smoke. He wants some information. He wants to find that winning kill, but regrouping Sinners towards B.
So a lot of faith in Slen's AWP here. It was last seen B. So Volt will join ZTR cave side. Even more difficult, but if they do try and get past Slend, all it takes is a missed AWP shot, and they have got a way back in. Slend realizes he has to nail this. Pressure on. Nails it. Or second, too much to ask. The molly spread forces him wide, and Mikey at least finds that trade. A 3v4 post-plant established. Oh! Mikey again! Massive from Mike. ZTR still cave side. Oscar now confirms his presence. Flamus is there. Oscar shocks side by side, double swing, could be hectic, does choose to fall away, more conservative, long range, good damage, Torsen 5-7 connecting, Flamus wants to hit this shot, does finish the job, Oscar's down, Shock is fighting, Mikey might have to do it more as well, ZTR falls, it's only Torsen, and it looks like they find a way back into this one, 5 frags between Mikey and Shock, Sinners still keep their head above water.
If they bring this back all the way, this is going to be a wild comeback from Sinners, just 3 more rounds now, that's all they're telling themselves. That's all they need to tie this up, to go to overtime, to forget about how that first half went. But remember, GamerLegion hedged. They didn't go all in behind the saves. They've allowed themselves another purchase. And that one got damn close. Slend with the Orb now found the follow-up. There was no flash in his face. The molly was there, hot toes. But Mikey finds some impact, and there it is. Second tactical timeout. Ash on the mic. Now it's an emergency.
Yeah, emergency meeting, but... no imposters here. Sinners, the real deal. 10-2 in the dirt. Forced into this position. Scoreline read 12-4. Now 12-9.
Slend has a very good spawn if you wanted to try something crazy, right? I'm talking pure insanity, like go and fight cave with the AWP. It's possible. It's definitely possible. He's currently lining up the B door smoke, so that's going to take a little bit of time off of his scaling, so let's see what madness round number 22 has. Starting 3 middle. They're going full press.
Mid is theirs. Flamus actually pushing through that cave smoke to confirm it's still theirs.
And it's a little bit quiet, so they did send Volt to just 10 towards A. He's dropped his block utility. And another smoke towards middle now. ZTR offering up some aggression. Another door smoke. A flash. The follow through.
Confirmation that lane is theirs.
Completely.
Oh, and there's a little bit of retake utility. The Molotov. ZTR plays close. Doesn't achieve anything from B-Stick and Mike.
But plenty of nades for Sinners to go for a retake. They can flash over, they could molly in towards pocket, they could even smoke over towards cave if they want to crunch down on some sight lines. Are they going to flash him in?
That would be crazy. The bomb's still way over the other side of the map. But to take this space away, Flamus. Ready his aim. Catching a timing! Doesn't hit the shot! Mikey, good for it still, despite pulling out the nades, and it's falling into place. ZTR, Slend, both connecting. Surely that's enough. GamerLegion off the back of a timeout from Coach Ash to stabilize what looked like it was starting to hemorrhage. 20 seconds. Torsen, all you have to do is deny this. All you have to do is put down Oscar, and you have done it, knocking out Sinners. A labored affair, a valiant attempt to stabilize from Sinners. But GamerLegion live to fight one more best of 3. Team BB waiting in the wings for that one exclusive spot from RMRA.
Yeah, and what a story for GamerLegion when you think about the 2024 that they've had. Snacks there, IGL airlifted into G2, Isak to NIP, A-Core, he's out the door, Keo's on the bench, gone now of course. They've had to reconstruct their lineup and people were doubtful of the names that they brought in. Now they are going potentially to the Major.
I mean, still one more game remaining there, right?
Sure.
And I feel like for GamerLegion, especially after the prolonged technical break, I liked how they sped things up. They kept the foot on the throat of Sinners. It did look like Sinners were checked out in that first half, in all honesty. But for GamerLegion, I think they would have liked to close it a little bit quicker because they knew they probably you have to play another game as well, right?
I got to give them massive respect for the way they handled the tech pause because it wasn't a quick one. And obviously, when you were in that flow state and you're 6-0, and then boom, you have the tech problem. Obviously, it can be very easy to lose your way.
I could feel a bit of a choke coming in from GamerLegion in the second half, but a good, well-timed timeout getting called by Ash there immediately closed it out.
Yeah, I think, we discussed the veto and how it was interesting. In the end, they decided to let the Ancient through instead of Vertigo. And when these two teams last met, granted, Ando was on the team instead of Torsen. I mean, Sinners beat them 13-0. Right?
Yeah.
So for you to let that map through over Vertigo that you won twice in this tournament tells you how much faith they have, well, in their Ancient first, and that loss was an outlier. And also I feel like that's a big curveball for Sinners. I think Sinners, when they're sort of thinking about the veto, first of all, they're definitely expecting Vertigo to pop up somewhere. And especially for the second stage, it's like, okay, if we leave it between Ancient and whatever else, it will not be Ancient. So I think maybe that played a factor in the end in how Ancient went.
It's also like for Sinners, I think it leads into what Yank is saying here. Like the CD side, it looks so, I wouldn't necessarily say disjointed, but they were just so passive, and then A-bomb side in mid was just getting exploited, just getting spread wide open by GamerLegion time and time again, and there really was no reaction. The couple of reactions they had was going for the lane control, mid control, but that's when GamerLegion would slow it down and then go for a later hit coming in. They just looked so much like the better team and a team who were on the same page there. And even though, yes, there was a bit of a comeback here, when you have a 9-3, I think it was like 12-4 scoreline, it would have required a miracle for us to go to OT.
Yeah, I mean, look, GamerLegion gave themselves enough runway to get the plane off the ground, no doubt about it. But obviously, again, I'm inclined to give them grace about having a little wobble because there was, of course, that big tech pause and very easy to lose focus in those situations. And also credit as well, great use of a timeout. We don't often talk about that kind of thing, but when it felt like things were going really bad, the coach called a timeout, they made an adjustment, they win the round to get it over the line. So great job all around.
Yeah, definitely, especially, when you have such a young roster. I mean, that's why when we talk about Mirage, for example, and doing a lot of set strats, I mean, that's a way to make it easier for some of these players, like just from start to finish, they know what they need to do in a round. So definitely very important for Ash. When does he take those timeouts, right? Like, you don't want to pull the trigger too early because you might need it later on, and this was a perfect example of that.
And Ash seems to be, this coach, as we've gotten to know him over the years, also with his some of the tweets, the videos he makes and whatnot. It's not someone who's only only taking care of the prep work or just the pre-game stuff, but also someone when the going's getting a little bit rough, he's like, pause, I'm going to make a call here, I'm going to talk to you guys straight up. And it seems to be someone who's very on hands, which is great to see, especially when you have a team team with such inexperienced players.
I mean, another component of the series, it's got to be said, we talked a lot about Oscar on other days when we've been doing it, and in the close qualifier, so good coming into the RMR. People were saying, wow, 33-year-old veteran, is he going to roll back the years? And he wasn't really present at any point in this series. He didn't impose himself.
I picked the worst moment to slow down, really, and at some points, especially, if you go back to Mirage, potentially rushed a couple of situations, right, didn't show enough patience in some of these key moments, and GamerLegion players punished him for that, and it's unfortunate, right, that it ends this way after the roller coaster of a career that he's had. To get one more opportunity to play at the major, I mean, would have been unbelievable, but just went up against a better team today.
I mean, yeah, it might be his swan song here, right, for the side of Oscar.
Potential.
It could be, and sometimes that's the way it is. Fairy tales don't necessarily. So real life doesn't have happy endings like fairy tales do.
You don't need to tell me, mate.
I mean, there you go. But
all right,
all right, Rich. But I feel like he did a pretty good job. You could also see an Ancient when they were abusing the A bombs that he was just whiffing shots. There was no flashes, nothing. Just players just dry swinging out, not quite landing the shot. So unfortunately, Rich, time comes for us all, and it does feel like it did come for Oscar here.
And all right, you two Grim Reapers.
All right,
how about GamerLegion? A lot of young kids in there. You got another opportunity. They will play against your dudes, BB team, for a spot at the major, right?
I'm going to do it.
That's later, Yanko.
I'm going to bring it back, right? Because, look, I think it's actually interesting to see things like that. Yeah, Oscar's been a great servant to the game, fantastic talent. Obviously, as well, we've talked about, could this be... yeah, Gordon, of course. We've talked about him in the past tense. Carrigan, Rain, we've talked about how much it would mean for them to get a major, and maybe they won't be around playing for FaZe, perhaps
Apex
in 2025
apparently as well.
Yeah, we've got Apex news dropping.
We're
while
losing
we're on
everyone, Rich.
Yeah, exactly. No, but it's interesting, isn't it? Because it's the new game, it's the changing of the guard, it's the changing of the meta, it's the changing of play styles, and we've got young guns, on teams like GamerLegion, and as we'll talk about in a second, Team BB, and it's nice to see. It's nice to see the new blood coming through.
I think more so than that, and Oscar is a good comparison for that, is not only that we have players who, CS2 is the first version of Counter-Strike they will end up playing, but we have players who, from the moment they start competing, they're in a professional environment, right? Like they have a coach, an assistant coach, a manager, like people telling them how they need to behave, what to do, if they want to have success in this industry. And I think someone like Oscar, his career might have turned out completely different if he followed some of those guidelines, or his behavior was a little bit different when he was at his prime. So I think it's good to see like these advancements and improvements that we're having, and just the approach and attitude of these young players, compared to how things were 5 to 10 years ago. It's absolutely night and day, and I think it's one of the main contributing factors to the average level of play individually and team-wise being much elevated than before.
Yeah, it turns out sometimes for the Zoomers and the Gen Alphas, you got to listen to the old guys. It actually can help you out, So anyway, BetBoom versus GamerLegion is locked in. That's my understanding. So look, I think we're ready to go to a break. Great talking to you guys. It's going to be a slightly longer break, guys. I think we're going to be about 40 minutes to an hour while the players get prepped, let them get warmed up and come up with their strats. So, take a break, lock yourselves in, but make sure you come back for the last series of the day, GamerLegion versus Team BB. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major European RMR A. After a long day of Counter-Strike, we have arrived at the moment of judgment. It's the last two teams. The winner will be through to the Major for real, the loser crying. It's going to be very sad for one team. Who will it be? Blair and Yanko, they're going to try and predict it, as is their way on the desk. BB Team.
Super exciting storyline, Richard. Both teams were 0-2 in the RMR, facing elimination. Now they're one game away for actually making the Major. Both teams actually losing in the last chance qualifier for the Copenhagen Major.
Also true.
GamerLegion eventually making it because 9 Pandas couldn't secure visas. So yeah, a lot riding on this one, obviously, for both of these teams. And GamerLegion coming off of a win against Sinner just before this game, and BB Team on the other side had their first game at 10 a.m. local. It's now 9:30 p.m. So definitely a big part of this game for them has been managing that time in between, making sure the players get some rest, get your prep in, and get the energy up right for this game to make sure the comms are flowing, right, that people are on their A game.
Yeah, and Blair, as I said, we've got two,